Yuga Masayuki traversed into the realm of Detective Conan, acquiring a mysterious ability that allows his soul to inhabit the bodies of others during moments of daydreaming, emptiness, or facing death, leading him to a life of perpetual identity shifts. Confronted with this unending cycle, Yuga initially believed it to be a splendid opportunity to escape reality, yet he soon found himself entangled in countless life and death scenarios. His ability, originally intended for salvation, gradually morphed into a burden of existence. Each possession became a complex interplay of evasion and redemption. To some, he appeared as a detached observer; to others, a benevolent savior. Unencumbered by memories, he possessed only an iron will that a heartwarming and healing adventure unfolded, serving both as an escape and a confrontation, as well as a means of saving and letting go. Chapter 1. Something must be hidden behind that adorable appearance. As morning broke and birds chirped softly, the city began to awaken. Rumbled that a series of engine sounds echoed from the roadside. At a table in front of a convenience store, a figure languidly rested, one hand on their head, gazing vacantly, with long, chestnut hair gently swaying. The sudden ring of a phone jolted Yuga from his stupor. His still groggy head shook, his hand inadvertently swiping across the table, causing a bowl of greasy noodle soup to topple over. Observing the scene, Yuga, still tinged with sleepiness, instinctively pushed the table, causing his chair to scrape back against the shelf behind him. A cold, indifferent man clad in black, holding a freshly prepared bowl of noodles, was caught off guard and nearly stumbled to the ground. A bowl of fresh noodles and a bowl of greasy soup soared into the air. Yet, the man remained remarkably composed, merely lowering his hat, exuding an aura of someone well acquainted with life's adversities. Upon closer inspection, the man was tall and robust, his fierce expression accentuated by a thick, well-groomed beard, suggesting he was living quite well. If it weren't for the distracting beauty mark on his face, he might have easily been mistaken for a figure meant to frighten children. Splash! In an instant, the noodles scattered everywhere, splattering a golden hue across the ground. The man in black transformed before Yuga's eyes, now drenched and resembling a woman in black, not only having taken an unexpected bath, but also sporting a new head of thick, golden hair. Unaware of the transformation occurring, Yuga remained steady in his chair, furrowing his brow in mild astonishment, seemingly puzzled as to why not a drop of soup had touched him. The black-clad man rolled his eyes dramatically, glaring at Yuga and exclaiming in a thick Kansai accent, "Hey, do you have any manners?" Did he not know who he was? Someone should inquire in Osaka. He was Tequila, a skilled bomb expert, who had been invited to join the organization as a codename member after a minor display of talent years ago. Yet now, he was being forced to change territories and find someone to oversee him. That person named Jin? Huh, merely a fading figure. Tequila was determined to take his place. Having just emerged from his daydream, Yuga reflexively raised his head, coolly surveying the striking woman before him, detecting a potent aroma that made his pupils constrict, slightly with distaste. How repulsive! Why did this person reek of instant noodle soup, with hair so greasy? A sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes as he remarked, "Did your family never tell you to wash before heading out? Leaving with wet hair is quite unsightly. Wasn't that your doing?" Tequila was nearly provoked to draw his weapon, oblivious to Yuga's ability to disguise himself. From his perspective, the figure before him was merely a cold, tea-haired woman, but upon closer inspection, his pupils dilated in alarm. Yuga's piercing gaze fixated on Tequila, his pale green eyes radiating an undeniable intensity, instinctively emanating a palpable aura of menace. Tequila felt momentarily suffocated by this presence. How many had this person killed? Wait, the woman before him, with her cascading waves of chestnut hair and utterly indifferent expression, could she be the infamous Sherry, who was said to have acquired her codename at merely 13, personally overseen by Jin? When he arrived in Tokyo, his mentors had warned him repeatedly, do not provoke Jin, and especially do not provoke Sherry. Though he had heard that she was indeed beautiful, a cold beauty with a hint of charm, the rumors of those who had crossed her and subsequently perished mysteriously had circulated. For 2 years, Jin, at least, was somewhat reasonable, often asking a few questions before sending someone away. But to provoke her was to invite a gruesome demise, one that could not be traced back. There was a tale of a codename member in the research department who had prepared both hypnotic gas and a base for an abduction, only to be stabbed over 20 times before the operation even commenced, with no connection to Sherry whatsoever. Was this mere coincidence? Surely, fate would not be so cruel as to have him encounter her. Tequila's gaze darted back to the chestnut locks, his eyes flickering uncertainly, inadvertently catching sight of a half-full bottle of Manzanilla sherry on the table. He widened his eyes, swallowing hard, realizing with dread that this person was indeed Sherry. Aside from Sherry herself, who on earth would drink sherry and eat instant noodles at such an early hour? And he had just boasted about wanting to intimidate Jin, only to be startled by his own subordinate. Tokyo was terrifying. The golden-hair version of Tequila, now visibly anxious, dropped to his knees in a dramatic bow, exclaiming, "Sister, private matter." Who was he calling sister? He was a pure man, unaware of his own chestnut hair. Yuga sat in his chair, utterly repulsed, and attempting to evade the noodles that splattered as Tequila tossed his head, his mouth twitching in irritation. Wait? Something seemed amiss. He curiously glanced down at his hand, noticing a faint layer of lavender nail polish on his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, there was a delicate scent of lavender, and a few strands of chestnut hair drifted into view. He instinctively grasped them, feeling as though they were not real hair. Wait, chestnut hair? Furrowing his brow, he supported his forehead with one hand, fragments of memory flashing through his mind. As he regained focus, he found himself on the ground, a girl with chestnut hair kneeling atop him, surrounded by several men in black. She clutched his collar, seemingly shouting something, her face contorted in sorrow, yet producing no sound. A few beautiful chestnut strands brushed his nose, tickling him slightly. Who was she? Why was she crying? What did that expression signify? Why did his heart ache so? What was her name? Mayano. Mayano Shiho. Before the shelves, Yuga lowered his gaze to his palm, understanding why that man had mistaken him for a woman after all. He had altered his appearance. He too was a traveler, now going by the name Yugo Masayuki. In the midst of rescuing the Mayano sisters, in his previous life, he had held a mundane job one day. While chatting and smoking by the river, he suddenly fainted and drowned. When he regained consciousness, he found himself as a 4-year-old boy, having fortuitously inherited a family of significant standing in the music, police, and business sectors. Yet, those matters were of no consequence now. After all, they were all gone. Returning to the present, Yuga no longer bore the fierce demeanor he had instinctively displayed earlier. Instead, he appeared increasingly languid, almost resembling a lethargic. Tequila's head lay just a short distance away, having just bowed to him, muttering something about not blaming him for being the big sister and not treating him like a shark or some such nonsense that a robust woman, despite her slightly coarse voice, might appeal to some. Unfortunately, she seems to be somewhat unhinged. Yuha gazed at the scene before him with evident disdain, his arms crossed tightly around his store clerk, embodying the expression of someone who had just encountered something unsightly to signify his unfamiliarity with her. He stood up and stepped over an obstacle. Cautiously, he gathered his belongings in preparation for a hasty exit. After walking a few paces, he felt compelled to remind her of the importance of hygiene. Surely this would paint him in a more virtuous light, wouldn't it? All right, Chief. Long Jalan grimaced, his teeth clenched. He had washed twice that morning. Yuha sensed an inexplicable malice emanating from Long Jalan's gaze, reminiscent of the members of an organization he had once vanquished those who had bullied Gong Yijibao. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to eliminate this potential threat, a noodle slipped from Long Jalan's head to his lips, slurping in with a swift motion. Yuha's eyes widened in disbelief, his body instinctively leaning back as he displayed an expression of utter repulsion. Was he imagining things? After all, this fellow appeared rather dim-witted. Oblivious to the peril he had narrowly escaped, Long Jalan swallowed hard, glancing at the counterfeit Sherry, who seemed even more menacing than the real deal, and echoed, "Take care, Chief." At the entrance of the convenience store, Yuha's lips curled into a slight smile as he observed 3 familiar elementary school students poring over a Gintama manga by the bookshelf. The freckled boy, the chubby one, and a girl who seemed perfectly suited for a tumble were none other than the infamous trio of reckless youth. Indeed, this was the world of Audiobook Conan, the boy detective with an uncanny ability to meet misfortune at every turn. Given Conan's acquisition of the Grim Reaper's power over life and death, it seemed only natural for Yuha to possess a divine little gift that allowed him to inhabit the bodies of others. That he referred to this phenomenon as a daydream, where in moments of distraction, his spirit would drift into the bodies of those in imminent danger. During this possession, he could exert complete control over the host's body, with the individual retaining no memory of the experience, merely believing they had dreamt. Indeed, this ability far surpassed any form of disguise. Yuha chuckled softly as he requested a bag for his alcohol and trash, ignoring the children as he had more pressing matters at hand. Exiting the store, he lit a cigarette and strolled towards a nearby construction site. Chapter 2. Is this wretched organization still operational? Within the enclosed construction site, a man with waist-length hair, clearly of the overly clever sort, was laboriously digging in a flower bed devoid of any flora, sending clouds of dust into the air. How goes the digging? Yuha Masaru languidly puffed on a cigarette as he approached, standing clear of the dust, and inquired of the long-haired man, "Is it deep enough?" "Of course it's deep enough, Rico. Deep enough to bury that idiot Ito who harbors a crush on you," the self-assured Nizio Masaru bragged, flicking sweat from his brow and plunging his shovel into the ground. "Once we've robbed that foolish thief who's helping us move the bank's money, we'll have plenty of cash, and you should confess your feelings to Medant. Be shy." Yis' lips twitched. The face he currently wore was that of Shimizu Rico, the leader of a rival gang tasked with robbing the thief. That it was a perfect disguise to deceive her two admirers and accomplices. He wondered how she had endured this fool for so long, grateful that he only needed her assistance in digging. Donning gloves, he picked up a wrench from a nearby black bag, gazing at the dull, cracked tool with disdain. What a shoddy imitation. That was from yesterday's market stroll. Nizio paused, glancing sideways before continuing. From the mall? And it was cheap and durable. Nizio cast a glance at Yuha, who had suddenly shifted from a lazy demeanor to one of cold precision. He raised a wrench and decisively struck Nizio's temple, exclaiming, "Because I don't have it." Clang. The wrench bent immediately, and the oblivious Nizio, lost in his daydream, tumbled head first into the hole he had just dug. Yuha casually retrieved a Tokarev pistol from his pocket, aiming it at Nizio's head to ensure he would not resurrect. In this world, one must either refrain from taking lives or ensure absolute termination, with the obliteration of the body being imperative. Were circumstances different, he would prefer to pulverize the bones and scatter the ashes far and wide. If the adversary's family possessed considerable influence, it would be prudent to eliminate them as well, lest he incur the wrath of the Kudo family, who wielded a modicum of influence internationally. Though he had no intention of surviving, he needed to wait until the two Mayano children were rescued. Mayano Akemi had been coerced by the organization into securing 10 billion yen for her and her sister's release, planning a heist on an armored truck that was far too reckless. How could she undertake such a venture herself? Would it not be more prudent to deceive others into doing so? The plan was riddled with flaws. How could there only be one group prepared? After reevaluating the situation, he decided to expand the operation by adding another gang responsible for the robbery, thus reframing their actions as acts of valor rather than mere theft. This new gang comprised a central figure and two sycophants. The principal female leader, Shimizu Rico, had little regard for the two and had instead sought his affection, secretly infiltrating Mayano Akemi's team. After Yuha and she dealt with both gangs, they could pursue their romantic entanglement. Regrettably, he merely viewed her as a decoy for the presumed death of Mayano Akemi. By the time Yuha concluded his tasks and ambled towards the exit with his bag, a vehicle awaited him by the roadside. Behind the wheel sat a man clad in a black suit, donning a grayish-black felt hat and puffing on a cigarette, while the back seat housed a man in a white kimono, wielding a katana. "Hey," Daisuke Jigen waved casually. "Lupin is waiting for us." His lips curled into a slight smile as he regarded the formidable duo of Daisuke Jigen and Gomen. Indeed, this was the world of Conan, yet not entirely so. Inside the moving vehicle, Yuha glanced at the time. It was barely 6:30, 2 hours remaining until the rescue operation commenced. He observed the peculiar company within the car, his hand brushing against a standard RPG-7 rocket launcher, prompting him to reflect absent-mindedly. The renowned Lupin III was well known. His shooting, disguise, and weapon skills were unparalleled, with an IQ soaring to 300. He had single-handedly taken down an entire SWAT team, while Daisuke could draw his weapon in 0.3 seconds with perfect accuracy and Goman could slice through missiles as easily as he could sever a building. In contrast, his own shooting was a sluggish 0.2 seconds behind Daisuke, and he lacked the ability to slice through missiles. He was merely accustomed to carrying small rockets, executing actions with a bit more efficiency. This world was perilous. Survival was a daunting challenge. Yuha rested his head against his hand, gazing out the window as the vehicle continued its journey, swaying and bobbing. Amidst this haze, his consciousness drifted. His soul departed his body, floating toward the horizon. The neon sign of the cocktail bar glowed in the distance. Yuha, still in a daze, maintained his previous posture, resting his head on his hand, his nose twitching slightly as he frowned. What is that smell? He glanced down at his all-black attire, noticing that his usual tea-colored hair was gone, and upon touching his head, he found a few strands of fresh instant noodles. Stunned, he felt a wave of disdain for himself. Surely, he hadn't found himself inhabiting the body of the deranged individual who had suddenly knelt in the convenience store. Tequila? A silver-haired man with sharp, knife-like eyes regarded Yuha, who was now dubbed Tequila. Tequila? What on earth is that? Yuha focused on his surroundings as the curtains were drawn, revealing the cold light illuminating the vicinity. The place was deserted, and he sat at a long bar where a burly man with a square face mixed drinks. He cast a sidelong glance at the man who had spoken, taking in his stern expression, dark trench coat, and black fedora, his face partially obscured by long silver hair. A cigarette dangling from his lip. She was none other than the infamous G.I.N. In his previous life, he had only been slightly acquainted with the Kai Shuichi. Yet in this world, he had only heard of Jin's reputation without ever meeting him. However, during the past 2 years, while inhabiting researchers to observe how Mayano Shiho lived, he had often heard of Jin from those members who had bullied her, his striking silver hair making him easily identifiable. You asked what I was responsible for researching? I was the one being researched. Nevertheless, before making my escape, I had to thoroughly examine the physiological structure of those who had tormented her. That should qualify me as a researcher, right? Tequila Yuha raised his head to observe the man crafting cocktails before him. If this man appeared somewhat simple and honest, could he be vodka? A chilling sensation brushed against his temple, prompting him to turn his head. Unsurprisingly, it was the indifferent Jin holding a Beretta handgun. I don't know how that woman, Vermouth, managed to let you run loose in Osaka, but since you've been assigned to my team, you'd best behave. Jin's lips curled slightly, a dangerous smile flickering across his face, clearly indicating he had no intention of elaborating. Of course, Yuha replied, maintaining his composure despite the Beretta pressed against his head, smiling nonchalantly. He lazily glanced at vodka, ordering a glass of sherry, which Shakespeare had once referred to as Spanish sunshine in a bottle, before beginning to wipe his clothes with a nearby towel. This bizarre experience of inhabiting another's body had become quite commonplace for him. Yet, he was different. He would daydream, only to awaken and truly take over someone else's life. This ability to save another's life and alter their destiny felt like a divine gift to his former self, who had yearned for redemption. Of course, this gift was limited to the version of himself that had inexplicably opened his eyes only to be stabbed to death within a single day. It was confined to the countless moments he had harbored genuine intentions only to be betrayed by the loved ones of the person he had inhabited. Had it not been for the iron will forged through his past experiences, he would have either succumbed to madness or foolishness, likely ending up in the recently infamous Aoyama Fourth Mental Hospital. After all, that place was overflowing with traversers. The cause of this ability's activation remained a mystery, but since he had resolved to rescue Mayano Shiho, it had stabilized to 1 possession per day. Uncertain if it related to his focus, each instance of possession lasted nearly permanently, often inhabiting those who were prone to daydreaming or were unfortunate souls nearing death. That it seemed this burly man speaking in a thick Kansai dialect wasn't the type prone to daydreaming, which indicated he was indeed an unfortunate soul. Since he was here, he might as well scrutinize his plan for saving others, ensuring that the location of Mayano Shiho's research facility had not changed. Simultaneously, he needed to ascertain that Jin wouldn't stray too far from the research facility. This man's character could sometimes be quite advantageous. However, he hadn't anticipated that a deep-fried ice cream from a convenience store would turn out to be an organization member. Impatiently, Yuha glanced up at vodka, sporting an expression of indignation as he waited for his sherry to arrive. Vodka raised an eyebrow, observing the tequila Yuha, who remained unfazed despite having a gun pointed at his head, who claimed this individual was a reckless bomb thrower. His psychological resilience could rival that of Vodka himself. Like Vodka, who hailed from Russia, Tequila had a peculiar accent, a robust physique, and an affinity for driving and explosives. Impressive indeed with so many traitors in the organization, he could finally alleviate some of his brother's workload. Wait a moment. Vodka glanced down at the C4 explosives hidden beneath his black trench coat, his expression darkening as he regarded Tequila Yuha with disdain. No way. This person was encroaching on my character arc, attempting to usurp the position of Jin's #1 subordinate. Damn it. I knew this person had ulterior motives. Beside them, Yuha and Jin maintained their stern expressions, silently observing Vodka, who seemed lost in thought as they put their guns down, watching Vodka's mental theatrics unfold. Jin's face remained impassive as he called Vodka back to reality, his icy gaze sweeping towards Tequila Yuha, who had ordered a sherry. What do you intend to do? Even if he were a burly Kansai man, he should not be drinking such a beverage like vodka, who treated it like water. Could it be that he was aware of his role as the guardian of sherry, testing Jin's patience with it? How foolish. I have no intentions. What is your purpose? To drink. Clink. 2 highball glasses were slammed onto the table, the rich scent of alcohol wafting through the air, exuding a sense of volatility. A true man drinks vodka mixed with tequila. Vodka, wearing sunglasses, glared menacingly at the Tequila Yuha, who seemed to be vying for his brother's attention. Let the spirits collide in an explosive frenzy, you bastard. Yuha glanced at Jin, who had put down his gun and was watching the spectacle with amusement, chuckling as he downed both glasses in one go, completely unaffected and even, contemplating ordering 2 more. Enough, Jin interjected, choosing to put an end to the newcomer's initiation. He casually tossed the document onto the table and drained his drink. Yuha peered at the file, noting it appeared to involve a rendezvous with Nakajima Hidemitsu from the Manton Heaven Game Company, seeking a list of programming designers, a costly endeavor. He turned to Jin. Where's the money? Did Jin think he could control him once they stepped outside? Jin, sipping his drink in silence, seemed somewhat pensive, his piercing gaze losing its luster. That idiot, Rum, was still the organization's second-in-command, and yet they allocated tasks without providing adequate funds, spending it all on drinks. Next time he faced the boss, Rum would need to be taught a lesson. Vodka, noticing Jin's resentful expression, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. As an older member of the organization, don't you understand the rules? We only take in, never give out. What a joke, right? Yuha, with a deadpan gaze, glanced at Jin, surprised that someone who appeared so imposing would lack the funds to conduct business. Is that so? Jin furrowed his brow as expected of an old member from Osaka. His first instinct was to rid himself of the transaction partner. Tequila was adept with explosives, yet given the organization's low-profile approach, bombs were seldom required. Recently, they had been assigning only trading tasks, which felt like a waste. Experienced and decisive, he seemed suitable for additional assignments. I don't have any here. Go find Sherry at the research facility, Jin replied calmly, gesturing towards Tequila Yuha. Previously, I discreetly acquired several boxes of the latest experimental products from Sherry, which proved to be exceedingly effective, resulting in an unintended demise of over a dozen individuals and an overwhelming burden to bear. Yuhi rolled his eyes in exasperation. To sum it up, he was devoid of funds, lacked medication, and had no available manpower. How is it that this wretched organization has yet to collapse? In the midst of the chaos, the busy Jin and Vodka swiftly departed, prompting Yuhi to linger at the bar for a few seconds before stealthily exiting the establishment, contemplating whether he might catch a ride. The car door. What are you doing? The indifferent Jin confronted Yuhi, who was poised to enter the vehicle. I don't know what Sherry looks like, Yuhi replied. Chestnut hair, haughty demeanor, Jin succinctly described, casually shutting the door and instructing Vodka in front. Drive. Tio ascertained Jin's forthcoming actions. It was imperative for Yuhi to accompany him. Not having secured a spot in the car, Yuhi squinted, casting his gaze towards 2 children nearby, engaged in a dispute over who would sit first in a toy car. Raising an eyebrow, a faint smile graced his lips.
Chapter 3. The traffic officer, a terrifying creature. The streets were bustling with activity. Nyochi Naoko, a female traffic officer recently transferred from the Kabutocho precinct to the headquarters, had just purchased some bread from a convenience store and was preparing to start her shift. Although it was still early, her nickname Zaozeo compelled her to arrive promptly. According to her seniors, the crime rate in the area around Komahana town was alarmingly high, but she remained confident in her abilities. A subtle smile graced her lips as she waved her arms in encouragement. That's right, Zaozeo, you can do it. Whoosh! A Porsche 356 sped past her, its back seat occupied by a silver-haired lady, while a rope trailed behind the vehicle. At the other end of the rope was a towering man, curled up in a toy car barely large enough for a child. Naoko stood frozen, her mouth agape in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Inside the car? A voice broke the silence. Hey, shouldn't we get the car serviced? The handling feels off today, Vodka lamented to his older brother. No need, replied Jin, who had just pulled out a Beretta, his forehead in his hands, unable to bear the sight before him. The organization's members were always unpredictable. They finally had a reliable tequila, only to discover he was somewhat eccentric. The organization lacked many things, but sanity was not one of them. By the way, brother, Vodka's driving is a bit reckless. I overheard Tequila on the phone saying he just met Sherry. How can he not know what she looks like? Jin furrowed his brow. He met Sherry? How is that possible? He pressed Vodka for details, simultaneously confirming with Osaka that Tequila had indeed been recorded there for the past few months. With a cruel smile, he brandished his Beretta. Sherry hadn't been out in a month and a half. Behind the car, Tequila, Huga, huddled in the toy vehicle, lazily savoring a chocolate bar he had just pilfered from a child. This body seemed to lack a craving for cigarettes, but he was unaccustomed to not having something in his mouth. Despite his apparent lack of funds, he recalled the locked drawer at the bar, filled with yen left behind by kind patrons. It must have been lost, right? Oddly enough, while Jin's smile was off-putting, it was still an improvement. Vodka, glancing in the rearview mirror at the two terrifying figures, widened his eyes in horror. The last time his boss had smiled, that fool had fled the bar in terror, and the car had exploded upon hitting the ground, leaving nothing behind but a pair of shoes. That smile was the Grim Reaper's. Wait, that wasn't a smile. The angle of his lips remained unchanged, coupled with his towering height in that toy car. It was utterly terrifying. It wasn't a smile. In some respects, it rivaled that of his brother. Hey! A voice startled Vodka, causing him to slam the brakes and pull over. Tap, tap, tap. Fingers rapped insistently on his window. A woman in a traffic officer's uniform, sporting dark circles under her eyes and a dazed expression, stood outside. Where's your license? Flustered, he fumbled for his license, only to look up and find no one there. Hey, isn't this too dangerous? Are you driving under the influence? You reek of alcohol. Show me your license. The female officer with a few strands of brown bangs reprimanded the innocent Tequila, Huga, behind him. Huga, with his vacant stare, looked at the groggy officer, wondering where the alcohol smell originated. Yumi, a dashing woman with short hair, approached with a bemused expression as she held Miyamoto Yumi, who had just emerged from the car. Sorry about that, she just... Officer Sato Mawako suddenly grasped the situation, glancing at the Porsche, then at the towering man and the pitiful toy car, her expression morphing into one of incredulity. What on earth? Tequila, Huga, abandoned any thoughts. Curled up in the toy car, nibbling on his chocolate bar, his wide-eyed gaze fixed on Sato. He looked as innocent as a child despite his towering stature. Don't stop me, Mawako. Just blow. Even in her dazed state, Yumi dutifully produced a breathalyzer. Tequila rolled his eyes, tapping his fingers on the toy car, glaring at her, as if questioning her sanity. Do I look like I've been drinking? Beep, beep, beep. Yumi squinted at the display showing 008, expertly retrieving a ticket and affixing it to the toy car. Remember to pay the fine. Soon, Yumi was whisked away by a shocked Sato, who cautioned Tequila Huga to ensure their safety and avoid such dangerous antics. Hey, let go of me. Her voice faded as they departed. Frustrated and eager to vent his anger, Jin exchanged glances with a frowning Huga, momentarily at a loss for words. Get in the car, Jin said, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he opened the door. A building loomed ahead, emblazoned with a sign, Chichong Biopharmaceutical Company, also known as the organization's Research Institute. Hoga glanced around at the narrow streets lined with research facilities. The researchers often neglected meals, with the company providing 3 daily, resulting in a dearth of restaurants and people in the vicinity. How did he know this so well? He shot a glance at the hidden camera he had set up across from the facility, smirking. Who knows? Noticing several figures in black outside the entrance, Hoga's lips curled slightly, a ghost of an intriguing smile crossing his face as he recalled Mayano Shiho. He felt a surge of excitement, a hint of amusement dancing in his expression. Behind him, Jin observed Tequila Hoga with growing anticipation, the corners of his mouth curling into a faint, cruel smile. While it was a pity to lose such a man from the action team, the thrill of eliminating someone so interesting sent adrenaline coursing through him. Let us head inside. Soon you'll witness your tragic demise, Jin thought, his murderous intent barely contained as he moved closer to his Beretta. Unaware of the danger, Hoga continued ahead, a chocolate bar bearing a famous actress's image between his lips. Vodka, who had pursued stardom with unwavering dedication, attempted to calm his emotions with deep breaths. His teeth clenched as he glared at Tequila Hoga. That detestable tequila. That limited edition chocolate bar was a hard-won treasure from Arakaki Yui, who had juggled both detective and celebrity identities. I heard she's leaving Japan soon to marry some prince. Vodka, reluctant to part with the treat, seethed with frustration. As Jin looked at the oblivious Tequila Hoga, his bloodlust surged, and he grinned, his hand creeping toward the Beretta. Hoga shot a glance back, a smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 4. The best hunters often appear as their prey on the first floor of the research institute. Hoga and his companions entered slowly, greeted by the familiar pungent odor of disinfectant. It felt like a dark corner long forgotten and forsaken by God, where warmth had been entirely abandoned, and chill permeated the room, mingling with the acrid scent of chemicals. Each corner was riddled with surveillance cameras, while the labyrinthine corridors and isolated laboratories lent an eerie atmosphere. Not a soul was present in the passageways, only cold, glinting experimental containers lining the sides. Vodka felt a shiver creep down his spine. When did this cursed place become like this? Yui furrowed his brows, sensing an unsettling change since his last visit. Jin seemed to notice the confusion shared between them, a faint smile gracing his lips, his mood evidently buoyant. Previously, this place had been under Sherry's supervision, but now a different individual had assumed the primary responsibility. Although Sherry's demeanor appeared cold and distant, her excessive kindness proved to be a flaw. The research facility had been poorly managed under her watch, and the newly appointed research director was certainly an improvement. Tequila Yui, observed as a man clad in a white lab coat, approached after Jin made a phone call. Upon closer inspection, he noted that this man, like Jin, had white hair, yet wore an incongruous purple kimono, exuding an air of righteousness. Jin has silver hair. Perhaps he has caught the influence of the female officer from earlier. Chuckles, Yui corrected his inner monologue with amusement. He glanced at the man's name tag, which read Lin Lushan. However, he hardly cared as he felt certain the man would soon meet his demise. Jin, you handle this. I need to make a trip to Tottori, he stated, while Lin Lushan, appearing somewhat fatigued, flashed a brief glimmer in his eyes. He adjusted his glasses and exchanged a couple of words with Jin before squinting and smiling at him, then departing from the research facility. That guy has no respect for you, Vodka exclaimed, his expression one of eager anticipation for a potential confrontation, provoking Jin further. Clearly, he doesn't regard you at all. Tequila Yui squinted his eyes, swiftly drawing a Smith & Wesson Model 500 revolver. Come on, let's go for it. Jin frowned, his expression cold as he regarded the foolishness before him. You intend to use that as your sidearm? Surely even a spy wouldn't be so foolish. Tequila Yui twitched his lips in response, dismissing Jin's comment. He hadn't anticipated that Tequila would be so naive. The Smith & Wesson Model 500 .50 caliber, 127mm revolver capable of holding 5 rounds of 50 Magnum ammunition weighed in at 232 kilograms, almost the heft of a submachine gun. It was, without a doubt, a cannon among handguns, capable of taking down a full-grown wild boar with a single shot. While ordinary individuals might use such a weapon for hunting, here was Tequila, a member of a low-profile organization, using it for self-defense. Who would be more likely to die in such a scenario? Jin? Originally planning to find a suitable place to dispose of a body, thoughtfully decided to gauge the situation before sending off Tequila Yuhi. The group made their way to the research center located on the second floor, passing by several laboratories with their doors firmly shut. Apart from one lab with its door wide open, Yuhi cast a curious glance inside, his brows knitting together. The laboratory was orderly, filled with beakers, alcohol lamps, balances, measuring instruments, and test tubes. Yet the arrangement instilled a sense of unease, radiating a chilling aura of death that was suffocating. It unmistakably conveyed a message. This was not a forgotten human experimentation lab. Horrific experiments had been conducted here not long ago. As Jin and Tequila Yuhi listened to Vodka's self-indulgent commentary, Jin rolled his eyes at Vodka. "What are you doing?" "Just providing some commentary." Vodka scratched his head. "This reminds me of the recent plot in Forgotten Detective starring Aragaki Yui. It's supposedly based on her real-life experiences, as she was a detective before her debut." Yuhi, uninterested in Vodka's foolishness, glanced at the clock on the wall, noting the time was already 7:30. "What are you doing here?" A rather indifferent voice interrupted from behind. Turning around, they found a woman in a white lab coat, her wavy chestnut hair framing a face adorned with striking ice-blue eyes, gently holding a cup of coffee and a plate of sandwiches. Her beautiful hair shone like sunlight amidst the cold, sterile environment of the research facility. Yuhi felt a subtle smile tug at his lips, appreciating this unexpected encounter. Mayano Shiho, he thought, while Vodka's expression twitched slightly as he regarded the now colder Mayano Shiho, whose gaze suggested she deemed herself above others. Recently, the murderous Sherry had made headlines, and although Jin had managed to keep her in check, Vodka felt a twinge of fear. He couldn't fathom how Sherry had managed to convince the research subjects to eliminate those who bore her ill will. That day, he had witnessed a certain researcher berate Sherry, only to apologize in fear when he realized he stood behind Jin by coincidence. The following day, shortly after Sherry had left, that same researcher was found gruesomely mutilated, head shoved into a toilet. A shocking death by drowning, no less. The subject responsible for the murder had already been mentally unstable and was on the verge of becoming a test subject. By the time they arrived, he had already jumped from a building. Once could be coincidence, twice could be chance, but thrice? What does that mean? Vodka pondered. Sherry is terrifying. Are you not busy? Mayano Shiho's icy demeanor fell upon Jin. You always claim you're too busy to let me see my sister. I'm just accompanying someone. Jin replied, his lips curling into a smile that exuded a false sense of warmth while leaning slightly aside. Who is that? Mayano Shiho regarded Tequila Yuhi with a cold stare, clearly indifferent and unacquainted, turning back to Jin. If you have time, you can arrange for me to meet my sister. Is that so? Unfamiliar? Huh? Then it seems Tequila is a suspected traitor privy to the organization's secrets. Jin thought to himself, best to fire a couple of shots first and ask questions later. He quietly observed Tequila Yuhi, his hand subtly slipping into the pocket of his trench coat, caressing his Beretta pistol. He could feel a thrill coursing through him, akin to the exhilaration of hunting a creature akin to himself. Although he couldn't discern any resemblance between this man and Akai Shuichi, there was a delightful anticipation brewing within him. Indeed, the urge to kill was gradually surfacing. His body trembled in excitement. Jin withdrew his Beretta from his pocket, gazing intently at Tequila Yuhi, momentarily stunned. After Mayano departed, Yuhi's previously lackadaisical demeanor transformed into one of icy resolve, exuding a palpable aura of menace. From the center of his pupils, a vivid splash of crimson began to spread, and the overwhelming pressure of impending danger only fueled Jin's excitement further. Yes, this was it. The scent of a man akin to Akai Shuichi. Eliminate him. Jin's lips curled upward, the tremors within him growing more pronounced. His palm growing clammy around the Beretta nestled in his pocket, fixating on the smiling Tequila, who had drawn his weapon. Trouble, Yuhi thought, as the muzzle of the Smith Wesson Model 500 unexpectedly aimed in Jin's direction. Chapter 5. The decisive clarity on the battlefield ensures unwavering victory. Bang. Yuhi's eyes began to reflect a fiery crimson, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. With Mayano Shiho's location confirmed, there was no need for pretense. If she became involved, complications would arise, and retreat became imperative. Trained by Jigen Daisuke, he gripped his hand cannon with his right hand while pressing down on the barrel with his left. The .50 caliber bullet designed for zombie hunting instantly piercing through the wall behind Jin. Bang! Reacting swiftly, Jin tilted his head just in time to evade the gunfire, decisively drawing his Beretta from his pocket. He swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging Jin's shot. He glanced at the now-drawn pistol in Jin's hand and the still unresponsive vodka beside him, seizing a nearby shelf and hurling it toward vodka. He turned and dashed toward the staircase. Although this had been an unexpected turn of events as long as he confirmed Mayano Shiho was here, the next step was to divert the danger. Bang! Bang! As he fell to the ground, he rolled into the staircase, shutting the door behind him as he fled. Jin's lips curled into a smirk as he removed the hat that had been shot to shreds, glancing at the abrasion on his arm. How intriguing, Tequila, to have such unexpected surprises. Aren't you going to pursue him, brother? Vodka, looking somewhat disheveled, discarded his pretense. He knew escape was impossible now. Jin revealed a predatory grin, dipping his finger into the blood on his arm and inhaling its scent. It had been years since he last tasted injury. Meanwhile, Yuha rushed down the staircase, reloading his weapon as he prepared to escape through the emergency exit on the first floor, a smile tugging at his lips. Despite it being their first encounter, he found the man rather likable, if only he weren't an adversary. If the gun had taken him out in one shot, it would have been one thing, but the man had reacted swiftly, drawing and firing from his pocket with remarkable decisiveness. The final shot, though deliberately aimed at his hat, had demonstrated the man's quick reflexes, thwarting Yuha's plan to leave him bald. Now was not the optimal moment to eliminate Jin if he had wished to kill. He would have acted long ago while inhabiting the experimental subject. Grasping the iron doorknob, Yuha prepared to open the door, casting a glance at the nearby fire cabinet, his right hand gripping the handgun aimed at the entrance as a precaution. Several men in black suits, armed with handguns, confidently pointed their weapons at the emergency escape route. Dr. Lin had contacted the organization's members immediately upon exiting, and reinforcements were already en route, including several operatives with codenames. The traitor was sure to find himself with no means of escape. Eyes were fixed intently on the door as it slowly creaked open, and a red fire extinguisher was hurled out. Bang! A high-caliber bullet instantly pierced the extinguisher. Boom! The small explosion and fiery flash injured several nearby individuals, while others were blinded by the swirling dust. Bang! After firing, Yuha rolled forward from behind the door, propelled by the recoil of his weapon. As a man in black flew backward, colliding with him, Yuha swiftly turned, pulling the man toward him to seize the Walther from his grasp. Using the man as a human shield, Yuha dispatched the enemies in the corridor with several shots, finishing off the last one with a bullet to the head before abandoning the now empty weapon and making a dash for the exit. Two figures gradually came into view. One was clad in a white blouse and a deep blue skirt, a deep blue bow tied at the collar with long silver hair cascading down. Her left eye was blue, while her right was colorless, her gaze sharp as she aimed her gun at Yuha. Stop! A dual-colored pupil? The madness that had been suppressed within him surged forth as he prepared to take a life. The crimson hidden in Yuha's eyes could no longer be contained, and his body thrummed with excitement. Bang! The instant he saw her, he unhesitatingly aimed his weapon at the woman's head and fired. Did she truly believe that mere words could stay my trigger? Such an AV woman. Kuraso, be careful! Another woman quickly tackled the silver-haired one, firing several shots in Yuha's direction for cover. Yuha squinted at the woman dressed in a fitted black bodysuit with short chestnut hair, refraining from firing. Commander Ray? A sense of danger washed over him, prompting an instinctual reaction to evade. Bang! A high-caliber bullet mercilessly struck a black-clad man's body, sending it flying, revealing Jin holding a Beretta, a cruel and exhilarated expression on his face. Yuha's excitement surged, disregarding the pain in his shoulder as he locked eyes with Jin, raising his weapon to fire. Bang! 5 gunshots rang out simultaneously. Realizing the peril, Jin sidestepped, the bullet merely grazing his clothing. However, even so, crimson splattered from his arm, leaving a gruesome mark. Yuha had dodged Vodka's shot but had still taken 3 hits. Feeling the searing pain from his shoulders and the blood gushing from his neck, a faint smile crept onto his lips. The agony began to temper the exhilaration coursing through him, the crimson in his eyes gradually fading. You are one of their people? How delightful! Jin quivered with excitement, his dark green pupils tinged with crimson as he suppressed his thrill, gazing at Yuha. Raising his weapon, he mused, how interesting. This man is far too intriguing, much like a Kai Shuichi. I can hardly contain my desire to kill you. Such a hunt is the true joy of life. Yuha paid no mind to Jin, turning to glance at Commander Ray, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. One bullet left. I'll save it for myself. Surrender. Lamb wants to see you. Kuraso, with a grave expression, aimed his weapon at Yuha. Jin, entirely uninterested in Kuraso's signal, displayed a cruel smile, preparing to deliver a clean shot to the man before him. This is my prey. Bang. Yuha smoothly raised his Smith Wesson 500, firing a shot. The man's head exploded. Brain matter and blood splattering across the four individuals and the pristine white wall. Jin's emerald eyes widened in shock as he gripped the Beretta, nearly choking on his breath at the sight before him. Warm, red blood drenched him, something splattering on his face. Aside from the green of his eyes, his visage was marred by crimson. Damn it! In the vehicle, Yuha Genyu was roused from sleep by Gomen's sheathed sword, prompting him to call for Yuha, who was lost in thought by the window. Slowly opening his eyes, Yuha swallowed hard, feeling the heat rise from his throat as the memories of recent death lingered vividly. As he breathed, he touched the brown wig atop his head, then calmly gazed out the window. Their car was parked not far from the Four Squares Bank, the institution where Akemi Mayano, alias Hiramitsu Hirota, worked. He planned to work for a few months and then rob his hard-earned 1 billion yen with a gun. What a considerate job to find. Chapter 6, Farewell, Akemi Mayano. Nearby the Four Squares Bank, Yuha exited the vehicle, waved at Dimension, leaving a few words before turning away. After walking for a few minutes, his gaze fell upon a car ahead. It was a gray van, with a seemingly honest man named Ito Swanaka, sporting some stubble in the passenger seat. He was a university classmate of Shimizu Riko, whom Yuha was currently impersonating. However, Riko appeared to distrust Ito and loathed the persistent pursuit of Nishio. Instead, she placed her trust in Yuha, whom she had barely met, willing to cooperate with his plans as an insider trader. Disguised as Akemi Mayano, Yuha intended to infiltrate the bank, waiting for the first group of robbers to succeed before coordinating with his own crew. Once they were close, he would eliminate Nishio and Ito, and the two would escape such a flawless plan. Yet, it seemed only he and the early exiting Akemi would survive. Inside the vehicle, Yuha casually conversed with Ito as he got in, resting his hand on the window while using the binoculars to observe the bank's lobby. A man in a blue suit was animatedly speaking with a boy in a smaller blue suit, appearing quite agitated, most likely due to a woman's rejection. The unfortunate man was named Kagoro Mori, while the child was none other than the infamous elementary school detective, Conan Idagawa. Yuha smiled faintly, his downturned lashes failing to conceal the deep, cold green of his eyes even with the light-colored cosmetic lenses he wore for disguise. Yuga Masayuki chuckled softly as he observed Shimizu Riko, who had disguised herself as Mayano Akemi, stealthily emerging from the bank's side entrance. In an instant, she donned a black hood, adopting the appearance of a robber, and, accompanied by several accomplices, lunged towards the recently arrived armored truck. The driver, instinctively recognizing the situation, cooperated wholeheartedly, embodying the role of a porter of nature. Before long, the robbers concluded their heist, preparing to flee in a black van. Meanwhile, under Yuga's watchful gaze, Conan, who had just emerged, secretly nestled in a corner, attentively observing for quite some time. Narrowing his eyes, he transformed into a shadow, stealthily approaching while grinning, and quietly activated his tranquilizer watch. On a nearby high-rise, a man dressed in a gray coat, seemingly at the cusp of middle age, with a receding hairline, fixated on the emptied armored truck, anxiously dialing a number. As the call failed to connect, he grew increasingly restless. What should an ordinary armed individual do when realizing that his accomplices have absconded with all the money? Panic ensued as he awaited a response. In the next moment, Lupin III leaped from the adjacent building, swiftly incapacitating him with a hand chop, seizing the phone, and mimicking the unconscious man's voice in a distorted tone, fabricating a ruse to deceive the caller. Meanwhile, a third group of armed robbers waited inside their vehicle. What? The leader, Hirata Kamiyu, fumed upon receiving the news, slamming his hands against the steering wheel in frustration. His girlfriend was relying on this money for survival. Damn it, we have no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, Lupin III was making a phone call. Daisuke, I've distracted the third group of robbers. You and Gomen stay close to them and ensure they do not interfere with our plans. Understood, Daisuke replied, adjusting his hat. Cigarette dangling from his lips as he drove closely behind the fleeing masked robbers, casually disconnecting Lupin's call. In the gray van near the bank, Yugo Mayu listened to Lupin's voice through his earpiece, revealing that the plan was proceeding smoothly, and a smile crept onto his face. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding scene nearby. Conan, stealthily preparing to take action, was suddenly thwarted by Hirota Masami, who coldly seized the driver as a human shield, resulting in Conan inadvertently incapacitating the poor, innocent driver with a well-aimed dart, tossing him into Conan's arms before speeding away. It was undeniable that this woman had a remarkable instinct for danger, proving to be a formidable opponent. However, perhaps due to her ample bosom, it seemed to lower her intellect, rendering her a clever fool. Riko, that vehicle is moving. Ito Swanaka shouted, his eyes glued to the black van. Why are you shouting so loudly? Yugo Mayu retorted, glancing at Ito, who resembled a loudspeaker, as he maneuvered the car to catch up with the vehicle ahead. His driving skills were impeccable, and soon he was tailing the van. However, a distressing sight emerged. Conan, riding a skateboard, appeared in his rearview mirror, wearing a serious expression. Conan focused intently on the gray van ahead, reflecting on the gentle Hirota Masami, astonished that she could be involved in a bank robbery. It was hard to believe. Earlier at the counter, she had seemed colder and less talkative than usual. Could it be that she was being coerced, fearing for his safety? Yet, the logic seemed flawed. Conan's eyes widened in determination. He accelerated to a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, resolute in his belief that the gentle Masami must be under duress. Yugo Mayu, maintaining the city speed limit of 40 kilometers per hour, frowned. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Reckless driving leads to tears. Oh! It's Kudo Shinichi on the skateboard. No problem then. With that thought, he disregarded traffic rules, accelerating to 80 kilometers to pursue. Not far ahead, a mini patrol car was parked by the roadside. Miaozi, remember that we, the traffic department, are the authority here in Tokyo. Although you've just transferred from headquarters, you must adapt quickly. We cannot afford to let another speeding vehicle escape like yesterday, said the female officer with long, deep brown hair, instructing her cute new recruit with twin ponytails. But Yumi, the owner of that Porsche 356, and her elderly father seem so intimidating, Miuchi Miaozi said, shrinking back like a frightened quail. Who can be scarier than us? The sober Yumi Kamamoto scoffed, patting Miaozi's shoulder. Remember, I've apprehended even the chief of police and the district director. In Tokyo, from the elderly to the young, anyone who speeds must be caught. That Porsche 356 sounds familiar. Who would speed at 7 years old? Miuchi Miaozi paused, staring blankly at the van and skateboarder that had just sped past at nearly 100 kilometers per hour. Mihan Town is too terrifying. They dare to appear while I'm educating my recruit. You're unfortunate, Yumi Kamamoto remarked, pulling out her service weapon. Her eyes locked on the road ahead as she pressed the accelerator. Hold on, Miaozi. Not far from the railroad crossing, the robber's gray van had already crossed it. Yugo Mayu drove, his cold gaze fixed on Conan, who was racing alongside him on his skateboard. Curiosity piqued. He wondered whether a fall at such high speed could be fatal. Bang! Gunfire erupted behind him, accompanied by Yumi Kamamoto's voice. Both of you in the speeding van and on the skateboard, stop or I will fire. Riko, run! Ito Swanaka cried, panic-stricken as he glanced at Yumi Kamamoto, the fearsome traffic officer of Mihan Town, known for her reckless pursuit. The Demon Queen? SNT, that the one who plays ping-pong? Yugo raised an eyebrow, accelerating and veering to block Conan's path, dust swirling in the air. Blinded by the dust, Conan lost his footing, and before he knew it, he had careened off his skateboard, landing squarely on the back seat of a passing delivery girl's electric scooter, both staring in shock. Only the traffic department's Demon Queen and Miuchi Miaozi remained in stunned silence, before rushing out to confront Conan. It wasn't until a speeding black Porsche 356 zoomed past that the Demon Queen diverted her attention, allowing her to pursue. Hey, stop right there. Inside the Porsche 356, Vodka, still covered in dirt and disheveled, glanced at the pursuing Demon Queen with concern. What should we do? We haven't changed clothes yet, he said to the irritated Jin. Ignore her, accelerate and shake her off, Jin replied, suppressing his fury, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. We still need to deal with Tequila's mess. We don't have time for her. Besides, that cop mistook me for an old man. Haven't you ever seen silver hair before? Unbeknownst to them, Yuga Masayuki, in the gray van, trailed behind the black vehicle, watching as it gradually came to a stop beneath the bank of the Tainokawa River. He gradually revealed a smile, pressed the brake, gripped the handgun tightly, and a hint of a dangerous grin crept onto his lips. The first act of the drama was about to unfold. 30 minutes after the billion-yen bank heist, under the overcast sky, by the T-Bai River, 2 vans were parked by the riverbank, and 2 men aimed their guns at 3 bank robbers below, who had their hands raised high. Yuga Masayuki raised his weapon, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards, firing a warning shot at the feet of a robber who attempted to shake his arms. He then kicked Ito, who had been boasting about being able to take on 10, but was now trembling at the scene, indicating that it was time for him to act. Ito swallowed hard, aiming his gun at the fearless Shimizu Riko, who was also targeting him. Unlike Ito, Yuga Masayuki did not hesitate to pull the trigger at the disguised Shimizu Riko. You should just die, Mayano Akemi. Bang! After 2 gunshots, the trembling Ito Swanaka stared blankly as the bullet pierced through Shimizu Riko's body, frozen in shock. Killing is terrifying. Will she bleed to death waiting for me? This isn't what we agreed upon. Already a substitute for Mayano Akemi, Shimizu Riko widened her eyes, looking down at her chest in disbelief, casting a resentful glance at Yuga Masayuki. Her eyes bulged as blood gushed forth, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Yuga Masayuki raised his gun towards the remaining 2 robbers, a faint smile playing on his lips as a dangerous crimson glimmer began to flow from his eyes. I will count to 3 before I shoot. If you can dodge the bullet, I will spare one of you. The 2 remaining robbers, one a burly man with a low IQ and the other a balding middle-aged man, clearly seasoned in bank heists, were both surnamed Hirota, indicating a close familial bond. The simple-minded burly man gulped, his Adam's apple bobbing, looking at his cousin, the bald man, as if he wanted to shield him from the bullet. No, you have to live to marry her. I've lived enough. I must ensure you survive. The bald man, taking on a serious demeanor, appeared ready to protect his younger cousin, embodying the role of a devoted brother. Thus, the 2 engaged in a heated discussion over who would take the bullet, making it seem as if they were in a United Nations Security Council meeting. Watching the 2 quarrel, Yuga Masayuki raised an eyebrow. Just moments ago, they had been displaying brotherly affection, but now, as he fired the first shot, they clung to each other in a desperate attempt to shield themselves, completely abandoning their earlier bravado. Hey, didn't I say to count to 3? Where's 2 and 3? The burly man, now frantic, discarded his lifeless cousin and glared at Ito Swanaka. He remembered that if he could count, he might survive. Yuga Masayuki coldly regarded him, as if his nose were slightly irritated, raising his gun to end the life of the man before him. Hey! The burly man, now shocked, contorted his face in disbelief, shouting, Don't think I don't know those are the words of Uncle Matsumura. Apologize to him, you bastard. Yuga Masayuki regarded the man who still dared to complain even at death's door with a quizzical eyebrow raised, before pulling the trigger. Though he felt a hint of remorse for these men who didn't deserve death, once the plan was completed, he would descend into hell to apologize to this individual himself. Bang! With the gunshot, the burly man, still mumbling about how the Shueisha legal department wouldn't let him go, fell alongside his 2 companions into a pool of blood, the crimson liquid flowing into the river. All that remained was to wait for the police to compare fingerprints from the bank, and Mayano Akemi would be pronounced dead. Coupled with the media connections he had cultivated through intelligence, using a false identity to leak the news that these bank robbers had met their end just after the heist would certainly catch attention. The final step would be for Mayano Shiho to see this news. Ito Swanaka, hurry and grab the bag, we must leave. I'm coming, Riko. After transferring the billion yen, they got into the vehicle. Well done, Ito, you managed to eliminate everyone on your own, Yuga Masayuki said, effortlessly deceiving the fool beside him. Ito Swanaka gazed at the truck filled with boxes, casting a sidelong glance at the beautiful woman beside him, his mind wandering. Cough, cough. Riko must have realized her charm this time. He's far better than that sycophant Nishio. Ito Swanaka was a ruthless killer. She, Shimizu Riko, was destined to be his woman. Let us go to that construction site in Mikihanko. We'll hide the money first. As Yuga spoke, he removed his mask and handed a map with circles drawn on it to the second fool. Ito. By the way, why haven't we seen that guy Nishio? Ito asked, scratching the back of his head, puzzled. Yuga Masayuki smirked, gripping his handgun mockingly. He's busy digging a pit for us over there. At the construction site, surrounded by barriers, only a rarely inhabited villa stood nearby. We arrived, Riko. Ito Swanaka parked the car, took off his black trench coat, swallowed hard, and gazed at the front passenger seat where Shimizu Riko sat, his mind racing with thoughts. Riko, what do you think of me? Yuga Masayuki also removed his trench coat, revealing an orange and white sanitation uniform, turning to put on gloves, taking aim at the drooling Ito. He rolled his eyes, closing them, thinking it was best to play the part well before opening them fully to immerse himself in the role of Shimizu Riko. Shimizu Riko smiled and gently lifted Ito Swanaka's chin, gazing at him with interest. Today, the work here is halted and Nishio has disappeared somewhere. Let us remove the soil board from the flower bed, it's already been excavated. Once we finish up, we'll have plenty of time to chat, Ito. Don't worry. Riko. Ito Swanaka's face turned crimson, unable to meet Shimizu Riko's gaze, hurriedly exiting the car to stand by the flower bed full of dirt, lifting the soil board, his pupils constricting sharply. Deep within the flower bed lay Nishio Masaharu, his head nearly destroyed. How could this happen? Bang! Yuga shot Ito in the back of the head and kicked him down. Bang! He was a kind-hearted man, managing both the killing and the burial. He retrieved prepared cement from the trunk, pouring it into the bottom of the flower bed, taking out 2 bags of dirt to seal the top of the flower bed, patting the soil to ensure it was firm. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he pulled out a Marlboro from his pocket, lighting it with his mouth, gently tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. Once the cigarette was finished, the drama would reach its climax. Chapter 7, My Sin is Forgiven. In the blink of an eye, the car roared to life. It swiftly exited the city, leaving the highway to reach a desolate area. Yuga changed into a new black trench coat from the prepared vehicle, securing the handgun he had just used, and placing the prepared plastic explosives into the car. He loaded the boxes containing 1 billion yen into the waiting Toyota and drove away slowly. With a gentle tap of his finger on the maroon button, the van in the wilderness was reduced to fragments. Inside the vehicle, Yuga Masayuki's eyes glimmered with a fleeting light as he drove with one hand and picked up his phone with the other. Everything has been taken care of here. Ah, why doesn't Riko-chan use her cute voice anymore? Shut up, Lupin. Doesn't Fujiko know your sexual orientation has changed? Yuga Masayuki spoke in a low voice, tearing off Shimizu Riko's mask to reveal her true self. The fair visage, marked by striking angular features, exudes an air of cold elegance. Beneath the languid lashes, deep, emerald-hued eyes shimmer like precious jade, their dark green pupils glinting with an icy brilliance that enhances their profundity, instilling a sense of aloofness. The previous languor is entirely eclipsed by the vivid crimson hue that flickers within those orbs. How are things on your end? Yuha inquired. The photographs of the deceased robbers you sent have been reported. There were some unforeseen complications while Dimension was tracking the second wave of robbers. There's no need to go to the morgue for bodies, they couldn't intervene in time, and by the time they arrived only a charred corpse remained. I suppose that counts as a resolution. Lupin, seated in the vehicle designated for morgue transport, concealed his smile and raised his gaze toward the distant Metropolitan Police Department, his brow furrowed. I've just arrived at the MPD. The surveillance camera at the entrance of the Research Institute has already captured the frantic figure of Jin entering the premises. Is that so? You can handle the cleanup of Shimizu Reiko and her crew, while Dimension and I will manage things at the Institute. Yuha Masayuki replied calmly as he maneuvered the vehicle. Have you thought this through? Lupin halted the car, slowly lit a cigarette, and regarded his Walter. 38. That organization is as troublesome as you are. Haha, I certainly won't miss it. Safe travels, Yu-chan. Lupin concluded the call with a cheerful grin. The elation swiftly faded. Extinguishing his cigarette, he donned white gloves and a mask, gazing at the sky. What could one say in the face of a man even more obstinate than himself? With a soft snort, he chuckled at his own folly. Lupin III is immortal, as are his companions. One can only have faith in one's allies, trusting that he is alive just as he was 2 years prior. The corners of Lupin's mouth curled upward as he approached the police headquarters. Excuse me, are you Officer Magyar? I was informed to deliver the body of one of today's bank robbery victims, but I haven't been told where to go. Lupin, disguised as Kita Sanai, sheepishly inquired while scratching the back of his head. Nearby, Takaki, what are you still doing? There's an arson case in Rishenshu 1 Chome. Officer Magyar wants us to hurry. Officer Sato Mawako shouted at Officer Takagi from the office. I heard that besides the arson, there are also individuals missing from the scene. Superintendent Matsumoto wants us to participate in the investigation. I'll head out first, Takagi, Sato exclaimed, rushing out of the MPD. In the stairwell of the MPD. Having overheard the officer's conversation, the disguised Lupin hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs. Through many dangers, toils, and snares I have already come. On the other side, as night fell, rain began to fall gently with only a few burly figures clad in black standing before the organization's Biological Research Institute. Gomen, I'll leave it to you for a while. Dimension and I will handle the rest, Yuha Masayuki said with a steely gaze, cigarette in mouth as he exited the vehicle. The silencer on the handgun emitted a sharp sound, igniting the darkness with flashes of fire as he and Dimension fired their rounds, leaving only a handful of corpses outside the door. Gomen swiftly unsheathed his katana, and with a few swift strokes, the robust door was effortlessly cleaved open as if it were mere paper. Another round of tedious obstacles eliminated. The remaining 2 dragged the bodies inside. You take the first floor, I'll go to the second. Remember to disable the cameras inside. Though we've bypassed them, it's better to be cautious. Understood, Dimension replied, donning night vision goggles, pressing down his hat and taking a couple of steps forward before pausing. Will we meet again? Perhaps, he said, his expression becoming somewhat unnatural. After a deep sigh, he wished, safe travels, before dashing into the research institute. Safe travels? Indeed, after repaying Mayano's kindness, it could be said that he was also atoning for the sins of surviving these past 2 years. The corners of Yuha Masayuki's mouth lifted slightly as he donned his prepared night vision goggles. Slinging the oversized backpack Dimension had prepared over his shoulders, and gripping his gun firmly, he made his way to the second floor. This power to manipulate life should not rest in the hands of a single human. I hope it unfolds as he wishes before it spirals out of control. In the stairwell of the MPD, Lupin ambled up the stairs with a carefree gait. Comfort my sorrows, grant me peace. On the second floor of the Research Institute, the computers continued to hum with activity. Under the cover of darkness, unnoticed, flames flickered as bullets were discharged, claiming lives with lethal precision. Yuha Masayuki, swiftly reloading his weapon, surveyed the scene littered with fallen bodies, the madness in his eyes undiminished, a fierce bloodlust emanating from his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he holstered his firearm, casually placing explosives on the corpses. Indifferent as he extinguished his half-finished cigarette and stowed it in a disposable bag. Retrieving a disc from his pocket, he entered the 4th research room belonging to Mayano Shiho and gazed at the red and white capsules alongside the glowing computers, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, while the base may have changed, the structure seems remarkably similar to before. A moment later, to ensure absolute discretion, he filled all computers and other bodies with explosives. The power can be restored now. I've handled my end, Yuha Masayuki said, ending the call as he donned a mask, revealing the face of a stranger, honing his facial expression before stepping into the gas chamber before the camera. Now, it's time to see how well I can perform. It's been a while, Shiho. Yuha Masayuki's face contorted almost grotesquely, taking on a lecherous appearance as he gazed at the seemingly empty room. A delighted smile spreading across his face. Your face, the one that makes me feel nauseous, is truly nostalgic. Bang! Yuha Masayuki's expression turned gleeful yet monstrous as he raised his hand and fired 4 shots toward the direction of the handcuffs, tossing a bomb in one fluid motion. Turning from the gas chamber, he aimed his gun at the camera, donning a mocking smile and mouthing the words, Jin, do you like my gift? Bang! With a smile, he pointed a finger at the camera, making a curious gesture as another bullet shattered the lens. With the corners of his mouth turned up, he retrieved a charred body resembling Mayano Shiho from his backpack, propping it against the prison wall. He placed enough explosives on the body to obliterate the entire location along with the corpse, slung the bag over his shoulder, and turned to leave. Yuha hummed a cheerful tune, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Thus, the organization's business here is concluded. 30 minutes before Yuha entered the Research Institute. In the MPD on the 4th floor in the forensic room. Hello, I am Kita from the Mahoka Morgue, here to transport a body. Pleased to meet you. Lupin greeted the somewhat balding forensic expert with a slight bow. I hear there are many intriguing individuals in the mental hospitals around Tokyo, including a fellow who despite knowing a bit about forensics, attempted to drown himself but failed, making absurd claims to the leading detective about saving the Japanese police. How scarce are competent forensic experts? If they could be utilized in the field, they would be overworked for a salary significantly lower than that of a proper doctor, vehemently denied any promotion to office positions, let alone any chance of becoming a management officer. They would rather keep the forensic experts diligently working in the field. Where could they possibly find a handsome, competent forensic expert? It will be ready shortly. I just have a few follow-up tasks to complete. Once finished, you can take her away. Would you like some coffee? The forensic expert said, raising an eyebrow as he turned to prepare a cup. No, thank you. I'll be leaving a bit early today. Once I wrap this up, I plan to go for a drink and relax. Such a beautiful woman. What a pity, Lupin replied with a hint of regret, his expression reflecting his lament. Are you aware of the billion-yen cash truck robbery that occurred today? She was one of the robbers, and by the time the police arrived, she was already dead. After preparing the coffee, the forensic expert leaned against the table, his face showing signs of fatigue as he spoke. I fear that a conflict has erupted within the accomplices. While the other two met their demise with a single shot, she bears 2 gunshot wounds, one of which is fatal. Had it not been for this lethal injury, perhaps she could have withstood until the police arrived. The phone rang. Hello, is it you? The results should be in now. Let me take a look, he said, moving to sit beside the computer with a hint of resignation. Technically, I shouldn't be disclosing this to you, but I suppose you owe me a favor now. You must treat me to dinner tonight. On the computer, a comparison of fingerprints from the bank counter that morning yielded a match. It's confirmed. The deceased is indeed bank employee Hirota Asami. I visited her window just yesterday. I never imagined. The coroner sighed as he concluded the call and set his phone down. I'll take her body now, so I won't disturb you further, Lupin said with a cheerful demeanor as he pushed the corpse from the room. The coroner waved his hand, lit a cigarette, his eyes revealing fatigue as he exited. Bodies have been arriving almost daily, and today has been particularly overwhelming. Shouldn't he consider changing locations or even jobs? The past few months have felt like a battlefield. Is there a Reaper in Tokyo? 1 minute after the explosion at the research facility, near the Mikihara funeral home, several corpses of bank robbers and other victims sent to the funeral home this afternoon have been incinerated. However, won't the funeral home discover anything amiss? Lupin leaned against the car, gazing at the sky. I have everything arranged, rest assured no one will suspect a thing. Flames flickered at the research institute beside the car. As Yugo Mayu sat in the vehicle, his fingers tapping incessantly on the steering wheel. The girl at the funeral home was covering a shift today. Lupin just coaxed her into drinking a bit before she clocked out. She is not a permanent employee. It's common for temp workers to mess things up, and who even knows who they are. Then tell the others that I have some finishing touches on the disguise training. I'll meet you at Haneda International Airport at midnight. Lupin tossed aside his cigarette, but, glancing back at the house where Mayano Akemi's shadow was faintly visible through the window, raising an eyebrow. It took just a few weeks to master voice modulation and disguise. Far superior to that Yu-chan, who has been training for 2 or 3 years and can barely manage a few faces. Well, farewell, Yugo Mayu said as he hung up, quietly lighting a cigarette. Thank you, Lupin. This drama is reaching its conclusion. Chapter 8. The intent to kill on a rainy night. The wind, laden with raindrops, seemed to be searching for something on the ground, crashing about haphazardly. In an instant, the rain roared, the sky appearing to split open in countless seams, with torrents cascading down like waterfalls. A towering man, clad in black sunglasses, emerged from a convenience store and climbed into a seemingly dilapidated black Porsche 356 parked by the roadside. Faint traces of glue visible on the window, as if something had been affixed there. Brother, we've received word from the police headquarters confirming the deceased is indeed Mayano Akemi. The afternoon news reported the deaths of bank robbers Mayano Akemi, Hirota Kenzo, and Hirota Akira. Didn't it? The face in the photograph is undeniably hers. A fatigued vodka grinned as he handed a warm bento to his resilient older brother in the back seat. That insane female officer is terrifying. Speeding, shooting, issuing tickets in traffic. If it weren't for that, we would have had to go to the police headquarters. Until the forensic results arrive from the police headquarters, Mayano Akemi's death cannot be confirmed. Jin, his expression grim, accepted the warm bento, casually lighting a cigarette while gazing out at the rain curtain. The reflection of his silver hair was visible on the car window, Even his super cool appearance momentarily faltered, his teeth gritting in frustration. This is the third time I've been referred to as Big Boss. How long must this nonsense continue? Ding! What? Brother! Vodka exclaimed, surprised as he spoke loudly to the back seat. There's been an incident at the research facility with Sherry. Whereas the surveillance. I want detailed information. Jin, who had just been holding the bento, set it down with a cold gaze. It seemed he would have to settle for a cold meal. Vodka earnestly grabbed the computer from the passenger seat, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, gradually revealing a pleased expression as he handed the computer to Jin. Brother, here's the footage from over there. The perimeter members checked and found no survivors. They executed their task with precision. Mayano Akemi just died, and Sherry is in trouble. This is too coincidental, Jin remarked with a chilling demeanor, accepting the computer, unable to suppress a sneer, his expression murderous as he scrutinized the footage of a man. Is this connected to tequila? Trouble arises just after we dealt with him. Something feels off. This is an informant within the organization, poorly disguised. Their movements are noticeably unsteady. Although they are attempting to alter their gait, the pelvis on one side leans forward slightly and their fingers display unconscious little gestures. This person is a woman. Jin chuckled darkly, his face filled with murderous intent. Having spent so much time with that woman, Vermouth, it's clear that ill-fitting mask is a blatant mockery. Brother, could it possibly be from public security? It doesn't have to be someone from within the organization. Ha! Those incompetent fools see nothing but files and code names. They wouldn't dare plant explosives and blow the place to smithereens. They love nothing more than to drag the cheese into their hole. Moreover, that base has only been operational for 2 months. Even among those in the organization, only a select few know about it. Even Sherry has only been out twice. Let alone anyone else. Jin stated with a deep voice, his tone resolute, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping him as he grabbed the phone. Vermouth, where are you? Sherry is dead. Do you know? In New York. I have a few little mice accompanying me for a joyride, but I'm quite eager to hear about it. Jin, is Sherry truly dead? Vermouth responded, her expression astonished yet smiling as she glanced in the rearview mirror at Akai Shuichi clad in a black knit cap, his long hair framing a gaze that seemed lethal. You should explain it to that gentleman. Jin hung up the phone with a cold face, the murderous intent dissipating as calmness returned. His fingers continued to click, producing the sound of 7 keypad presses. He had been outmaneuvered. Someone had leaked Mayano Akemi's robbery plan, using it as a weapon against him. They were aware of his connection with Sherry, coercing him to confine her, making him believe she had lost her value. It was evidently an insider, likely someone high up, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Sherry's research. Such individuals are abundant within the organization, making them difficult to trace. Sir, an explosion occurred at the research facility where Sherry was. The only footage retained is from the surveillance outside her confinement room. We initially suspect more than one individual is involved. It's not Vermouth, though her associates cannot be ruled out. I will investigate further. Jin extinguished his cigarette without a flicker of emotion, his murderous aura returning, a fearsome visage as he dialed another number. Urban. There was an explosion at the Aoshi Biological Laboratory. I need you to infiltrate and search for any clues, eliminate anything that might expose the organization, and confirm whether Sherry is truly dead. Sherry is dead? Aren't you her guardian? Who could possibly kill her under your watch? Amuro Tura countered with an eerie smile. SNT you're doing? Ha, mind your own business. Jin chuckled lightly, hanging up the phone and glancing at the now cold bento beside him before continuing to dial. He resumed his menacing demeanor, picking up the phone. Hello, Jinbari? Hello? Bastard. I will hang up on you soon enough. Amuro slammed the phone down, his hands striking the steering wheel, his eyes ablaze with rage and pain. All 4 of them, including the Mayano Akemi from the hospital, are dead. Is there truly not a single soul left alive? This damned organization. On the passenger seat lay today's newspaper, its front page depicting a gruesome image of Akemi Mayano, her abdomen soaked in blood. Just half an hour prior, Yuga had launched a surprise assault on the organization. Inside the research facility's gas chamber, Shiho Mayano found herself handcuffed against the wall. Why? Why must this be? Why did my sister have to die? Why was I not informed? Had it not been for the news headlines, I would have remained blissfully unaware, continuing to assist them in creating that drug. How infuriating. How maddening. Why must this organization strip away everything I hold dear? I have poured my heart and soul into concocting this medicine. The courage I once possessed has slowly been worn away. No one cares what she wishes to create. No one cares about its purpose. Yet, even if it is employed for the heinous act of murder that I abhor, did I not choose to turn a blind eye? Is this fate? Is fate mocking my struggles? Does a filthy deep-sea shark like her not deserve to touch the sunlight, no matter how hard she struggles? All I want is to be with my sister. She is truly all I have left. Tears streamed down my face, unceasingly. Sister, wait for me. I will see you soon. Shiho Mayano whispered to herself through her tears, then tightened her grip on the object concealed in her hand, placing it in her mouth, a smile creeping to her lips. Dying by the very drug she developed, what a cruel irony. 5 minutes after the operation at the research facility concluded, Yugo Masaru prepared another vehicle. He ended a call with Lupin and arranged the subsequent steps, glancing at the bags crammed in the back seat. He had merely requested 2 changes of clothes. Thank you, Dimension. It seems I will owe you one in the end. Yugo Masaru looked up at the rain falling before him, lost in thought. How could he repay such a troublesome debt of gratitude? Perhaps it would have to wait until the next life. The sky had cracked open, torrents of rain cascading down like a waterfall onto the earth. Sister, I survived, and I am almost there to that survivor. In the desolate streets, the small figure of Shiho staggered forward. Rain poured relentlessly over her tiny frame, mingling with her tears as she gritted her teeth. Soon I will arrive, sister. A car sped past her, not pausing. She lacked the strength to lift her gaze, merely forcing herself to look at her feet, her body swaying unsteadily as she moved forward. It's all right. They shoot in TB from the organization. I will be there soon. Wait, that car has stopped? That sensation. She looked up to see a man in a black trench coat holding a black umbrella. Fear gripped her as the rain pounded against her. Is it the organization? Indeed. Can I truly not escape my fate? The childish expression shifted from fear to a strange sense of relief, her voice trembling. So, is this where my journey ends? Sister, how wonderful it would be to die today, alongside you. Her consciousness began to drift away. Was it that expression again? A voice echoed distantly. Yugo Masaru, holding the umbrella, gently scooped up the fallen Shiho Mayano, his demeanor silent. At 2-22 Banshee Agasa's residence, he pressed the doorbell. Hello, I found this child by the roadside. She mentioned being a distant relative of Dr. Agasa, so I brought her here. Yugo Masaru spoke kindly as he observed the elderly man scratching his head at the door. Ah, then please bring her in. I apologize, I have clothes for my sister in the car and I believe she might need them more. Yugo Masaru hesitated, glancing at the vehicle and then back at the old man. I am a bit concerned for her. Could you care for her for a moment before I leave? If it is not too much trouble, thank you for your assistance. I haven't really taken care of a sick child before, the kind old man replied, still scratching his head. Yugo Masaru cradled the small body, inquiring about the bathroom, and then placed her in the bathtub, his eyes softening. It seems she has never had a bath. He tested the water temperature, filling the tub, donning thick gloves from his pocket to avoid any direct contact, closing his eyes. To let her know she was being exposed would surely be unsettling, and he felt as though he would be committing a sin. Through the thick gloves, he gingerly removed the child's clothing, though the only garment was a loose-fitting lab coat, the underneath layers even more ill-fitting and likely to slip off easily. After a brief soak in warm water, he used old clothes to drape over the sides of the bathtub, shielding the young lady's body, exposing only her head for washing. He rested her head on his recently discarded clothing, ensuring she could not see her exposed form. The warm light softly illuminated the floor, leaving only the occasional sound of water drip-drop. Masaru removed the gloves supporting the child's head as he washed her hair. After draining the water, he put the gloves back on and followed through with his routine, wrapping the damp child in a towel, gently drying her lovely chestnut hair. He retrieved another towel, closing his eyes to avoid looking at her, helping her into fresh clothing. He then carried the young lady to the bedroom, carefully laying her on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Though it was a rainy day, the blanket provided warmth. Thankfully, she remained asleep. He arranged his belongings, leaving a note, glancing at the cold medicine on the table with hesitation. If its ingredients clashed with the cold remedy, it could be troublesome. Perhaps it was best to let her decide. Masaru exited the room and turned to the elderly man on the sofa. Doctor, are you hungry? I'm not particularly hungry. He replied, though his stomach rumbled audibly, the old man sheepishly scratching his head. After working on experiments until now, he was indeed starving. Then allow me to prepare something to eat before I go. Even if you're not hungry, you should have something, Yugo Mayu offered. He returned to the car to retrieve the clothes and food he had bought, preparing a few simple dishes, including a pot of lotus root and pork rib soup, with the ribs already prepped. Someone had ulterior motives, no doubt. Doctor, if she wakes, I've prepared the lotus root and pork ribs and white rice porridge in separate pots. If she lacks appetite, let her have some clear soup. I have also left some ingredients for the rice porridge in the fridge. It can be prepared in the rice cooker tomorrow morning. I've noted the buttons, cooking time, and precautions on a piece of paper. For someone who might not be adept at cooking, it's best to explain thoroughly. I truly appreciate your help. Wow, this dish is quite delightful, the doctor remarked. Without saying much, Yugo Mayu smiled as he observed the doctor savoring the meal. I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Take care on your way. The doctor stood, addressing Masaru at the door, shaking his head. What a gentle person he is, he chuckled. Masaru stepped outside, opening his transparent umbrella. Just a distant relative, and yet they would take in a stranger child? What a gentle soul indeed, this at least would suffice. He concealed his smile as he approached the vehicle. Yugo Mayu gradually started the car and lit a cigarette. A glimmer of light flickered in the corner of his eye. He had resolved to embrace death. Yet what was this peculiar sense of warmth? Such an irritating feeling. He sighed, gazing at the Agasa residence. Should he take a gamble? He braced himself for the inevitable. Chapter 9. The Sea Does Not Welcome Me. Request for collections and recommendations. At Agasa's residence, the small Shiho Mayano slowly opened her eyes, fatigue washing over her. The unfamiliar ceiling loomed above. To her right lay numerous packages, and on the bedside table was a note. Where's this place? Ha! Where are my clothes? She quickly glanced down at herself beneath the blanket and gasped. Oh no! Why am I only in a towel? Let us pray. This family must have had a girl assist in changing her clothes. Yes, that must be it, Miss Mayano thought with a slight blush. Oh, you're awake, Doctor. Agasa exclaimed as he opened the door to find Shiho Mayano conscious. Dr. Agasa? It's me. A gentleman around 20 years old brought you here. You referred to him as my distant relative, correct? In truth, I came seeking Kudo Shinichi. I too ingested that drug. What? What did you just say? This is the name of that drug. I am its inventor. I betrayed that organization and escaped. The two individuals clarified their shared objective and bestowed upon her the name AI Hybra. What a peculiar name. Let that be her name for survival, the young lady remarked. Her expression a blend of pity and tenderness. By the way, doctor, what about my clothes? Well, that gentleman assisted you in bathing and changing. He mentioned that his sister is of a similar age and left the clothes behind. What a kind-hearted person. Now, I shall fetch you some pork rib soup. Drink it and then rest. Dr. Agasa smiled as he exited the room, closing the door gently behind him. Those people from the organization. They are merely children. Wah, I am no longer pure. Little AI's eyes gravitated towards the lifeless fish, resembling a dish of British cuisine gazing at the stars. Even upon encountering true British culinary masters, one would struggle to deny its authenticity. Leaning against the bed, AI Hybra embraced an adorable little whale. Where did that whale come from? Does Dr. Agasa have a penchant for this style? With a snap, AI Hybra activated her big eyes. Recalling something, she turned to retrieve a note from the bedside table. Inside the bag, there are 2 sets of prepared clothing. I closed my eyes while you bathed. I only soaked in the tub and washed my hair. When you awaken, please take a bath yourself. I disposed of the clothes for you. The bag on the bedside contains medications for colds and fevers. You may choose whether to take them, though I personally do not recommend it. There is pork rib soup and white rice porridge on the stove, and in the fridge, I prepared a bento and sandwiches for you for tomorrow. I am unsure of your tastes, so I made what my sister enjoys. Rest well. Surely, they cannot be affiliated with the organization, treating an unfamiliar child with such kindness. AI Hybra clutched the note tightly, glancing at the deep red sleeveless dress and pink sandals at the bedside. She curled up, burying her small head in the quilt, her lips curving slightly, her gaze wavering. But why? Why'd I miss you even more, sister? Morning came, and as she opened the refrigerator, a sandwich of peanut butter and blueberry jam lay on a plate covered with plastic wrap. Could there be someone who shares my taste? A radiant smile spread across her small face as she gazed out the window. Sister, has the sky cleared? That afternoon. After school at T and Elementary, the group led by Hybera was drawn into a perilous mission to rescue a classmate's brother who had been kidnapped. Arriving at the Baika police station. I say, there's truly a gang printing counterfeit money in the newspaper office next door, and they kidnapped someone. They forced him to draw counterfeit bills. Conan declared earnestly to the two policemen in front of him. Yes, yes, little one, I believe everything you say. Conan widened his eyes at the officer who mocked him. Hey, you laughed, didn't you? You were mocking me. Apologies. I recalled something amusing. The officer attempted to regain his composure. Conan glared at him with dead fish eyes. Forget it, police are utterly useless. I'll just use my voice modulator to call Officer Murray. Hey, you lot, don't move. Conan yelled at his 5 companions while sprinting away from the police booth. How could we just stand still when you say not to? That's too naive, Conan. Genta declared confidently. Sayaka, Genta, Junya, and Hybera, let us head to the newspaper office. We must catch them before Conan does and rescue Junya's kidnapped brother, Kogoro said with determination as the 4 sprang into action toward the newspaper office. AI Hybera glanced at them, sighed softly, and halted her steps. She looked at the newspaper reporting on a gas explosion at the Biological Research Institute, deep in thought, then slowly approached the door, leaning against it as she watched the others depart, her expression complex. Are we truly from the same world? The organization operates with such efficiency. A gas explosion? Don't be absurd. Do they believe mere flames are insufficient to obliterate everything, resorting even to explosives? Every time I see you, you always wear that expression. Yugo Masaru sauntered out from the side of the police booth, leaning casually, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his voice gravelly. Who are you? AI Hybera's pupils constricted, a faint metallic scent filled the air as she gazed at the unfamiliar man before her, who seemed to know her yet left no impression on her. A sense of déjà vu washed over her. Could he be the man the doctor mentioned bringing her? Why didn't I notice him? He was so close, how could I not send someone from the organization? The police station behind her provided no comfort whatsoever. A creeping fear enveloped her, her limbs feeling rigid. So it is the organization then. Very well, I am alone in this. Are they waiting for the children to be away? How delightfully wicked, allowing me to relax before they strike. Are you frightened? Masaru smirked, crouching down beside her, his hand lingering briefly in her beautiful brown hair before he transformed his touch to a gentle stroke. Your sister is not dead. A strong scent of smoke assaulted her senses. Little AI raised her head, trembling as she gazed into Masaru's dark green eyes, her ice blue irises shimmering with hope. Is it true? AI Hybera's voice quivered as she asked. Yet she had seen her sister's lifeless body. How could that be? She cannot meet you now. The organization's base has been destroyed by me. In their eyes, you both are as good as dead. Be careful, you will be fine. As he stealthily stroked her lovely brown hair once more, a grin crept onto his lips. He genuinely enjoyed the feel of those strands. Before AI Hybera could respond, Masaru opened a prepared box and smiled. You may choose a gem that you like. This. A whole box full. Who exactly are you? I am not human. What? Am I seeing a ghost in broad daylight? Then I shall take this one, AI Hybera said, casually selecting a gem, her eyes fixed on Masaru, yearning to hear news of her sister. Very well, then this one is mine. Masaru seized her wrist, skillfully snatching the gem from her hand and discreetly slipping the entire box and a plate into AI Hybera's pocket. Eh? AI Hybera again activated her big eyes. There are about 10 or so pills inside. The information is on the plate. However, time is of the essence. The content is only partial. There's also that justice detective. Kudo Shinichi, he's overly impulsive. In any case, protect yourself. Masaru smiled at the child before him. This is the last time. Cat cuddling is truly addictive. Masaru's hand continued to caress the little girl's hair, his smile fading as he turned away without a backward glance. Hey, who are you? My sister. Is she really alive? Who are you? She gazed at the multitude of pills nestled within her pocket, pondering whether her sister had truly survived. Was this not sufficient? With this potential to restore her health, she could barter for the goodwill of Kudo Yusaku, ensuring her safety at the very least. She would no longer owe him any favors, he had done enough. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. Meanwhile, the detective boys pushed open the doors of the newspaper office, intent on uncovering the counterfeit money dealers, only to find blood seeping slowly across the floor. Are you all right? What happened? they exclaimed. Conan, look inside. There's blood. Ayumi clutched Conan's arm, her face pale with fear. 20 minutes earlier, Yugo Mayu had been trailing behind Hibara, who remained silent, unaware of the listening device he had surreptitiously attached to himself from the organization's base. This device was quite useful, dissolving automatically after 24 hours. Unfortunately, he could no longer utilize it. Disguised, Yuga opened the door to the newspaper office, his face resembling one marred by flames, rendering him unrecognizable, a sight that would surely prompt an immediate report. His eyes, devoid of human emotion, bore a smile. Since it was confirmed that they were indeed a counterfeit syndicate, he would not leave any risks for the children. Who are you? Get out. A man in sunglasses brandished a gun at the terrifying figure before him. Me? I am but a firework of a different hue, Yuga replied playfully, his innocence juxtaposed against the grim situation. Before the man could utter another word, 2 bullets pierced his legs, and Yuga swiftly delivered a knee strike that rendered him unconscious. He shot through the calf of another approaching man, using the butt of his gun to strike the back of his head. You scoundrel, perish! A woman clad in black, witnessing the scene unfold, raised her weapon in anger, aiming it at Yuga. At that moment, when Conan turned to look, the woman lay sprawled at the doorway, her hair disheveled, resembling a ghostly figure. She could barely use one arm, blood flowing from her limbs, pooling from the depths of the corridor to the entrance. Hibara, arriving at the sound, surveyed the crimson expanse and whispered to herself, could it be him? Did he know I would be here, waiting for me? But why would he do this? Why would the organization leave anyone alive? Yuga stood before the house, retrieving his keys to open the door, only for it to creak open on its own. The child had left for the day, clutching a slice of bread, and he watched someone who appeared fatigued. Concern etched across his face as he lingered by the window. Did he still choose to use the key? He mused. That does not feel like home, little you. I went to check and confirmed Shiho's safety. She is staying next door with Dr. Agasa, and the money has already been transferred to your card. Yuga smiled warmly at the person before him. Really? Is everything all right? That is wonderful. By the way, you must be hungry. Dinner will be ready soon. Go wash your hands. The young woman, now known as Mayano Akemi, beamed with joy while thinking of Shiho as she headed towards the kitchen. At the entrance, Yuga pressed his empty stomach, offering a resigned smile. After accompanying the child to school, he began investigating the staff at the elementary school, ensuring nothing was amiss, while also confirming that no members of the organization lurked nearby. Hunger was trivial. In fact, it was preferable this way, clean and uncomplicated after death. The table was adorned with various documents, asset papers, and an insurance policy accompanied by a letter. He glanced at the pill chosen by Mayano Shiho, his smile returning as he retrieved a protective charm from his chest, grasped it firmly, and unhesitatingly swallowed the pill. Yes, this will suffice. It is enough, he murmured to himself. There was no longer any reason to cling to life. May everything unfold smoothly. Yuchan, dinner's ready. Come out. Akemi called out. Yuchan, don't act like a child. She opened the door to the bedroom, only to freeze in shock. The room was enveloped in silence, void of any sound. Weary, Yuga had swallowed the pill, consuming the fate chosen for him by Mayano Shiho. His body gradually sank, leaning against the unfathomable depths of the sea, eyes opening to grasp at an elusive light that did not exist beneath the waves, revealing a self-mocking smile. Yet there was no luminescence in the depths. A night of insomnia left him with visions of a blood-red sky filled with the remains of those he could not save. Their desperate hands pulling at him until his head was severed, watching his body torn asunder with a smile. Yet, after the smile faded, he was met once more with the familiar ceiling and the encompassing darkness. At last, it was over. He no longer had to force his eyes open, waiting silently for the dawn. Finally, liberation. At Agasa's residence, Hibara whispered to herself, Sister, what manner of person could he be? Would a normal person truly carry so much in their vehicle? She had already prepared the pink duvet Yuga had chosen, adorned the walls with a feminine pink design, and laid out a soft pink carpet. Plush slippers rested nearby, accompanied by a small menagerie of stuffed animals. A little whale, a dolphin, Miss Fox, and 3 little kittens all peacefully resting on the bed while a large bear stood guard beside it. In an instant, the girl's room transformed into a pink ocean. It's not that I like this room. It would be a shame to leave it unused. A faint smile, the first of its kind, emerged on Hybera's face as she buried her small head in the duvet. She began to believe the words of that man, or rather, she endeavored to force herself to embrace hope. Sister, perhaps I am looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 10. The Buddha says, the body is impermanent and never dies. Longevity is the great calamity of the unending hell. The following day, at T10 Elementary School in Minato, Tokyo, he, the illustrious high school detective, Kudo Shinichi, had long been immersed in the various crime scenes alongside his father. Just when he felt ready to establish his own identity as a staple in the world of mystery, he found himself abruptly thrust into a different form. Fortunately, this ordinary individual had a somewhat famous mother who had taught him the art of performance from a young age, allowing him to navigate the past 2 months at his father-in-law Mori Kagoro's house without revealing his true identity. The only snag had been when Hattori Heiji from Osaka uncovered his secret, but thankfully, he managed to pull him down with him. But when would this life come to an end? The headache was unbearable. When will this elementary school life conclude? Itagawa Conan propped his chin on his palm. Despair etched across his face as he gazed out the window at the falling cherry blossoms, muttering helplessly to himself. Your life as a student will never end. Appeared Hybera, who had emerged from nowhere, dropping her backpack heavily and smiling knowingly, her sharp tongue still intact. By the way, Hybera, why did the doctor say you were staying with him when I called yesterday? Are you related? Conan turned his head slowly toward Hybera, his expression one of utter resignation. Someone is quite adept at reasoning, isn't she? For now, she chooses not to disclose anything to the detective. She has witnessed his decisiveness yet has also observed his impulsiveness. Patience is required with this troublesome woman. Oh, do we have a new classmate? Sensei, is this time a boy? Ayumi Yoshida exclaimed, raising her hand towards Kobayashi-sensei. Indeed. That would be Hogakuin, please come in. The boy, wearing a smile, followed Kobayashi Sumiko to the podium as she wrote the name Hogahara Yuki on the blackboard. Ahem. All right. This is our new classmate Hogahara Yuki, Kobayashi Sumiko introduced with a smile. Hogahara Yuki beamed a bright smile, addressing the class with enthusiasm. Minasan, my name is Hogahara Yuki. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope to become friends. A chubby boy in the front eagerly raised his hand, calling out, Hey, come sit with me. While patting the seat beside him, Hogahara Yuki smiled at him. Is he positioning himself as a wingman? Perhaps his sincerity shines through. If not for the presence of the girls nearby. What should I call you? Just call me Kojima-genta and come sit with Ayumi and me. Kojima exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor, thumping his chest. Thank you for your kindness, Kojima-kun, but I prefer a seat by the window. But it's not far. Let us play together after class. Hogahara Yuki maintained his ever-present smile, expressing gratitude before gently declining as he patted Kojima-genta's shoulder. Well then, this will do. He smiled as he walked to the second-to-last row in front of Conan, choosing a seat by the window adjacent to the aisle with the window slightly ajar. A gentle breeze stirred the curtains, causing a few cherry blossoms to drift in from outside. The cold wind brushed against Hogahara Yuki, causing an imperceptible shiver, and his unchanging smile seemed to subtly shift. Has the wind begun to stir? Will his unchanging world experience a transformation? Who knows? Hoga gently set down his backpack and turned to Aoko Hybera with a smile, saying, I look forward to your guidance. Hybera nodded slightly, remaining silent. The first impression was not particularly favorable. Such a standard, insincere smile, one accustomed to seeing within the organization, is typical of elementary students, yet it is rather off-putting. Beside him, Conan, with half-moon eyes, propped his chin up with a smile, saying, I look forward to your guidance, though no one paid him any mind. The language teacher droned on at the podium in a tongue unknown to all. In a corner, Hogahara Yuki rested his head on his hand, expressionless, his gaze vacant as he fixated on a cherry blossom on the desk. The wind stirred again, the delicate petals dancing in the air, slowly drifting, disappearing from view alongside someone's consciousness. Beneath the cherry tree in front of the building, a small black kitten basked lazily in the sunlight, its paws curled slightly, its body comfortably nestled. The cherry blossoms floated down, landing on the kitten's nose. The little feline yawned, stretched its front paws forward while its body remained curled, suddenly shaking as if to dispel its sleepiness, then scampered off across the campus. His awareness drifted away. Hogahara Yuki stirred awake once more. His eyes slightly squinted. He felt a warm sensation, as if gentle hands were caressing his back. Something soft brushed lightly against his forehead, making him reluctant to open his eyes, feeling quite comfortable. In this moment, even death wouldn't seem so bad. There was a sense of peace. gently inhaling, fearful that this warmth would vanish. He detected a refreshing scent of soap mingled with a hint of coffee in the air. Gradually, he drifted back into slumber. Ayako Hibara patiently soothed the small black kitten, gently patting the junction of its tail and back, revealing a rare smile as she watched the kitten drift off to sleep in her embrace. Spring, with its fluffy coat, felt just right. This sweater, warmed by the sun, exuded a delightful fragrance. Observing the tranquil kitten, Hibara couldn't help but nuzzle her cheek against its head, a comforting and reassuring feeling blossoming from within. What a good child, she murmured softly to herself, as even the biting cold of winter seemed to fade away with the falling cherry blossoms. She gently placed the kitten on the desk, and without her comforting presence, it suddenly shivered, a pained expression crossing its adorable face. All right, I will stay with you," she whispered to the kitten as its contorted face began to calm. Her small hand resumed soothing the kitten, its head gradually resting on the desk, their noses gently touching as they both slipped into dreams. "Hoga-kun? Hoga-kun? Haruyuki-kun?" With the ringing of the bell, Ayumi Yoshida's voice grew louder as she called out to Hoga Haruyuki, who was quietly gazing out the window. His eyelids slowly fluttered. What is that sound? Meow? The little black kitten on the desk suddenly opened its eyes, stretching rapidly before leaping onto the windowsill, disappearing before the chubby boy could reach it. Ayako Hibara, who had been resting her head on the desk, was startled awake, sunlight illuminating her rosy onesie. She tilted her small head in confusion, rubbing her eyes, unsure of what had transpired. "Hoga-kun, would you like to join our detective boys? We are quite impressive." "Sure." Hoga Haruyuki replied with his characteristic smile, not waiting for the little girl before him to elaborate on the achievements of the detective group, though it seems he was not truly interested in that. Huh? Ayumi was taken aback. He had deviated from the expected script, agreeing outright. She had anticipated needing to persuade him, much like she did with Conan and Hibara that morning. "Ha ha ha ha, you little brat. Aren't you happy to have me escort you to school?" Daisuke Jigen chuckled heartily, adjusting his hat and wearing a mischievous grin as he patted Hoga Haruyuki on the shoulder, rivaled only by the inebriated Kagoro Mori. "Ha ha ha. You looked like you didn't plan to see the sun tomorrow. I ditched Lupin and rushed over after getting a call from Setsuka-chan. I never thought I'd have a day where I could escort you to school. Ha 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 ha. Just seeing you is enough, you little brat," still with that troublesome demeanor from our first meeting. He would not abandon his newfound life so easily. Daisuke Jigen paused, placing a cigarette between his lips. "Wait, squat down." "What for, you little brat?" Daisuke complied, squatting down obediently. "You have cherry blossoms on your hat." "All right, I'm off." Hoga, expressionless, gently blew away the blossoms from Jigen's hat, then slowly turned and waved goodbye as he disappeared into the campus. What an ungracious little brat. Chapter 11. The Undead Rising from Hell. The sun in mid-March still carried a warm glow, shining upon the rooftop where Ayako Hibara sat expressionless on a bench, her feet swinging back and forth. Facing the protective netting of the terrace, she gazed at the sky, enjoying her favorite sandwich. Yet her heart held an indescribable mix of emotions. She felt similarly, as though she had escaped from a prison, yet still faced tall walls, with the beautiful sky appearing to become ugly. "Sister, where are you?" Just as that person said, "Did you manage to survive?" "Sister, I miss you so much." A small puddle formed beside the bench from the morning rain. The footsteps behind gradually drew closer. "I'm sorry, but someone is already here. If it's not too much trouble, I'll leave once I finish my meal. Could you wait a moment?" With a smile, Yugo Haruyuki gazed at the reflection of Hibara AI in the pond and spoke thus. One hand slowly rested on the edge of the bench while the other extended a sandwich filled with peanut butter and blueberry jam. "Ah! Does that resemble your expression of forced cheerfulness?" Without accepting the sandwich, Hibara AI leaned back against the chair, her head slightly raised, and shot a sharp retort at Yugo Haruyuki. "So it's that deceitful child. Does he have nowhere else to have lunch?" He silently observed the calm girl before him, pondering whether her expression of forced cheerfulness was indeed accurate. Although it wasn't their first encounter, observing her from such a close distance was a novel experience. What other expressions did she possess? Curiosity ignited within him. Indeed, Yugo Haruyuki began with a touch of malicious amusement. "You've ingested that substance, haven't you?" The traitor of the organization, Miss Sherry. With an expression devoid of emotion, he intimidated the child, bowing his head slightly, his bangs falling over Hibara AI's eyes. The dark green of his gaze fixating on her ice blue eyes, which were now filled with fear. Hybrid AI's pupils abruptly contracted. How is it possible? Have they caught up so quickly? Does the organization even exploit children as their members? Ha! Her hand gripping the sandwich trembled. The sandwich slipped from her grasp, plummeting into the pond with a splash. Ripples spread outward in circles. Wait a moment. I feel as if I have heard those same words, seen those same eyes, and heard that same sound of a splash before. Where was it? The ice blue gaze began to lose its color, consciousness drifting away. Where am I? The black eyes slowly opened under the water. Her body gradually sank to the depths. Yes, my name is... Never mind, such things are inconsequential, merely a code name. From province to city to county. While others ascended, she descended, engaged in tasks that displeased certain individuals, accumulating enemies everywhere, nearing 30, yet still unmarried. However, there were indeed many who shared similar thoughts and faced comparable predicaments. At 18 or 19, she had only just healed from the wounds of childhood, subsequently finding it impossible to feel anything for anyone, always maintaining a veil of mist between her and others. Unable to love, she chose solitude. Fortunately, she had no intention of having children. Perhaps it was better that they did not come into this world. Home was merely a place to eat and sleep. She had a few close friends, but had yet to find a kindred spirit. Where did the last memory go? Ah! It was the time spent conversing with a boy from a less privileged background by the fish pond, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit. After all, how could one smoke in front of a child? Suddenly, her head throbbed, as though she could hear the boy's apologetic voice, followed by the sound of splashing water. Although she didn't know who it was, given her reckless nature, such a scene was already anticipated. In the world of some, stagnation was the true color. With everything else merely an eyesore, they claimed the world was inherently like that. In this world, some continually delineated separate paths to attack others. Some struggled to forge their own paths, yet were left battered and bruised. The hamster in its cage envied the beautiful, shining hamster in the adjacent house. Countless hamsters frantically running on their wheels, providing a meager power supply to the elegantly dressed hamster, dreaming of donning such beautiful attire, gradually meeting their demise. In this light, death may not be something to despair over. After years of selfishness, discovering the path of life, the subsequent existence was always lived for the happiness of others. Wasn't that beautiful? People are inherently stubborn, as am I, yet such stubbornness often leads to confusion, and I have finally begun to feel restless. When did it start? He could no longer see the road ahead. Perhaps this was acceptable. Perhaps it was sufficient. He hadn't bought a new outfit in years, continued to wear the same shoes, and was not particular about food. After all, even the finest delicacies become bland with repetition. Thus, he had amassed a considerable sum, and with insurance money, it should suffice to support a few orphans until they grew up. It was a pity he would not witness it, nor could he know if the money would reach the children or if they would grow up well. Could they steadfastly resist the world's filth and remain hopeful? He worried, wishing that light could be passed on. Surely it would be, for the world is inherently beautiful, isn't it? He hoped. There were no regrets, surely. That boy on the shore would find prosperity in the future, and he hoped he could change his life. That was his final worth. Perhaps. Otherwise, he would not be here. If there were a next life, he would live for himself, no longer stubbornly clinging to his past. Beneath the pond, he vaguely perceived a small creature before him. Was it a butterfly? How could such a thing exist at the bottom of the water? The youth smiled, calmly embracing death. His body sank to the depths of the pond, while his consciousness gradually submerged into the sea, entering another world. This was Mayano at 16. She adored the color of roses, cherished her sister's smile, and was at an age as vibrant as flowers. Yet, each and every day, the girl's face remained cold. Even warm coffee could not thaw her icy hands and heart. She had no friends and was unable to possess them. The normal friendships she longed for vanished without a trace. Now she could only lonely name each little white mouse. In her memories, she either faced a terrifying man with a gun or witnessed the deaths of her so-called friends. Yet perhaps spring has arrived, she mused. Even the frigid sherry was gradually melting. If not for the men in black surrounding her, it would merely be a pleasant outing for sisters. But having her sister was enough. A smile flickered within Mayano-shi's heart. Boom. Ripples spread outward. Facing away from the water's depths, she slowly opened her eyes. Palms directed toward the sky, tears flowing gently, vanishing without a trace along with the lake's surface. Consciousness drifted, teetering on the brink of death. Yet beneath the cold lake surface emerged a hand that should not have appeared. A black crow silently observed from the surroundings. "Hey, don't die. Can you hear me? Please, don't die." The girl's voice trembled with urgency. She knelt over the boy's cold body, her palms pressed against his chest, rhythmically pushing down. The boy's face remained pale. "It's enough. Yes already." Akemi Mayano's face bore a sorrowful expression as she gazed worriedly at the boy, her hand gently stroking the girl's back. "I refuse to believe it. How could this happen?" The girl knelt over the boy, her body slightly bent. Fingers tangled in her chestnut hair, her complexion pale as she lowered her head. Tears streamed down her face, pouring forth endlessly. The girl clutched the boy's clothing tightly, voicelessly weeping over his ashen visage. Indeed, for someone like her, no matter how hard she tried, she could not save others, just as she could never save herself. No matter how much she struggled, her future might mirror the boy's, ultimately leading to death. Indeed, her world had long ceased to deserve light. A beautiful chestnut strand slipped from the girl's fingertips, drifting slowly to the boy's nose, a slight tickle. Coughing, he expelled the water from his lungs, perhaps mingled with tears. The young boy leaned slightly towards the weeping girl, extending a hand in an attempt to touch her chestnut hair, revealing a pained yet affectionate smile as he hoarsely murmured, "Why such a sorrowful expression? It seems the time for liberation has not yet arrived. You still have a purpose in this existence." Chapter 12. Those who often smile harbor deep sadness. Your expression. Does it bring forth memories? Miss Mayano, the one prone to tears? Hyasuke Yuga maintained his usual smile. "Who is prone to tears? You insufferable wretch. And how have you transformed into this?" Miss Mayano gazed at Hyasuke in bewilderment. Seated beside AI Hybera, he calmly transferred the sandwich he held in his right hand to his left, offering it to her. A peanut butter and blueberry jam sandwich, crafted from ingredients procured from an importer. AI accepted the white plastic container containing the sandwich and placed it on the left bench. "How did he know I favored this flavor?" She picked up a piece of the sandwich which, though suitable for a child, could easily be devoured in a single bite. Even by a girl. AI delicately pinched the sandwich with her petite fingers, slowly bringing it to her mouth, the sweet taste perfectly aligned with her preferences. Yet, why did this flavor evoke a sense of familiarity despite it being her first experience? Hyasuke smiled at her. "Is such a smile not exhausting?" she inquired, taking the tissue he offered to wipe her hands. "You've seen through me," he replied, retracting the smile that he himself found distasteful. "It was you who took me to Dr. Agasa's house, wasn't it? That person from yesterday was you too." AI lowered her head, her chestnut hair partially obscuring her eyes. Although she posed the question, her tone bore an air of certainty. "Yesterday was supposed to be our final encounter, thus, there was no need for me to divulge my name." Hyasuke stared blankly into the distance, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Indeed, parting words often bring forth a painful sorrow akin to a needle's prick. They serve only to heighten despair." The sunlight glinted off her chestnut hair, illuminating the corners of her eyes. Eating that could indeed lead to death, or perhaps using the very medicine she concocted. Apart from the organization, a keen-scented dog from across the ocean was also in pursuit of her. How ironic. What is there to say about death? Can one truly be resurrected? AI bowed her head, her voice trembling as she suddenly grasped the fabric of Hyasuke's chest, her tone quivering. Remembering the possibility of reuniting with her sister. Recalling the things she had never dared to hope for in that room, remembering that tenderness, she questioned, "Why? Why did you save my sister? Why are you so kind to me? Why do you show me such gentleness? Why did you save me? If you possess such power, why do you offer me kindness only to take it away? Why did you allow me to choose so freely, yet leave me alone to face death without a word? Why? Why do you all act this way, my sister, you, each making decisions without considering my feelings? Do you wish for me to witness my own light extinguished because of my existence?" She merely desired to remain as she once was, even if it meant remaining still in the darkness, paralyzed by fear, rather than succumbing to despair. She trembled, knowing the pain of gentle farewells for those about to part. "Do you understand how agonizing it is?" Tears swirled in AI's eyes as she clutched his clothing tightly, her head bowed, her voice strained. The image of a gentle, black-haired woman with a warm smile floated in her mind, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. "Sister." Hyasuke inhaled deeply, watching as AI cried heart-wrenchingly, burying her face in his chest and clinging to his clothing. The sound of her grief gradually subsided. He lowered his head, leaning against AI, feeling a constricting pressure within him. Each time I resolved to vanish from this world, I was always pulled back just as I leapt. With a hint of resignation, Hyasuk rested his chin on AI's shoulder, listening as she wept quietly. From that moment, my life ceased to be solely my own. I will ensure your safe passage from that dark place. As he spoke, the facade of an insincere smile faded, replaced by a bittersweet, self-deprecating grin. Doctor, Agasa is a kind-hearted old man. Here, free from the organization's pursuit, you can choose your own path. He continued, I will not orchestrate your and Akemi's demise. In this world, Shiho Mayano cannot survive alone. The organization and those noble intelligence agencies are akin to sharks in the sea, ready to tear you apart at the scent of blood. As a child, I wished for nothing more than for you to enjoy a carefree childhood, to grow up safely. While drying your hair, boiling soup, or watching you by your bedside, I longed for a swift end, yet feared leaving you in this world, terrified that warmth would vanish. I found myself torn between suffering and yearning, uncertain whether I should disappear from this world or continue to survive within it. Like a wretched spirit clawing its way up from hell, I wonder if my filthy hands can embrace tomorrow. I do not know the answer. Hyasuk mused, forcing a smile. Yet I did not perish, I survived. Thus, even if I am utterly exhausted, I must persist. As he spoke, the sound of teeth clenching echoed softly, his body trembling. Hands slightly leaning forward in a desire for embrace, yet suddenly halting. He was already weary, his hands soiled, the act of embracing felt like a luxury. Death is not a punishment, it is a release. Idiot, AI said, releasing her grip on Hyasuk's collar and enveloping him tightly, her chin resting on his shoulder. Her head slightly tilted against his ear. Hold me. The words, seemingly monumental coming from the little lady, resonated deeply. Hyasuk felt the warmth of the delicate girl as she drew near, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. I said, hold me, you fool, she reiterated, her voice echoing softly in his ear. With his hands that had nowhere to rest, they finally found their place, embracing the girl and basking in her warmth. His head resting upon her shoulder. A torrent of emotions, fatigue, helplessness, despair, and grievance, flooded over him. Why is it so warm? Why do the tears keep flowing? It was supposed to be my role to comfort you in your sorrow, yet here we are. The boy cried and smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. I do not detest this, having someone like me by my side. The little lady, her voice laced with tears, smiled through her sobs. I no longer wish to lose anything. You speak of hell, you fool. If you are a spirit rising from hell, then I am a shark sinking into the depths of that very inferno. We are two sides of the same coin. Thus, please do not leave me selfishly. I am terrified of losing anything more. In truth, the one who was saved that day was me. I merely wished to save myself. There were no lofty ideals behind my actions. I am the one who drowned. The little lady spoke slowly, softly, her voice carrying a hint of weeping, reaching Hyasuk's ears bit by bit. I will not let go. Chingyo's face radiated joy as I vowed to remain steadfastly by your side, safeguarding you with my very existence. Huiyuan AI gradually released her hands, seating herself nearby, a somewhat mischievous smile gracing her lips as she remarked, It's truly hard to see any resemblance to the person from before. The young lady sat quietly, turning her head aside to gaze at the sky, softly saying, It's all right to lean on me a little, just like today. Please don't leave me again, and refrain from that sorrowful yet irksome expression. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the twilight glow bathed the path home, including the newly joined member of the young detective corps, Yuha Qingyu. The youths basked in the sunlight. Having resolved their misunderstandings, the two exchanged phone numbers. Oh dear, I've heard that someone often bathes with the big sister, Huiyuan said with a light smile, her hands clasped behind her back. The three children took a few lively steps forward, ignoring Conan, whose expression was one of exasperation. She turned her face to glance at Yuha Qingyu, who was watching her intently from a distance, her lips curling into a smile. The sunlight illuminated her beautiful chestnut hair, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was beyond description. In such moments, she was not so unpleasant after all. Chapter 13. The two who lean on each other in Mihan Town. At Agasa's residence, the young girl sat on the sofa idly flipping through a fashion magazine. The elderly gentleman gazed somewhat bewilderedly at the bustling figure in the kitchen. Doctor, Agasa looked on with a gaze that seemed to shatter one's worldview. Oh, it's all right, doctor. This person lives across the way, and since he plans to cook, it's fine if they do it together, Huiyuan AI said, her eyes lowered as she perused the magazine, occasionally folding a corner. Dr. Agasa scratched his head, reflecting on how children increasingly seemed less childlike. All right, it's time to eat, Qingyu announced with a smile, donning a pink apron as she gently placed dinner on the table. For her first cooking experience, she prepared some of her specialties, improved mapo tofu, sweet and sour pork drenched in sauce, a stir-fried vegetable dish, and finally a comforting egg drop soup. The sweet and rich pork perfectly suited the young lady's palate. After consuming a few pieces of pork, Dr. Agasa attempted to reach for more, only to be interrupted by another pair of chopsticks. I'm sorry, doctor, but you've had enough calories for today. Perhaps you should stick to the stir-fried vegetables, came the dismissive remark from the aloof young lady. Qingyu quietly observed this warm scene, unable to suppress a grin as she alternated between serving the pork and tofu. With her eyes slightly squinted, the combination of spiciness and sweetness evoked memories of her favorite flavors. Her eagerness to share them with the young lady as apparent as a golden retriever eagerly seeking praise from its owner. After delivering dinner to Mei Mei, the two found themselves by the kitchen sink at Agasa's residence. One smiled while washing the dishes, while the other, though expressionless, perhaps held a hint of warmth as she wiped the plates handed to her. Words were unnecessary, they wished for time to slow down, allowing their moments together to remain undisturbed. Huiyuan AI lay amidst a sea of pink, clutching a small whale, her eyes fixed on the ceiling. Qingyu reclined on the bed, the distant starlight illuminating the ceiling, twinkling gently in the silence of the room, stirring a sense of insomnia. It was too quiet. Ding ding ding. Oh dear. Can't sleep? AI suddenly smiled, the phone on speaker beside her pillow. I'm a bit restless and just wanted to hear your voice. Caught off guard by the directness of the statement. By the way, can we not hang up, at least for now? AI's soft breaths came through the phone, offering a sense of comfort, gradually calming the once restless heart as they listened to each other's breathing, eventually drifting into a dream. For two who often endured nightmares, perhaps tonight would grant them a rare, beautiful dream. Their breaths grew steadier, and even the most detested night appeared transformed into a warm ocean. At Yuha's residence, Mayano Akemi slowly tied on an apron adorned with a black puppy, gently slicing sandwiches as sunlight streamed in, complementing her bright smile. Inside the house, Yuha slowly opened his eyes, having not slept so comfortably in ages. When had that last occurred? Perhaps it had long been buried in the chaotic recesses of memory. After changing into a white shirt and black shorts, he gazed into the mirror, self-deprecatingly smiling at his lack of fashion sense, yet finding it not too terrible. Returning to the bedside, the phone conversation continued. Good morning. Morning. Hearing the voice on the other end, Qingyu's lips curved upwards, his eyes narrowing into slits. Don't forget to come over for breakfast. I've prepared your and the doctor's portions. Sounds gradually emerged from the phone. AI Shinichi just called. They're planning to go camping today. Do you want to go? The doctor's voice filtered through the door and into the phone. Do you want to go? The girl gazed at the ceiling, softly responding to the sky. It would be nice to go out for a little fresh air. You should behave like a proper elementary school student now. The girl let out a soft snort. Isn't someone the same? I wonder who couldn't sleep last night and needed company. Yes, young lady. Anyway, would you accompany me on this camping trip to clear my mind? The girl suppressed her amusement, putting on a reluctant expression. I suppose I could reluctantly accompany you. She herself was astonished at her own willingness. Seizing the moment when no one was around, she hummed an unfamiliar tune, her small hands clasped behind her back, taking dainty steps. Ding dong. Oh dear. Are you here to see Yu-chan? Yuha Setsuki, Mayano Akemi, opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile as she looked at the girl who was intently staring at her, a look of surprise on her face. The girl's lips quivered slightly, and her pupils dilated. Although her face was not as it once was, the sensation was unmistakable. Clenching her teeth tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes, she embraced Mayano Akemi. Sister? Shiho? I've missed you so much. Qingyu, holding a white box containing sandwiches, quietly slipped out the door, waving goodbye over his shoulder. What a fool, saying I should get breakfast myself. The girl's lips curled into a smile as a solitary tear trickled down her cheek. Nonetheless, thank you. Dr. Agasa, breakfast is ready. The boy opened the unlatched door and seated himself at the round bar, calling out to the doctor who was busy nearby. Qingyu? Didn't TAI say she went to get breakfast? Why are you here? Dr. Agasa wiped the sweat from his brow, perplexed by Qingyu's presence. Dressed in a yellow sweater paired with a white lab coat, Qingyu waved the sandwich in front of the doctor, exclaiming, "Oh, my sister and AI hit it off splendidly on their first meeting, and here I am caught in the middle. Haha, AI can be like that too. By the way, has AI mentioned anything about camping today? I already know. Doctor, hurry up and eat. We'll be picking up Adagawa and the others soon." The old and the young kept their hands busy, finishing off the pork sandwiches in no time, with a satisfied expression gracing the elderly gentleman's face as Dr. Agasa finally enjoyed the meat he had longed for. Camping, we are going camping. The cheerful voices of the children filled the air as Dr. Agasa drove the small turtle car. In the back seat, Conan wore an expression of utter disinterest, watching as Genta waved his hands enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Kagoro, sporting a goofy grin, gazed at the pink-clad Ayumi, carefully adjusting his position to avoid crowding the little girl by the window, completely oblivious to the boy sitting between them. Chapter 14. The irritable middle-aged man must always be mindful of his crown. Why must I share a seat with you? Hybera AI, exuding an aura of displeasure, gazed ahead with her signature deadpan expression. Yuya Harasuk scratched his head in habitual discomfort. We are both doctors, the vehicle is rather cramped, and I am merely enduring the situation. Ouch, I apologize, my lady. The poisonous lowly flashed a smile that promised doom, her delicate hand mercilessly gripping the thigh of a certain loquacious gentleman until he surrendered, revealing a sinister grin. Humph, serves you right for making me endure this. What is pressing against me? Hybera AI displayed a chilling smile, tightening her grip. Excuse me, what is poking me? She coldly addressed the situation, her voice audible to both parties. Oh? My apologies. The boy wore a look of relief as he retrieved a wrench from his trouser pocket. Why on earth did you bring the camping? The poisonous lowly glared at the wrench, her hands busy at work. Not again. The boy's expression twisted in discomfort. The golden beetle car traversed a narrow path within the forest. Bang. Why on earth did we break down in this godforsaken place? There may not even be a signal here. Alas, I removed the spare tire from the trunk to accommodate the tent and supplies. It is quite vexing. Ahead, Yuanta had already navigated through the thicket and spotted a grand blue castle in the distance. Hey, you all come here quickly. There's such a magnificent castle. Yuanta's voice echoed from afar. There's no choice. It seems we must inquire with the castle's owner about a spare tire or perhaps find lodging for the night, considering the doctor forgot to pack the tent. Hybera AI sighed, moving to the rear to find the trunk filled only with food and water. It appears we have no other options. Yuya stood beside Hybera, retrieving portable snacks and a bottle of drinking water from the food bag and placing them in his backpack. When traveling, it is wise to prioritize stability. What if we encounter an unscrupulous capitalist who relishes in leading travelers to their doom with a single meal? Wow. It's enormous. It resembles a Western castle. Yoshida Ayumi and Tsurumi Mitsuhiko exclaimed. However, how could such a structure be erected in the woods? Dr. Agasa pondered. Haha. It must be that nouveau riche who purchased a castle from abroad, disassembled it, and reassembled it here. Conan remarked, half closing his eyelids, his hands resting behind his neck nonchalantly. Who are you little brats? A roar drew the attention of the three. Just as Yuanta leaped over the gate, he was seized by the gardener, Taniyama Katsunobu. Taniyama held Yuanta firmly, his anger palpable. You dare enter uninvited, intending to cause mischief, you little brat. Yuanta was left dumbfounded by Taniyama's grim countenance. My apologies. Dr. Agasa hurriedly explained. We happened to pass by, and our car broke down. Upon seeing such a magnificent castle, we wished to take a look. If possible, could we borrow a tire? As he scratched his head sheepishly, Ayumi and Mitsuhiko discreetly tugged at the doctor's sleeve, urging him to be cautious. Yes, if it's convenient. May we explore the castle? Is that man experiencing a midlife crisis? Yuya Harasuk, arms crossed, observed the irate man before him and inquired of Hybera AI beside him. Hybera AI scrutinized Taniyama coldly, as if examining a laboratory specimen, causing him to feel quite uneasy. During this phase, a man's testosterone levels, biochemical environment, and psychological state may undergo alterations, leading to an array of menopausal symptoms including sexual dysfunction, decreased physical capacity, psychological changes, and more. He appears to be nearing 40, donned in a brown hat, seemingly to conceal his balding crown. It is likely he suffers from insomnia. Despite his ability to easily lift Yuanta, he is already beginning to sweat profusely and his breathing is somewhat labored, indicating a decline in physical fitness. Upon hearing Hybera AI's analysis, Yuya crossed his arms and began to assess the man's condition, noting the slight discoloration near where Yuanta was seized, likely from sweat. Judging by his attire and the dirt on him, he must have been gardening but quickly noticed Yuanta scaling the wall, his attention wavering, hands sweaty, irritable. Given the castle's distance from the city and the need for constant care of the grounds, it seems he has little social life and is almost certainly experiencing a decline in desire. Thus, observing Taniyama's bewildered gaze upon them, Hybrid AI concluded, "You are most likely suffering from menopausal syndrome. It would be wise to consult a doctor. Is there still hope for me?" Taniyama's expression was one of despair. Releasing Yuenta and awkwardly glancing at the two children, he was not well educated and despite being a child, he felt as if he were receiving a terminal diagnosis from a doctor. "Do you have a girlfriend?" "No, my wife passed away 10 years ago." "What about your memory and blood sugar?" Hybrid AI took a small notebook from Yuya and began recording. "Have you recently felt more prone to injury or osteoporosis?" "I often forget things. My blood sugar isn't high, but my blood pressure was 140 during my last checkup." Taniyama moved his body to assess for osteoporosis, uncertainly stating. Chapter 15, The Enigmatic Blue Castle. Hypertension and osteoporosis are common complications of menopause. It is not unusual. Given your active lifestyle, your hormone levels and physical activity remain stable. Hybrid AI discreetly passed a note to Yuya, feeling exhausted after her lengthy discourse. Yuya, now burdened with the task, could only maintain a strained expression. "It is advisable to visit a hospital soon. Follow the doctor's advice regarding medication. Keep your spirits high. Consider finding a girlfriend to alleviate some menopausal symptoms. And ensure you express your emotions rather than bottling them up. Strive for balanced meals. There's nothing major to worry about." "All right, thank you." Taniyama smiled gratefully as he accepted the note from Yuya, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Nearby, Dr. Agasa and the children stood frozen in disbelief. "What's wrong? Is what you see on television not acceptable?" Hybrid AI raised an eyebrow, teasingly addressing the stunned Conan. "If I recall correctly, Idagawa explained his peculiar knowledge source in a similar manner yesterday. She had no qualms about being seen as a scholarly individual." "What is going on?" Manami approached with curiosity. "That round little fellow just tumbled in here inadvertently." Taniyama grinned, pointing at Yuanta. His previously fiery temper now softened. "This gentleman, who clearly exudes an air of prosperity, is a doctor whose car broke down and expressed a desire to tour the castle." "Doctor?" Dr. Agasa cleared his throat, sheepishly explaining, "No, I am merely an ordinary scientist." As Mamiya Man stepped forward, he gazed intently at Dr. Agasa. "Are you a scientist?" Dr. Agasa introduced himself, saying, "I am Dr. Agasa, a somewhat renowned inventor." "Then your intellect must far surpass that of the average person." Mamiya Man felt a surge of hope, invigorated by the prospect of assistance. "Please, come inside. By the way, it is getting late. Would you like to stay here for the night? We have a spare tire to send you off tomorrow." "I am truly grateful, Doctor," Agasa replied hastily. Dr. Agasa and the young detective league successfully entered the courtyard where the formerly furious Tan Yenshing had now transformed into a lethargic sloth, guiding them around while explaining the household's circumstances. Upon entering the garden, they found the lawn arranged like a chessboard adorned with enormous chess piece sculptures. Tan Yenshing noted that Genta and Ayumi had already sprinted to embrace the colossal chess pieces before them. Curiously, Dr. Agasa looked towards the gardener, Tanabata, and inquired, "Is there someone here with a particular fondness for chess?" "I merely follow the late Mr. Jinzhao's instructions to maintain and prune a bit each day," Tanabata replied. "I believe this was part of the late gentleman's last wishes 15 years ago, which Mr. Jinzhao has never disobeyed. Ever since the tragic incident where the lady and several others perished in that burnt tower, the young master and Mr. Amon have resided here, seemingly under some unseen influence." "It is indeed a peculiar courtyard with its odd inhabitants," Yuga Haruyuki remarked, casting a glance at a few individuals heading towards the castle, his gaze resting on the tall, charred tower. "It resembles a colossal prison, gradually consumed by flames from the top, with no one able to escape." "Indeed," AI Hybrid said calmly, standing in front of Yuga. Once inside, Tan Yenshing continued to describe the portraits hanging on the walls, recounting tales of the past. The late Mr. Jinzhao, who had married into the family, was highly regarded by the elder master, although his wife often dismissed him, frequently remarking, "Father is merely a pretentious intellectual." Mamiya Masao had quietly wheeled herself to the back of the group. Isn't that right? Ten Yenxing exclaimed, startled, turning to greet her. Madam. Actually, the father of the children is aware of this, Mamiya Masao said in a slow, nostalgic tone, but he was not at all angered, rather, he found it amusing. I apologize, Ten Yenxing quickly said. I should not have reminded you of those memories. Do not be too anxious, Mamiya Masao remarked, glancing at the portrait on the wall. I have grown accustomed to his absence, much like the changing designs of paper currency and passports. Initially, it feels strange, but over time it becomes unremarkable. Time is a formidable force. Every joy and sorrow eventually fades. By the way, who are these individuals? They are the late master's scientific friends, Tan Yenxing explained, smiling as she gestured towards the two indifferent children nearby. These two are likely the doctor's children. Ha! The two children raised their eyebrows in unison, their expressions vacant. Scientists, Mamiya Masao, like Mamiya Man, felt a thrill of excitement before realizing her uncharacteristic enthusiasm and quickly composed herself. That is splendid. I must implore your assistance in unraveling the mystery left by my husband to uncover what secrets he buried within this castle. Mystery? Dr. Agasa asked, perplexed. Tan Yenxing elaborated. It is said that the elder master left behind a final wish, granting his treasure to whoever could solve the castle's enigma. By the way, Mamiya Masao looked towards the entrance. Has my daughter not arrived yet? Ah? Tan Yenxing broke into a cold sweat. She recalled the fear instilled by the castle's increasingly bizarre occurrences, letting out a weary sigh. Ever since the fire, the lady has become this way, Dr. Agasa expressed. She must have endured a great deal. Conan, visibly intrigued by the mystery, approached Tan Yenxing, tugging at her sleeve and, with a childlike tone, asked, Is there a room where we can see those chess pieces in the garden? I will take you there, Tan Yenxing replied, leading everyone towards a room on the second floor. Yuga Haruki did not follow, turning slightly to lean against the grand door. Aren't you coming along? Ai Hybera asked, crossing her arms as she turned to look at Yuga. The chess pieces in the courtyard were already quite conspicuous. The deliberate arrangement merely forms part of the enigma. Did you not hear? That gentleman is a historian. Those people are not treasure seekers. However, I find such tricks uninteresting. The beauty of this garden captivates me far more. As Yuga spoke, he leisurely stepped away, settling beside a white chess piece at the edge of the chessboard. Leaning against it, he silently gazed at the charred tower, his expression tranquil yet gradually drifting into a daze. His consciousness, unknowingly carried by the wind, wandered to unknown realms. Chapter 16. The unfamiliar castle. Do not wander recklessly. You are not the fortunate Conan, the little rascal. Ah! Genta suddenly screamed from the adjacent room. Conan peered through the window to see Genta precariously hanging out, prompting him and Ayumi to rush out of the room, discovering that Genta and the others had already climbed up. Observing the wall, Conan displayed an expression of astonishment. The gap between the window and the wall was so narrow, yet the distance from the wall was significant. Conan focused on the clock hanging on the wall, revealing a triumphant smile. In the secret passage. Humph, things are indeed more complex than they appear. Conan slowly descended the stairs, gazing at the skeleton in the secret passage, his interest intensifying. A shadow in the darkness silently followed Conan down the stairs, holding a stone slab high above. Conan, momentarily stunned by the sight of the skeleton before him, remained unaware of the looming threat behind him, his gaze gradually clouding as he closed his eyes. With a resounding thud, the scene shifted to the garden. Hey Yuga! Ai Hybera stood beside Yuga Haruki, slightly bent over, her chestnut hair cascading downward with a few strands resting on her forehead, fixating her gaze on Yuga's eyes. Ah, that hurts, Yuga murmured, regaining his senses, his pupils constricting as he glanced at the girl so close to him, using the back of his hand to shield his eyes for a moment. That was so sudden. Was that truly a human skeleton? By the way, did Shinichi Kudo perish? What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Just an old ailment, I'm fine. It seems something has occurred upstairs. Should we check it out? Yuga supported his head, attempting to rise, but his body felt stiff from prolonged sitting. With Hybera's help, he slowly stood, her sharp tongue quipping. Are you a court lady or something? Should I thank the maid then? Hybera's teasing was swiftly interrupted, raising an eyebrow as she released her grip while Yuga struggled to maintain his balance. Oh dear, how clumsy of you. Ai Hybera smiled at the boy who had fallen, her sense of retribution immediate. On the second floor, what has transpired? AI Hybra inquired of Ayumi. Conan suddenly disappeared. Ayumi, clutching Hybra's arm with concern, responded. AI Hybra noticed a fallen chair, scattered books, and an opened clock cover, her heart sinking as her expression grew serious. This castle is indeed not simple. Do not worry about that fellow, he is fine. For now, let us find something to eat. Casting a glance at the disordered room and walls, Yuga Haruyuki turned and gently tugged at Hybra's sleeve as she prepared to ascend, speaking in a calm tone as he moved away. The chair and the books leading down there likely indicate a secret chamber. The object that just struck should be a blunt instrument. While painful, it is not lethal. With so many people around and the enemy concealed, it is wise to refrain from any unnecessary actions for now. Hybra AI's gaze was heavy with suspicion and confusion as she observed him. Why was he so untroubled and confident that Kudo was unharmed? In the dining area on the first floor, everyone sat at the table. Wow, this spread is magnificent, Genta exclaimed, unable to take his eyes off the food. Occasionally, such liveliness was welcome, and Mamiya smiled as he raised a glass of red wine. Let us wait a bit before eating. Yuga Haru subtly tugged at AI's shirt from under the table, signaling her to hold off on her eagerness to eat. What's wrong? AI looked at Yuga, puzzled. I'll help you cut it, he said, glancing around cautiously as he took AI's plate of steak, cut a piece, and casually popped it into his mouth, seemingly without issue. Perhaps the meat from others is tastier, he remarked, cutting a few more pieces while meeting AI's incredulous gaze. Shall I share mine with you? I prefer my own, he replied, observing others enjoy their meals without any apparent signs of poisoning. Aside from the steak, the rest of the dishes were self-serve. So as long as they were confirmed safe, everything should be fine. Nearby, Mamiya Masao, seated in her wheelchair, remained anxious about the glasses-wearing boy who had been knocked out. I must go check, she insisted, swiftly spinning her wheelchair around. Grandmother? Mamiya Takako was taken aback. Her grandmother appeared in good spirits? Takako felt a bit awkward but saw that Mamiya Masao didn't seem angry, so she chose not to comment further. Please help bring the food to Lady Takako. Masao instructed the maid with a calm demeanor. AI quietly observed this family. The elderly lady occasionally forgot her daughter had passed away, while Mamiya Masao seemed indifferent to everything except the castle's treasures. Takako appeared somewhat normal, yet she too showed a keen interest in the treasure. Though they were enjoying a cheerful meal, Mamiya Masao mentioned a fire at the castle, casting an eerie shadow over the atmosphere. So many had already perished, yet they still resided here, their eyes filled with greed for riches. Do not worry about him, he is fine. There are hidden passages, and perhaps that little boy will suddenly appear from a corner. If you are concerned, once we finish eating, I will take you to look for him. I have my phone, so do not wander off, Yuga Haru said calmly, gazing into the distance while taking a sip of his drink, subtly reassuring the anxious AI beside him. AI lowered her head, stealing a glance at Yuga. How can you be so sure Kudo is all right? Having only caught a glimpse of that room like I did? His earlier dazed expression, coupled with the pain he seemed to exhibit, struck her as odd, and she suppressed her doubts. Nearby, Ayumi and the others were extremely worried about Conan's disappearance, leaving their bread for their missing friend. In the dim and suffocating air, Conan was tightly bound with ropes, his eyes closed. He heard the sound of a mechanism activating and turned toward it. The door slowly creaked open, a flashlight beam illuminating the walls as Mamiya Masao surveyed the dark room before retreating. Once he noticed the coast was clear, Conan opened his eyes and began twisting his body, rubbing his wrists against a brick on the ground in an attempt to free himself. How strange. This assailant is rather gentle, merely striking my head lightly and assuming I was unconscious. Is this a surprisingly compassionate killer, afraid of causing me too much pain? He decided to dismiss such thoughts and, with a blank stare, activated his watch flashlight, feeling his way forward. Chapter 17. The strange castle at midnight. Children should not explore recklessly. On the other side, after much discussion, the group resolved to search outside. The rain fell incessantly, splashing against the eaves, forming a myriad of tiny shimmering whirlpools in the puddles. Yuga Haru remained silent, quietly observing the reactions of the others from beneath the eaves. Since Kudo had survived, he needed to seriously contemplate finding an ally if Shinichi Kudo could not escape on his own while conscious. Then perhaps it was time to accept an unfortunate fate. How can you be so sure he isn't scathed? AI stood beside him, speaking softly. As they ascended to the second floor, the distance between the two rooms was rather vast. Since they had yet to locate the treasure, it was likely hidden in the secret passages. He might have inadvertently triggered a mechanism and entered. There is nothing to worry about. AI silently watched Ayumi shout in the rain. This was not the question she wished to pose. Conan! Ayumi cried, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clutched the bag of bread, deeply concerned. Rest assured, Idagawa isn't the type to perish easily. Yuga sighed, observing Ayumi braving the rain. Though reluctant to intervene, he approached her, grasping her wrist and guiding her back toward the castle. Ayumi nodded, keeping her head down and firmly holding onto the bread bag. Fortunately, the young girl ahead did not pry into why he knew so much about Kudo, avoiding any awkward inquiries about potential feelings. As they walked through the castle corridor, AI playfully inquired, "Do you like Idagawa Conan? You seem to know him quite well." Without hesitation, Yuga rolled his eyes and entered a room. As expected, the moment they found themselves alone, this mischievous girl began making his scalp tingle with her comments. "Just kidding," AI said, a faint smile gracing her lips, finding the situation amusing. "By the way, are you a loli enthusiast? If so, you must tell me. Someone has bathed me before, and I need to protect myself." Yuga's expression turned blank, and he collapsed onto the bed, speechless, leaving behind a smirking and taunting AI. Time quickly passed into the depths of night. AI gently arose from the bed and made her way to Yuga, glancing at his still form. His forehead glistened with sweat, and his tightly shut eyes occasionally fluttered, trembling slightly. "Hey, wake up! Are you having nightmares again?" At the corner of the first floor, they observed the lady being pushed away by Mamiya Takako before starting to make phone calls. "All right, the police should arrive shortly," Yuga said, placing the satellite phone down as he glanced at AI, who was yawning beside him. "Would you like to sleep a bit longer?" AI shot him a cold glance. "Are you an idiot? How could anyone possibly sleep now? Life is tough," Yuga sighed. Not only had he been unwittingly drawn into this mess, but now he had to sacrifice his sleep to search for Kudo while being called an idiot. "In any case, let us search for the other hidden passages," he concluded, pulling at AI's sleeve. Dismissing the earlier deductions, it was evident he had been struck unconscious and had lost his way. It was not likely that he would find a hidden passage. "Is that necessary?" AI quizzically observed as he wandered about. "Wouldn't it be better to head straight to that secret passage on the second floor?" Having already explored the second floor passage once, the adversary would undoubtedly be on high alert. Yuga, tugging on AI, approached the corner where the phone was located. The corners here were devoid of rooms, and a sense of being watched heightened his caution. He signaled AI to remain silent while retrieving a wrench from his pocket. Such tools were essential when venturing out. Even if he encountered the police, he could feign innocence, striking with precision. An object in the hands of a child could still inflict pain. With a swift strike to the knee and a stomp on the toes, he followed up with a wrench, delivering a series of blows that effectively neutralized his opponent. A shadow emerged from the corner amidst their ambush. Instinctively, he prepared for a combo attack but hesitated as he struck the foe's forehead, staring into the panic-stricken eyes before him. "How did you all get out?" Hibara AI, visibly annoyed, placed her hands on her hips and glared at this disobedient group. She turned to the back, where Professor Agasa scratched his head. "Professor, why are you fooling around with them? Weren't you right behind us?" Kagoro widened his eyes, looking at the suddenly vanished Genta. Yuga Haruyuki tapped the wall they had just occupied with the wrench. Noting that the sound indicated a difference between this place and its surroundings, his expression darkening. There were people behind the wall, but he couldn't tell if it was lockable or needed to be pushed against. If it were the latter, they might still be hiding behind it. He probably ran off to play somewhere again," Yuga childishly exclaimed, gesturing for them to follow, urging Hibara by the sleeve towards the charred tower. After walking a short distance, "Haruki, did you see where Genta ran off to?" Professor Agasa asked uncertainly. "It's impossible for him to have run off on his own. He was clearly taken." "I was just trying to lower their guard. There was a hidden passage back there." "Professor, you were too careless," Yuga sighed, glancing at the professor. "In any case, let us search other areas. The passages from there and the second floor are off-limits. They are very cautious." In the art room, Yuga added, "Haruki, do you think Conan and Genta will be okay?" Ayumi, frightened, leaned against the wall by the door. Didn't their families mention at dinner that someone had gone missing and starved to death? As long as he wishes to remain hidden here, he won't resort to murder. He has all the time in the world. Better to wait until he starves. 4 years ago, 15 people died at the tower. One is still missing. Hibara leaned against Yuga, speaking softly. Yuga patted Hibara, preparing to leave, but found himself alone. Chapter 18. The terrifying shadow hidden in darkness also weeps. Hybera's listless eyes widened. That group of kids is also causing trouble with the professor. They must have discovered something and snuck away. Let us go. At least we have the professor with us, Yugo remarked, feeling exhausted from babysitting. Let us check out the tower. At the entrance of the charred stone tower, Kamiyama had just said it was sealed, yet it was now ajar. Yuga raised an eyebrow, propping the door open with his foot while gripping the wrench. Glancing back at Hybera before stepping inside, the door locked behind them. A shadow silently followed. Inside, is this the restroom? Yuga surveyed the surroundings, ignoring the presence behind him as they began to explore the nearby walls. There's a hidden passage. Hybera tapped on the wall, revealing the secret passage. A loud crash echoed from the restroom door, shaking the decrepit structure, which had long been unable to withstand such violent impacts from an adult. Yuga listened carefully, thoughtfully gripping the wrench. This was quite intriguing. Wait, Hybera. Yuga pulled her back, hiding behind the restroom door. Moments later, the door swung open violently, and a shadow entered, scanning the area. Yuga, with a stern expression, gripped the wrench and launched a relentless attack from behind the door. Pain shot through the intruder's toes as Yuga struck their knee, causing them to double over. With a swift wrench motion, the assailant was soon sprawled on the ground, groaning. Kamiyama? Hybera locked the door and shined a light on the poor soul who had fainted from the pain, questioning Yuga. Is he the murderer? Who knows? Let us tie him up first, Yuga coldly replied, kicking him to ensure he wouldn't wake, using Kamiyama's clothing to secure him to the toilet. Running around in the dead of night and stalking, who else should I hit? Let us go check the secret passage. Yuga confirmed the door was locked, closed the restroom door, and entered the passage. Stay close to me, he said grimly, pulling Hybera's crimson sleeve as he faced away. Could it be that someone is afraid of the dark, thus doesn't he want to let me out of your sight? Hybera teased, glancing at the anxious Yuga. Please. I'm not a child, how could I be afraid of the dark? Yuga responded, exasperation evident in his voice as he felt his lips twitch. This perceptive woman. Oh! Having just seen my sister has sparked my memories, she remarked to Yuga. I accidentally sent the organization's data disk to my sister. Oh, she never mentioned it. Perhaps it's not in her possession. Hybera pondered, considering whether it might be with Professor Hirota Masami from Nanyang University. She shared possible passwords and risks with Yuga as they scanned their surroundings and continued onward. As they walked slowly, one hand held a flashlight, and they reached a crossroad where a beam of light approached from afar. Haruyuki quickly switched off his flashlight and gently grasped Hybera's fingertip, which bore a smile, while holding the wrench. As a grade schooler, carrying a wrench is quite normal, right? An earnest young adventurer wouldn't leave home without one. Kagoro, Ayumi, Conan, and the professor's silhouettes emerged from the corner, their flashlight watches illuminating them as they hurried over. Haruyuki. Hybera. I'm so glad you're okay. By the way, where's Genta? Yuga set down the wrench and took a few steps forward, his lips twitching. He's right here, he said, kicking the snoring Genta, who lay in another secret passage. Knocked out and there's a corpse nearby. Genta is quite impressive. Conan, with his disheveled clothes, grimaced at the sight of Genta on the ground next to the remains. Let us wake him up first. Hybera stated coldly, her expression unchanging. Yuga shook Genta, noting just a bump on the back of his head, nothing serious. Now let us have some explanations, you lot. Hybera crossed her arms, glaring at Professor Agasa. I saw Kagoro suddenly run off and Ayumi followed. I didn't have time to inform you, so I just followed them, Professor Agasa mumbled, casting a sidelong glance at the furious Hybera. Conan scratched his head, bewildered. After I fell into the secret passage, I discovered the remains of that deceased person. And then someone hit me from behind. Perhaps they didn't use much force since I didn't even feel it. Quite strange. Hybera appeared contemplative as she glanced at the professor. Professor Agasa revived Genta, and the group continued upward, discovering a mechanism at the corner. The wall opened to reveal a ladder leading above. Conan climbed up, gripping the railing. Standing behind, Yuga told Hybera, you go ahead. I'll watch from the back. Okay. Be careful, she replied, watching the others ascend. Slowly, Yuga followed. In the darkness, a hand suddenly grasped Yuga's calf. It seemed this assailant had no qualms about striking directly. Unhesitatingly, he swung the wrench at the intruder's head, followed swiftly by a kick. This was merely retribution for the previous blow in the secret passage. Ah! What a benevolent soul I am. The elderly woman, clutching her head, rose slowly from the ground, her desire for treasure overwhelming the pain of the footprints upon her skull. With great difficulty, she ascended the staircase, her aching hands trembling. Heh, you little rascal. You're doomed when I reach the top. The light gradually illuminated her increasingly fervent face, which twisted into a grotesque expression before suddenly freezing. She was met by a group of half-crouched, grinning faces. You, wielding a wrench, regarded her with a keen gaze. The old woman shivered as she climbed the stairs, and an awkward tension filled the air. Fixated upon her, the group bent slightly at the waist, attempting to lunge towards a nearby Hybra while a cautious individual cast a sidelong glance, stealthily slipping a hand into their pocket to quietly grasp a wrench. Madam, or should I refer to you as Miss Nishikawa Matsumi? Conan adjusted his glasses, a strange glimmer flashing from them. Do you not wish to uncover the answer to the castle's riddles? The true Madame Miyako Masao had long been murdered by Nishikawa Matsumi, who, in pursuit of the castle's treasure, had undergone plastic surgery to impersonate Masao, feigning dementia. Unable to deceive the late Madame's daughter, she orchestrated a fire 4 years prior, claiming the lives of the Madame's daughter and the devoted maids who had served her for years. What truly caught Conan's attention was her remark about the passport's change in size. It was impossible for someone who had never left the castle for a decade to be aware of such a detail. Enough. Nishikawa Matsumi, growing impatient and slightly deranged, demanded. Where is the treasure? Tell me quickly. After Conan revealed the solution to the riddle, Nishikawa eagerly opened the hidden passage behind the painting and ascended. As she opened the secret door, light burst forth, and the horizon gradually unveiled the sun, painting the clouds in vibrant hues as the light devoured the darkness, illuminating the forest. Through the window, the charred tower became clearly visible. Following closely behind, Yuha stepped over the weeping elderly woman, gazing vacantly at the distant tower and rising sun, momentarily forgetting their earlier intentions. Her thoughts drifted. Inscribed upon the door were the words, I wish to bestow this castle and its breathtaking view upon the first person to discover this place, rather than covet those elusive riches. Do you not have a future to look forward to? Conan addressed the aging Nishikawa, who sat on the ground, her essence fading. Nishikawa ceased her tears, slowly rising. She circled the dazed figure of Yuha, who was lost in contemplation of the distance, sharing no visible remorse. Let her perish, she uttered softly, my sins are beyond redemption, and I possess no future. A smile gradually formed on her lips as she spoke to Conan before she leapt silently from the high tower. Ah! Ayumi screamed in horror. Hey, damn it! Conan rushed to the window, gripping it tightly, his body leaning outward as he shouted. Hybera did not pay heed to Idagawa. Instead, she quietly approached his side, leaning against the wall, fingers entwined with his. Does the demon perish by the hand of another demon? Hybera observed the trembling Yuha with a peculiar expression, tightening her grip on his hand, shifting slightly closer. I believe I have uncovered something, a truth that should not belong to humanity. Yet it matters little. Hybera closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Before long, police vehicles arrived at the castle, tasked not only with retrieving Nishikawa's body but also freeing the bewildered Miyako Manto, who had been bound in the restroom. He watched as the once prostrate lady stood suddenly, and the elementary students ran amok, mistakenly believing the treasure was within their grasp. He followed Nishikawa until she entered the secret passage, only to find himself at a loss, trailing behind the students in search of treasure, unaware of the impending danger that awaited him. In stark contrast to the other noblemen who knew the truth of the treasure, one was clutching a wound in despair, while the other merely smiled in reflection. Chapter 19. A girl's intuition is sometimes unerringly accurate. At Agasa's residence, the stoic Hybera sat on the sofa, quietly perusing the latest fashion magazine, while Conan fumbled with a skateboard across from her. Occasionally, Hybera's gaze drifted to a newly gifted handbag from Mayano Akemi, which had been folded prior to yesterday's departure, warming her heart. That fool, my sister, would never sneak away to pry into my magazine. Ah? Doctor! Conan exclaimed in a flurry, gesturing desperately at Agasa. Is that a concert in your eyes? The doctor seemed oblivious to the implication. Ah! Didn't little AI mention you were Kudo Shinichi? Didn't she say she would tell you herself? Agasa scratched his head uncertainly. Had he erred? Conan's pupils constricted slightly. Oh dear. Did I forget to mention? I also shrank after consuming a certain substance. Hybera spoke nonchalantly, turning the pages of the magazine. Conan, visibly frustrated, slammed the table. What is that supposed to mean? You speak of it as casually as discussing dinner plans. When did you ever mention this? Did I not? Perhaps I simply forgot. Hybra closed the magazine, a wry smile on her face as she regarded Conan. Is that unacceptable? Under the intense gaze of Hybra, Conan's eyes widened, blinking in disbelief before recalling his initial intentions, slapping the table once more. Unlike the previous time when he had collapsed at Kudo's doorstep, this time Hybra had been delivered to him. Upon waking, she recounted her circumstances and even collaborated with the doctor to select a name. Agasa relayed the details, while Hybra shared her investigation at the Kudo residence and her general situation of fleeing from the organization. So that's how it is, Shinichi. As for that man in black, I find it unlikely that such a gentle person could be associated with the organization. I have not seen him since that night. Agasa scratched his head. Hybra continued calmly. I believe that since our situations are alike, you should be able to comprehend what transpired within me. Are you joking? Conan erupted. How can I possibly understand you? A creator of murder substances? I never expected someone like you, a righteous youth basking in sunlight, to grasp the psyche of a shark from the depths of the sea. Hybra lowered her head, her tone steady yet trembling. If even one person can understand, that would be enough. Agasa, sensing the hurt in her words, stepped forward. This is rather painful to hear, Shinichi. Have you truly comprehended the gravity of the situation? Conan continued to press. Do you have any idea how many lives your concocted drug has harmed? Do you think I willingly allow my creations to be used for murder? Do you think I take pleasure in this? Hybra lifted her head, her eyes reddened, fixating intently on Conan. I apologize, can an antidote still be made? Conan appeared to recall something, the image of someone committing suicide within a piano room. The silhouette plummeting from a high building surfaced in his mind. His expression softened, a hint of regret in his voice. I possess a disc containing drug data, though it is incomplete and will require time to develop an antidote. After a final exchange, Conan left Agasa's residence with a somber demeanor. Hybra watched them depart, quietly closing her red-rimmed eyes, a smile gracing her lips, completely unfazed by her earlier emotional turmoil. It seemed that the skills honed within the organization proved to be of use. The plan was successful. In the room, Hybra gazed at the dark ceiling, hesitating for a moment before picking up a mobile phone gifted by someone earlier. Are you asleep? Something has happened? She scoffed at herself, not believing it. Oh dear. What if I said something has occurred? I would come right over. It is nothing, but I find myself unable to sleep. May I come over? Chim. Haruyuki rubbed his eyes, casually tousling his short black hair, clad in the pajamas purchased by Akemi Mayano. At the entrance of the Agasa residence, the door slowly creaked open. Haruyuki, dressed in a fluffy black cat-themed onesie, donned the hood to conceal his messy hair, with two drooping cat ears perched atop. Despite incessantly rubbing his eyes, the light from the doorway illuminated his face, revealing faint dark circles. Ah, isn't someone supposed to be asleep? A smile flickered across Hybra AI's face. The sight of him, clearly unable to sleep yet too shy to call her, was utterly endearing. He resembled a stray cat by the roadside, starving yet maintaining an aloof demeanor towards the food in front of him. Without a heartfelt plea, he would stubbornly refuse to eat. What are you still standing there for? Come over, but keep your voice down, the doctor is asleep. Hybra AI turned to Haruyuki, who lingered at the door. Is that all right? Haruyuki raised an eyebrow. Hybra, hands behind her back, spoke nonchalantly, suppressing a smile as she slowly walked into the room. Oh. Haruyuki bowed his head, feeling as if all the blood in his body had rushed to his face, making it feel as though it would burn upon contact. He stepped into the room, casting a glance at the neatly laid futon beside the bed, observing the decor around him. It had taken on a more feminine essence since his first visit. Although he had prepared everything himself, even bringing her here, it felt entirely different upon his return. Are you sleeping beneath? You aren't thinking of anything inappropriate, are you? Your face is quite red. Hybra sat on the bed, observing the nervous Haruyuki standing at the door, a smile tugging at her lips. The blanket is too thick. It's stifling. Haruyuki, still outside the covers, ignored his flushed face and feigned an icy demeanor. Haruyuki turned off the light and burrowed under the covers, with moonlight streaming through the window, casting a glow beside the bed. The two lay beneath the blanket, gazing up at the ceiling. As for what lay in their hearts, that remained solely their own secret. Does it still hurt? Hybra AI closed her eyes and spoke softly. She was uncertain if her guess was accurate, but it was evident that some matters were indeed connected to him. What? I asked if your head still hurts from that heavy blow. Hybra turned on her side. Curling up at the edge of the bed, watching Haruyuki, a smirk slowly forming on her lips. It mustn't feel pleasant, right? That woman is not the type to show mercy. Edagawa was struck, injured yet not feeling pain, nor did he faint as Koizumi did. Moreover, when you were lost in thought, the perpetrator who had been crying on the ground suddenly smiled and leapt off the windowsill without uttering a single scream. Whenever something occurs, it seems as though your spirit has vacated your body while another person takes over. Though reluctant to admit it, after eliminating all impossibilities, what remains, no matter how improbable, is the truth, and it is related to you, isn't it? Kudo was completely unaware, yet I, who observed him throughout, have seen it all. Her words carried a certainty that left no room for denial. One must concede that a woman's intuition can be surprisingly accurate, no matter how absurd the conclusion may seem. I have lost. In the 14 years since I became conscious in this world, not even those who have known me for a long time have discerned what I conceal. Yet here, after such a brief interaction with her, it has all been laid bare. Although I have not deceived her, has the shark's instinct become this sharp? Yuga's lips curled slightly as he watched Hybra lean against the side of the bed. Since the moment I crossed over 14 years ago, it seems I am no longer myself, perpetually vacating my mind, daydreaming without regard for the occasion, my spirit often inhabiting others. It is a curious coincidence that those I become are often teetering on the brink of death. I have witnessed more deaths in this body within mere weeks than in my previous life. Sometimes it is a person of great depravity, initially. I wished to atone for their sins but found myself powerless to prevent their demise, merely postponing it, only for death to return once more. Nothing could be saved. Yet, as the number of witnessed deaths increased, so too did my exhaustion in coping. My mind became cluttered, filled with chaos, leading to countless sleepless nights. I no longer know how many times I have exerted all my strength, only to be left with the path of death. If I were to inhabit the body of someone whose heart I do not resonate with, perhaps it would be more straightforward to simply let them die, alleviating the unknown malice that plagues others, leaving them mentally drained. Perhaps I am weary now, or perhaps I have grown fearful. No longer am I the fool who disregards his own well-being, always considering others. I have become afraid to take on that role. As for the original consciousness of the body, I have attempted to probe it, yet the other party remains entirely oblivious. At most feeling as if they have merely had a dream. If one were to care for nothing, to take a life indiscriminately, it would be a terrifying act indeed. To kill one person, to overturn an entire nation in a single night, or even to annihilate a civilization is not a difficult task. Such powers ought not to belong to humanity but to the divine. Though I still struggle, I do not consider myself a good person. Perhaps it is more fitting to define me as a demon from hell. After all, a person like me has long since lost count of how many lives I have taken, even if the one bearing the burden is myself. If not for Shiho Mayano's tears reminding me that she still needs saving, that she needs me to live, I might have succumbed to despair. Sounds absurd, doesn't it? Yuga mused, staring at the ceiling. Our existence is inherently absurd, AI remarked, glancing at her petite arms, smiling with self-deprecation. Do you really believe it? Haruyuki stared at the smiling girl in astonishment. Such notions, if spoken aloud, would likely land one in a psychiatric ward. Why not believe it? AI gazed at the calm boy before her, feeling an inexplicable trust that he would not deceive her, regardless of what he said. Why tell me this? Just because I asked? AI inquired curiously, leaning over the edge of the bed to look at him. The moment you spoke, I vowed never to conceal anything from you. Since you saved me, my life has been dedicated to you. This is my creed. Haruyuki bent slightly, smiling at the girl. If you were alive, I would wager my beliefs and my life to protect you. No matter what happens, as long as I breathe, I shall stand before you, Miss Shark. If you were to cease to exist, then I would have no reason to continue living either. A faint blush crossed AI's cheeks as she turned away, calming herself as she lay flat at the edge of the bed, her hand trailing down to the floor, seemingly signaling something. Then, let us not lose our way. Chem. Haruyuki's lips curled upward as he took her hand. Moonlight quietly filtered through the window into the room, the boy gripping the girl's hand tightly. Gradually, they drifted into slumber. The girl closed her eyes, her body at peace, smiling occasionally. Perhaps they were aboard a magical ship soaring through the skies, destined for a dreamland among the clouds. Chapter 20, Family. In the early morning, a warm ray of sunlight gently streamed through the curtains, illuminating their tightly clasped hands, both faces adorned with soft smiles, sleeping soundly. Sister Setsuki, I'm with Hybra. Haruyuki carefully spoke into the phone, his gaze fixed on the girl who clutched his hand, lost in deep slumber. If it's not too much trouble, could you prepare a bit of breakfast for me? I'm quite tied up at the moment. Is this taken literally? Ah, you aren't spending the night with AI, are you? Haruyuki rolled his eyes. What a terrifying woman. All right, I understand. I shall accompany AI well. Without a second thought, that woman surely wore a sly smile as she covered her mouth. Haru, lost in thought, gazed at the girl with chestnut hair. The girl's eyes fluttered slightly. Yet she did not open them. Dr. Agasa slowly opened the door, observing the woman outside. The fragmented bangs were slightly askew, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, the tips naturally tousled and graceful. Her fair complexion often bore a gentle blush, enchanting and beautiful, while her clear gaze and tranquil demeanor, with eyes that smiled like a crescent moon, exuded a warm and captivating aura from her blue irises. Hello, I am Haru's sister. Hazuki, she greeted with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, you are that child's sister? Haha, he has mentioned you. Just the other day. Little AI visited your home. I must thank you for your hospitality, Dr. Agasa said, puzzled as he looked at the breakfast that Akio was holding. She glanced down at the food container and chuckled. Oh, about this, Haru was being a bit spoiled and mentioned wanting to have breakfast with AI. I missed her a bit, so I took the liberty of preparing breakfast. Ah, how kind of you. Dr. Agasa chuckled, scratching his head a bit awkwardly. It's perfect timing. AI hasn't gotten up to make breakfast and is quite hungry. Welcome. AI called as she opened the door, giggling while glancing at Haru, who wore a scowl. After breakfast, the two quietly packed their school bags and embraced their roles as elementary students. Upon entering the classroom, Conan, with his deadpan eyes and a mischievous grin, raised an eyebrow at the slowly seated Hybra. Hey, you don't have a crush on a kid, do you? Just the other day, you disappeared with someone for an entire afternoon, and it seems you were together at the castle too. We merely live nearby, Hybra retorted, her deadpan eyes darting away, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Time will tell. Conan raised an eyebrow. Hybra dropped her bag, shooting him a glance. In that case, you should take a seat at the front, lest we be mistaken for being close, which might ruin your chances with others. Conan's face twitched at the terrifying woman's words. Hey, did this woman just curse me? I was merely teasing. Hybra, why are you still standing? Kobayashi entered, looking at the standing Hybra in confusion. Kobayashi-sensei, Idagawa wants to switch seats with Yuga. Hybra raised her hand, a fierce glare directed at Conan. Conan, trembling, silently picked up his bag and chose to follow his heart, his eyes betraying a perplexed expression as he suppressed the seeds of doubt within. By the window, Haru, resting his chin on his hand, observed the ominously dark aura emanating from behind, casting a glance at the fearsome man with 6 hands, raising an eyebrow before swiftly turning to gaze out the window. What is that thing? A stand user, perhaps? It must be a stand user. Yikes, that startled me. I'm not Sakata Jintoki, go find an inn instead. Hey, this is not the style of this anime anymore. He stole a glance back, noticing the girl merely gazing calmly at her textbook, as if nothing had transpired. He raised an eyebrow, blinked, and leaned on his chin, gazing wistfully at Hybra. I'll take you somewhere tonight. As night fell, the doorbell of Dr. Agasa's house rang. Would you grace me with your presence for dinner? Haru bent slightly, extending his hand toward the crescent-eyed Hybra. A brightly lit late-night diner, open from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m. the following day. Welcome. Yuga, wiping the bar counter, looked surprised at the sight of Hybra, who had just entered. Sister. The scar-faced owner half-pulled the curtain, smiling. The menu consists of these items. Feel free to order anything I can make, even if it's not on the menu. Haru sat down, smiling at Hybra beside him. He asked the owner who introduced me to this line of work. He used to be in intelligence and is quite discreet. After retiring, he opened this diner, which doesn't he attract the usual crowd, so he is allowing her to work here without questioning your identities, so please don't let anything slip. Since you mentioned it, how about a sandwich? Hybra rested her head in her hand, listening to the quiet conversation. A moment later, here you go. AI. Peanut butter and blueberry jam sandwich. Akio cheerfully presented the prepared food, watching AI consume it, her expression turning to one of perplexity. This flavor. The owner chuckled, observing Hybra's bewildered expression. When it comes to cooking, the flavors of those we cherish resonate the most. Akio gently wiped the crumbs from AI's mouth while gazing affectionately at her. Same as usual. Haru glanced over, smiling momentarily before addressing the owner. All right, curry coming right up. Ha ha ha. This diner truly has splendid flavors. Let us keep today's task a secret from Ran. There's no need to mention it on the way. The door slowly opened, revealing a blue dwarf who twitched his mouth as he stepped out from behind a tall man in a suit. Isn't that Hibara and Yuga? The two, who were in the middle of eating, exchanged subtle glances at the peculiar duo. Those two troublemakers? It's fortunate that Akio was just called out by the owner for a delivery. After exchanging greetings, the always embattled Uchiha Kojiro and the ever-mischievous Sadagawa Itachi sat down to eat on the other side. Ha ha ha, indeed, nothing beats skewers with beer. Mori Kagoro, having somehow tied a tie around his hair, pounded the table while drinking beer. As he shouted, the door creaked open. An elderly woman, slightly tipsy, stumbled in, her body swaying and her eyes somewhat glazed. Empty, huh? The old woman squinted, lowering her head slightly to see the owner, smiling as she shivered from the alcohol. Boss, I'd like some steamed clams and a drink. Why is it so noisy today? What's up? It's been a while since I've seen you this drunk. The owner remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Ha ha, my grandson is about to graduate. He recently mentioned a boss who appreciates him and suggested I retire to enjoy life. The elderly woman laughed heartily as she leaned on the table. Isn't this Mitsuko-san? Long time no see. It's Mori, Kagoro said, smiling. Ah, Mitsuko Esta. It's been a while. She grinned, her excitement evident. Isn't that Kagoro? Ha ha ha. I haven't seen you since you graduated. It's been ages. Remember how you always complained about my apartment building being a dump and ran off before the lease was up? Mori Kagoro blushed, scratching his head. Let us not dwell on that, let us drink. Two long-lost friends with a drink shared, despite the age gap, the two drunks reveled in each other's company. Mind your own business. I already called Ran. Conan, resting his head on his hand, stared at the uncle with a frown. Conan cast a glance at Haru, quietly eating curry, and Hibara, who was swaying over her juice at the table. The bond between these two individuals is truly remarkable. Could it be that the woman has developed feelings for the mature young man? Conan smirked, knowing full well that such a notion was implausible. By the way, how old is she? Chapter 21. The flavor of clams steamed in wine is infused with affection. After a while, the door quietly creaked open. One must wonder why the old woman was left unattended. Yuga Harasuk sipped on his juice, observing the proprietor in the back kitchen. Someone would come to take her away shortly. Moments later, indeed, a young man entered with an apologetic expression carrying Granny Mitsui on his back. Harasuk propped his head up with one hand, glancing at Hibara, who was also engrossed in a magazine. I wish to stay here with my sister. For some reason, I feel a sense of peace in this place. AI paused, adjusting the magazine slightly before speaking again. Suddenly, the door swung open, and it was the young man from before. He looked up at the owner, grinning widely. Boss, I'd like some clams steamed in wine and some wine. Satenda Makoto gazed nostalgically at the dish of clams steamed in wine, relishing each bite with satisfaction. These clams are simply irresistible. I still remember when the debt collectors would frequently come around. For some reason, my grandmother took me, who had just started elementary school, to the beach. We walked along the deserted shoreline for quite a while. She held my hand while I clutched my stomach, desperately hungry. I playfully whined to her, Granny, I can't walk anymore. Satenda gradually revealed a smile. In the end, my grandmother took the starving me to a nearby shop where she ordered this dish for me. I devoured 3 servings while she watched me with the wine she had brought. Just when I was about to eat a 4th serving, she could no longer hold back and stopped me. Delicious, isn't it? AI said, propping her head up, watching the smiling Makoto enjoy his meal. She used to drink every night, but ever since that day, I haven't seen her touch alcohol again. This morning, I told her that I was recognized by a big company's boss and would start working there after graduation. She was overjoyed. Makoto spoke with a hint of complexity. That debt was only recently cleared. After starting university, considering the tuition, our family's situation has worsened. Even with my part-time job, I still fell short each month. He slammed his glass down on the table, looking at the owner with a bowed head, filled with a sense of self-loathing. In truth, I, along with others, stole sleeping pills from the university hospital pharmacy to sell, claiming they were earnings from my part-time job, just to barely fill the financial gaps. At last, I've managed to pay everything off. His voice trembled, tears welling in his eyes as he continued to pour more alcohol into his mouth. Yuga silently sat beside Makoto, poured him a glass, and handed it over with a gentle smile. You've been educated by the children. Makoto glanced at the two precocious kids and the smiling owner. Thank you, little one. Makoto chuckled. By the way, would you like to come over to my house tomorrow? As a thank you for listening to my ramblings. Would the boss like to join us to celebrate my graduation? AI shot a glance at Harasuke, who was secretly sipping a drink with his head bowed, and said to Makoto, thank you, but I want to go. The boss, sitting and smoking, slightly raised his lips in a smile. After exchanging email addresses, AI nodded to the owner and Mayano Akemi, who had just come out from the kitchen, and pulled on Harasuke's collar, tugging him along as they opened the door. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I'm not drunk, just call me if you need me. It hurts. Harasuke mournfully looked at AI, clutching his neck. AI rolled her eyes, halting her steps, crossing her arms, glaring at the pitiful Harasuke with an annoyed expression. I'm sorry. I was raised by my grandmother too. Perhaps it's just a touch of nostalgia, Harasuke said, lifting his head to gaze at the sky, a faint smile on his lips, yet a hint of sadness flickered across his face. AI turned her head away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, and expressionlessly replied, whining is also acceptable, you know. Are you my grandmother? Harasuke suddenly looked at AI with a mischievous smile. Bang. Oh dear. This is far from the demeanor of Miss Mayano. It's slightly out of character. A voice chimed in. Oyama house. A girl lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Rying. A small hand paused in midair beside the bed, a smile gradually forming as the phone was answered. Hello, how do you call me? Little AI. How come you look so surprised? What's wrong with you? AI's lips curled into a smile. After advising AI not to mention their names over the phone, they chatted casually. Morning. Rain continued to patter against the window. Yuga sat on the bay window, engrossed in a book, occasionally glancing outside at the rain, sipping on a cold soda. No matter the occasion, his habit was unshakable. During moments of sadness, he enjoyed a few drinks to drift off into a light slumber. And even on rainy days, he preferred his Sprite with ice and lemon, relishing that sharp sensation in his throat. He had promised to visit Makoto's house in the afternoon. Perhaps he wanted to witness the amusing dynamics between the grandmother and grandson once more. Having spent 14 years in this world, he initially thought he had merely been reborn. Though the process was somewhat surreal, it resembled the glitch of time travel stories. Ha! Though it wasn't me who collided. Later on, as he grew up and saw Lupin and Daisuke Jigen with his own eyes, he realized he was in the world of Lupin 3. Eventually, after investigating Mayano, he discovered the peculiar blending of this strange world. He had long forgotten most of the plot details, but he distinctly remembered Ran and Akai Shuichi, not to mention that reckless little detective. Yet it mattered little. As long as they were not involved, he had no interest letting fate take its course. He took a sip of his cold beverage, sitting cross-legged on the blanket of the bay window, gazing outside. Bang! A small figure appeared behind him, a tray crashing onto the small table beside the bay window. With a curt tone, here, breakfast. The indifferent Hybra AI took a seat across from Yuga, locking eyes with him, her face a canvas of confusion. The Ice Queen melted instantly, revealing a smile. AI, noticing his panda-like eyes, initially intended to treat this cheeky fellow coldly, but her strategy faltered. And she couldn't help but retort, worried I wouldn't sleep? You certainly don't look like someone who had a good night's rest. Harasuke silently poked at the bacon on his plate, suppressing his embarrassment, trying to appear aloof. Why do you care? Is it that obvious? Didn't you hear that quiet cat purring? You're not a bit accustomed to sleeplessness. I thought you were used to it by now. Chapter 22. The one who projects Gamera has a warm heart. The rain gradually subsided, sunlight streaming through the window onto the floor. In the bathroom, Harasuke had just showered, and as he dried his hair, he wandered into the living room, staring at the black hair on his towel in bewilderment. How can a little boy like me be losing hair? It must be due to staying up too late. Someone can't seem to sleep all day. You might not have grown up yet, but could end up bald like Dr. Agasa. AI commented, sitting on the sofa, flipping through a magazine, her face betraying a smirk. That can't be true, Harasuke pondered, a chill running down his spine, contemplating the possibility. Who knows? Anyway, Sutenda doesn't go until around 7. And if you can't sleep alone, why not take a stroll to clear your mind? It might help relieve some fatigue. AI set down her magazine, looking up at him with a subtle smile. Harasuk considered this logic. All right then, where to go? Here. Xiao AI placed 2 movie discount coupons in front of Qingyu and said softly, "The doctor drew them from the lucky bag yesterday. They can be used for any movie at Movie Street." Qingyu glanced at the tickets, scrutinized Xiao AI, and raised an eyebrow. "If you want to go, just tell me. Wherever you go, I will follow." Xiao AI resumed flipping through a magazine, her expression inscrutable. "It's not the same, you fool." At the cinema entrance, Yuhi Qingyu glared at a group of mischievous children. It was indeed a strange situation after a long-awaited movie outing. He found himself face-to-face with Idagawa's misfortune and 3 little rascals. Whether they would disturb the viewing experience was one thing, but it felt akin to a picnic with friends turning into a tedious company outing. Qingyu twitched his mouth, observing Xiao AI, who was stifling a laugh behind her hand. "The doctor can't make it. What's wrong?" "It's too late to run now," Xiao AI remarked calmly. Conan rolled his eyes, glancing at the two whispering to each other. "Hey, since we are the Junior Detective Corps, we should be watching something like The Legend of the Demon Murder Case, right? But we want to watch something more relaxing today. Those movies require too much brainpower," Genta replied, showing no interest in Conan's suggestion. "Indeed, overthinking could lead to baldness," Mitsuhiko added. Qingyu, listening to the conversation about baldness with a subtle expression, rolled his eyes at the cunning smile of Xiao AI, who was sneaking glances at him. He took out his phone and looked at his reflection on the dark screen, fair-skinned with delicate features that bore an air of charm and gentleness. An exquisite blend of qualities that exuded an ethereal vibe. There was no way he could ever be bald. "We must watch Godzilla." Ayumi turned to Hibara and asked, "What do you want to see, Hibara?" "Well, if it were up to me, rather than a detective drama, I would prefer to watch Einstein's Glorious Yet Troubled World." Hibara AI propped her chin on her hand and glanced at Yuhi. "Hey, what is Einstein? Can you eat it?" Genta asked, confused. Conan sighed in exasperation. "And what about you, Yuhi? What do you want to watch? Taking care of these kids is such a hassle." "Actually, I think watching something about Einstein occasionally wouldn't be bad," Hibara replied, eyeing Yuhi, who was rambling nonsensically beside her. "You fool. If you weren't so fixated on the Godzilla poster next to you, I might believe you," she added. "How old are we? Still liking that? Huh? All right, let us just watch Godzilla," Hibara said with a resigned expression, propping her head up. "Yay!" The 3 little rascals cheered. Xiao AI couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the little white mouse being put in his place. Yuhi quietly observed Hibara, a smile creeping onto his lips. Her smiles had indeed increased. The cinema was eerily quiet, with only a few scattered patrons in the expansive screening room. The floor was chaotic with ropes and cables strewn about, and ladders lay haphazardly in various positions. Yuhi, Hibara, and her entourage sat in the front row while Conan, with a look of despair, propped his head up. The 3 children, however, were eagerly anticipating the big screen lighting up. Moments later, "Yay! Go Godzilla! Don't lose to that man-eating spider monster. Go for it. Hey, you guys, you need to sit still and behave during the movie. Don't stand up waving your hands and shouting. It disturbs others." Yuhi Qingyu admonished the 3 little rascals, resting his chin on his hand. He appeared cold and indifferent. "Sorry?" Ayumi said, feeling embarrassed as she sat down obediently. "What the heck?" Genta pouted, visibly annoyed. "Children can be capricious. But aren't you all part of the Junior Detective Corps? Shouldn't you admit you're still kids? If so, don't be upset when adults look down on you. After all, you're the ones who belittle yourselves." Yuhi smiled at Genta, his smile both friendly and somewhat eerie. "Sorry. I want to do it again," Genta mumbled, his head lowered. "Who would have thought you could be good with kids?" Xiao AI smiled, resting her head on her hand, looking towards Yuhi. "You have a unique way of handling them. Children only grow through constant experience." Yuhi shifted his posture, sitting up straighter and leaning slightly to the side. After a while, Conan glanced at the 2 lovebirds beside him, feeling utterly exasperated. "You 2 pressed the gas pedal, and now you're both sleeping so soundly. You idiots!" The heads of the 2 leaned together slowly. Xiao AI's head rested on Qingyu's shoulder while he leaned against her small head, both sleeping peacefully. A bit of noise was better than complete silence. Quietness often leads to overthinking. Perhaps this chaos was the reason he enjoyed these special effects movies. Although the commotion might disturb others, it had a hypnotic effect on him. Outside the screening room, Qingyu and Xiao AI stretched lazily and yawned in unison. "We still have 2 more movies to watch," Conan groaned lethargically. That is a luxurious combination of 3 films adding up to 6 hours. Hang in there, Hibara said with a faint smile. Well, I'm well rested. He couldn't help but yawn again. Conan shot him a dark look. You must have rested well sleeping through it all. I am a bit hungry, Genta said, patting his flat stomach. Should we grab a snack? It seems like they sell popcorn here. Awesome. Popcorn. How can a cinema only have cola? Come on, 3 cups of cola. 3 cups of coffee? The waitress smiled warmly at the small children and the 3 faux kids. And 6 servings of popcorn, this is on me. Is that okay? Yuhi said, offering a standard smile as he looked at the waitress. No problem, she replied with a hint of resignation. Today is the last day after all. Last day. After today, we close down. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, walked in. This cinema has been open for 30 years. It's time to say goodbye. The old man looked at Yuhi with a slightly uncertain gaze. I feel like I've seen you before. When was that? This is my first visit. Is that so? Did I mistake you for someone else? I must be getting old. The old man, dressed in a shirt and tie with a bushy beard behind his glasses, appeared quite amiable. You've seen the state of the inside. This is also preparation for tomorrow's demolition. Oh, is this cinema really closing down? Ayumi said with a hint of sadness. No matter what, there will always be parting moments, Hibara spoke calmly. Will we also part? Ayumi looked down, a touch of melancholy in her voice. Youth is a fleeting dream, yet before we awaken, we are still together, aren't we? Hibara glanced at Ayumi before continuing. Owner. This is ridiculous, the waitress interjected. Can't you wait until tomorrow to start work? Hey, a man who had entered through the door cut in suddenly, chuckling with a cigarette in his mouth. We made special arrangements to let you operate until today at the boss's request. Otherwise, this cinema would have been demolished long ago. Coinciding with its anniversary, the man, in his 40s, looked somewhat menacing, appearing more unscrupulous than a thug. With a mocking expression. This cinema's last day of business has only a meager few customers. It should have closed down long ago. Chapter 23. Children are innocent, carefree, yet formidable beings. If not properly guided, they may stray onto a dark path. Zhang Tianzhengzi. What are you doing? A middle-aged man with a flat top scolded. Smoking is prohibited in the cinema. Moreover, there are children present. Do not make me remind you every time. You wretched fellow. The middle-aged man's name tag reads Kobashi, and he appears to be the cinema's projectionist. Yuga Harasuk cast a glance at the irate manager, then shifted his gaze to the calm yet slightly disdainful Hibara beside him. He scrolled through his phone and silently approached. With a beaming smile, he held up his phone and said, Hey big brother. Crouch down. I want to show you something intriguing. What nonsense, why should I look at that? Zhang Tian lowered his head to scrutinize the phone, furrowing his brow in suspicion. Big brother, did you know that the age of criminal responsibility in Japan is 14? For those under this age, neither the police nor the media reveal their true names or appearances to protect them. At most, they receive criticism and their guardians are penalized. And for orphans like me, it's even less significant. Yuga gently withdrew a pen from his jacket pocket, smiling as he whispered to Zhang Tian, his innocent grin contrasting with the sinister undertone of his words. Don't let that fierce Fade fool you. You wouldn't dare to kill, would you? I would. You can disrupt the cinema countless times, but I only need to do it once, and you'll be silenced forever. I merely need to cry a few times, and I'll be released. So, big brother, do you know what you ought to do now? Zhang Tian was drenched in cold sweat, listening to the terrifying words spilling from the mouth of this perpetually smiling elementary school student. The child, with his bright smile while calling him big brother, emanated an unsettling aura that filled him with dread, as if this creature would not hesitate to plunge the pen into his eye should he refuse. I am sorry, Zhang Tian stammered, trembling as he bowed to the others, fearfully nodding as he stepped into the screening room. Are elementary school students becoming too frightening? A man in the cinema's gaze revealed murderous intent. Yuga furrowed his brow, observing the man beside him harboring such malice. Big sister, who is that person? Ayumi inquired. Looking up, Zhang Tian, overseeing the demolition work, had been coming daily and always argued with the ruffians after screenings. Those thugs were undoubtedly hired by him, intentionally causing disruption to tarnish our reputation, which forced us to shut down. The waitress exclaimed angrily, then, realizing something, added, Oh no, I forgot to buy lunch. I'll go now. Inside the screening room, the second installment of the Godzilla series commenced. After receiving a call, Zhang Tian trembled, and after a brief pause, continued to maliciously harass others in the back while suppressing his laughter. By the way, what did you just show him? AI suddenly opened her eyes and whispered to Harasuk. A tragic news story about an 8-year-old boy from Gunma who ended the lives of his entire family, only to receive mere criticism and be forgiven by his uncle, flashed through Harasuk's mind, and he smirked with a hint of derision. Ah, protecting children, are we? AI seemed to ponder something, her lips curling into a smirk filled with irony. How morbidly amusing. Yet he actually believes what a child says. Harasuk feigned innocence. I just happen to know the boss of this area. I called him moments ago. I suspect that fellow received a warning and wouldn't he dare to act recklessly. How could someone be so naive as to take mere words at face value? The eavesdropping Conan twitched his mouth, raising an eyebrow. Is this really an elementary school student? Can a child smile while uttering such terrifying words, and even know a Yakuza boss? Could he possibly be the child of some Yakuza leader? Indeed, the innocence of childhood is a right, but educating the young is the duty of adults. Adults may claim that children are innocent and not to blame, yet they, too, are merely children. How can children educate other children? Children may err, but adults must monitor them and intervene promptly. Otherwise, these charming little beings could transform into sorrowful and wretched demons. If adults merely give birth and neglect their upbringing, or shift all responsibility onto others as if they themselves are blameless, failing to change their approach to child rearing, it would be better if they had never had children at all. AI glanced at Harasuk, whose expression was grave, and sighed quietly, grasping his fingertips. Harasuk looked to the back, hesitated for a moment in contemplation, frowned wearily, and leaned back against his seat, glancing at Hybra's profile. Gradually, he drifted into a reverie, his consciousness wandering. Is the air conditioning a bit chilly? Ayumi hugged herself, shivering slightly. Ah! The second installment of Godzilla had yet to conclude when the screening was abruptly halted, accompanied by the incessant ringing of the alarm outside the theater. He watched as a shadow flitted back and forth before the projection window, moving erratically in a manner that seemed quite gruesome. Officer Magyar regarded Conan, who was scratching his head, with disdain. I initially thought that Mori was the most troublesome, but it seems you are quickly approaching his level. Just last night, he had encountered the little rascal and the inebriated Mori at the crime scene, and now here he was again. Ha, it's just a coincidence, hehe. The blue-haired imp sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Officer Magyar, the deceased is Zhang Tianzhengxi, age 43, owner of a nearby real estate agency. He had purchased this soon-to-be-defunct cinema and apparently owes a considerable amount of money. Officer Magyar nodded, pondering whether he truly had hanged himself during the movie screening. It's absolutely inconceivable, the projectionist Kobashi exclaimed angrily. That guy chose to hang himself right above the projection window. His body and the rope were illuminated on screen. I noticed something was amiss and turned on the lights to check. Conan stood beside the corpse, contemplating and examining the body. It was hard to believe that this previously troublesome man would commit suicide. Officer Magyar did not conclude it as a suicide and continued to interrogate those present. We've told you countless times. He always lingered in this spot smoking. Although he only smoked a little today, he had just provoked the guests intentionally, complained Miss Yuriko, the waitress. He always chose to do so right above the projection window. Zhang Tianzhengxi might have been frightened by Yuga Harasuk remaining silent, yet still intentionally provoked other guests, driving away the couple seated behind. Conan continued to scrutinize the projection window, feeling that something was amiss. There were several projection windows, and the slightly elevated observation window was where Zhang Tian's body hung directly in front of the farthest right projection window. If it were Mr. Kobashi who had acted, it still did not explain the sudden appearance of the shadow on the screen. Regardless of whether Zhang Tianzhengxi was murdered and hanged or chose to hang himself, the actions should have been quite evident. What on earth transpired in between? Chapter 24. Do not trust your eyes too easily. Please collect and vote. An officer entered through the door, stating, according to the ticket seller. At the time of the incident, the cinema was only occupied by these 4 individuals aside from the children. The officer gestured towards the nearby staff. It requires considerable strength to move and lift an adult male. Miss Yuriko and the frail manager, Mr. Muramatsu, appeared to be less suspicious. Conversely, the robust projectionist, Mr. Kobashi, seemed the most suspicious, followed by the slender young man. Conan's gaze lingered suspiciously on the young man. The most distinctive feature of humanity is its ability to utilize tools. Even a small child, with the clever use of nearby implements, can easily slay an elephant many times his size. Observing Conan, Higa suddenly interjected with a reminder, "Indeed, do not underestimate others, especially those who appear weak. Their wrath is not something that seemingly robust individuals can withstand." "Do you have an alibi?" "I could never commit murder, officer." The young man confidently handed his digital camera to Officer Magyar. "I have a solid alibi. When Sonata was hanged, I was at my post taking photographs." The young man showed the officer a picture of the shadow that appeared, claiming it was a serendipitous capture. Officer Magyar scrutinized him with skepticism. "But couldn't you have taken that after he was hanged?" "Officer Magyar," Conan interjected, standing on tiptoe to retrieve the camera. "It's quite simple to verify. Look, here is a photo capturing a continuous sequence from a single angle, featuring myself, others, and the museum curator, which indicates that the photograph was indeed taken at that time." Officer Magyar, feeling a headache coming on, turned seriously to Mr. Muramatsu, the curator. "This photo shows you. Why did you leave midway? Surely, even if it were to use the restroom, you'd go to the other side?" "Ah, that was due to the air conditioning being excessively cold today. I wanted to check on the air conditioning unit in the projection room as the wind had suddenly turned frigid," replied the curator. Officer Magyar was alert. "Is that so?" "Indeed, it is," Hikaru explained. "I too felt quite cold, hence my trip to the restroom." "Speaking of which, I felt somewhat unwell," Genta said, sitting on the ground, leaning against the chair, feeling discomfort from the roughness of the backrest, before sitting upright again. "This cinema is truly lacking. Even the chairs are in disrepair." "Where is the air conditioning unit?" "Over there, at the end of the corridor outside." Officer Magyar then turned to Yukiko and Mr. Kobayashi. "What were you two doing at that time?" Mr. Kobayashi explained, "I was in the projection room, and Yukiko was with me. We couldn't possibly have committed the crime." "Officer, in any case, none of us could have perpetrated the crime. This guy must have committed suicide. It's clear, isn't it?" Officer Magyar surveyed the group. "Let's first check the projection room." As Conan prepared to follow, he suddenly noticed a footprint on the back of the chair where Mr. Takeda had sat, along with signs of friction. Moreover, the seat was located in front of the observation window, rather than the projection window, which seemed odd. Though uncertain of the exact cause, Conan found Mr. Kobayashi exceedingly suspicious. At the time of the incident, he was indeed in the projection room, yet due to the window's position, he was actually the closest to Mr. Takeda, making it quite convenient for him to act. Something felt amiss. Is it really necessary to tie 2 lengths of rope together to hang someone in the cinema? AI observed the rope with a nuanced expression, glancing at a contemplative Conan. Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar. Logically, the rope should not be of such length, she mused. Subsequently, Higa, AI, and her companion Conan entered the disheveled lounge, making their way to the projection room, where they found Officer Magyar and 2 projectors nearby. The window here was completely sealed, unable to be opened. Mr. Kobayashi, addressing Officer Magyar, touched the observation window and stated, "When the shadow appeared, I was right here." Yukiko was in the adjacent lounge making tea. "I believe my alibi is quite solid." Conan lowered his head, displaying a skeptical expression. "But what if Mr. Takeda had already been murdered? What if he had been hanging there even before the shadow appeared?" "Child, how could that be?" "No shadow appeared during the screening," Mr. Kobayashi chuckled. "If we divide the film into 2 halves, it should be feasible. We could show the first half from one side, then switch to the second half and it would all work out," AI suddenly suggested. "Indeed," Officer Magyar replied, astonished. "This way, the first half could play normally without the corpse affecting it, but when switching to the second half, the body would suddenly appear." "Perhaps some cinemas indeed utilize such projection methods," Mr. Kobayashi interrupted, glancing at Conan and AI. "Moreover, doing so would leave marks of splicing on the film. A mere inspection would reveal that no such marks exist." Conan lowered his head, puzzled. Something was amiss. The perpetrator must have tampered with the projector. "This lounge is quite filthy," Ayumi remarked while standing by the table. "Hasn't it been cleaned properly?" "Apologies, but since we needed to close, no one was in the mood to clean," Mr. Kobayashi replied awkwardly. The lounge was cluttered with debris, the central table covered in trash, and dust lingered everywhere. A broken mirror on the wall, though cracked in 2, was somewhat clean, albeit taped together in a rather shabby manner. Hikaru, observing the departing group, hesitated before speaking up. I saw something. While I was in the restroom, I noticed the young lady outside the women's restroom wiping her tears." That Miss Yukiko hesitated, It was actually my contact lens. It tore, so I went to the restroom to put on my glasses while the water boiled. I was only gone for less than a minute, so I didn't mention it, and besides, the restroom is somewhat cleaner than this room. Officer Magyar, perplexed, pondered. That does seem reasonable, yet it remains odd in this room with a mirror. Officer Takagi rushed in, responding to the call for help. I've confirmed that Mr. Takeda, due to his gambling issues, is currently in significant debt. Even if he sold the cinema, he wouldn't be able to repay it. Moreover, I inquired with his employees, and he's been in a very agitated state lately, having had a loud argument with the bank just before arriving here. An argument? It seems he still needed about $1 million to finalize the purchase of the cinema, but the bank refuses to lend him any more. Oh? So he hasn't actually bought the cinema yet? Mr. Muramatsu clarified. We agreed that payment would be made tomorrow. Officer Magyar's mind sparked with realization. He clapped his hands. If that's the case, his sudden suicide could indeed be plausible. That's the reasoning. Still, it is quite strange. Could that man truly have taken his own life? Conan, scratching his head in confusion, sighed. What on earth is not adding up? Chapter 25. Even the deep-sea sharks crave light. Please support with collections and votes. Shortly after, the tardy Dr. Agasa and his group arrived, while Conan, the little rascal, stealthily slipped into the women's restroom in the corridor, gazing quizzically into the mirror. He leaned against the sink's edge, peering into the mirror of the women's restroom, his expression one of perplexity as he grappled with the unresolved questions. The staircase leading down from the projection room formed a straight line. The restroom faced the left side of the screen at the end of this corridor, significantly farther than the mirror in the lounge. What compelled her to come here? After washing her hands, AI glanced at Haruai, who leaned against the door with her back to her while Conan perched on the sink. As she hopped up to wash her hands, she cast a sidelong glance at Conan and remarked, "Oh, you're quite at ease," leisurely gazing into the mirror. "I feel a chill whenever I look in the mirror in the morning. I can't help but wonder, who exactly are you? Regret weighs heavily upon me. Though I have relentlessly pursued the truth, I have simultaneously deceived everyone around me. Even this mirror, which reflects all with utmost honesty, cannot reveal my true self." Hibara AI gazed quietly at her reflection, her tone calm. Outside, Yuga merely lowered his head, a hint of derision gracing his lips. Is my authentic self now merely a fade? A soul remains unchanged by the physical vessel it inhabits. As for evasion and truth, the aspiration to become a scientist, such a noble ambition, is indeed sacred. Yet, is that truly the path she wishes to tread? Is this prodigious talent genuinely what she desires? She is but a child dwelling in a hellish existence, striving to save her only remaining sister. While her peers frolic in play, she must endure the rigors of studying biology. Each step forward is not merely a testament to her exceptional aptitude, it is a desperate necessity for survival. How can one of no worth continue to exist within the organization? Is it through the pity of others? From the outset, she had no choice. Perhaps she chose to embrace research, to revel in her studies. But was this a conscious decision? No, it was merely a means to continue living. If her parents were still in this world, they would likely wait with smiles, hoping she would make her own choices, whether to inherit the so-called research or to forge another path. She would always be their beloved daughter. Conan remained in deep contemplation before the mirror. Wait, the mirror? A sudden epiphany struck him, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he leapt from the sink and dashed outside, exclaiming, "Thank you, Hibara." Hibara, taken aback by being treated as a mere prompt by the young detective, couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-mockery. Isn't this the girls' restroom? From within a stall, Ayumi emerged, observing Conan's hasty departure. At times, she too found herself questioning the essence of her true self and who could possibly understand her. Is this visage truly her authentic self? The confusion only deepened. As Ayumi departed, a voice resonated from outside. Do not dwell in uncertainty. He has his truth, and you possess yours. Your sister, I, the professor, and others, we all stand by you. The identity of Hibara AI encompasses what Mayano Shiho lacks, and everything that Mayano Shiho embodies, Hibara AI also possesses. Ultimately, you are not the same as Idagawa. Leaning against the door, Yuga rested one hand behind his head, addressing the girl gazing into the mirror with calm assurance. He drew a cigarette from his Marlboro pack, inhaled deeply, and continued, does this so-called identity truly hold significance? Regardless of how your body may transform, your soul remains inherently you, it will not metamorphose into another. Everything Idagawa seeks resides within Kudo Shinichi, his parents, his childhood friend. All that he is remains beyond the grasp of Idagawa Conan. His existence is but an illusion. Therefore, he cannot relinquish his hold, he must persist in his ceaseless battle. Both Mayano Shiho and Hibara AI, in my eyes, emanate brilliance even when engulfed in the darkest depths of the sea. Yuga extinguished his cigarette with his fingers and pocketed it. Approaching Hibara, looking into her icy blue eyes, smiling yet undeniably affirming, "No matter what transpires in my eyes, you will always remain unchanged. You are no longer within the organization. That dark, lightless ocean has been cleaved apart, and you now bask in the sunlight." As for what lies ahead, Hibara regarded him, a sense of inexplicable grievance welling up within her, as if her long-held fortitude might melt away. Tears began to well in her eyes. "Thank you." Haruyuki's lips curled into a gentle smile as he tenderly wiped her tears. "It's all right, after all, you saved me once." "Well then, don't let go of me," Haruyuki said playfully, extending his pinky in a childlike gesture. "Let us make a pinky promise, unchanging for centuries." Yes, a pinky promise. The confusion in Hibara's eyes dissipated, her lips curving into a long mist smile. How juvenile this all seems. Yet it feels rather delightful. Here stands the 18-year-old Mayano Shiho. She adores the color of roses and cherishes her sister's beaming smile. It seems she has begun to care for someone and, in turn, is cared for as well. She is at the tender age of blossoming like a flower. No longer does she fear the reflection she faces. A smile begins to grace her features. 18-year-old Miss Mayano gazed upon the ocean of the deep sea, where sunlight streamed into its depths, revealing a radiant and brilliant smile. "Sister, I find I still yearn for the sunlight." Chapter 26. A death case filled with mysteries. Conan squatted beside Professor Agasa in the viewing room, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Confounded. Something is amiss. What could it be? Moments prior, Officer Magyar had gathered everyone beneath the projection window, congregating at the crime scene while observing Professor Agasa, who was preparing to deduce. "Professor Agasa, what have you summoned us for?" the bespectacled young man inquired, impatience lacing his words. "Can we expedite this? I have urgent matters. Isn't it obvious that guy Takatu committed suicide?" Yet just then, the lights in the projection room suddenly extinguished. "Who turned off the lights?" "Everyone. Professor Agasa, will now demonstrate the perpetrator's method." "Officer Magyar, would you kindly play the role of the deceased?" Right in front of this observation window. As the projection light illuminated the screen, Conan, utilizing Professor Agasa's voice, announced, "The rest of you, please take your seats in the audience, for I will now reveal the perpetrator's technique." One by one, the group sat in a daze, turning their attention to Officer Magyar, who stood beneath the projection light. With a whoosh, the air conditioning activated, sending a chill through the room. Haruyuki glanced at the others, who shivered from the sudden drop in temperature, and quietly draped his coat over Hibara. "It's the air conditioning. Who adjusted it?" The elderly theater manager surveyed the surroundings. "Ah!" Officer Magyar, clinging to the ladder, swayed with the gusts before the observation window. "Professor Agasa." Officer Magyar clutched the rope tightly, shivering. "Fear not, it's merely a demonstration," Professor Agasa reassured, observing Officer Magyar's precarious swaying. "By adjusting the air conditioning's wind strength and direction, we can make the body sway. And so we begin." As the sounds resonated, the light that had emerged from the observation window shifted to the adjacent projection window, aligning with Officer Magyar's swaying figure, mirroring the image that appeared on the screen. "All right, Mr. Furukawa, do you have anything to say? Your method can be executed merely by altering the light's path using two mirrors," Conan deduced, lowering his head to modulate his voice. Seeing Furukawa remain silent, he continued, "Moreover, the blurriness of the photo taken at the time of the incident is due to the change in focal distance after the window was altered. Mr. Furukawa committed the crime while Miss Yuriko was out purchasing lunch, taking advantage of the absence at the counter to adjust the air conditioning in the machine room before returning here to murder Mr. Takatu. As for the rest, everyone has already witnessed it." "But, Miss Sayaka," the waitress protested anxiously, "my stepping out to buy lunch was merely a coincidence and the focus could have been adjusted inadvertently." "Is that so? Even if you hadn't gone to buy lunch, Mr. Furukawa would have found another excuse to send you out." "And why were you wearing contact lenses in the restroom? Wasn't the mirror in the lounge missing at that time?" "I have had enough, please cease your words. I confess that these methods were indeed my doing, yet I assure you I did not commit murder." Mr. Furukawa lowered his head in acknowledgement of the truth. then raised it resolutely to meet Dr. Agasa's gaze. Mr. Furukawa, even now you still wish to maintain your innocence? Something felt amiss. Indeed, there was a discordance. Conan, with his head bowed, scratched his hair. Leaning back, he felt the irregularity of the wall behind him and abruptly recalled Genta's words, a glimmer of realization flashing in his mind. So that's it. Let me see. Yes, it was right at the handrail. When I leaned against it earlier, it was quite painful, Genta remarked, glancing at the chair behind him and tracing the marks. Mr. Zhang Tian did indeed die by suicide. However, he was also strangled. Officer Magyar was perplexed. But did you not say it was a suicide? How then could he have been strangled? Beside him, Shiho calmly interjected. Whether by hanging or strangulation, both are forms of mechanical asphyxiation. Hanging results in death through the gravitational force compressing the neck, whereas strangulation involves external pressure causing asphyxiation. The marks from hanging typically appear between the hyoid bone and the thyroid cartilage, while those from strangulation are usually found at or below the thyroid cartilage. The characteristics of the two types of marks are entirely distinct. Marks from hanging are non-locked, exhibiting a phenomenon of suspension, with the deepest pressure point tapering off on either side. In contrast, marks from strangulation are uniformly deep and circular, with indentations at the knot and often accompanied by more bleeding, which is darker in color. A glance at the corpse would clarify everything. The crowd gaped at the young lady. Conan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat awkward. That sounds familiar, he coughed, then continued, indeed, strangulation typically results in facial congestion in the victim, along with pinpoint hemorrhages in the sclera and conjunctiva. Do not emulate her, that sharp-tongued girl. Compared to hanging, the grooves from strangulation are usually horizontal around the neck, while those from hanging are diagonal with the higher end near the knot. Generally, one only needs to examine the victim's hands and nails for any trace of the assailant's blood or tissue. Officer Magyar was astonished. Why would he kneel down? Because of the width, Conan explained. This cinema, a relic from 30 years ago, has not replaced its seating due to its poor profitability, resulting in narrow spacing between seats. For an adult male, this would not suffice for the length required to die by strangulation while seated. Conan's voice deepened as he stood and gazed out the window. But Dr. Agasa, no one at the scene heard any sounds of struggle. That is precisely what I wish to convey. This method is exceedingly cruel and demands remarkable willpower, Conan mused. After a moment's silence, he picked up a voice changer. Mr. Zhang Tian assumed a kneeling position, secured the rope around his neck, then tilted his body forward, keeping his upper body at a right angle to the back of the chair, using his hands to grip the fixed point behind him. He decisively strangled himself without uttering a sound, and although he could have stopped at any moment, he endured the excruciating pain in silence. Conan fell silent again. To my knowledge, even trained veterans in the military would find it nearly impossible to execute such a maneuver. Furukawa was quiet for a moment. Indeed, I had initially intended to use the rope to strangle him, but when I approached him, I found him already dead, the rope wrapped around his neck. Conan set down the voice changer, his expression grave. Thus, this strange case that transpired in the cinema was ultimately concluded as a suicide. Although Furukawa had hung the body, he had taken no further actions and the evidence was insufficient to pursue the matter further. The cinema eventually received a financial investment due to the influence of local organized crime, leading to its renovation and the introduction of more films, becoming one of the new cinemas in the area. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that this case was not so simple. There must be aspects overlooked. How could an ordinary individual suddenly muster such immense courage and resolve to overcome the fear of death, especially in such a painfully torturous manner? This could not merely be classified as suicide. Even the harshest of punishments could not compare. It left him utterly perplexed, and he could only resign the case to remain a mystery sealed within his heart. Under the twilight sky, the silhouettes of two figures gradually receded. So, was that you just now? Shiho inquired, gazing at the dusk. For someone who was prepared, whether today or tomorrow, life ultimately leads to death. Yuga lifted his gaze to the sky, smiling. To let someone who deeply loves the cinema lose their freedom and dirty their hands for such a person is not worth it. It would be better to end it here. I shall bear the death they were meant to face. Originally, 2 lives were to be lost. Now only 1 remains. It is quite simple, is it not? To alleviate the so-called murderous intent time and again, he had long grown weary. Saving a person was far more challenging than taking a life. He would rescue those who were murdered, but he was not the kind of person who would save everyone like Conan. He could simply close his eyes, pretending to be a wandering spirit in this world, acting as if he knew nothing and saw nothing, experiencing death in place of that individual. "Does it hurt?" Shiho asked calmly, though her hand was tightly clenched. Yuga took a few steps forward, turning to face her with a tranquil expression. "Not at all, I have grown accustomed to it. How many times have I strangled myself? Or been strangled? I have long forgotten it is as fleeting as drinking water. To close my eyes and die in place of another is still death, ultimately. I have taken a life. Everything comes at a price, and my price and burden is that pain. Perhaps it is better to hope that such pain is profound and unforgettable. Indeed, I have long since become accustomed to it." Standing in the remnants of the sun's rays, Haruyuki began to reveal a smile towards Shiho. Chapter 27. Perhaps everyone is a bewildered Kogoro Mori underneath the bright light mansion. "Hey, you two have arrived." Esta greeted them with a cheerful expression, scampering down. Shiho leaned slightly against Yuga, appearing weary, and yawned. "Why do you both look so tired?" "After watching so many films and lingering at the crime scene, we couldn't even catch a wink," Shiho replied, her eyelids drooping, her voice lacking energy. Yuga affectionately glanced at Shiho, then turned to Esta. "Apologies. Is there a place where she can rest a bit? She might be a little tired today. Though her mind is still sharp, her body is that of a child. Is that a point of cuteness? Except for that blue little dwarf. In the bedroom. Haha. What does it matter? Compared to your previous adult expressions, the childish demeanor is far more endearing. You should stay with her, I'll go take a shower." Esta chuckled and left the room. Yuga Haruyuki exited the bedroom, briefly checking the vicinity, and discreetly placed a hidden camera in a concealed location. After all, being outside calls for caution. Returning to the room, Haruyuki lay on his side, propping himself up with his hand as he gazed at the sleeping Shiho. He seemed to frown slightly, wiping the sweat from her forehead with his sleeve and gently holding her fingertips. Seeing her calm down, he offered a faint smile. Gradually, he too descended into slumber. Suddenly, a strange sound emanated from outside the bedroom, jolting Haruyuki awake. He quietly rose and glanced at the footage on his phone. A man was in the living room, sketching aimlessly on the wall in the dark. Heiga Sisuk quietly picked up the vase beside his bed, slowly opened the door, and followed the man ahead of him. The figure clad in darkness was entirely oblivious to his presence, engrossed in doodling on the wall. Sisuk perched himself on the sofa behind the man, resting one hand on the backrest, his expression subtly observing the fervor with which the man created his art. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, he adjusted his eyes to the dimness and surveyed the surrounding walls, which were adorned with a chaotic tapestry of crayon lines. What an intriguing individual! Such immersion in his craft. The figure, seemingly concluding his artistic endeavor, flashed a sinister grin and laughter as he approached the bathroom door. "Aizen, are you done? I'm changing clothes, wait a moment. You should tidy up the room first, and then we'll go out to play cards." The figure's laughter grew increasingly ominous as he quietly opened the door. In the faint light, he revealed his human form, standing approximately 175 meters tall, dressed in a light green shirt and black jeans, with a utility knife faintly visible in his pocket. Wearing gloves, he slowly retrieved a handkerchief and poured a liquid from a white bottle onto it, a bizarre smile spreading across his face as he inched closer to the unsuspecting Aizen, who had his back turned while putting on his pants. Is he serious? The camera positioned, he mimicked the figure's actions, retrieving the handkerchief and the white bottle that had been set down. He watched as the dark figure ambushed Aizen from behind, dragging him to the ground, crouching with one hand covering Aizen's mouth and nose, exuding an air of sinister pride. Heiga Sisuk's lips twitched at the sight of this fool. Moments later, he dragged the unconscious figure's legs, glancing at the driver's license that read Tachibana Hirohiko, and slowly pulled him out of the bathroom. Upon reaching the lower floor, he noted the door labeled Tachibana stood ajar, revealing a perplexing expression on his face. Truly foolish, he had always known there were limits to ignorance. But encountering this man named Tachibana Hirohiko revealed that the boundaries of folly were boundless. Heiga Sisuk glanced at the alcohol on the table, then at the man sprawled face down, letting out a resigned sigh. It appeared he enjoyed drinking. Perhaps he should indulge him. With a creak, the door swung open. "Aizen, are you in there? Honestly, your clothes are always scattered about." Kogoro Mori, invited to play, surveyed the room filled with crayon marks with a serious demeanor. Conan looked gravely at Mori. "Uncle, could it be?" "No, just ordinary crayons." Conan scrutinized the room, noting a vase positioned at the bathroom entrance. Who would leave a vase there? How strange. "Aizen, Aizen," Granny K-Ka called as she opened doors in search of him. "Granny, come look at the bathroom." Conan opened the door, and alongside the others rushing over, they discovered Aizen lying beside the bathtub, a utility knife clutched in one hand, his other hand submerged motionless in the water. In the bedroom, Hybra's delicate features were slightly pursed, her sleep not entirely peaceful. The sound of her breath was audible, her ice-blue eyes fluttering closed, lashes dancing lightly as she stirred, her tousled brown hair reflecting the disarray of her slumber. "What's the matter?" she murmured softly. Nothing." Sisuk felt as if his worldview had collapsed, blinking in surprise. Even her cold demeanor was rather endearing. Haga felt a sense of exasperation. It always seems like she does things that are inconsistent with the persona of a cool, aloof lady. Hybra's eyes turned into lifeless orbs, sensing that Sisuk was harboring impolite thoughts. After pinching his arm rather forcefully, she led him outside to assess the situation just as they spotted Conan entering the bathroom. "Idagawa? What are you doing here?" "Aizen invited us to play." Mori scratched his head, a cheerful expression on his face. "Don't worry, Granny K-Ka. Aizen is fine, he just fell asleep." "Aizen, Aizen." Granny K-Ka shook Tachibana Hirohiko. Hybera ignored the white mouse, stating, "I don't know. I've been sleeping." Conan turned to the poker-faced Haga Sisuk. "Here." Sisuk, uninterested, handed over his phone-s recording. Conan and Mori watched the footage, their expressions morphing as they realized the truth. Clearly the culprit, yet somehow this guy seems a bit pitiable. "By the way, are there cameras in this place?" Half an hour later, accompanied by the ringing of police sirens, a beaming Officer Megier escorted the drunken Tachibana from downstairs. Poor Tachibana, upon waking, dazedly regarded his alcohol-laden self, mistakenly believing he had succeeded, only to realize he was not alone when the police arrived. After witnessing the video evidence, he knelt, weeping profusely, confessing to his collaboration with Aizen in drug theft, which he abruptly wished to abandon, leading to Aizen's demise. Outside the bright building, AI Sisuk. "We're going to the beach the day after tomorrow, would you like to join us?" Ran Mori crouched down, smiling at the two children, her grin warm enough to melt away any malice, illuminating the night. "Thank you, Sister Ran," Haga Sisuk replied, glancing at Hybera, donning his standard false smile. "We have plans for the day after tomorrow. Let us go together next time." Such warmth. "Oh, is that so? All right," Ran replied with a sheepish smile, sensing the two children's distance from her, unlike the other members of the detective group. After parting ways, they walked side by side under the streetlights, watching the insects flit about beneath the glow. "Just like us, right?" The insects in the darkness yearn for light, yet when it truly appears, they hesitate to approach. Hybera reflected, raising her hand to peer through her fingers at the sparse stars in the night sky. Perhaps, if they draw near, those of us who dwell in darkness might simply vanish without a trace. Sisuk gazed up at the night sky, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. "Though we crave sunlight, we fear the intensity of such brilliance." Hybera spoke plainly, a hint of melancholy in her gaze. "Do you dislike Idagawa?" She seemed reluctant to say more. "No," Sisuk replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, glancing at Hybera, not intending to ignite it. "I merely find it difficult to engage with such a simple-minded creature, and I prefer to avoid interaction, especially since he has long suspected my true identity. That little detective is no fool. With his deductive abilities, he has hardly been apart from the group since his first day, and with Hybera having already exposed her affiliation, it is no wonder he would suspect someone like me, who has shown no disguise. From a protective standpoint, my only goal has been to safeguard Hybera, and as for my own dreams or objectives, they have long been realized or perhaps failed. Yearning for the warmth of home, the sun, and freedom, my pursuits differ from those of Kudo Shinichi. We can collaborate. Yet I simply cannot bear to see that face beaming with the pride of a righteous detective. It's like looking into a polished mirror, seeing a reflection that reminds me of my former self, which is utterly nauseating. So dazzling. I just don't want to see him. If only he would temper his relentless pursuit of the so-called truth, perhaps we could exchange a few words, he mumbled indistinctly, raising the cigarette in his mouth. "Oh, did I strike a nerve?" Hybera teased with a playful smile. "Shall we take your sister along for a trip to Aizu tomorrow?" Accompanying my sister for an outing has been a long-awaited pleasure. Speaking of which, does Granny Jiang know about Zhong Tian's situation? Miss Hybera suddenly recalled this matter. She must have some inkling, otherwise she wouldn't have summoned Muri Kagoro today. Hanyu Shoyo, with a cigarette in his mouth, gazed skyward. After all, he was her grandson. Raised by her side, and she understood him well. By the way, since you don't smoke, why not just quit, and don't forget you're just a first grader. Miss Hybera shot him an irritated look and, in a swift motion, snatched a cigarette from an older gentleman, a slight smile gracing her lips. Chapter 28. A trip to Aizu. How absurd. Hanyu Shoyo glanced at the bright sunlight outside, sighing inwardly. During his school days, all he needed to know was when classes were scheduled. After entering the workforce, it was a different story altogether. While others clocked out, he burned the midnight oil. When they took vacations, he worked overtime. What? You ask about holidays? Once you're dead, there will be plenty of time for that. This man was utterly indifferent to matters that did not pique his interest. He could devote his life to things he cared about. Yet when it came to things he did not, he could remain unfazed even if a living person met a tragic end before him, calmly enjoying a meal beside the corpse. Nevertheless, even he found the recent passage of time bewildering. Just a couple of days ago, the cherry blossoms had just bloomed, and now it was already time for the sea, fireworks, and summer festivals. Speaking of summer inevitably led to thoughts of the beach, and of course swimsuits. So why on earth was he accompanying two women to select swimwear? At 10 in the morning on the third floor of the rice flour department store. If you were to ask where the protagonist Hanyu was, you would find him squatting at the entrance of the swimsuit shop, a chocolate stick in his mouth. Hanyu Shoyo felt the stares directed at him from outside the shop intensifying, a frown forming on his face. Waiting was his least favorite activity, especially under the scrutinizing gaze of passers-by in the swimsuit shop. Had he known, he would have followed the lead of some artistic souls and donned a flamboyant shell, so that at least the focus wouldn't be on him. In a pinch, he could even whip out a third-generation wind shadow and unleash a sand-iron tempest. Yu-chan, come here. A voice called from within the store. Hanyu Shoyo pouted and slowly rose, taking a hearty bite of his chocolate stick to replenish his energy, braving the heated glances from the swimsuit-clad women inside as he stepped in. He truly disliked playing the part of a spectacle. Beside the fitting room, Hanyu stared in astonishment at Miss Hybera, who was admiring herself in the mirror while clad in a sleek black swimsuit. Her petite frame was refreshingly modest yet gracefully slender. Though still a child, she exuded a certain charm, conservative yet undeniably alluring. What's the matter? Came a playful remark from Mayano Akemi nearby. Isn't little AI adorable? Are you captivated? Hanyu, a bit flustered, nodded, but then abruptly felt something was amiss. Embarrassed, he scratched his face and turned away. Ahem. Who would be mesmerized by a child's body? I'm not a lelicon, he coughed, though he couldn't deny her cuteness. Ha, sorry, I'm just a child. I can't possibly excite you, Hybera replied, her deadpan expression radiating a hint of danger. Hanyu's cold sweat trickled down as he murmured, Sister, let's go. Forget about that pervert. As she cast a disapproving glance at someone, dragging along a guilty-looking Mayano Akemi who was happily munching on a snack. Life is tough, Hanyu sighed. 4 hours later. At Aizu Beach. The rocks, the shore, the sun, and the sea, there's something about Aizu's ocean that transports one to another realm. Exuding the elegance of Kawabata Yasunari's Aizu no Odoriko, while also embodying the romance of your name, suffused with a sense of languor and artistry. The waves lapped at the sand rhythmically. I say, is anyone actually going to bring such a hefty load to the beach? Hybera mused, her brow furrowed in confusion as she rummaged through the large black bag Hanyu had brought. Satellite phone, mini stun gun, a portable oxygen tank invented by the professor, a cool baton, a retractable police baton, alarm devices, an assortment of medications, towels. Were you truly here for a vacation in Aizu? Hybera remarked, sipping on a freshly purchased cold lemonade, letting out a sigh of satisfaction. You are the real threat, she added. Hey, AI, have you applied sunscreen? Mayano Akemi appeared in a pastel purple swimsuit, her long hair accentuating her exquisite figure, complemented by a light yellow sarong and black flip-flops. Her dark hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, framing her striking blue eyes, arched brows, and long lashes that fluttered gently. Her fair skin was touched with a hint of rosy blush. An ordinary swimsuit transformed into something extraordinary on her. Hybera glanced at the boy next to her, who was clumsily attempting to apply sunscreen on his back, her expression deadpan. Turn around, I'll help you with the sunscreen. Hanyu obediently turned, muttering under his breath. This is how I apply it. There shouldn't be any problem. Shut up, she retorted. Oh, by the way, AI, shall we build a sandcastle? Mayano Akemi flicked her hair back, smiling at her beloved little sister, Hybra. 20 minutes later. I am quite satisfied with this creation, Hybra thought, brushing off the sand from her hands as she glanced at Hanyu, who was half buried in the sand, his head the only part visible. A small fortress had been constructed atop his little head, adorned with a flower acquired from who knows where. Aren't you going to play in the water for a bit? Hanyu, though entirely sprawled on the sand, surprisingly felt quite content, eyes closed, relishing the moment. I must stay here and keep an eye out, lest someone starts daydreaming again. If you can't sleep tonight, don't come crying to me and sister, Hybra said, lounging under the sunshade, sporting a pair of cool black sunglasses while perusing a novel from her bag. Hello, can I play ball with you? A little boy, seemingly undeterred by Hybra's intimidating aura, bravely approached. Do you see this head beside me? Hybra raised her gaze. Yes, the little boy replied, glancing at Hanyu's head poking out from the sand. He said he wanted to play a game with me. Do you need to wait in line? After scaring off the boy, Hybra returned to her book. Seeing the little one flee, Hanyu emerged from the sand, standing before Hybra, snatching the book away and taking her hand. Let's go play in the water. Ignoring the piercing gaze from behind, he led her into the water, smirking slightly. Children should have the vitality of children. Exactly, Mayano Akemi suddenly resurfaced from the sea, her radiant smile lighting up her face. Hybra looked at her sister, a smile forming on her lips. Hanyu's mouth curled into a slight grin. Occasionally, this was quite nice. It seemed he hadn't daydreamed once today, perhaps it was due to his focused attention. As evening quietly approached, Akemi had chosen a somewhat old yet highly rated inn for their stay in Aizu, reputed for its exceptional cuisine. Perhaps the charm of a place steeped in history added a touch of warmth to their travels. Chapter 29. Be cautious of little mischiefs when engaging in mischief at night. Ah, this dish is so delicious. Akemi Mayano set down her chopsticks, collapsing contentedly onto the tatami mat. The flavors were indeed delightful. The fish was boneless, and the crab meat had already been extracted. Yuga absent-mindedly patted his flat stomach. What an evaluation, he sighed, casting a helpless glance at the two individuals beside him, who had lost their composure. I simply detest troublesome food, he thought. Following Akemi's lead, Yuga, having discarded his aloof demeanor, slumped gracelessly beside her on the tatami. Although he had a hearty appetite, he loathed foods that required effort to consume. For instance, freshwater fish with bones, shrimp that necessitated peeling, crabs, and even chicken with bones. If not absolutely necessary, he would avoid them altogether. The prospect of spending half an hour, or even a full hour, to eat what could be finished in 5 minutes felt like a form of torture to him. The young lady let out a soft huff, conceding as she leaned against her sister. The three of them sighed in unison, so comfortable. With a swish, the door to the room opened, and a woman in her 30s entered, smiling as she carried a tray. So, how do you find our cuisine? She asked. Indeed, choosing this inn was a splendid decision, remarked the serene and relaxed Akemi, reclining against her sister. Starting tonight and for the next 3 days, there will be summer festival activities. Unfortunately, we don't have time to change into yukatas today, but there will be a fireworks display nearby. Watching the fireworks from the forest is truly splendid. It's a hidden gem known only to locals. Thank you, Yuga said, having risen from his earlier position, smiling and nodding in gratitude as the woman exited with the empty tray. All right, let us go and enjoy the fireworks, he declared, taking a sip of the refreshing soda and addressing his now thoroughly relaxed sisters. Beneath the night sky, the three of them donned wooden sandals and changed into yukatas, walking along the forest edge beside the railway. Akemi wore a delicate pink yukata, her hair elegantly styled, embodying the grace of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Yuga, on the other hand, donned a sleek black yukata. Boom! The distant fireworks burst into colors, illuminating the sky. I wish this moment could last forever, murmured Akemi, gazing at her sister and Yuga, her serene and elegant smile gracing her face. Indeed, Yuga replied, looking at Akemi's face illuminated by the fireworks, his expression resolute yet cheerful. It will continue like this. As long as he was alive, no one would disrupt this peace. Not the organization, nor the tools like Kudo Shinichi. All he needed to do was protect those around him. There's a sense of family here. Akemi suddenly turned her face, smiling as she glanced at the little gray-haired girl beside her. Yuga hastily turned his gaze back to the sky. Akemi gently brushed her beautiful tea-colored hair, glancing at the distant fireworks and their smiling faces, whispering, "Family, huh? It's been a long time since I heard that word, and even longer since I felt such a tranquil and reassuring atmosphere." Yuga looked up at the distant fireworks, catching a glimpse of the girl beside him. Compared to blood relatives, he felt a greater sense of security with this kind of family. He was determined to protect these two individuals, even at the cost of everything. As the fireworks gradually ceased, the three, fatigued from walking, decided, suggested by Akemi, to crouch in the forest and engage in a childish game of insect hunting. At the edge of the forest, amidst the bushes, Akemi crouched down, illuminating the area with her phone, while Yuga was tasked with catching the insects, placing them into her bottle. A truly lovely and kind-hearted girl. Suddenly, Yuga heard footsteps approaching and the sound of something brushing against the bushes. He quickly grabbed Akemi and Yuki, lowering his body in vigilance as he listened attentively. "Sure. Let's wait and see." Thud. Something collided with a tree. "You vile woman. No one will come to save you, and you can blame your disgusting tea-colored hair." A man sneered, gripping the girl with tea-colored hair by the neck and forcefully slamming her against the tree, his eyes gleaming with malice. Yuga's expression turned grave as he discreetly retrieved a weapon from within his clothing. Thankfully, despite the difficulty of carrying items in this attire, he had the foresight to keep a sturdy stick. He glanced at the two girls beside him, resolved to repel the assailant, as he was not adept at hand-to-hand combat, especially not in his young frame. Gripping the stick tightly, he stealthily approached the man, targeting his waist for a strike. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from the nearby railway. Quickly retreating, he picked up a dagger that had fallen into the grass, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he watched the man clutching his body. The tables had turned. With the dagger in hand, he could consider subduing him. As the train passed, a sudden flash of light momentarily blinded Yuga, forcing him to step back. The man, shielding his face from the brightness, seized the opportunity to flee. "Are you all right?" Akemi asked as she and Yuki supported the tea-haired girl who was cradling her head. "Yes," the girl answered, her head covered as she was helped to her feet by the two. Akemi, with a calm demeanor, inquired about her condition. "No. I was watching the fireworks with my friends over by the train. They went to buy something and I was left waiting when he dragged me away." Half an hour later, at the police station, Officer Hirakamura was taking notes. "So, to summarize, while you three were distracted by the train, Miss Yuga utilized her self-defense stick to repel the assailant, but you were unaware of his appearance or name. The assailant was male, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a knee injury, likely limping, and he suffered a stab wound in the waist, which should hinder him. He had short hair. You can search for him based on these conditions," Yuga remarked, observing as the police took away the dagger he had wiped clean of fingerprints. "Furthermore, he appeared quite experienced and fled decisively. He is likely not a novice. There seems to be a certain animosity towards tea-colored haired women. You might also want to consider the possibility of him being a serial killer, as there have been no prior cases." After Yuga calmly expressed his thoughts to Officer Hirakamura, he grasped Akemi's sleeve, intending to leave. "In any case, this is all we can provide. We hope you find the perpetrator promptly." Officer Hirakamura, momentarily stunned, watched the young students who had swiftly concluded their statements and departed. "How are today's students so incredible?" he mused, envisioning a certain blue-suited boy genius. Chapter 30. Smooth-talking men often harbor malicious intent. The following morning at 10 o'clock. "If it weren't for my sister and me being here yesterday, you would have likely ignored it given your personality, right?" Akemi, clad in a swimsuit, floated in the sea, clutching a ball. With an expression of disbelief, Akemi replied, "Don't deceive me. Those who dislike tea-haired individuals are rarely decent people," Yuga remarked, dodging the pensive gaze of Akemi. "That's why he doesn't want to talk." Moments later, on the beach, Akemi enthusiastically declared, "Summer is truly wonderful. This time, I am prepared to launch the Operation Not a Rich Girl." "Huh? Operation Not a Rich Girl?" Ran Muri blinked, utterly bewildered by her best friend's sudden and peculiar idea. Indeed, Suzuki Sonoko sighed in resignation. "In the past, my travels were always spent in my family's villa or luxurious hotels. Alas, a flower blossoming upon a high mountain, such as I, is indeed unattainable. To allow the boys to approach me with ease, I have decided to stay immodest in this time. A boy who truly cares for you wouldn't mind your financial standing, remarked Hybra AI, reclining under a sunshade with her sunglasses on, observing the antics of her lively companion. Why do they always seem to pop up wherever we go? Queried Muriran, glancing towards the sound, spotting the cool and composed Hybra alongside Higurashi Haruyuki, who was half buried in the sand. Haruyuki, with an air of exasperation, looked at Muriran, not expecting to encounter them even during a vacation. That little rascal, Idagawa Conan. Seems to be here too, Hybra noted, adjusting her sunglasses to gaze at the mischievous figure of Conan splashing in the water nearby. Who is this little rascal you're referring to? Conan retorted with his signature deadpan look, darting over upon spotting the two. What are those expressions on your faces? Suzuki Sonoko surveyed the group, feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her at the sight of Hybra's skeptical expression along with Conan and Haruyuki. Do you think I can't find a boy? Sonoko crossed her arms defiantly. Who are you? Hello, I am Muriran. I am Suzuki Sonoko. Idagawa Conan. The three looked curiously at Mayano Akemi. Wow, Haruyuki. You never told us your sister was so beautiful, Sonoko exclaimed, enthusiastically greeting Akemi while playfully nudging Haruyuki, who was grinning at the compliment. After a lively exchange, the girls quickly became acquainted due to their similar ages. Mayano Akemi chatted amiably with the two while deftly deflecting the incessant questions from Conan. You should come over here, don't disturb them, Hybra instructed Conan, who, with Haruyuki's assistance, found himself half buried in the sand once more. Ha ha! It seems there is someone who can keep that little rascal in check, Sonoko laughed heartily, only to later notice the men strolling along the beach who were fixated on Akemi and Ran, each trying to strike up a conversation. Frustrated, she snatched a snack from Hybra. Hello, beautiful ladies. A stranger approached the trio, greeting them with a confident demeanor. Are you free for lunch? Conan looked on, puzzled. The man was tall, with a sunny hairstyle and a floral shirt that accentuated his striking appearance. Who is this guy? If it's convenient, would you care to join me for lunch? Of course, it's on me, the man declared, believing himself quite charming. Sure, I would be delighted, Sonoko replied. Her enthusiasm quickly tempered as she pushed Akemi and ran forward. I see your true intention is to charm one of them, right? Well, you can take Ran with you, but do keep in mind she is already taken. The man paused, slightly taken aback. Actually, I was hoping to ask you. What? Conan exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom why anyone would overlook the stunning Ran and the striking Haruyuki in favor of Sonoko. Ran, you're truly something. She elbowed Sonoko playfully, pushing her towards the young man while Akemi smiled brightly, encouraging Sonoko. Go on, we'll be right here waiting for you, she urged, eager to see her friend take this chance. I don't want to, Sonoko protested. At the seaside restaurant, Conan wore a skeptical expression as he observed the man. Hybra sipped her juice, contemplatively covering Haruyuki's drink, casting a sideways glance at him. This is your fourth drink. Your intake of carbonated beverages is excessive today, she remarked sternly. At another table, Muriran inquired, so, you're a student at Mihua University? Indeed, but I am graduating soon, Dusuk Masahiko replied as he lit a cigarette. My father also graduated from Mihua University, Sonoko chimed in cheerfully. Right? Yes, Ran responded with a forced smile. Why did you bring me along to be a third wheel? Conan and the others have wandered off. But how did you end up in Aizu? Akemi queried, intrigued. I came here to travel after a breakup, Dusuk said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. My girlfriend cruelly ended things, and while I was lost in thought staring at the sea, I suddenly saw a beautiful angel. As he spoke, he postured dramatically, gazing at Sonoko. If my intuition is correct, you are the goddess destined to save me. Ah? Sonoko's cheeks flushed crimson as she cupped her face, overwhelmed. How could I possibly bear such a burden? Hybra silently sipped her juice, her expression unyielding. He is too slick, he would surely nauseate my sister, she thought. Haruyuki glanced at the scene, resting his chin on the table. What is there to admire about such a smooth talker? Are you feeling jealous? Haruyuki teased, causing a mouthful of ice water to spray onto Conan, who had been idly sipping his drink while internally judging the man. Just kidding, Hybra replied, her stoic demeanor cracking slightly with a hint of a smile. I merely wish to remember the face of such a slick talker should someone else try to deceive us with similar charm. If he truly dates Sonoko, he might just find himself in Tokyo Bay. Such a character deserves a grim fate, Haruyuki declared, disregarding Conan's innocent expression. What about Akai Shuichi? Is he also a smooth talker? Chapter 31. The Regrets of Boys Who Never Dressed as Girls in Their Youth. Bang! A pitcher of beer was heavily placed on the table before Sonoko and her friends by a stern-looking server. "Your draft beer has arrived," the dark-skinned server said brusquely, casting a disapproving glance at Dasuk, who was puffing on a cigarette. "Please refrain from dropping ash on the floor, it's quite difficult to clean afterwards." Conan stared at him, astonished to discover that this was the owner of the inn they had stayed at the previous day. "Oh," Dasuk grumbled, extinguishing his cigarette, and muttered about the poor service as the server walked away. "Is it just me, or does he seem familiar?" Ram pondered, squinting at the server's retreating figure. "Of course. Yes, the owner of the thatch roof inn we stayed at yesterday," Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. "But how did he end up here?" "Perhaps they are all part of the same chain," the server returned, now carrying skewers to the trio, his demeanor noticeably more amicable. "These are what you ordered, right?" Haruyuki scrutinized the server, deep in thought. "Haruyuki?" Conan nudged him, curious. "What's the matter? Do you know this person? Let us just say he is a monster." 400 matches. Conan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Kugoku. "What sort of monster is that? One who has been fighting since childhood?" "Ah, I see someone has things they're interested in," Hybera teased lightly, sipping her drink while casting a playful glance at Haruyuki. "In a school attended by acquaintances, there was a remarkable individual." Yuha quietly savored a skewer while gazing towards the beach, though it bore no significance to us, as we did not reside at the Wado Inn. "What? You are unaware?" Miss Wahara suddenly remarked, her expression turning somber as she set aside her skewer, casting a subtle glance at Yuha while sipping her drink. "What do you know?" She continued, "The inn we stayed at yesterday is right next to Wawu Inn, and the owner is the same person." She adjusted her hair and shifted her position, allowing the sea breeze to tousle her locks, their sheen illuminated by the sunlight, enhancing her beauty. Life unfolds in such a manner. Today's thoughts may not reflect tomorrow's. Occasionally, a change in mood is refreshing. The vast ocean, often referred to as the mother of humanity, is delightful, especially when the sea breeze caresses one's face. Miss Wahara accepted a soft cushion that Dorakari had somehow procured, placing it on her chair. Adjusting her posture and donning sunglasses, she cast a sidelong glance at the bemused Conan, her eyes resembling those of a dead fish. "Any objections?" Yuha observed the glaring sunlight, then glanced at Wahara, who shielded her head with her hands, and noted Kayagaku and Ran watching from afar. He calmly declared, "I shall step away for a moment. With those two karate experts around, nothing should go awry." Yet, this woman paid him no mind whatsoever. 5 minutes later, Yuha approached from behind Wahara, gently placing a delicate straw hat adorned with flowing black ribbons atop her head, feeling that something was lacking in the seaside atmosphere. The sunlight danced upon the hat and the occasional strands of her brown hair, and combined with the young lady's inherent charm, it created an ethereal ambience, melancholic, serene, and graceful, captivating his attention entirely. "Wow, little AI is so adorable," exclaimed Mayano Akemi, beaming at her little sister, who wore the hat and sunglasses with a cool demeanor. "Indeed. How utterly charming," added Ran, her expression softening with a motherly smile. "This little rascal possesses such elegance," remarked Suzuki Sonoko, glancing at the relaxed Conan nearby, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Shall we dress Conan up like a little girl? I bet he would look adorable." "Oh, that's a splendid idea." Miss Wahara turned her head in agreement. "Sounds delightful," echoed the group. In an instant, Yuha, Wahara, Ran, Sonoko, and Akemi reached a tacit understanding, their gazes settling on the pitiful Conan huddled in a corner. "Ha, who cares about his opinion?" As for Mr. Dao, after glancing at the several suited men nearby who seemed to be inquiring about something, he stood up and accidentally bumped his waist, letting out a small yelp. After leaving his phone number, he departed hurriedly, making it seem as though someone were pursuing him. Aside from Sonoko, the others paid him no mind and, united in their resolve, led the unfortunate Conan away from the seaside abode to a charming pink ladies' clothing store adjacent to the beach. "Conan, come here," called Ran, her face alight with joy as she pulled the reluctant Conan into the fitting room. "That pervert." Miss Wahara rolled her eyes as she coolly sat in her chair. "Aren't you going to pick out some pretty clothes?" Yuha inquired, puzzled from his seat. "No, I do not enjoy being dressed up like a Barbie doll," replied Miss Wahara, flipping through a magazine with an aloof demeanor. Suddenly, someone scooped her up under her arms, lifting her off the ground, and she struggled briefly, revealing her dead fish eyes. "Little AI, this is a rare opportunity. Let me help you choose some outfits." Akemi laughed, adopting a playful expression that suggested she would cry if Wahara refused. She silently rolled her eyes, knowing her sister's intentions were far from innocent. Now, she was merely a little girl at the mercy of others. What could she do to resist? Chapter 32. The incident of Edogawa Conan's first cross-dressing. Please support with collections and votes. Inside the fitting room, a blushing Conan pushed Ran out, glaring at her as she cheerfully snatched away his clothes. He gazed at the chair where a pink and white made outfit, white tights, and a bear-themed panty lay, his expression wavering between hesitation and disbelief. Why do the panties even exist? He thought to himself, feeling a strange inclination that was somewhat adorable. Suddenly, the fitting room door made a soft sound, startling Conan, who asked, "Who is it?" "Conan, I brought you a wig." Ran's angelic yet devilish voice drifted in, causing Conan to wear a look of resigned determination. After much internal conflict, he ultimately donned the maid outfit, exhaling a despondent sigh. From now on, I'll be the subject of ridicule from Huahara and Sonoko. If Ran discovers my true identity. He shivered at the thought. With a melancholic expression, Conan adjusted the feminine attire before turning to the chair where the pink bear-themed panties and adorable accessories lay, silently donning them and closing his eyes to experience the fabric. It actually feels somewhat comfortable. Am I becoming a pervert? About a minute later, the door swung open again. Conan, now adorned with long hair, awkwardly approached the entrance, cautiously turning the doorknob and stepping out. Ran and Akemi were busy helping Miss Huahara select outfits when they turned to Conan, momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Wow, Conan, you look so cute," exclaimed Sonoko, lifting Conan into the air, her eyes sparkling with delight. The once acerbic Huahara, now transformed into a doll, also broke into a smile as she looked at the amused Yuha. "Did you bring a camera?" With a sly grin, someone produced a small camera from their bag and handed it to Miss Huahara. The sly little AI chuckled softly as the shutter clicked, capturing a photo of Conan in his maid attire, forever marking a moment of humiliation. Conan, veins popping on his forehead, gazed at the audacious little girl taking pictures, tears of sorrow brimming in his eyes. "It must be the onions. This is all their fault." "Conan, you are truly adorable. It feels like I suddenly have a little sister," Ren said, her angelic smile brightening the atmosphere as she affectionately patted the head of the Conan who was being held by Sonoko. An idea struck her. "Oh, what a pity to change you back. Let us keep you like this for today." "Indeed, you look quite charming," Akemi agreed, her smile reflecting genuine admiration. "Kudo Shinichi is quite amusing as well," she added, while Conan's expression turned vacant, drooling slightly, overwhelmed by the absurdity of his situation. "Oh no, my life is ruined. If Ran discovers that I am Kudo Shinichi, this joke will never end," he thought, recalling Ran's earlier comments during a press interview about the renowned detective Kudo Shinichi. His reasoning is remarkable, but if he enjoys cross-dressing? A wave of despair washed over Conan's mind. "Please smile a little," the scheming AI whispered as she drew closer to Conan, camera in hand. "Where did you get that camera, AI?" Ran asked, curiosity piqued. Sonoko squatted down, observing the little girl's antics, and playfully requested, "Could you send me a copy later?" "Please. Of course. I'll share it with everyone," the Barbie-like little girl replied, her tone angelic. Conan felt as if his heart had sunk to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. "It's over, this is pure evil," Yuha observed with a smile, relishing Miss Huahara's uplifted spirits. "Well, Kudo Shinichi has met his match. If it brings a smile to Huahara, then it's worth it." "Thank you, AI. I should also share this with Kagawa, Hattori, and Conan's mother," Ran pondered thoughtfully. Conan's eyelids twitched twice, his expression a poignant reflection of despair, as if he believed that living was worse than death. If Hattori were to find out, he would surely laugh himself to death. What was even more alarming was the thought of his mother discovering this the next time they met. She would undoubtedly drag him to a clothing store with an irked expression. That woman had long desired a daughter. If she found out, he would be utterly subjected to her whims. With his deadfish eyes, Conan struggled against the encirclement of Suzuki, Sonoko, and Ran, his short legs flailing in a futile attempt to reach the camera, tears of frustration welling up. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was a lamb led to slaughter. "Have you encountered any suspicious individuals today?" Yugo Mayu inquired, accompanied by an officer, as they entered the store to question the staff. "Isn't that Officer Yugo?" Ran Murray greeted with a smile upon noticing him. "Ah, Samanasuk?" He was surprised to see Ran and her companions. "It's been a while. What brings you here? Where's Mr. Murray?" "My father is still in Tokyo. We are here to enjoy the beach at Aizu." "Is that so?" Yugo replied with a hint of regret, glancing at Conan, who was being cradled by Sonoko. "And who is this little girl?" She is Idagawa Conan's sister, Idagawa Mina. AI Hybera remarked with a suppressed chuckle, casting a glance at Officer Hugo. Is that so? Hugo observed Conan, who was silently pretending to be Idagawa Mina, fearing exposure. Hugo's lips twitched slightly, struggling to maintain a poker face. Ah, it sounds somewhat reasonable. What brings you here, Officer Hugo? Ran queried, puzzled. Well, Hugo began confiding in them. Another brown-haired girl was attacked yesterday. Interestingly, it was this young lady he looked at, Akemi Mayano, who scared off the assailant with these 2 children, thereby saving the girl from harm. We are currently investigating the tourists in the vicinity based on the information they provided. Pausing for a moment, he turned to Sonoko. Miss Suzuki, you should exercise caution as well. According to the little boy with Miss Hybera, we have reviewed past cases. Although not all of them occurred in Aizu, 3 incidents involving brown-haired girls had already taken place. The recent case occurred around 8 o'clock during the fireworks display between the forest and the railway. Mina's brow furrowed in contemplation. Ah, Sonoko exclaimed, releasing Conan. Upon hearing that the victims were all brown-haired girls, I feel quite uneasy. Ran. We happened to pass by there around that time, didn't we? Ran nodded, yes, it seems so. How frightening. Tears welled in Sonoko's eyes. My hair is brown too. I don't want to die in a place like this. I still have so many things I wish to do. Akemi smiled reassuringly at the anxious Sonoko, embracing her gently. Don't worry. We will protect you. Yesterday, we managed to scare off the assailant. She then glanced at Ran, and Ran is the national karate champion. If he dares to come, we will fight him off. Thank you, Akemi, Sonoko sobbed, gratefully hugging her. Indeed, Sonoko, we will all protect you. Ran and the still dressed as a girl Conan chimed in from the side. After learning of the incident, the group lost interest in their previous plans. Bidding farewell to Hugo, Akemi led the somewhat envious Hybera and Hugo to check out of the inn and accompanied Sonoko to the Waya Inn. Chapter 33. Even in the depths of darkness. Some shine with a soft light inside the inn. Kugoka Masaru stared blankly at Idagawa Mina, glancing around in confusion. Where did that little boy go? And why is there another girl here who looks so peculiar? Conan's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the other's expression. Do you think I wanted this? I was once the illustrious high school detective Kudo Shinichi, only to be struck on the head by a black-clad figure and transformed into an elementary schooler forced to bathe, sleep and act cute alongside my childhood friend every day. You think I'm enjoying this? I absolutely refuse to accept being dressed as a girl. Having felt the cool sea breeze on the way back, the group returned to their room as the rain began to fall. In the room across from Sonoko, only a single desk lamp was illuminated, casting a warm glow near the window. The sound of raindrops pattering against the window filled the air. Are you not joining them? AI Hybera leaned against the window, stretching her legs, listening to the wind and rain, quietly flipping through a novel as the lamp softly illuminated her surroundings. I generally dislike oily individuals, and this place doesn't seem very safe. I need to stay close to you, Hugo replied, leaning against the wall beside her, legs crossed as he nibbled on a chocolate bar while staring out into the rainy night, trying to maintain his focus. On a rainy day, sitting beside her, listening to the rain's melody combined with the rustling of pages and her gentle breathing, one could easily lose themselves in thought. I'm sorry, but I feel quite well today and do not wish to encounter any bloody scenarios. However, the sight before him was undeniably comforting. The sound of rain in the small room creating a serene atmosphere. Hybera turned the pages of her book, the soft rustling lulling Hugo into drowsiness, the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window adding to the tranquility. If you're tired, why don't you sleep first? She suggested softly, glancing at him with a hint of concern. Hugo struggled to lift his head to meet her gaze, feeling overwhelmed. This is dreadful. I used to dread sleep, often waking with a headache and rarely feeling tired. Yet now, being beside her, a sense of nostalgia and tranquility washes over me. A feeling even more profound than when I was a child beside my grandmother. I must resist the urge to vacate my thoughts. Just hearing her breath, the comfort she brought made drowsiness wash over him. Come over here. Hybera smiled helplessly, setting her book down. She retrieved a small metallic ear spoon from her bag, casually leaning against the wall in a proper sitting posture, patting her pale legs with a serene demeanor. Hugo held his retractable baton, begrudgingly obeying her unyielding instruction, his expression sullen as he turned his back and rested his head on her lap. Even if it was a lap pillow, it was not something he willingly accepted. Hybera listened quietly to the rain, pulling the desk lamp closer, its warm glow enveloping them. She gazed down at Hugo, who was resting on her lap. Her hand brushing against his ear, the silence punctuated only by the rain's rhythmic patter. Sitting by the window, she quietly listened to the rain, her heart immersed in its soothing sound. As the dim light of the room mingled with the soft sounds of rain, Hugo's eyelids slowly drooped, and his breathing became even. Hybra paused her movements, looking at the boy peacefully sleeping on her lap, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she picked up her book again. Leaning against the wall to continue reading. Only those who struggle with sleep understand how difficult it is to find solace in rest. Because you are here, I can remain calm. Let us rest peacefully like this. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening echoed down the hallway, followed by Sonoko's scream, startling Hugo from his slumber. Under the dim light, he vaguely discerned a shadowy figure approaching with a knife. Instantly, he sprang to his feet, gripping his baton tightly. And disregarding the dagger in the assailant's hand, he dashed towards the silhouette, locking his gaze upon it. The figure appeared somewhat familiar. Was it the individual from yesterday? He needed to test the waters. Yuhei Haruka's eyes fixated on the area where he had struck the perpetrator's waist the previous day. He held his baton firmly and swiftly struck the unresponsive assailant, executing a side slide to maneuver behind him, delivering a kick to the back of the knee, ensuring the figure could not advance towards the sleeping Hybra by the window. Seizing the moment as the attacker knelt in pain from the earlier blow, he attempted to disarm him of the dagger. In the darkness, a glimmer of light illuminated the man's face by the window. Yuhei squinted, evading the incoming attack, while observing the corner where Hybra had just awakened. He had initially intended to escape from this dimly lit room, unaware that it harbored another presence. That little demon was truly a nuisance. He needed to find a weaker target. His gaze fixated on the recently awakened Hybra whose legs had gone numb. Ignoring Yuhei's relentless barrage, the assailant, gritting his teeth against the pain, lunged at the window with the dagger, his expression menacing. Die! Yuhei slipped on the floor but quickly leapt forward, without hesitation using his left arm to block the dagger aimed at Miss Hybra. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced his arm, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Yuhei's expression remained unchanged. His eyes gradually reddened as he raised his right hand, unhesitatingly striking the dazed assailant on the temple, sending him tumbling backward. Without pausing for a moment, he followed up with another strike to the downed figure's legs, relentlessly battering them. First, he would incapacitate his mobility. Yuhei's face was cold, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, as he delivered a harsh kick to the assailant's temple. In the darkness, the baton continued to rain down on the figure, the sounds of protest gradually fading. Enough! Barely able to stand from the numbness in her legs, Hybra firmly grasped Yuhei's mechanically raised arm, noting the crimson streaks in his eyes, a visage of lost rationality. She gently caressed his face, her gaze softening as she spoke. That's enough. He can no longer fight back. Your dagger is still dripping blood from my left arm. A fatigued Yuhei observed the look in Hybra's eyes, a wave of weariness washing over him, his earlier ferocity diminishing. Drowsiness began to creep in. Chapter 34, The Divine Being Who Opens Windows for Others is a Benevolent Elder. Please support with collections and recommendations. Inside the inn, moments earlier, a scream from Sonoko Suzuki echoed, followed by hurried footsteps in the corridor. The group flung open the door to find a terrified Sonoko collapsed on the floor. What happened? Sonoko? Ran Mori inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Someone came in with a dagger and, upon seeing me in the room, fled, Sonoko replied, her voice trembling. Which way did they run? Conan asked, his expression tense. Enough! A girl's voice shouted from the adjacent room. Hearing Sonoko's voice, Kyugoku Makoto arrived, sternly opening the opposite door, his eyes still adjusting to the darkness as he leaned against the wall to turn on the light. By the window in the room, a blood-streaked Hybra knelt quietly beside Yuhei. Her eyes slightly stirred as she used her neck to clutch a phone to call for an ambulance while simultaneously opening a first aid kit to apply pressure to Yuhei's stab wound. Lying on the ground, the bloodied and battered figure of Daisuke was barely alive, intermittent groans escaping his lips, his surroundings soaked in blood. The baton abandoned on the floor now stained red. Ah! Sonoko gasped at the sight before her. Without hesitation, Akemi Mayano rushed to assist Hybra in tending to Yuhei's injury. Her expression filled with worry. Ran surveyed the chaotic room and the two individuals on the ground, her heart heavy. Shinichi, Yuhei. Conan cast a somber glance at the scene before him, his gaze fixating on the dagger still lodged in Yuhei's arm, silent as he observed Yuhei's unmoving form. Who exactly are you? 2 hours later, in the hospital's emergency room, Yuhei mused that although the knife had pierced his arm, it had not damaged any nerves. After enduring countless injuries over the years, this wound felt inconsequential. He had experienced so much and had long since forgotten the extent of his injuries. It seemed as though he was more concerned about being unable to sustain further harm rather than fearing for his life. His recovery was remarkably swift, perhaps a gift from a benevolent deity, much like a kind god who, during a torrential downpour, dismantled his ceiling and 3 surrounding walls, worried for his bathing water, and kindly opened a window for ventilation. Yuhei glanced at the silent Hybra, a resigned smile gracing his lips. "I'll stay here today, nowhere else to go. So don't worry. I told you I must protect you," he added, attempting to tuck a strand of her tea-colored hair behind her ear, only to be evaded by Hybra, who kept her head lowered and her eyelids half closed. The young lady, with her low spirits, remained beside the shark, inevitably inviting harm. Yuhei took her hand, concern etched on his face as he gently brushed her hair aside, gazing into her eyes and revealing a bright smile. "If I'm not by your side, I won't be able to protect you. Besides, I'm right here. Good people have short lives, I'm destined to live long. Only a fool would strive to be a good person, unable to retort when scolded, and branded as hypocritical for doing a good deed. If one were to push their luck, they would find no one left to avenge them." The door to the hospital room swung open. "Yuhei, are you all right?" Ran asked, her face painted with worry as she looked at Yuhei, who sat on the bed. "Speaking of which, you really are impressive. You protected Shiho. I never expected that Daisuke was the serial killer, it terrified me. I had no idea he was after me, yet you, a mere elementary student, managed to take him down. How remarkable." Sonoko exclaimed, her voice a mix of admiration and concern for him. Akemi gently ruffled Shiho's hair, glancing at the other two as she slowly pushed the door open. "And Shiho?" Ran asked, her concern directed towards Akemi. On the hospital bed, Yuhei smiled, observing Hybra's bowed head. "It's not very comfortable for you to stay by the bedside, you might catch a cold." "Cough, cough, I never said that," Yuhei teased, raising an eyebrow, a flush crossing his face yet maintaining an air of indifference. How naive. Hybra's slightly pale complexion now bore a hint of color. "Wait. I'll ask the nurse for an extra bed." As Hybra walked away, a smile crept onto Yuhei's lips. "If I hadn't said anything, I'm sure some people would insist on staying by the bedside." The plan was in motion. Moments later, the door opened once more. Yuhei looked up to see who entered, not Hybra. It was Adagawa Conan? "No, that gaze belonged to Kudo Shinichi. Is there something you need?" Though unsure of his true identity, he seemed to have undergone a transformation into a child. Conan, head lowered, wore a complex expression reminiscent of Shinichi as he regarded Yuhei on the bed. "What are you talking about? Our first meeting was the day after Hybra transferred, and we weren't familiar with each other then. Yet you both disappeared for an entire afternoon. And since that day, you have hardly left each other's side." Conan slowly sat down in a chair, observing Yuhei's faint confusion, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Initially, I found it curious to see the vast knowledge you both possessed. However, upon uncovering Hybra's true identity, I began to suspect that you two had ingested that drug. Yet, your lack of reaction to the events unfolding around you made it challenging for me to ascertain your identity." As He Yuqing observed the playful expression on Yu He-ching's face, Conan continued, "In the case of the Blue Castle, I heard from Guangyan and Bume that you merely assessed the scene and concluded that I was not in danger. Your subsequent actions were also quite extraordinary. At the cinema, you managed to make that disruptive man apologize with just a few words, and he dared not utter another sound. As for the incident at Guangzhuang, would an ordinary person play with cameras in someone else's home? Today, I heard from Officer Yakagumo about your deductive abilities, and considering your recent display in subduing Mr. Doxy, I presume it was you who drove him away the night before last. Ordinary children would not remain unfazed with a dagger embedded in their arm. Coupled with your familiarity with Hybra, I surmise that the man who escorted her to Dr. Agasa's house that day must have been you. Did it only dawn on you today? That would certainly disappoint me, Kudo Shinichi." He Yuqing remarked with a playful smile, enunciating each word as he gazed intently at the young detective. Chapter 35. A mere member of an organization facing my deductions should surrender promptly. Beside the hospital bed, the summer night was still somewhat warm. Did it seem a bit cold? Unaware of the teasing implications in He Yuqing's words, Conan, brimming with confidence, chuckled. "No. I realized it quite early." Conan's eyes were complex. "I was merely uncertain of your intentions. However, based on your performance today, you seem to merely know Hybra and wish to protect her, showing no concern for me." You are aware of my identity and from the cases you've handled. Even when provoked to violence, you maintained remarkable restraint, unlike a member of the organization. Thus, I chose to engage with you, although I am unaware of your identity. Your regard for Hybra grants you a modicum of trust. Yuching regarded the young detective with keen interest. Indeed, he had never deemed it necessary to conceal himself. Yet, Kudo Shinichi appeared even more reckless than he had anticipated, confronting him in the absence of Hybra, demanding answers. Had he never dealt directly with the organization? How endearing. Mode. Yuching murmured, lowering his head, his voice deepening as his right hand discreetly retrieved a small surprise from beneath the covers. What? Conan stared at him in shock. Unable to process the situation. This is my codename within the organization. Yuching's emerald eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, accompanied by a smile laced with deadly intent as he observed the wide-eyed Edagawa Conan. He was indifferent to other codenames, merely playing along. What? Conan's poker face shattered as he leaned closer with both hands on the bed's edge, his expression contorted with rage. So you're one of them. Yuching slowly withdrew a Tokarev pistol, sent by a certain black-clad figure, from beneath the covers, flicked the safety off, and took advantage of Edagawa's momentary distraction to swiftly insert it into his grasp, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Such cooperation was commendable. After the events of the previous night, being without a weapon was untenable. The Tokarev, which others deemed ineffective, was a valuable tool for him, ubiquitous and easily acquired. Even if previously used, it would be challenging to trace, making it an ideal instrument for concealing one's identity. Originally, he had intended to observe Kudo Yusaka's reaction, but Yuching suppressed his emotions, focusing intently on the pale-faced Edagawa Conan. With a glint of menace in his eyes, he thought, since it has come to this, I must act swiftly. Kudo Shinichi, how audacious of you to stand before me, seeking to protect her. Why not surveil instead? Breathing heavily, Conan glared intently, and Yuching, with growing intrigue, continued, Of course, you could choose to let you all live, but the price would be your personal execution of Mori Ran. I offer you a chance to join the organization. What do you say? It's a trade. Now, make your choice, Kudo Shinichi. Show me your resolve. Conan swallowed hard, his throat constricting, his body trembling as he closed his eyes, adopting an expression of resignation to his fate. How could one trade a life? If he were to perish, surely they could survive. Bang! Conan's pupils dilated as he clutched his throat, struggling to breathe. He paused, feeling his clean face, no blood, no bullet holes. Huh? What is happening? To stand before me, without even perceiving the weight of an unloaded gun, was audacious yet indicative of gross self-overestimation. I consider you adequate. Wait, what did you just say? So your situation mirrors mine? You may think so. And what of Hybra? From his investigations, it appeared that Yuching had resided across from Dr. Agasa's house months prior, yet he had seemingly never made an introduction. He appeared to pose no threats. Is that your real surname? It is my original surname. Additionally, like your beloved Ran, Shuriwe knows nothing about this. Don't let anything slip. Now, the door is over there. Yuching disregarded Conan's further inquiries, choosing to escort him out, locking the safety and placing the gun into a drawer. This was still somewhat cooperative. Otherwise, the aftermath of today would have been considerably troublesome. Dealing with the hospital's police would be complex without an incinerator for disposing of bodies. The timing of a gunshot would be easily discernible to Kudo Yusaku, who had long been involved with gun-related cases in America. This gun was not pristine, while suitable for self-defense. It could lead to complications were it to be used against numerous officials. The channels leading back to the Inagawa conference would be easily traced, unlike weapons acquired from others, which were far more reliable. Once the perpetrator was caught, their firearm and explosives would invariably return to them. It was akin to the time he had planned to procure explosives for the organization's research facility from the Toyo Powder Depot, only to encounter that fool, Moritani, who had designed his own building. Though the name escaped him, he remained grateful for the explosives received from him. By merely substituting the explosives with firecrackers, he could retain a portion of the explosives to ensure Moritani's demise. Exhibiting remarkable consideration, even the weapons used to eliminate Nishio Masaharu and Ito Suihiko were provided by the very first victim, Nishio Masaharu. Taking from him, using it against him, what a delightful cycle. Perhaps he had been overthinking the matter. When did he close his eyes? And why did his body feel so agonizing? Yuching strained to open his eyes, vaguely perceiving several figures in white nearby calling out. At the entrance to Doxy's hospital room, police were discussing the possibility of Doxy's concussion waking him tomorrow, or perhaps he would remain in a vegetative state indefinitely. The doctor, wide-eyed, exclaimed as he witnessed He Yuching stirring. Heavens! A miracle! The vegetable has awakened. Having cured a vegetable, he would soon become a renowned physician in the field. Chapter 36, What Constitutes a Medical Miracle? The door creaked open. Have you finished your discussion? Hibara leaned against the door, appearing quite composed. Given Conan's expression in the corridor, he likely suspected his true identity. The revelation of his disguise was inevitable. Since he had not perished, protecting Hibara, who had not permitted his demise, remained his duty. Kudo Shinichi would do well to keep his distance. Without clarity in their communication, the two would be unable to engage without risking unforeseen repercussions. Rest well. What of Kudo Shinichi? Hibara inquired casually as she peeled an apple, glancing at the departing nurse. Though still somewhat impulsive, he has potential for character development. Is it still painful? Hibara examined his arm, noting the absence of blood. It doesn't hurt, He Yuching replied, masking his discomfort behind a facade of nonchalance. I find it utterly perplexing to discern your thoughts. Miss Hibara disregarded the eager gaze of Shinsuke, who was fixated on the apple. The apple she intended to hand over was swiftly replaced with its skin, which was then offered to a certain individual whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. While she herself took a disgruntled bite of the apple, it was merely a jest, meant to inflict no harm. Shinsuke opened his mouth to receive the apple skin that Hibara had brought to his lips, savoring its flavor. Surprisingly, the skin was quite palatable. Moments ago, he overheard the nurse mention that Dikyo had briefly awoken, struggling to remove his life support apparatus, only to be pronounced dead shortly thereafter. Miss Hibara scrutinized Shinsuke, attempting to glean some insight from his expression. It was rumored that his physician had just declared him to be suffering from a severe concussion, and that he would not regain consciousness in the near future. Yet, Dikyo had opened his eyes abruptly, springing up with a look of sheer disbelief at the doctor, decisively removing his own tubes, leaving the physician utterly bewildered. What a miraculous medical phenomenon. Had Dikyo transformed into a superhero? It was hard to believe, indeed. Perhaps it was merely a testament to the physician's exceptional skill. Seizing the opportunity while Hibara was distracted, Shinsuke stealthily took a bite from the last remnants of her apple, covering himself with the blanket as a feigning death. Like her, he believed the vengeance should not be delayed. Those who sought to harm Hibara could not be spared. With a deadpan expression, Miss Hibara discarded the apple core, turned off the light, and lay on the bed provided by the nurse, staring at the ceiling with her eyes closed. Baka na, fool. The following day, as night descended, they found themselves in a late-night diner. With a swish, Miss Hibara entered, accompanied by Yuga, whose arm was wrapped in bandages. Yuga settled beside two men clad in black, glancing at the somewhat stiff Miss Hibara at the entrance. The robust man, known as Inokashira Ryunosuke, had ascended to the position of the second-in-command of the Inagawakai in Tokyo at over 40 years of age. He wore black sunglasses that concealed his expression, yet his pale green eyes emanated an aura of intimidation. Beside him sat Inokashira Goro, a young man appearing to be around 18, adorned with comical red sunglasses, tousled brown hair, and ill-fitting black attire. He had a somewhat antiquated wooden sword by his side, resembling more of a comedian than a member of the underworld. You three look like a family, Miss Hibara remarked, feeling no sense of danger as she took a seat. The trio with their green-hued eyes made her believe that even Jin could belong to their clan. A waitress brought over sandwiches and Miss Hibara began to eat, hesitating as she pinched off a piece of her sandwich, considering that her caloric intake for the day might have been excessive. Perhaps I should stop eating. We grew up together, Inokashira Goro said with a raised eyebrow, munching on chicken wings while speaking with his mouth full. Yuga silently consumed the remaining sandwich on Miss Hibara's plate. Originally tasked with secretly safeguarding both her and Tsukazuki, his presence now alleviated their burden, although yesterday's events had made him acutely aware of the limitations of his own body. Inokashira Ryunosuke, still wearing his sunglasses, maintained a stoic demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead. He produced a German-made Sig Sauer P938 pistol from his pocket and handed it to Yuga, stating, if trouble arises after firing, just pass it on. Yuga transferred it to Hibara, suggesting you should keep it on you for self-defense, though I doubt it will be necessary. A firearm for an elementary school student? Hibara questioned, perplexed. I've already procured the necessary permits. Each time a gun is fired, it can be traced back to me. With over 10,000 members in the Inagawa Kai, one person obtaining a gun permit allows for 1,000 uses, and it's quite reasonable for self-defense. Inokashira Ryanosuke removed his sunglasses, attempting to present a less intimidating visage to Miss Hybera. Wealth and influence can smooth over matters, it's merely a formality. Yuga remarked nonchalantly as he finished the last bite of his sandwich, shrugging with a hint of concern. There are plenty of politicians who support the Inagawa Kai. It is a wretched nation, Miss Hybera scoffed, as she tucked the pistol away. What are you looking at? Yuga, seated beside Goro, noticed a hairstyle design magazine on the table, raising an eyebrow. I heard that after dyeing your hair brown, you were quite badly beaten. Are you now considering silver? Inokashira Goro scratched his head, laughing heartily. Wasn't there a manga artist whose protagonist resembled a gorilla? I thought the silver-haired character he designed was quite handsome. I might give it a try, although I haven't decided yet. Is it that Gintama? Miss Hybera inquired, glancing at a comic book displayed at the front desk. I heard the author is in dire straits, Yuga remarked, raising an eyebrow in disdain. He's offended too many characters and borrowed too many designs, begging at people's doorsteps. Recently, he's been bedridden, uncertain of when he might pass away. Inokashira Goro spoke mysteriously, taking a sip of strawberry milk as he chuckled. His latest chapter was completely off the rails, featuring politicians and various manga characters. When I visited him in the hospital last week, you won't believe who I saw. Those who tease are the most infuriating. Chapter 37. The Struggles of Humanity. It was none other than the chief of the National Police Agency, Matsudaira Katakuriko. Inokashira Goro was nearly in stitches, resting his hand on Yuga's shoulder. That idiot's portrayal of the police chief in the gorilla book was modeled after the current chief, with an identical face and personality. I heard it was his daughter who provided the character design. When the petty Matsudaira caught wind of it, he chased him down to the hospital and fired 3 shots at his bedside, scaring him half to death. Miss Hybera twitched at the corners of her mouth. That manga artist truly was courageous. Japan consists of 47 prefectures, each with its own police headquarters led by a chief. The Tokyo Police Headquarters, known as the Metropolitan Police Department, is the only one of its kind in the nation, with its chief being the highest-ranking officer in the metropolitan area. Yet, the National Police Agency is singular, serving as the central administrative body and hub for all police affairs in Japan, operating independently of the National Public Safety Commission, placing it firmly within the political realm. The chief of the National Police Agency, appointed by the National Public Safety Commission and the Prime Minister, oversees the agency's operations, including the appointment and dismissal of personnel as well as the supervision of police activities across the prefectures. Everyone admired the bravery of that manga artist. By the way, Yuga, I heard from my dad that you've been spending a lot of time with this young lady lately, Inokashira Goro said, his expression filled with curiosity. Yuga maintained a calm demeanor, sipping on a Sprite that Akemi had brought from home. Given that she is just an elementary school student and needs protection, it's quite natural that we remain together. What kind of expression is that from this curly-haired, brown-haired boy? Inokashira Goro, with an inquisitive look, turned to Miss Hybera, who sat quietly sipping tea. I've known Yuga since childhood, always considering him my older brother. Should I start calling you sister? An eerie silence enveloped the room. With a sputter, Yuga's favorite Sprite erupted from his mouth as he coughed uncontrollably. While coughing, he unceremoniously delivered a playful punch to Inokashira Goro, who seemed oblivious to the absurdity of his own words. In a moment of exasperation, Yuha displayed a rather menacing expression and swiftly struck the head of the foolish individual beside him, returning to his impassive demeanor as he calmly stated, she has a name. The refined Miss Hybera, sipping her tea next door, exhibited little surprise. Her gaze momentarily flickered before she took another sip. Boss, Yuha remarked blandly, fixing his gaze on the proprietor, who was lounging within the establishment, indulging in snacks and exhaling clouds of smoke. What's the matter? It's sweltering in here. We ought to turn on the air conditioning or we won't have any customers. With a blank expression, Yuha gradually rose to open the door. Enduring the proprietor's peculiar stare, I'm stepping out for some fresh air. Goro looked perplexed, scratching his head as he turned to Inokashira Ryanosuke. Is it really that hot? Did I say something wrong? Ryanosuke, ignoring him, sighed softly and popped a sausage into his mouth. That unfortunate lad. While Goro pondered, he continued to clean his greasy hands, standing up to grab a few napkins and then placing a fresh platter of chicken wings upon the napkins. offered it to the demure Miss Hybera with a bright smile. "Miss, would you care for some chicken wings?" She regarded him with the expression of one observing a neighbor's foolishness. "Go on, enjoy the chicken wings." Goro, upon seeing the wings, beamed with delight, gratefully accepting them and looking at Miss Hybera with appreciation. "Thank you, Mississippi. Those who share their food are never ill-intentioned." "Not at all," Miss Hybera replied. Wiping her hands before delicately picking up a piece of chicken wing, her cheeks slightly flushed under her sisterly gaze as she carefully began to eat, embodying grace. One should not bicker with children. Meanwhile, Yuha, upon exiting, purchased a pack of Marlboro from the vending machine next door, retrieving a cigarette with his mouth and igniting it while leaning against the doorframe. Why can't that foolish child learn to think before speaking? While he delights in deduction, he remains utterly dim-witted, his talents wasted in brute force, entirely disconnected from reasoning, yet always drawn to cases. Better he mischiefs with Kudo Shinichi. As the door creaked open, a hand snatched the cigarette from his lips, followed by a figure squatting down beside him. Inokashira Ryanosuke, donned in sunglasses, wore a blank expression. Taking the cigarette for himself, "Children shouldn't smoke." "I've merely shrunk," Yuha retorted, eyeing the audacious individual before him who pilfered from children. "You haven't shrunk. You're still under 20. What does it matter? I've been smoking and drinking since elementary school. It's just short of a perm. Without those vices, time would be unbearable. Smoking is a necessity." Yuha retrieved another cigarette from the pack, though he didn't ignite it, resting his hand upon his leg. "You ought to quit, you promised," Ryanosuke admonished, taking a drag and exhaling the smoke away from Yuha. "After that incident, you vanished for 2 years without a word. And now you appear with a request to look after someone, as if I were some guardian." Ryanosuke scrutinized the silent Yuha, discarding the extinguished cigarette onto the ground with a firm stomp. "Is your presence by the side of that child truly for the purpose of protection? Life is a constant struggle, filled with separations. This is the essence of humanity. By the way, I have a favor to ask. I recently acquired a piece from the potter Kikuyuman, and it seems rather peculiar, not resembling his usual style. I've arranged for him to visit, but I'd prefer not to go. Since you have nothing to do at home, would you mind going in my stead?" Ryanosuke, with a slight smirk, turned his back to Yuha, his hand resting on the door, pausing momentarily. "Like that artwork, it may appear identical to the original, yet it is fraught with confusion. Seek out your own life. Staying shackled to the past will not lead to longevity. You truly have a fondness for pottery," Yuha mused, his gaze distant. "I don't understand such things. Ask Goro instead. Isn't he quite familiar with it?" "I am not seeking your opinion," Ryanosuke snapped, entering the room, leaving Yuha behind in silence, gazing at the night sky. Chapter 38. Many truths can only be understood through experience and are not mere illusions. Inside the establishment, Inokashira Goro, clutching a strawberry milk, appeared thoroughly intoxicated as he leaned on the table, regaling Miss Hybera with tales of their childhood sleuthing escapades, where he claimed his brother handled the reasoning while he merely articulated it. Not quite a double act, but akin to reciting text. Inokashira Ryanosuke slowly entered, taking a seat beside Miss Hybera and removing his sunglasses. He gestured for the proprietor to pour him a drink, holding it in his hand, glancing at Miss Hybera with a slight frown, his voice low yet sincere. "Thank you for looking after that child. Actually, it is I who has been cared for by him," Miss Hybera calmly replied, regarding Ryanosuke with mild curiosity as he sipped his drink. A smile broke through Ryanosuke's stoic demeanor, though it appeared somewhat unsettling. Nonetheless, she found it a welcome sight. "Yes, at least he tries hard. I have a particular fondness for pottery, but a recent piece from Kikuyuman seems off, not in line with his typical work. I've arranged for a visit. Could I enlist your help in examining it?" Ryanosuke displayed a smile that was more reminiscent of a grimace, producing several vouchers for a ski resort and hotel. Placing them upon the table, "Of course, there will be compensation, including for those children and that doctor. What do you think? Can I count on you?" "Agreed," Miss Hybera replied, accepting the ski vouchers while observing Ryanosuke. "Shouldn't you consult your brother?" Goro, guzzling his strawberry milk, drunkenly inquired. Ryanosuke furrowed his brow, glancing at the hapless individual beside him, who was intoxicated from the milk. "Surely, our unfortunate child will not be left to solitude for eternity? Is that even a question?" Miss Hybera displayed a deadpan expression. He will accompany me. Disregarding whether the drunken fool could comprehend her words, Miss Hybera, while smiling at her sister, opened the door and began to drag the now unconscious individual toward Professor Agasa's residence. Recovering from his daze, Haru's gaze wavered slightly, his throat tightened as he swallowed. What's wrong? The sensation of being half-choked by a rope felt rather peculiar. Miss Hybera cast a glance at Haru, a fleeting seriousness crossing her features before she managed to smile. Have you experienced death once more? At Professor Agasa's residence in the basement, Miss Hybera sat before the computer, continuously typing. Haru, clutching a chocolate bar, poured a glass of honey milk and placed it on the table. Aren't you planning to sleep? I'll finish this research first, she replied, sipping the honey milk, momentarily pausing to look up with uncertainty. Are we going to Kiku Human S tomorrow? Haru, who had begun laying out bedding on the floor, paused momentarily. Yes, sounds good. After responding, Haru layered several blankets on the couch in the basement, ensuring they were soft and satisfactory before lying down on the thin layer of bedding beside him, curling up as he observed Miss Hybera at work. If I leave it be, I'll probably stay up late. I might as well keep an eye on her. Perhaps once she notices me staring, I'll be able to rest. With heavy eyelids, he succumbed to the rhythmic sound of her typing intermingled with her gentle breaths, gradually drifting into slumber. After a while, Miss Hybera concluded her research, finishing the last of the honey milk. Leaning back in her chair, she turned toward Haru, smiling softly. Fool. Gazing at his peacefully sleeping profile, she pursed her lips slightly, allowing a smile to form, stretched lazily, and then made her way to the bathroom for a quick wash. Half an hour later, she wrapped herself in a towel, gently drying her damp hair while observing someone on the floor, who seemed to be lost in thought. Her curiosity piqued. She slowly crouched down, tilting her ear to catch his words. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and a rush of crimson flushed her cheeks, leaving her momentarily wide-eyed. Wasn't this rather peculiar? Was she not behaving like some kind of weirdo? Quietly, she tiptoed around the sleeping Shinya, snuggling into the soft embrace of her bed, pulling up the thin blanket and listening to Shinya's rhythmic breathing. Gradually, she drifted into slumber. In the morning at Agasa's residence. Hello? The sudden noise jolted Yuga awake, his face betraying his displeasure as he answered the phone. Goro raised an eyebrow, grinning as he held up his phone, glancing at Agasa's home. I'm at the door. What's up? The sleepy Hybera rubbed her eyes, still groggy. Goro's here, Shinya said, slowly rising and affectionately ruffling Hybera's fluffy hair. You can sleep a little longer. I'll let him in and call you for breakfast soon. I thought only older men would pat others on the head, Hybera remarked, brushing aside Yuga's hand, her expression turning into a deadpan stare. Oh, my apologies. I'm actually an 84-year-old gentleman, Yuga replied, a playful smirk on his face. Outside the door, Goro wore a mischievous grin, akin to Hattori Heiji watching Conan and Ran bathe. Hey, big brother, you and Hybera aren't sharing a bed, are you? Come on in, Yuga replied, ignoring Goro's teasing, his expression unamused as he opened the door and silently walked off to freshen up. After washing up, Yuga donned an apron featuring a large brown cat design, a gift from Akemi, and began preparing breakfast. Hybera, freshly washed, approached the sofa and greeted Goro. Good morning, big sister. Morning. She found herself somewhat accustomed to this address. Oh dear, that cold demeanor of yours is just like Yuga's, Goro chuckled. I wonder if you two sit in silence when together. What are you grinning about? Hybera said, flipping through a fashion magazine she seemed to have found. Ah, you didn't know? He doesn't go by that name, Yuga interjected, placing a plate of sandwiches on the table, giving Goro a look reminiscent of Inokuma Ryanosuke's expression when confronting a traitor. It's time to eat. All right, Hybera replied, glancing at Yuga's somewhat peculiar expression and smiling faintly. Although they had only recently met, she had already placed her trust in this seemingly strong young man. If he chose not to share something, she respected his reasons. All that mattered was knowing he wouldn't deceive her. Some people, after just a few words and a brief encounter, felt as if they had known each other for ages. Initially, she had thought such sentiments were mere fabrications. Yet, people truly are like that until one experiences it firsthand. Everything seems false. Chapter 39, huh? The great detective, I can do it too, please support with votes. Inside a moving car, Goro exclaimed. This Kiku human is a national treasure of a pottery master. My father is absolutely enamored with his work. Can you imagine? A guy who usually looks so stern. But with sunglasses, he seems ready to kill. As Goro drove, he stuffed candy into his mouth while laughing, glancing at Hibara in the rearview mirror. Oh dear. I remember my mother in the pottery studio, laughing heartily while imitating the lead characters from Ghost, speaking sweet nothings. No one would believe it if I told them. Yuga looked on exasperated as Goro rambled on about his parents' past. It was a miracle that this curly-haired fellow had managed to survive this long without being discarded like trash. That uncle really is a good guy, somewhat endearing, Hibara agreed from the back seat, pondering before nodding. If I were to compare him to an animal, he'd be a Rottweiler. Though he appears fierce, he possesses an unexpectedly charming side and treats me well. Without his glasses, one wouldn't suspect he is a mafia boss. Yuga rolled his eyes, thinking Goro was getting a bit too cheeky. 2 hours later, at a tranquil estate in Saitama City. Ah, you must be Ryunosuke's son. Inokuma Goro. Last time I saw you, you were just a little tyke, Kikuyumen exclaimed, looking quite pleased as he observed Goro, gesturing to his waist. Yes, that's my father. He often mentions you fondly. If he weren't busy, he would have come to visit, Goro replied, scratching his head and smiling as he handed over a prepared gift. And these are? A curious Tsuchiya Masako, just arriving at the door, eyed Yuga and Hibara. Upon hearing this, Goro became animated, cheerfully pointing out Yuga and Hibara. These are my father's old friend's children. They asked me to take care of them. When they heard I was visiting you, they begged to join me. This is my sister Hibara AI, who came along with me today. I see, Kikuyumen mused, smiling at Yuga, who appeared indifferent. Since you have an interest in pottery, how about we try our hands at it? Before Yuga could respond, Hibara chimed in. Sure, thank you, grandfather, mimicking a childlike enthusiasm akin to Conan. Let us go. Kikuyumen said, rising with a grin. Goro, having just enjoyed a little laugh at Yuga's expense, stepped on Goro's foot before following Hibara, albeit with a frown. In the pottery classroom, various works adorned the shelves. Pottery is indeed challenging, Goro remarked. Is it? I find it quite simple, Hibara retorted, focused on her project. Wow! This little lady is impressive. Her first attempt at pottery is remarkable, Kikuyumen praised, beaming at Hibara. Hey! Aren't you ignoring me? Yuga glared at his shapeless lump of clay while casting a glance at Hibara's finished piece. Feeling somewhat reassured by her success, he then looked at Goro's mud-like creation, which seemed to have decreased in quality. Pottery involves various techniques. We utilize the wheel-throwing method, which employs centrifugal motion to shape the clay into our desired forms. Kikuyumen explained. This method is simple and versatile, widely adopted in modern pottery. It reflects the creator's understanding of the clay's properties and artistic mastery. However, pottery must also reflect one's inner self. If your heart is unclear, your creation will reflect that confusion, always falling short of perfection. Crafting pottery is much like life. One must clearly recognize their path to create something truly exquisite. Kikuyumen observed the vibrant youth before him and sighed, believing that with each attempt, progress would inevitably follow. Yuga, unfazed by the philosophical musings, continued to wrestle with his clay, muttering, "This is a bit tricky. Foolish one, that is not how it's done." Miss Hibara, looking quite disapproving, sat opposite, pressing down on Higa's hand, guiding him through the process. Beside them, Inokashira Goro, having abandoned his shapeless pottery, wore a sly grin as he observed the duo playfully nudging an elderly gentleman nearby. Ah, the youthfulness of it all. Ha, indeed. Father, that famous detective has arrived. Tsuchiya Masako announced as she entered the room, addressing Kikuyumen. What? The renowned detective is here? Kikuyumen's face lit up with joy as he spoke to the group. By the way, do you wish to see him? I have invited that detective today, and you will surely be astonished upon meeting him. I must not miss this. To be honest, I am a detective of some repute as well, Inokashira Goro remarked, scratching his head in delight, seemingly oblivious to his own identity. As he spoke to the equally surprised Kikuyumen. You all go ahead. Miss Hibara coldly regarded the foolish one before her. I need to ensure this fool creates his pottery. In the living room, surrounded by Kikuyumen's masterpieces, Detective Mori Kagoro marveled. Truly, these are the works of the esteemed potter Kikuyumen. Let us not speak of national treasures. I am but an ordinary person, Kikuyumen replied as he slowly entered the room, addressing Mori Kagoro. Tsuchiya Masako, with a cheerful expression, engaged in conversation with Muri-ran while accepting the cake presented to her. Ah! After a moment as they exchanged thoughts, the confusion was lifted. It turned out that Kikuyuman, who had been somewhat disingenuous, was actually a devoted fan of Muri Kagoro. At that moment, Kikuyuman's two apprentices, Arita Yoshihiko and Sito Takashi, entered, discussing the exorbitant prices of the pottery nearby, insisting that Muri Kagoro choose a piece to take home. Ha ha, Inokashira Goro laughed heartily. Patting Muri Kagoro, uncle, if it were me, I would definitely choose a cup. Very well. I shall select this cup. Muri Kagoro decisively chose the pottery cup he held, considering the other pieces worth millions. This seemingly shabby cup should be worthless, right? Ha, I have one. The crowd paused momentarily, and Kikuyuman, beaming with joy, exclaimed, I knew you would choose this piece. It is the finest work here, regarded as a masterpiece by connoisseurs. I had not intended to give it to anyone, but you may be the exception. But father, yes. I wish to show you my latest work, a feng shui piece. Kikuyuman smiled at the somewhat flustered Muri Kagoro, glancing at Tsuchiya Masako, who was still attempting to intervene. Bring it to me, please. Yes, I shall go at once. Tsuchiya Masako, seeing she could not dissuade him, slowly rose and exited the door. After a brief inquiry from Ran, Muri Kagoro was astounded to learn that the teacup was worth 10 million. I would prefer 10 million in cash rather than this cup. Inokashira Goro glanced at the high-priced cup Muri Kagoro had chosen. You see, what a renowned detective. He is not as impressive as he seems. Detective Inokashira Goro, indeed, could hold his own. Chapter 40. Cupid represents love. Pigs represent barbecue. What does Conan represent? Before the kiln, Higa admired the two teacups they had crafted, handing them to Otani Kaoru for firing. The two then quietly approached the door, whispering, Did you notice? Miss Hybera stood on tiptoe against the wall. Ah, you mean that? Higa recalled seeing pottery styles resembling Kikuyuman's at the pottery workshop, where several pieces bore names that matched his style. If crafted with skill, they could easily be mistaken for the genuine article. Miss Hybera smiled softly, her expression intriguing as she regarded Higa. Although someone's pottery is difficult to describe, their eye for quality is indeed exceptional. It must be acknowledged, throughout his life, while he had trained his body well, he could not compare to Muri-ran, who could effortlessly break a telephone pole with a punch. Having followed Lupin and his crew for merely 2 years, although he possessed talent in drawing and aiming, he was not quite on par with Daisuke Jigen. However, his skills were comparable to Lupin's. Due to his low profile and Lupin's demands, he remained unseen, primarily functioning in gathering intelligence and reconnaissance. Not to mention, his keen eyesight had been honed. He could discern authenticity and quality at a glance. Hey, isn't that AI and Haruki? Mori's group arrived at the pottery area, where Muri-ran spotted Miss Hybera leaning against a corner. There was no helping it. Higa Haruki had a weak presence. Ah, I just realized. Inokashira Goro hurriedly explained, glancing at the curious Conan. They came with me. I rather like these two children. Oh. Muri-ran joyfully approached the two shy children who had always kept their distance. Let them be. By the way, it is quite hot here. This kiln is enormous, Muri Kagoro remarked, observing the furnace with curiosity. What is this? Conan questioned, looking at the shards beside Kikuyuman. You are quite perceptive, Arita Yoshihiko casually remarked, hands in pockets, as he downplayed the critiques from his master and Tsuchiya Masako, who often said his work lacked a personal style and bore too many traces of imitation. Until this month, I had only managed to pass 2 pieces. Ah, I haven't passed a single one in 3 months, Otani Kaoru lamented while working on the pottery. The inner turmoil of the artist inevitably manifests in their creations. If one approaches pottery with such a mindset, the resulting work is likely to feel awkward. Kikuyuman, crouching down to observe the shards, mused aloud. A calm heart, like a still mirror. If one can maintain an open mind while crafting pottery, they will surely produce excellent works, Kikuyuman cheerfully advised his apprentices. Ah! A voice from the warehouse called out, prompting the group to rush toward the sound, where they found Tsuchiya Masako had fallen and shattered the feng shui piece. Otani, your master's works have been breaking every time lately. You must be under his curse. Sito Takashi remarked with a peculiar expression. I would never, Tsuchiya Masako replied, gathering the shards with a bemused look. Cannot be helped. On one hand, Kikuyuman's skills had declined, resulting in fewer successful pieces, while on the other hand, Arita's craftsmanship was refined and abundant. If the old man's works were to be circulated intact, how could she profit from selling a multitude of fakes? Miss Hybra and Higa scrutinized the works in the warehouse, alongside the shards on the floor, and it seemed they had arrived at an answer. Higa casually touched a piece of pottery and asked, "Is this piece also from Kikuyuman?" Erida's pupils constricted slightly as he smiled. "No, that was one of my earlier works. But I was scolded for being too similar to my master." Gradually, the people in the warehouse began to disperse. Higa observed the now nearly empty warehouse and calmly stated, "Mr. Erida, the pieces attributed to Kikuyuman that have circulated recently are, in fact, your works, aren't they?" Seeing Erida's subtle expression confirmed his suspicions. Erida's craftsmanship was indeed exceptional, nearly indistinguishable from the authentic pieces. However, while such works might deceive the wealthy who lacked discernment, they could never fool Ryanosuk, who had always kept a watchful eye on Kikuyuman. Indeed, with a grave expression, Yutan faced the child, Yuga Haruka, who bore that same countenance. Reluctantly, he acknowledged the unpleasant truth that gnawed at him, his teeth clenched in frustration. "My creations have never possessed a unique style. They merely mimic that of my mentor. Consequently, in recent years, my works have been appropriated by that woman, Tsuchiya, who sells them under my mentor's name in secret. I can discern that the pieces you left in the pottery studio are markedly inferior, yet those stored in this warehouse have ascended to a level that is almost akin to the master's work." Calmly, Yuga addressed the somewhat disheveled Yutan, who was now slumped to the ground. "With such craftsmanship, it is implausible for you to produce several pieces within a month. You surely do not wish for them to be sold. How could my pottery ever compare to my mentor's work? I cannot bear to witness my own actions tarnish his reputation." Yutan lamented, his gaze cast downwards. "In my view, your creations are entirely distinct from those of the esteemed Kikuyuman." Even Ryanosuk could instantly perceive the difference. Yuga stated, sitting cross-legged and watching him, his heart subtly stirred. "Is it not for yourself, but for your beloved mentor? Such an endearing individual is hard to despise. A counterfeit remains a counterfeit. No matter how meticulously one imitates, can never transform into the genuine article." The gaze of Hybera was stirred, as she leaned against the pottery, eyeing the kneeling Yutan. Ultimately, Hybera AI does not exist in this world. How long can one deceive the connoisseurs? Yuga sighed, recalling the organization as he continued, "You are fundamentally different, and your work may even surpass that of the master. Why not discuss this with him? You are ready to graduate. The esteemed Kikuyuman would surely find joy in witnessing his disciple surpass him one day. Though exquisite, it is not the work of Kikuyuman." With the arrival of Conan and Muri, an air of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere. This is a matter of life and death. Chapter 41, Pottery Reflects the Heart. Do not underestimate life. Yuga Haruka gazed at the shards of pottery scattered across the floor, the lifelike quality of which would challenge even the experts to distinguish. Although his knowledge of the plot surrounding Edagawa Conan was limited, who had not heard of the name of the Grim Reaper that follows the boy wherever he goes? First, allow Tsuchiya to believe that she has shattered Kikuyuman's work, creating a sense of self-reproach within her. Even without knowing the intricacies of his plan, it was certain that he yearned to use his hands, skilled in pottery, to eliminate Tsuchiya. He would sooner stain his own hands than allow his mentor's reputation to suffer, taking all the blame upon himself, as if gazing into a mirror reflecting his own image. In this world, there exist things worth protecting, even at the cost of one's own purity. It is precisely because of these tainted eyes that he understands some things must remain unsullied. A sigh escaped him, heavy with sorrow. "I will speak with Kikuyuman. There is still time. I comprehend your thoughts and empathize with your feelings. Yet now is not the moment." Yuga felt a pang of melancholy, a soft smile gracing his lips as he helped Yutan rise from the ground. His deep green eyes radiated warmth as they met the boy's gaze. To safeguard certain treasures, one must indeed sacrifice something. However, that sacrifice need not occur at this juncture. While it may seem an opportunity for vengeance, what good would it do? Can paper extinguish fire? Do not be foolish. Some actions, once taken, will inevitably be uncovered. How will you confront the heart of that old gentleman who has always cherished you? Indeed, he may suffer for not keeping pace with his disciple. Yet there is a bittersweetness to it. Does that elderly man not still harbor hopes for his disciples? Yuga placed a hand on Yutan's shoulder, watching the boy tremble as he bowed his head and suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. A self-deprecating smile formed on his lips as he corrected himself. Yutan looked at the child before him, incredulous that anyone could fathom his feelings. Yet, Gazing into the boy's sorrowful yet resolute eyes, he thought, indeed, if it were him, he would certainly understand my sentiments. With his head bowed, he bent down, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, a wry smile escaping his lips. Mentor, is it acceptable to leave things as they are? Such a man, having made a promise to me, would not go back on his word. I also have matters to discuss with Kikuyumin. Haruka and Hibara exited the warehouse, observing Hibara's downcast demeanor as she crossed her arms, a smile creeping onto his face. Moreover, I have my own Kikuyumin to protect. Hibara turned her head slightly, a hint of crimson gracing her cheeks before regaining her composure. Indeed, everything has changed profoundly. Though I emerged from the shadows, betraying the dark organization of my origins, I have become an intermediary between reality and illusion. Yet this man has embraced my darkness, bearing the weight of other shadows as well. Alone, he silently carries such pain and despair, yet despite it all, he, like me, yearns for the light. Though he presents an air of indifference, claiming others' fates are of no concern to him, he invariably meddles in affairs beyond his own. A slight smile adorned her lips, curiosity igniting within her. What experiences has this man endured to become who he is today? In the bedroom, a persistent knocking resounded. Who is it? Did we not agree not to disturb me before dinner? Kikuyumin, weary, sat in his neatly arranged bedding, devoid of sleep, clutching a piece he had crafted years ago. As the door creaked open, Yuga Haruka entered, bearing a large bundle of items, nonchalantly laying them out before Kikuyumin. Shattered feng shui pottery, alongside Yutan's work and another piece brought by Goru. What is this? You ask about this? Yuga, with half-closed eyes, casually sat cross-legged, speaking languidly. Have you not yet discerned whether this feng shui piece is indeed your creation? As Kikuyumin examined the shards, scrutinizing the pottery, his initial confusion deepened into greater perplexity, his brow furrowing. This is undeniably not my humble work. So similar. How could it resemble my technique to such an extent? Most of my disciples lack skill. They either possess no talent or fail to cultivate their own style, merely following my lead. Wait, imitation? He pondered, and the man, who appeared as rigid and traditional as Ryonosuke, was moved to tears, sobbing, gazing at the fragments of the feng shui piece. He recalled the fear and concern etched upon Yutan's face when confronted with the shards, along with the recent economic uplift of the Yutan household. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon him. That child has been selling Yutan's pottery as his own, has he not? Gradually he began to chuckle, realizing, Yutan, it seems you have transcended my work. Ha ha! The man erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks. Was he laughing at his own diminishing acuity or mourning his failure to recognize his disciple's growth? It remained uncertain. Yet he laughed, for the fifth generation of Kikuyumin could finally, with joy, pass down the esteemed title of the sixth generation. He could entrust his beliefs and persistence to him. Ha ha ha! He paused in his laughter, recalling his old friend who never came himself. So that is why he has not come in person. He seeks to convey to me that we, the elders, can now step aside for these exceptional youths to inherit our legacy. Kikuyumin gazes at the youth before him, somewhat lost in thought. In the past, during visits to Ryonosuke, it seemed he was often accompanied by two somewhat mature young men. Is this the essence of inheritance? Truly, he is a man who has always cherished his craft. Upon witnessing such pottery, everything becomes clear to him. Pottery, in its silent eloquence, speaks volumes without uttering a word. With a sigh, he reflects on his own age, realizing he may have overlooked such nuances. Yet, it is only that old friend who can truly appreciate the heart that lies within his pottery. I spoke briefly with Erida before seeking you out. Thank you, young one. Your gratitude is genuinely appreciated. This fifth-generation Kikuyumin expresses heartfelt thanks to the discreetly observant Huga, his hands resting on the ground, eyes moist yet smiling. I too owe you my gratitude. I now understand the reason Ryonosuke sent me here. Huga reflects on the elder's intentions, acknowledging that he has learned something valuable, having discovered insights through pottery and Mr. Erida. Indeed, some sentiments are challenging to articulate with words, yet pottery can convey them. Through the continuous rotation of clay, a feeling has transcended the physical to reach the depths of his heart. The corners of Huga's mouth lift slightly. He has suddenly developed an affection for pottery. On this day, he and she both reveal their smiles. Chapter 42, Alcohol at times serves as an exquisite disguise. In the afternoon, Hoga Sisuk bids farewell to the elder and departs the room. Soon after, Arita Yoshihiko and Tsuchiya Masako enter the elder's chamber. In the gentle ambience of the elder's 70-plus years of experiences, the room is filled with tears. There is no need for police or detectives. It is merely an elder making calls to those who purchase pieces not of his creation, resolving to visit them personally to apologize. This farce at the Kikuyuman residence, on the brink of becoming a tragic murder case, ultimately finds resolution through the elder's gentle words. In the pottery classroom, the spectators laugh heartily at the messy attempts by Mori Kagoro and Goro. Hoga quietly leans against the wall, observing others as they diligently continue their pottery, fearful of creating an even worse outcome. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. We delight in the follies of others while yearning for a comedic existence ourselves, only to encounter sorrow amid joy. When comedy shatters, it morphs into tragedy. Yet even a tragedy that reveals the so-called truth does not transform into comedy. However, before total transformation occurs, perhaps there is still time to intervene. What he can do is extend his hand before the inevitable break. And that is all. As night falls, the dining table is laden with food and drink. Ha ha! Who would have thought that Master Kikuyuman is retiring? We must raise a glass to such joyous news, exclaims Goro. Indeed, indeed. Such a delightful occasion calls for a hearty celebration, responds Mori. Following the revelation that the fifth-generation Kikuyuman plans to retire and pass the mantle to Arita Yoshihiko, a warm sense of joy envelopes the room. Moreover, within this space reside 3 inebriates, perhaps even 4. Honestly, Dad, Goro, I can't help but feel a mix of worry and resignation as I watch these 2 drunks, remarks Ran. Ha ha! Tsuchiya Masako is even more outrageous than the others, rhythmically tapping her chopsticks against the bowl's edge, ready to join the Beggars Guild with a change of attire. Is she going to get drunk too? Questions a slightly tipsy Mori Kagoro, glancing at the squinting Ootani. Don't mind her, Masako gets like this when she's had a drink. She transforms completely, comes the reply. I don't think this is appropriate, we can't accept such an extravagant gift, Ran expresses her concern to Tsuchiya. Nonsense. There's no need for politeness, my father has little time left and he won't be able to create many more fine pieces. Rather than see them gather dust, it's better to give them to you, right, Dad? Oh, let it be. My age indeed limits my ability to produce quality works. I may only manage a couple each year, and besides, I'm retiring now, so I might as well enjoy myself. Kikuyuman chuckles, somewhat tipsy. Enough of that. We want to hear about your cases. Tsuchiya beams, playfully nudging the bewildered Mori, who has completely forgotten the details of his investigations. Mori, tell us about the Kajituki Island incident, the Kurigane incident, and pour us 2 bowls of sake, along with a dish of fennel beans. As Mori stammers, they mockingly shout. You must have stolen Conan's evidence again. Mori's eyes widen. How could you accuse me of such baseless slander? What slander? I witnessed your Conan solve a case just the other day. It was impressive. Mori's face flushes, veins protruding on his forehead as he retorts. A detective's work cannot be equated to theft. A flurry of complex phrases about the cases he solved ensues, eliciting laughter from everyone, filling the room with an atmosphere of mirth. Under the night sky, the sliding doors of the tatami room slowly open. Aren't you going to check on Goro? It seems he's becoming quite chummy with that Mori detective. Uncle Ryanosuke might end up with another son overnight, remarks Hibara, perched on the edge, swinging her legs, as she observes Sisuk sneaking out with a flask. What do I have to fear? I'm his brother. In terms of seniority, that little detective would have to address me differently, Sisuk confidently asserts, settling down cross-legged, though feeling slightly uncomfortable. That sounds rather amusing, Hibara muses, recalling how Goro calls her big sister. So, in a sense, she and Mori Kagoro share the same generation, meaning that Kudo Shinichi would have to refer to her differently, which seems quite entertaining. Sisuk cautiously retrieves a black cloth from his clothing, slowly unveiling 2 teacups crafted that day, one by Hibara, the other they made together, with their names inscribed on the bottom of the latter. Hibara seems to recall something, her cheeks turning slightly pink as she snatches the flask from Sisuk and takes a small sip. She pours a little into the cup they made together, her lips curving upward as she hands the flask back. Why do you save me and my sister? She asks, gazing at her swinging legs, her head lowered in contemplation. To take a life may require justification, but to save a life does not. Did you not pull me from the water without reason? Sisuk replies with a gentle smile. Then why do you treat me so kindly and protect my sister? Hibara inquires, her head bowed, revealing a hint of sadness in her smile. Is it truly acceptable to save him? For those like us who dwell in darkness yet yearn for light, such a beautiful gift transforms existence into a living hell. Perhaps it is the taste of home that resonates with him. Sisuk pours some sake into the cup, gazing at the night sky, smiles, and lifts his cup toward Hibara, slowly sipping, savoring the warmth that fills his heart. As she gazed at the night sky, memories flickered in her mind. The chill of the evening air gradually melted away, replaced by a soft smile, perhaps influenced by the wine that tinged her cheeks with a hint of rose. Yet who cared? A smile was all that mattered. Thank you for saving me. Shiho Miyano turned to lift her glass, a gentle smile gracing her face as she looked at Yuga. In the resonance of their clinking glasses, something seemed to shatter. But who cared? A smile sufficed. It could dissolve all troubles and warm even the coldest of hearts. It appeared that wine was no longer necessary. As she discreetly set the bottle aside, her hands resting on the ground, their fingertips lightly brushed against each other, and they raised their heads to gaze at the starless Tokyo sky, their smiles blossoming. Who was concerned with the chaos of the past or the uncertainty of the future? At this moment, they only wished to share a smile beneath the brilliant expanse of stars, and that was enough. He and she both cherished the night sky. Chapter 43. Some people will never understand the air from the tipsy Tsuchiya Masako and Erita Yoshihiko. Conan Edagawa gleaned some information, his expression one of bewilderment as he poked his head out from the lively room, incredulous at his friend's prior awareness of the brewing incident. Hey, what's going on with you two? He exclaimed, frustration boiling within him, just moments away from a case. His companions had already noticed and even resolved it before he could react, blissfully unaware as he had merrily absconded with a marble. Leaning back, he felt a twinge of unfairness. They were all just smaller versions of themselves, so why had they noticed so quickly without including him? As thoughts of this injustice flooded his mind, he became oblivious to the changing expressions on the faces of the two before him, shifting from concern to amusement. Nor did he notice Yuga Harasuk quietly retrieving the wine jug from behind. Time flowed serenely. Under the moonlight, Yuga and the young lady Shiho shared a tacit understanding. Shiho coolly pried open Conan's mouth while Yuga gently held him in place, smiling as he poured the remaining wine down the throat of the unfortunate child, even taking the care to wipe away the dribbles with a tissue. They aimed to ensure that not a drop was wasted, letting Conan experience the taste of adulthood, even squeezing a bit of liquid from the tissue into his mouth, tossing it in with the rest. Oh, how sweet and endearing their smiles were, evoking tears of camaraderie. Dazed, little Conan gazed up at the swaying ceiling. What just happened? This actually tastes quite nice. The delightful duo's enthusiasm waned, though a slight haze enveloped them, as it did not affect Yuga, who had a commendable tolerance for alcohol. They dragged the dazed Conan into the room. I must ensure my silly nephew doesn't catch a cold, Yuga mused. Mrs. Tsuchiya, do you have any old clothes from when you were a child? I think Conan would like to wear them, he said, mimicking Conan's adorable expressions in an effort to charm her. Oh, this child is so strange, Mrs. Tsuchiya replied, somewhat tipsy. I'll take you to find them. He could come and ask me directly if he wanted, she added, recalling Conan's previous attire, which brought a smile to her face. As everyone searched for the clothes, Yuga and Ran took charge of dressing him in a complete outfit, of course, without any ladies' undergarments. Afterward, Yuga took the unfortunate child and tucked him into bed. After a flurry of activity, he casually sprawled out on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, a smile creeping onto his lips. It was rare to feel so present, his consciousness firmly anchored in his body. Setting aside any thoughts, he surrendered to the drowsiness the wine had induced, drifting into slumber. The next morning, outside the door, tell Ryunosuke that this old man still thinks of him. The fifth-generation Kikazuman smiled, bidding farewell to the passengers in the vehicle. He waved from the car, no need for tearful goodbyes, for they would surely meet again. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, an oblivious Uchiha Conan had no inkling of the mischief his friends had concocted. It was not until he groggily brushed his teeth and glanced in the mirror that he fully woke up. In front of the mirror, Conan inspected his surroundings, finding no one present, so he raised an eyebrow and spun around. Why do I feel a bit cute? In the car, Shiho leaned against the door, one hand busy with her phone, her eyes catching a glimpse of the delightful sight of a certain elementary student soundly asleep in a lovely dress, a motherly smile gracing her lips. She was merely a kind-hearted person, providing a gift to Sonoko Suzuki. As for how many would receive it, That was entirely up to Sunoko's big mouth. The little poison-laced girl smiled, for she was simply an adorable primary school student without any malice in her heart. Yuga cast a glance at the dark-hued girl beside him, remaining silent. Conan, you're sacrificing yourself for our happiness, he thought, nodding in silent agreement. Rest easy, Conan. In the afternoon at Agasa's house, the life of the sharp-tongued little lady returned to its usual tranquility, spending the day with her sister. She lay on the sofa, quietly flipping through a fashion magazine, while her sister, just awake, busied herself in the kitchen, the sounds of chopping filling the air. Outside, after thoroughly checking Yuga's home for any potential dangers, such as bombs or hidden listening devices planted by a certain bespectacled boy in a blue suit, Yuga stepped out with a chilled can of Sprite. He looked up at the bright afternoon sun, stretched, and casually pulled a cat treat from his pocket to playfully pet a passing white kitten happily scampering away before the kitten could fluff up its fur. Settling comfortably under the sun in front of Agasa's large round house, he relished the moment. Hey, Doctor, it's time to eat, a voice called from afar. With a chocolate bar in his mouth, Yuga stood up, stretching his legs that felt numb from sitting too long. Shiho, lounging on the sofa, noticed the sun-kissed black cat approaching and smiled, curling up to let the warm little cat sit beside her. She caught a faint whiff of sunlight-drenched fabric, a comforting scent. As she watched her sister smile, displaying a playful and mischievous expression while setting down the dishes. The two lazy little cats had no choice but to sit up straight and help with the utensils. Finally, they enjoyed their afternoon meal together with Dr. Agasa, who had been late due to his research work. Akemi Mayano smiled gently, observing the scene that resembled a family. The doctor, under the scrutiny of Shiho's disapproving glare, could only sheepishly retract his chopsticks, reaching for the sinful calories, obediently selecting the dishes she had chosen for him, hastily consuming his lunch before diving back into the hectic world of research. Akemi lay on the sofa, facing the two little cats, watching them silently clean up the dishes. As was their custom, the black cat turned on the faucet to wash the dishes, while the brown cat yawned lazily, taking the clean dishes and wiping them down with a white towel. Two shafts of sunlight streamed through the window, one illuminated the chestnut hair, while the other bathed the smiling figure of Mayano Akemi with her raven locks resting on the sofa. The warmth enveloped her, lulling her into a gentle slumber. Having tidied up, the two individuals observed a chestnut-hued kitten, lazily curled up on the sofa, casting glances at its sister across from it, with a playful smile. A black kitten, seemingly having procured a cushion from nowhere, leaned against the edge of the sofa, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Yuga, with his warm fur, leaped in through the window, snuggling into the embrace of the chestnut kitten. The fluffy form and the comforting warmth of the sunlight coaxed the chestnut kitten to curl up beside the white kitten, drifting into dreams. This family, bound not by blood but by warmth, shared a life more intimate than what mere lineage could offer. Such was a typical day in the Ayagasa household. Warm, sunlit, and cozy. Chapter 44. The weather changes as swiftly as a maiden's heart. To this day, he remains unaware of the shifting dates in the world of Kudo. Youth is but a fleeting dream. Once awakened, it has vanished without a trace. Yuga Haruki stirred from his slumber, slowly rising to glance at the empty mat on the other side of the bed where Mayano Akemi and Hibara AI lay. He unfurled the mat beneath his feet and gently opened the small refrigerator in the room, retrieving a chilled can of Sprite. Settling onto the window seat adorned with a pure white blanket, he took a sip of the refreshing drink, gazing out with a frown. How could it be that yesterday was a sun-drenched summer day, yet today has transformed into winter? Yuga stared in disbelief at the softly falling snow outside, eyeing the ski resort voucher discarded by the bed. Is it truly because of the intention to visit the ski resort that summer has abruptly morphed into winter? How absurd. After a silent moment of exasperation, he sighed, checking his phone calendar. January 1st. This world is indeed perplexing. Yet, it's for the best. He detests the sweltering summer and adores the snowy winter. He relishes the moments spent nestled under blankets, listening to the rain's serenade. Has it snowed? Hibara AI propped herself up, her voice soft and drowsy from just waking, as she pulled back the covers. Yuga, savoring the cool sensation of the drink coursing through him, placed the can on the windowsill and approached the bed. With a smile, he fully pulled back the covers from the lazy kitten that had kicked them aside. He chuckled at the kitten's disgruntled expression, playfully covering her once more. Go back to sleep. I'll prepare breakfast and call you. Hibara, disinterested in his childish antics, nestled deeper into the warmth of the blanket, inching closer to her sister, and resumed her slumber. Under the sunlight, the snow vanished without a trace before leaving any mark. At the national arena, the air was thick with excitement. Go! 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 The soccer players on the field were drenched in sweat, engaged in a fierce match. The crowd erupted in cheers, fervently supporting their favorite teams. Today marked the decisive day of the Emperor's Cup, with the strongest two teams, Tokyo Spirit and Osaka, vying for victory. Edogawa Conan, the football-obsessed little rascal, had bought 6 tickets, leaving no room for refusal, and dragged his 3 friends along with the reclusive Yuga and Hibara to witness the match. Although he could not claim to be unwilling, he felt no particular thrill. He held a fondness for soccer, yet was not obsessed. In stark contrast to the excited quartet, Yuga and Hibara appeared aloof, coldly observing the 4 exuberant kids. As the saying goes, while you watch the game, the spectators observe you from the sidelines, albeit with 2 pairs of lifeless eyes. Yuga glanced at Hibara, who leaned against him and decisively borrowed Conan's cap, placing it atop the hiding Hibara's head. Rest assured, they will all think you're dead in a blaze of glory. I've heard that the silver-haired one has a notoriously poor memory, completely forgetting those he believes to be deceased. Hibara believed his words. Indeed, if he said so, she trusted that she had been declared dead by the organization. Yet, a thread of worry lingered. She feared being recognized, having spent her entire life within that dark organization. I am uncertain if anyone in the organization could recognize me, she murmured, lowering the cap and casting a worried glance at Yuga, who appeared deep in thought. Fear not. Regardless of who it is, should a crow threaten our peaceful existence, my hands will personally send them to hell. Once I resolve to protect something, I will see it through to the end, Yuga replied confidently, adjusting Hibara's cap and urging her to look at the field, despite his indifference to soccer. Wonderful. A goal. The Tokyo Spirit team scored, and Conan, along with the others, erupted in jubilant cheers, pounding on the railing. The ecstatic Edogawa, resembling a frenzied husky, suddenly noticed that Yuga and Hibara remained unmoved and couldn't help but call out, "Hey, Yuga, Hibara, what are you doing? Come watch the game with us." Conan pulled the 2 of them closer to the railing, his face beaming with the love of soccer. Being present at a live match was the greatest enjoyment. They shouldn't just sit idly. But we don't know any of the players, Hibara replied, adjusting the cap as she leaned against the railing. That's all right, I'll introduce you, Conan exclaimed. The player who just scored is the soul of the Tokyo team, Hiro. Naoki passed the ball to him, and then Hiro headed it into the net. It was simply magnificent. For Conan, who deeply adored soccer, introducing his favorite players to his friends was a delightful experience. Wow! He really is a hero, Genta exclaimed, marveling at the player. Indeed, if Hiro hadn't been injured earlier, he would have surely made it to the national team. Hikaru nodded in agreement. What a pity, Ayumi sighed, resting her chin on her hands, if he doesn't make it to the national team. He won't win the World Cup trophy. Genta, bewildered, questioned, but why are adults so obsessed with the World Cup? Conan, now wide awake, responded earnestly, fool. The World Cup is the grandest event where nations compete to establish their prestige in the sports world. Naturally, it stirs a storm of excitement. Yet, with a hint of regret, he added, although we've yet to win a match, the World Cup still captivates everyone's interest. Please, spare me the theatrics. Last time we watched the broadcast, you were the one who couldn't bear to see our team lose, rolling around in frustration. Hikaru retorted, exasperated. Exactly. Remember when we were at Dr. Agasa's house, and you saw the broadcast of the World Cup match, where the national team failed to score and got eliminated? You were furious, rolling around on the floor, weren't you? Ayumi teased, grinning at Conan, who was now sprawled on the coffee table, lamenting his loss. What does it mean to suffer social death? He scoffed, tilting his head back in mock arrogance. Chapter 45. There will be no next match. The game has ended. Faced with Ayumi's relentless questioning, Conan felt a twinge of embarrassment. I can't help it, being part of the World Cup has been my dream since childhood. Seriously, when did you even start watching soccer? You're still just an elementary student. As I observed the curious gazes of the 3 little ones, accompanied by the amused expressions of their 2 companions, Conan awkwardly chuckled. They were conversing when, on the field, a player's eyes flickered before executing a sliding tackle that took down an opponent, resulting in a yellow card. Hibara, with her deadpan expression, glanced at the young detective beside her and couldn't help but yawn, remarking, football has long been dubbed the war on the green field. It is a struggle devoid of gunpowder and artillery, yet replete with blood and sweat. The intertwining of personal heroism and camaraderie is no less intense than on the battlefield. The World Cup, after all, merely perpetuates the political strife among nations within the realm of sports. Yuga, having caught half of Hibara's statement, decided to illustrate his point further. Moreover, football has incited massacres, disputes, and even wars. In 1969, in the lead-up to the 9th World Cup, El Salvador and Honduras found themselves embroiled in a conflict. On the eve of their match, fans from Honduras celebrated outside the hotel where the Salvadoran players were staying, leading to an inevitable 1-0 victory for Honduras, which indirectly prompted a Salvadoran female fan to commit suicide, igniting national outrage. When Honduras played as guests, Salvadoran supporters retaliated by hurling rotten eggs into the players' rooms, exhibiting a readiness to assault the opposing team should they emerge victorious. The match ended with a 3-0 win for El Salvador, resulting in the brutal beating of 2 visiting Honduran fans outside the stadium, which escalated to Honduras launching a massacre against Salvadorans domestically, culminating in the severance of diplomatic relations and the onset of a localized war that claimed nearly 3,000 lives. Yuga gazed at the field, seemingly oblivious to the group of children staring at him in astonishment. Hey, Conan remarked with a look of disbelief directed at these 2 unsettling figures. How on earth does a conversation about football escalate to discussions of war? Of course, Yuga mused. He had gleaned this knowledge from watching television, a smirk forming as he regarded Conan. The mischievous detective expressed his exasperation towards the scholarly individual. Nevertheless, Yuga maintained that football was indeed a delightful sport, smiling as he deftly shifted the topic to Conan's amusing antics of sulking and rolling around when he lost a match, a rather entertaining pursuit. Disregarding the commotion nearby, Yuga lifted his gaze to the field. He had not watched football much since then. Instead, he retained a vivid impression of the disappointment surrounding the match that concluded in a remarkable fashion. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting vehicle of the Nippon Television Network, a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, Hinata Kaneko, received a peculiar phone call. Answering the call while watching the broadcast video with impatience, he queried, "Hello? Who are you? What do you want from me? Listen carefully, I will only say this once. If you don't, I cannot guarantee the safety of innocent lives." The familiar voice on the other end sent a shiver down Hinata's spine, his complexion shifting dramatically. "You should be able to see those children in the front row of the right side of the stands, correct?" Hinata, feeling a rush of anxiety, instructed his crew, "Hurry. Focus the camera on the front row of the right side of the stands." With the director's command, the 13th camera quickly honed in on the specified area, revealing the figures of 6 children. In the stands, a faint sound pierced the air. Yuga instantly sensed something was amiss, a surge of unease coursing through him, and he instinctively pulled Hibara down while turning to the children, urging, "Get down quickly," as the audience remained fixated on the players on the field. Aided by the use of a silencer, only a few noticed the peculiar explosion of the football. Once the sense of danger dissipated, Yuga patted the bewildered Hibara and asked, "What happened?" "Someone fired a gun," Yuga responded, scanning the area, while Conan had already leaped over the barrier and onto the field. Hibara's pupils dilated momentarily before returning to normal. "It can't be an organization. If it were, all of us here, including those children, would be dead without a doubt." Conan, centered around the ball, surveyed the field and soon discovered a small hole the size of a thumb. "Indeed, it's a bullet." Realizing the impending threat, Conan's pupils constricted and he felt a terrifying presence approaching. A hulking man, reminiscent of a vodka bottle, grasped him by the waist, admonishing, "Hey, kid. Don't come in here." Conan's eyes filled with regret as he squirmed like a fish out of water. Outside the stadium, Officer Magyar inquired, "So, where is the victim?" No, it wasn't he a person who was shot. It was a football. The assailant instructed me to find a boy in a blue hat in the stands," Hinata explained, his tension palpable. "I saw the football deflate. It must have been shot with a handgun. But that alone doesn't eliminate the possibility of a prank with an air gun," Officer Magyar countered. "I suspect it must be a Tokarev." Who comes near me?" A child chimed in. "We are the Junior Detective League." "Ah, so you all are here," Officer Magyar remarked, his expression betraying his trepidation as he looked at Edagawa Conan. With keen ears, Conan listened intently, his bright eyes fixated on Officer Magyar, gently patting Hibara's back. "Is her, right? Uncle, the boy wearing the blue hat on screen is her, I senti it?" As he continued, Yuga squinted, extending his fingers and aiming his middle finger at Conan's unsuspecting head, preparing to strike. "Who is the boy?" "It's right there." Hinata scrutinized the deadpan expression of Hibara. confirming her as the girl in the blue hat. So you all witnessed it too? Officer Magyar asked, his gaze stern as he regarded Conan, who had just dropped his hands after receiving a couple of light taps on the head. The ball suddenly shot out and deflated, Conan recounted while rummaging through his pockets. I jumped onto the field to find it. The bullet was lodged in the rubber ball. What did you say? Officer Magyar exclaimed, taking the bullet for examination. A 7.62 bullet of Russian origin. Do you remember the man's voice? Hinata, drenched in sweat, appeared increasingly anxious. I recall that his voice was somewhat muffled. Yuga noted quietly. After a thorough explanation, a lead was established. The assailant had not only silenced the firearm but seemed to harbor animosity towards Nippon Television or was possibly a terrorist. Under the anxious insistence of Hinata, the match resumed as Conan uncovered clues indicating there were potentially two perpetrators, prompting the police to initiate a search for the criminal while Hinata prepared 50 million yen as instructed by the assailant. Officer Magyar received a phone call, and Hinata Kaneko timidly held the phone towards him while he was issuing commands. Do your best to delay the conversation with that person, Magyar instructed, keeping an eye on the potential suspects who might be making calls. Understood, Kaneko replied, picking up the phone. Hello, this is Kaneko. Why didn't you answer the phone right away? You're not in contact with the police, are you? The voice on the other end was insistent. No. Kaneko stammered. Just put the money at the exit of gate 18 during the halftime break, the man said, his tone deliberate, revealing a sinister smile. Don't mess this up, Kaneko. Kaneko's pupils constricted, sweat dripping from his brow. Back in the audience, what did you just do? Asked Hibara, calmly gazing at the field while addressing Conan beside her. I attached a listening device so we can monitor the police's actions, Conan replied, displaying no psychological burden. Then glanced around. By the way, where are those three kids? They went to find the suspects, Hibara said, accepting a coffee that Aoyama had bought. Don't worry, they won't be suspicious of children. If you're concerned, you can go check on them, suggested Aoyama, sipping his Sprite, his mind drifting to the suspicious figure. So it was that guy. It seemed the police had begun to apprehend the criminals, and Hibara rolled her eyes at Conan, who was engrossed in eavesdropping. They're not alone. It's futile, Aoyama observed as he looked into the distance. All right then, I'll give you a chance to make amends, Kaneko. Before the match ends, you must stuff 1 billion yen into a bag and leave it at the entrance of gate 18. Only you are allowed to come. If you fail to prepare the money in the allotted time, I will immediately shoot an audience member. The criminal's voice slowly echoed through the phone. 1 billion yen? Kaneko listened, feeling both tense and shocked. That's quite a sum. What's wrong? Are you unwilling to pay me my share? The man taunted. It's useless. You can withdraw all the police from the audience. I currently hold 56,000 hostages. He accurately pointed out the undercover officers in the stands. After hanging up, Kaneko turned to Officer Magyar. 1 billion. Magyar looked at him. Though we can't gather that much, around 200 million yen should be feasible. Kaneko wiped his sweat while communicating with the station and discussing with Magyar. 200 million is acceptable. Let us stabilize the criminal for now, Magyar said, visibly relieved, patting the sweating Kaneko on the back. In such a short time, a typical company could manage to gather 100 million. Truly, the Neon TV station has its merits. But this responsible person's psychological resilience is still lacking. Meanwhile, the three individuals, having received information through their earpieces, met up with the other three children. The goal isn't actually 1 billion yen. Such a large sum is impossible to gather. They might have intended to kill someone from the very beginning, Hibara calmly analyzed. Firstly, the shooter and the observer are not the same person. They can monitor the police's movements and make calls even while the police are searching. If they were using the phone, it would be too reckless. Aoyama observed Conan deep in thought, then glanced at the nearby stands, offering a suggestion. This means that even with headphones, they can still observe the audience. However, the police haven't found any suspicious individuals, which suggests that the person is observing while not being suspected of wearing headphones. But if such a peculiar person were mingling with the audience, they would have been discovered by now, Conan pondered, resting his chin on his hand, furrowing his brow. What if they're not an audience member? If they were a staff member or even part of the Neon TV station, it would make sense. Aoyama paused, seemingly struck by a thought, then dashed off, pouting slightly. Have you deduced something? You're quite free-spirited. What kind of person is that criminal? Ayumi asked Aoyama as Conan ran off. Someone who can observe conveniently in this venue would naturally be the cameraman, making them more suspect, Aoyama said, his expression darkening as he realized the three individuals who had slipped away. Is it really all right to let them follow Adagawa into danger? Hibara looked at Aoyama. With that Kudo fellow around, they won't come to harm. Children who are always kept in a greenhouse won't know what the world is like. They need to experience some burns from playing with fire to grow, Aoyama said lazily, stretching while pulling Hibara's sleeve to head outside, squinting at her. Kids can wander freely. Adults just need to follow behind, providing candies, bandages, and a warm bed, and everything will be just fine. Why do I feel like you wouldn't mind if they each got shot? Hibara remarked, looking at Aoyama with a subtle expression. But you seem to be giving too many hints today. I need to keep them occupied. Aoyama squinted, gazing at the stadium entrance, recalling the anxious figure he had just heard. There's something more important than dealing with that so-called murderer. Outside the stadium, Aoyama discarded a Tokarev wrapped in white paper into the roadside bushes and looked toward the CAF outside the stadium. Although it seemed unnecessary, caution was wise. He took out his phone and dialed, "Hello, could you connect me to Officer Takagi at the Metropolitan Police Department?" Chapter 47. The flag must not be planted recklessly in an unmonitored area beneath the stands. Cameraman Hirata Tomeo, wearing headphones, observed the audience with a smile, reveling in the impending success of his plan. Completely unaware of Conan approaching him from behind, watch in hand. He conjured the image of a woman's smile, his teeth gritting in frustration. He felt powerless against that wretched congressman, surrounded by too many bodyguards. It's all the fault of Neon TV. Yes, it's all your fault. Days earlier, just 1 minute after the 10 billion yen cash heist at Yatsuba Bank, Hirata, as the ringleader of the robbery, received a call from a trader. He had thought that the damned Neon TV was genuinely hosting an event and nearly lost his life in the process. He had waited 3 years for this opportunity. He wanted to prove to his ailing woman that he could succeed, and after meticulously planning the robbery for so long, he was confident of his success. However, if the armored truck didn't arrive, what was the point of the heist? Fuming, he slammed the steering wheel, contemplating retreat. Hey! The man in the suit in the car ahead was about to drive off, poking his head out to glance at Hirata. What the hell are you honking for? Do you know who's in this car? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? I don't care who you are, I'm the Prime Minister. I'll honk if I want to. Furious, Hirata shouted out of the window. This isn't right, Hasabi. How can you talk to a regular citizen like that? They are my benefactors, like brothers to me. My apologies, I'm Masuda Daizo, just an ordinary congressman and candidate for Minister of Finance. I apologize. Is there any difficulty in your life that I can assist you with? I must confess, my girlfriend is afflicted with a severe lymphangioliomyomatosis and urgently requires financial assistance and a lung transplant. The hospital deems her condition too complex to treat, expressing reluctance to proceed due to the lack of available organ donations. Unbeknownst to me, with a feigned smile, Congressman Masuda Takakura gently interjected, I fully comprehend your intentions and shall endeavor to support them. To this end, I will propose the establishment of a joint committee on lymphangioliomyomatosis in the House of Representatives, conducting extensive investigations to contemplate all potential consequences. Decisions will be made from a long-term perspective, rather than hastily executing imprudent actions that could lead to unforeseen repercussions. What are you saying? Hirata Kamiyu found himself bewildered by the lengthy discourse in Japanese. His mind clouded. He had learned this art from his idol, Sir Humphrey, yet he struggled to grasp it. How unfortunate, he thought. Hasabi glanced at his superior, who was an unwavering supporter of the current prime minister, revealing a look of cold impatience. This leader's heart was not comparable to that of ordinary and scrupulous capitalists and politicians, circling endlessly without making any promises, just vague hopes and bureaucratic jargon. Your Excellency, although the congressman is currently on a call with the Prime Minister, I believe the matters at hand are not of great significance, Hasabi, serving as both secretary and chief bodyguard, remarked, observing the robber leader Hirata Kamiyu's eager expression. It pertains to the appointment of the next Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister's subsequent election issues. It should not be overly critical. Please continue. What merit did he possess? If someone were to look in their vehicle, they would find firearms and even Molotov cocktails, and he would be apprehended on the spot. After flattering the caller and receiving a promise to contact him in an hour, he watched the preceding vehicle drive away, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. In the arena of despair, Hirata Kamiyu laughed bitterly at his own foolishness. He had waited for hours without receiving that worthless congressman's call, while the hospital's demands for payment escalated, threatening to discharge a patient on the brink of death. He resolved to abandon his humanity, brandishing a firearm as he entered an adjacent apartment, only to find that the foolish woman inside refused to provide him with funds. In a fit of rage, he fired several shots into the man's abdomen and set the place ablaze, but ultimately, he found himself lacking the resources once again. This wretched hospital profited more than his robberies. His beloved had completely lost hope for survival and tragically took her own life. His eyes hardened with a chilling resolve as he burst into laughter, reminiscing about the plans he devised for revenge against the television station. Having diligently studied ancient texts from China armed with the wisdom of the ancients, this time he was determined to succeed. At that moment, he felt akin to the illustrious general He Jin of the Eastern Han dynasty, with a strategist by his side joyfully declaring, "General, victory is imminent. After we pass the falling Phoenix Slope, we shall reach the Huarong Path, and upon entering Maicheng, we will make our way directly to the Chonglu Palace, where Empress he awaits with the imperial seal." A voice interrupted from behind. "Hey, you must be another criminal." A smiling Conan skillfully opened his anesthetic watch, laughing maniacally, causing Hirata Kamiyu to freeze in shock at the sudden interruption. "Huh? What? Just a little brat," he scoffed, dismissing the presence of Conan. "I find it amusing that the Metropolitan Police's Muro is so foolish. If they were to ambush us here, I would be doomed. Divine intervention, indeed." Startled, Hirata Kamiya wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sidestepping to observe Conan aiming at him with a weapon. "What's the time?" In that moment, he remained oblivious to the terrifying anesthetic dart that narrowly missed him. With an evil grin, he brandished his beretta, exclaiming, "How dare you appear here alone?" "Beretta, not a Tokarev," Conan frowned, realizing his mistake. This was problematic. He had run out of anesthetic darts, and Hirata Kamiyu's objective was indeed the 50 million yen he had initially demanded. Hirata Kamiyu grinned viciously, raising his gun. "I have my own grievances." Both the Beretta and Tokarev were prepared for a bank heist. I dedicated 3 years and all my resources to ensure success, even employing a fool who had never seen our faces to monitor the bank's movements. On the day of the operation, however, the individual responsible for surveillance discovered that a promotional event was taking place at the TV station, rendering our plans futile. The traitor, who was supposed to watch the bank, had deceived us by claiming he wanted to meet, but we later learned that a gang had already stolen the billion yen, likely due to his betrayal. Thankfully, I had the foresight not to meet him, or I would have shared the same grim fate as those unfortunate souls. "What?" Conan exclaimed, stunned. "So your target was him?" Reflecting on the situation, it seemed implausible that someone could amass such a fortune in such a short time. Logically, raising 100 million yen in that time frame would be impressive. Hirata Kamiyu flashed a cruel smile, brandishing his weapon. Indeed, as soon as I heard his voice, I knew it was him. "Now it's time for you to go." "Hey, put down the gun," a deep, mature voice emerged from the side. A man with short black hair aimed his firearm at Hirata Kamiyu. In Chapter 48, the curtain falls, a gunshot rang out. With a flash of flame from the muzzle, Hirata Kamiyu's weapon was knocked from his hand, landing a short distance from Conan. Seizing the opportunity, Conan kicked the gun away, sending Hirata Kamiyu away. Conan cautiously regarded the man clad in an olive-green suit, white shirt, and brown-red tie, who approached and handcuffed Hirata Kamiyu. The man turned to Conan, smiling. "Now do you understand?" Conan frowned at the handcuffs. "Are you a police officer?" Having navigated Tokyo for so long, he realized he did not recognize this officer. "Conan, are you all right?" Officer Takagi rushed over, bringing 3 children along. The man handed Hirata Kamiyu over to Takagi, then discreetly displayed his police badge, whispering, "This matter must remain confidential." He then bowed slightly and turned to leave. "Officer Takagi," Conan inquired eagerly, "who was that man?" Takagi, pulling Hirata Kamiyu along, scratched his head as he began to fabricate a response. He's a police officer. The Public Security Bureau can be considered police too." After a brief chuckle, Officer Takagi adopted a serious demeanor, crossing his arms and glaring at Conan. "And you? How could you go off on your own to confront a suspect? If it weren't for Yuga's call, I wouldn't have known you were here alone. If it weren't for a certain senior's presence, you could have been in grave danger." Heh. Conan sheepishly scratched his head, sighing with regret. "That was my mistake, but at least it ended well." "An ordinary police officer?" he mused, skeptical of the assertion. However, Officer Takagi did not reveal the man's identity, implying it was a matter of confidentiality. Public Security Bureau? Lightheartedly, Hiroshi pointed to the sky, confident in his assumption. Exactly. Genta chimed in, visibly displeased. Near goal 16, Yuga reopened his eyes, sensing the weight in his hands. He glanced at the box he was carrying, opened it, and found it filled with cash, momentarily bewildered. Weighing it, he estimated it to be under 100 million yen in cash. What was happening? Had he inadvertently robbed a criminal? The body still feels somewhat uncoordinated and it seems rather weak. Could it be afflicted by some illness? After contemplating, I decided to cease my thoughts and focus on more pressing matters. Not far from gate 18. What? You say Hinata Kaneko vanished with the money? Impossible. Hurry and find him. Officer Magyar was seething after receiving reports from the surveillance team. Outside the stadium, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly in the alley. What a fool. Hinata Kaneko had already changed out of his original clothes, donning a white top and black pants, clutching 2 leather suitcases. Upon hearing your voice, there was no way I would willingly hand over the money. I never expected he would end up at the daily television station. During that bank heist, I wonder who that idiot set him up. He was merely a lookout, knocked unconscious for no reason, and when he awoke and tried to call, they had fled far away. Attempts to meet them were met with constant vigilance. Ultimately, he hung up, only to realize something was amiss when he saw the news about the bank robbery. He quickly fled. Who said robbing was easier than working? It could easily lead to one's demise. Turning this corner brings him closer to his hideout. He planned to tidy up quickly and abscond with the money before the police caught on, a thrill coursing through his thoughts. As he rounded the corner, a dark object pressed against his forehead, causing his body to tremble. Facing a man clad in black, he stammered, I have money, I can give it all to you. Bang! The footsteps gradually faded. Exiting the alley, he found himself on a bustling highway. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he kicked the suitcase and charged towards the speeding cars. Bang! Consciousness slipped away. You awakened. At a roadside CAF. Hibara looked at Hayuka with concern. Is it over? Hayuka touched his chest, paused for a moment, and smiled. Now it is completely over. Sighing, he gazed out the window. Since the others had decided to change their plans, they should leave no loose ends. Hinata Kaneko could no longer be alive. Let us go, the kids are still inside. Hibara remarked, her expression unreadable, tightening her grip on Hayuka's hand as they left the CAF. This fellow is always like this. Unconsciously, she gripped his hand tighter, reluctant to let go. Upon opening the door, she nearly brushed past a man in a suit with short black hair. Hey, the man said, a smile breaking through his stern demeanor. I clearly am not suited for vacation. Even watching a match leads to cases. Listen to me, he said to the person on the other end of the phone who had golden hair and tan skin. After hearing the news, he pondered for a moment before smiling. I see. Kazami, could you assist me with this case? So, 3 groups were watching a bank that same morning? How intriguing. Who could be attempting to kill the Mayano sisters? Could it be related to the death of Elena Mayano? Of course, Mr. Akai, Kazami replied. His dark circles had yet to fade, but he smiled as he lifted his coffee cup. More overtime awaits. Inside the arena corridor, Officer Magyar. What is the status of the suspect over there? And where's Mr. Hinata Kaneko? Conan, accompanied by a group of followers, looked solemnly at Officer Magyar, who was holding a phone and emanating a cold aura. The search team had discovered Hinata Kaneko, shot and lifeless, in a nearby alley. Officer Magyar gazed solemnly at the sky. According to the arrested suspects, we found another suspect's hideout, but there was no one inside. However, the transportation department just reported that someone with 2 billion yen in suitcases was hit by a car while crossing the street. He was found with a gun and 2 suitcases of cash, likely the one who killed Hinata Kaneko. Although Conan was still somewhat puzzled, this case had to be closed. The fleeing Hinata Kaneko was thought to have been a partner of the criminals, betrayed by them, and ultimately discovered and shot by his accomplices. Who would have thought that the suspect would meet with an accident? The hostage situation involving 56,000 individuals at the arena was declared closed. Yet, Officer Magyar mentioned that the case had been transferred to the Public Security Bureau. Had that man discovered something? Were there issues yet to be uncovered? Or perhaps, could this case be related to those men in black? In the dim alley, has the investigation concluded? Jin grinned at the terrified individual below. They had strapped a bomb to the researcher, obliterating Sherry in the process. Given the fire, there were hardly any clues left at the scene, and the police department had confirmed her death. Toru Amuro sat in a white Mazda, leaning against the car window. Understood. You don't need to concern yourself with this matter. Jin hung up the phone, lowered his gaze, and shot the quaking individual before him. Brother, can that guy's investigation be trusted? I never believe in the intel of those mystics, but under such circumstances, that woman wouldn't survive even with wings. Leaning against the car window, Jin reported the situation to his superior before lighting a cigarette. The phone rang. Hello? In the airport lounge, Jin. Could you pick me up at the airport? Jin ignored the teasing tone on the other end, coldly responding, sure, I'll have vodka come to get you. Thanks. By the way, how about tonight? It's been ages since I had a proper martini. Vermouth, seated with her legs crossed, chuckled softly as the call abruptly ended. She quietly gazed at a photo in her hand featuring Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran, both dressed in blue suits. Chapter 49, Is it not common sense to keep a dagger, an axe, and a crossbow at home for self-defense? The next day at the Agasa residence. Drinking this will stunt your growth, Hibara remarked with a nonchalant expression, flipping through a book at the bar while covering the cup of Hayaka, who was also reading but occasionally sneaking sips of soda. That expression won't work, Miss Hibara, she coldly stated, observing Hayaka's victimized kitten expression. Both the doctor and you must control yourselves. One last sip? Come on. Hayaka pleaded. Hibara's face remained impassive as she firmly rejected his unreasonable suggestion word by word. She seized the cup and watched as Hayaka's eager eyes followed her. In one go, she finished the remaining soda. Miss Hibara couldn't help but smile at Hayaka, who was now slumped on the table, devoid of enthusiasm. It seemed he had grown increasingly affectionate towards her lately. She had been observing him closely, and his previously vacant demeanor appeared to have diminished significantly, much improved from their first meeting. Occasionally, he would even drift off to daydream about cats. That expression, which had seemed forced, had become more subdued after her teasing, but now it had morphed into a stoic visage. Miss Hibara gazed at this amusing fellow slumped over the table. When serious, he was more reliable than anyone, yet in daily life, he transformed entirely. Somewhat endearing? Hibara, Hayaka, why don't you join us for a card game? Mitsuhiko asked, having been betrayed by Conan and losing the joy of playing with Genta. What on earth are you reading? Conan inquired, genuinely curious. Is it a medical book? Harry Potter, Miss Hibara replied flatly, watching Conan's incredulous expression and raising an eyebrow. Is that a problem? What about you, Hayaka? Mitsuhiko pressed, holding Conan's head down. You two are too out of touch, Genta complained, looking displeased at Hibara and Hayaka. She remains just as cold as ever, thought Mitsuhiko with a sigh of disappointment. Hikaru took a moment to gather his spirits and turned to Conan. Have you heard about the robbery that occurred in Kabuto town yesterday? Oh, Conan nodded. That's the case where the female owner of that French restaurant was murdered, right? Such a peculiar name for a restaurant, Genta remarked, gazing at Conan with a gorilla-like expression, nearly clapping his hands on his chest. Honestly, I'd rather bring my own ingredients and prepare some escargot at the owner's place than dine in such a formal setting. Escargot? Can we really eat snails? Genta's ears perked up at the mention of food. So, do the robbers think there are no people around to dare to break in? Hibara put down her book and stood beside the sofa, observing Conan and the others. That means the killer must have been seen by her. Yuga Haruki sauntered over and plopped down on the back of the sofa. Perhaps, Conan replied thoughtfully. This is why I believe it's reasonable to keep some weapons at home. Yuga pondered, admiring his own reasoning. Hibara, with her signature deadpan expression, skillfully retrieved a dagger from beneath the sofa, directing her gaze toward Yuga. It's quite normal to have a dagger at home for peeling apples, right? Yuga earnestly explained, while the two younger ones beside him nodded in agreement. Hibara observed Yuga's nonsensical talk and walked over to the table beside the sofa. With a custom modification made by someone, the table could be opened to store items. She adeptly pulled out a crossbow, displaying a look that suggested she was prepared to watch for any action. As an ordinary child with a passion for hunting, it's not unusual to have a couple of crossbows at home. Yuga wiped the sweat from his brow while explaining. Conan, wearing a deadpan expression, noted. This model of crossbow is renowned for its precision and reliability, featuring a unique roller trigger mechanism. With a total length of 946 centimeters and weighing merely 332 kilograms. It has a trigger force of only 227 kilograms, making it manageable even for girls to draw. Its power is such that it could easily shatter the skull of an adult elephant within range. Are you planning to hunt elephants? Is it really that powerful? Genta asked. curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he reached for it. No, it's too dangerous for children to play with. Hybra decisively swatted Genta's chubby little hand away. Hey! Why does this doctor's house have such dangerous items? Conan glanced at Yuga with a skeptical expression. Dangerous? Hybra raised an eyebrow, casting a dubious look at Conan while glancing at a certain arms dealer. Ah, Ayumi, what's wrong? Yuga quickly shifted the topic before Hybra could reveal too much about his household. My throat hurts, Ayumi said, clutching her throat and looking a bit unwell. Doctor. Agasa and Hybra exchanged glances, concluding that she might have caught a cold. Ayumi, if you're resting at home, are you alone? Yuga asked while fiddling under the table. Yes. My mom has something to do during the day, Ayumi replied. Yuga casually handed her a door stopper and a personal alarm. When you're home alone, secure the bedroom door with the stopper, and if someone comes, sound the alarm. Do we really need these things? Conan questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. Yuga shot him a look of disdain. What about your watch, then? Chapter 50. On self-defense matters, Yuga rolled his eyes at the unconcerned Conan and began imparting his knowledge to the children. If a child is home alone, adults should remember to leave the music playing on the speakers before they go out. This way, if someone approaches the door, they will think someone is home and hesitate to enter. However, if a prepared burglar calls the house and finds no one, they may break in directly. In such cases, even if one barricades the door, it's challenging to prevent someone from entering the home. The likelihood of a child injuring themselves with weapons is significantly higher. Therefore, the best approach is to utilize door stoppers and alarms, and it's advisable to establish silent signals with friends beforehand, even if they can't make noise, to facilitate calling for help. After a lengthy explanation, Yuga glanced at the children, who were still processing the information, and then looked at the composed Hybra. He was certain that it was they who were behaving oddly, not himself, and continued affirmatively. Even so, this would only scare off typical intruders. If they hear an alarm, fearing someone will check, they will flee if they can't open the door. However, for those audacious enough to commit crimes and potentially harm others, they often carry additional items, so we cannot dismiss the possibility of them forcibly opening the door or entering through other rooms. To confront such criminals, it's best to prepare a strong crossbow and other long weapons in the room, so when they enter, one can shoot them with an arrow. Striking when they are vulnerable is the best strategy. When I'm at home, I keep pepper spray and an axe by the entrance. If I encounter someone unfamiliar, I consider using the spray first and then the axe while listening to their explanation. That's essential experience for a responsible member of society, Yuga said with a few coughs, his expression serious. Ahem, Haruyuki, Dr. Agasa interjected, looking at him with a bewildered expression. Ordinary people don't typically have such experiences. I agree, Conan added, surprised by Yuga's somewhat extreme reactions. I suppose for people like us, such preparations might seem a bit childish, Hybra remarked, crossing her arms and glancing at Conan. Hey. Conan shot Hybra a disapproving look. You're going too far. Even in Japan, the probability of encountering a terrifying incident in a normal society isn't low. I recall a sarin gas attack on the Shinkansen a few years ago. If it weren't for someone who reacted quickly and alerted others to flee, the casualties could have been much higher. However, if the assailant is armed with cold weapons, carrying pepper spray and alarms as well as other small weapons is indeed necessary. As long as the function of alarms in public spaces is promoted beforehand, when many alarms sound, people can promptly escape without approaching the incident location. After all, there have been multiple instances where onlookers were injured or even killed by assailants. It's not uncommon for someone wielding a knife to stab dozens of people due to the lack of vigilance among onlookers, Yuga stated, nodding in agreement with Hybra, who had been particularly vocal today. Indeed, individuals like Hybra and I are the ones who are truly normal, he added, casting a glance at the little blue dwarf nearby. As for Conan, he was merely a reckless individual, and after some disdain, he continued Hybra's point. For armed assailants, women, children, and the elderly should prioritize fleeing. If conditions allow, adult men and capable women should also escape whenever possible. If escape is not feasible, one should attempt to contact several capable individuals. Since such incidents often occur in public places, firefighting equipment should be available. Gather some longer weapons, and first use the fire extinguisher to spray the assailant, taking advantage of their loss of visibility while others wield weapons to incapacitate them. If someone has already died or there are other suspects present, then directly using the assailant's weapon to incapacitate them is the optimal solution. In situations where escape is impossible, mere evasion will not resolve the problem. Hibara nodded in agreement, quietly telling Adagawa, after all, the terrorists we face are far more terrifying than those kinds of individuals. It's not unusual for them to use bombs and machine guns in public places without batting an eye. They may even resort to deploying an armed helicopter if they feel their organization's safety is threatened. The following day at Titan Elementary School, Ayumi indeed still had a cold. Conan leaned on the desk, speaking to the others. She clearly didn't eat the eel rice properly as I suggested. This is definitely Genta's influence. Yesterday, she appeared quite unwell, Conan remarked with a worried expression. A day's rest at home should suffice. Yuga Harasuk turned to the group of young children and said, "What's the matter? Are you too worried?" Miss Hibara inquired with a playful expression. "Of course we are," both replied in unison. "You both are rather gentle," Miss Hibara observed, her expression somewhat enigmatic as she looked at Harasuk. "Mind your own business," Conan retorted, slightly pouting. "I am somewhat concerned whether Ayumi might injure herself using the crossbow for the first time," Harasuk mused, evidently lost in his thoughts. Miss Hibara's expression shifted. "You gave her that thing?" "She had secretly asked me for it when she got on the bus yesterday. Unlike Hikaru and Genta, I didn't oppose it, though I worried she might hurt herself. By the way, should we pay her a visit after school?" Conan suggested. "Ah, don't you understand? Every girl wishes to conceal her frail state, especially from the boy she likes," Miss Hibara teased, looking at Conan. "But I doubt a primary school student would think that way," Genta remarked, observing Miss Hibara and Conan from a distance. What if you fell ill?" Harasuk pondered, stroking his chin. "If you don't want anyone to see you, how would you care for her? That's quite a conundrum." Miss Hibara suddenly had a flash of realization, her face momentarily flushed. "And what about the crossbow you gave Yoshida? What if I fall sick?" Harasuk contemplated seriously. Pinching his chin, a submachine gun, a rocket launcher, and grenades should suffice. If someone approaches, toss a grenade. If there are fewer, use the rifle. An armored vehicle and a standard helicopter could handle the rocket launcher. Shouldn't he acquire a few Stinger missiles? Quite expensive, though. Miss Hibara shot him a disapproving look, choosing to ignore him as she clutched her book and departed. At Ayumi's residence, as footsteps faded away, she lay alone in her room, staring quietly at the ceiling. Chapter 51. "Hey, don't underestimate Lolis, you jerk." Ding ding ding. The phone rang suddenly, unanswered. Feeling slightly dazed from illness, Ayumi glanced around her empty room, a sense of worry and fear creeping in. Slowly rising from her bed, she retrieved the crossbow and the automatic bowstring device she had taken from Harasuk yesterday, placing them beside her bed. "Is this how it's set up?" Ayumi followed the method Harasuk had taught her. She stepped on one end of the crossbow mechanism, using the automatic device to pull back the string, placing a bolt into the crossbow and setting it against the wall. Knock, knock, knock. Ayumi dashed to the front door, halting abruptly as she recalled Harasuk's words about why her mother knocked rather than using the key. Realizing this, she quickly moved items to the door and stood on tiptoe, peering through the peephole to see a stranger outside. Fear gripped her as she gazed at the unfamiliar man. Could he be the robber Conan and the others had mentioned? The thought of potential danger made her tremble. Ayumi shut the door, shaking all over, grabbing a doorstop and awkwardly wedging it against her bedroom door. "What should I do? I should have practiced beforehand. Is this how it's installed? Conan, what should I do?" Ayumi's eyes widened, her throat parched, unable to make a sound. At Titan Elementary School, it was the 5th day, 10:30 in the morning. "SNT, that the voice of a Kamen Rider card? What's going on?" "Ayumi, what's wrong?" Conan asked, sensing something was amiss. Tap, 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 tap. 7 knocks? Conan realized the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Something has happened. He shouted, "Call the police," as he sprinted away, followed by the remaining 2 children. Only Harasuk, with a frown, and a concerned Hibara remained behind to inform teacher Kobayashi about the situation before hastily departing. In the bedroom, Ayumi felt a sense of relief knowing Conan was aware of her predicament. She curled up quietly in the corner. The door was soon forcefully burst open. A figure clad entirely in blue, wearing a matching blue motorcycle helmet, entered, revealing a sinister grin upon seeing the barricaded door and the phone on the floor. "Is anyone here? Come out. Don't hide." The menacing blue figure swiftly opened a door, finding it empty. "Not here, huh? They must be here." He approached Ayumi's room and twisted the doorknob. It seems someone is indeed here, he smirked wickedly. Ayumi, hidden in the corner, trembled as she heard the door open. Conan, help me. She activated the personal alarm in her hand. Outside the bedroom, he heard the alarm ringing from inside the room. Damn it, that pesky kid. Luckily, this house has good soundproofing, but I can't take my time. He continued to ram against the door once, twice, thrice. What should I do? Ayumi hugged her knees, lowering her head. Conan, I'm so scared. Mama, Conan, please save me. She began to tremble uncontrollably. Seeking solace, she grabbed the crossbow beside her, looking fearfully at the door. Hee-hee, with one final crash, the doorstop could no longer hold and the door was flung open. The childhood nightmare, the blue figure, stared at the small girl in the corner, holding the crossbow, his grin turning terrifying. Don't be afraid. Why do you have such a dangerous thing? Hand it over to your older brother. Ah! Ayumi squeezed her eyes shut, trembling all over. Gripping the crossbow, she pulled the trigger without aiming. The bolt flew true, striking the blue figure precisely 5 centimeters below his groin. This was no mere physical harm. It was a psychological blow. The menacing man clutched himself, collapsing to the ground, shouting, "Damn it! Help! Did I hit him?" Ayumi opened her eyes, seeing the man sprawled on the floor. She recalled Harasuk's words, remember, always go for the kill, shoot as many times as you can. As a diligent student, she quietly picked up the bowstring device, repeating her previous actions. She raised the crossbow, transforming into a hunter of the jungle. All human fears stemmed from insufficient firepower. She remembered Harasuk's sage advice. Take advantage of his weakness. She shot again. Indeed, she shot again. Without mercy, she aimed at the man's calf, releasing another bolt. In that moment, she was no longer alone. It felt as though her mother and Conan were within her. In that moment, she was not alone. Ayumi gazed at the fallen, groaning figure, her eyes filled with determination. She began to knock another bolt, raising the crossbow. The once menacing figure lay on the ground, watching the approaching little girl with fear, desperately pushing himself away from her. Hey, little girl, he grimaced in pain, struggling to maintain a gentle smile. Seeing the once sweet and innocent girl now an embodiment of menace, tears began to roll down his cheek. Please don't come any closer. Just then, Conan rushed into Ayumi's home, surveying the surroundings. Is anyone here? Cautiously entering Ayumi's room, his expression grew serious. Ayumi, I'm here. He had just impersonated the doctor, calling her with no response. Conan solemnly entered the room and upon crossing the threshold, he was met with the sight of a horrifying and brutal murderer sprawled on the floor, grappling with his leg. Accompanying him were 2 little ones who, with wide, innocent eyes, gazed at the scene unfolding in the room. Downstairs, the rescue personnel, having arrived late, were hoisting a small blue figure, who had been struck by 3 arrows but was still valiantly attempting to crawl towards the exit onto a stretcher for transport to the ambulance. The man mumbled incoherently about a terrifying little girl, a merciless stabber, and a fearsome crossbowman, among other things. The paramedics exchanged glances, dismissing the frightened little girl clinging to her mother nearby, their expressions suggesting disbelief at his wild claims. Officer Takagi stood with his hands on his hips, his gaze fixed sternly on the innocent-looking Conan, who wore an expression of utter denial. Although this time Ayumi was unharmed, the situation was far too perilous. How could he teach Ayumi to use such a dangerous crossbow? I swear, it wasn't me this time. Conan protested. Wait, why did I say this time? Ayumi. Appearing every bit the little princess gazed at her mother with wide eyes, declaring, I want to learn to use a crossbow. All right, dear, her mother replied. Worry etched across her face as she embraced her unfortunate daughter. Meanwhile, Hibara, with a twitch of her lips, cast a cold stare at the true culprit beside her. At least the outcome is favorable, mused Yuya, wearing an expression that suggested he had already imparted his teachings and it was time for him to flee. From now on, don't refer to yourself as my disciple to outsiders, he instructed Ayumi. Chapter 52, The Truth About Adorable Little Girls and Yuya's Self-Inflicted Wounds. Yet, I must admit, I hold her in high regard, Yuya thought, stroking his non-existent beard as he watched Ayumi being set down by her mother. One cannot rely on others for salvation. Whether in pain, poverty, or sorrow, one must grit their teeth and fight valiantly. Endless suffering and sadness yield no results. There has never been a savior nor reliance on deities or emperors. An ordinary life can shine even in the darkest corners. Sometimes, A small step or a simple word can ignite a spark of light within someone. Hibara shot a glance at Yuya, who wore a proud expression. You certainly seem pleased with yourself. Hot, not at all. Yuya chuckled, believing her words to be a compliment as he looked skyward with a sense of contentment. He was never a good person. Good people are often left battered and bruised, their sincerity mistaken for pretense. He was simply a thoroughly selfish villain. For only bad people can endure for a millennium. He merely endeavored to lend a hand to those who seek self-rescue, and nothing more. As he gazed at the sky, a memory of his former self, more stubborn than Shinichi Kudo, resurfaced. He smiled at the sight of Hibara, who quietly stared at the heavens. Let that person perish in the ocean, he thought. Suddenly, Hibara approached him, having accidentally stepped on something peculiar. Oh dear, what was that? Yuya's eyes darted. Two immature souls had begun a toe-stomping game, ultimately resulting in Hibara winning with a score of 100. With her hands behind her back, Hibara ignored the resentful glare from her classmates and skipped away, pulling along Ayumi, who clutched a crossbow. Yuya, now feeling the sting of Ayumi's playful jabs, looked towards the setting sun. Indeed, all adorable girls conceal darkness within. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. Both Yuya and Conan, having faced Takagi's reprimand, sighed simultaneously, shedding a tear of sorrow. What else with that expression? Conan queried, observing Yuya's downcast demeanor. We are but wanderers in this world. Why must we pretend to know each other? Yuya's expression turned melancholic as he raised a hand to speak. Perhaps it is unnecessary for you to know who I am, sparing you the burden of contemplation. Conan, unfamiliar with such sentiments, found himself humming along to the atmosphere. As the sunset bathed the scene in golden hues, a lively little girl held the hand of a serene, smiling lawful companion. Wait, this isn't my home. Ayumi furrowed her brow, finally realizing her surroundings. Plan successful. The mischievous Hibara smirked beside her. Idagawa, are you still on that call? Yuya watched with an expression akin to someone who had eaten their fill of romantic drama as Conan spoke into the payphone, utilizing a voice changer to contact his childhood friend. Oh no, I haven't spoken to Ran in ages. Why did she sound so cold? Conan wondered aloud. Yuya shrugged. How would I know? I've never experienced the joys of a childhood friend. After a moment's contemplation, Yuya, drawing on his minimal romantic experience, concluded there could only be one explanation. He patted Conan on the shoulder, a grin spreading across his face as he looked into Conan's bewildered eyes. Congratulations. Your childhood friend is in love. Ahaha. Thank you, Conan exclaimed, momentarily elated before sinking back into silence. Wait a minute. How could I not know my childhood friend is dating someone? Congratulations, Yuya said, taking advantage of Conan's internal turmoil to casually purchase a hat from the roadside. Here as a gift, he said, handing the hat to Conan, who accepted it without thought. After a brief pause, Conan removed it, gazing intently at the beautiful green hat. This can't be right. I refuse to believe Ran would choose anyone but me. Yuya chuckled, recognizing Conan's youthful naivety. When the time came for him to face reality, he would present the hat again. Yuya pulled out his phone and called Garo Inogashira. Hey, I need a favor. Can you keep an eye on Hibara for a while? Sure. I haven't eaten yet, so I hope you don't mind if I come over for a meal, Goro replied, casually propping his feet on the table while engrossed in his manga. No problem. As Yuya hung up, he turned to see Conan glaring at him. You have a phone. Why were you just staring at me in the phone booth? You didn't ask, Yuya replied, ignoring Conan's grumbling as they approached the Mori Detective Agency, where they spotted a waving Ran and a serious-looking Mori. Welcome to the Yuya Theater, he declared. Scientific research indicates that when humans are engaged in focused activities, such as making phone calls or deep in thought, they will accept anything absurd offered to them. For instance, when Heiji Hattori first appeared, he handed Conan a white drink, which Conan not only accepted but also drank. If Jin had approached Shinichi Kudo with a similar offer while he was contemplating a case, he would have done the same. Please bring me a glass of water. There is a considerable likelihood that Conan may soon make an appearance. Should anyone mention this in their novel, remember to invite that foolish author to witness it. Well, that concludes today's performance in the Yuga Mini Theater. Yuga playfully tossed his hair and turned his back to the readers. The uninspired author has finished for the day. Chapter 53. Uncle Mori, rest assured, I shall take care of Ran, seeking collections and followers. By the car. Mori Kaguru wore an expression akin to one who had just lost a horse race, hands shoved in his pockets, glaring with dead fish eyes at the tardy Conan. What on earth does that doctor want to say? And why must he bring Ran and the others along? Hey, isn't this Yuchan? Mori Ran crouched down to observe the expressionless Yuga Haruyuki. There seemed to be an invisible barrier between this child and AI. They both possessed an icy demeanor. Hello, big sister Ran. Yuga Haruyuki offered a trademark smile, appearing somewhat genuine. I wanted to play with Yuga today, so I invited him to the office. Is that all right, big sister Ran? Conan, resembling a spoiled child, clung to Mori Ran's arm, his smile stretching wide. Ah, how warm. My childhood friend truly remains my childhood friend. What does Dad think? After a moment of contemplation, Mori Ran deemed it acceptable and decided to consult her father, Mori Kaguru. Sure, why not? Mori Kaguru replied nonchalantly, ruffling the pensive Yuga's hair, seemingly very familiar with the little boy. Yuga's expression remained blank. Hey, what is going on here? Hadn't Kaguru only met him once? Why was he so familiar already? Yuga, we are heading to the hospital with Dad. Would you like to join us? Mori Ran glanced at her unreliable father and added, if you want to play, you and Conan can stay at the detective agency. We can just go out for dinner. This child was always so considerate and sunny, perhaps she was already touching the sunlight. At the hospital, Mori Kaguru, with a grave expression, looked at the report in his hands. You only have 6 months left. I truly understand your reluctance, but it can only be sustained for that long. What? Mori, Conan? And Mori Ran exclaimed in unison. Mori Kaguru, with a face of disbelief, clenched his fists in anger at the terrified doctor. What are you talking about? You can't just tell me my life is down to 6 months. How am I supposed to accept that? Conan looked at Uncle Mori with deep sadness. Uncle? You can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Ran. Yuga, stealthily approaching the computer, glanced at the report and furrowed his brow. If I only have 6 months left, shouldn't you have conveyed that more delicately? What kind of doctor are you to be so blunt? Mori Kagura glared at the doctor. Mori Kagura was utterly bewildered. Alcoholic liver dysfunction? After some explanations, the truth unraveled. It was merely that Uncle Mori had developed a condition related to alcohol. Mori Kaguru's eyebrows shot up and he playfully punched Conan on the head. Hey, what do you mean just? I thought I was dying. After mutual introductions, the other members of the Ninzatsu family, Mrs. Ninzatsu and the freshly graduated Ninzatsu Tomomi, looked at Mori with astonishment. Ha ha, so you're the famous Mori Kaguru. When I saw your name, I thought it couldn't be a coincidence. But here you are in the flesh. You really put on a show, acting as if you know nothing about medicine, Dr. Ninzatsu exclaimed, standing in surprise before the proudly grinning Mori Kaguru. Huh? Mori was baffled. Medicine? Is horse racing related? Let us have dinner here tonight. We can have an in-depth discussion about medicine, Dr. Ninzatsu said with a smile, patting the puzzled Mori Kaguru's shoulder. He then received a phone call, his expression shifting to impatience as a sultry female voice came through. What? You're feeling unwell again? All right, I'll bring the instruments tomorrow and come to examine you properly. Yuga observed Dr. Ninzatsu with a subtle expression. Are you impatient or merely annoyed? If you're cheating, are you even a legitimate doctor? Is your equipment as unreliable as Conan? He glanced at Ninzatsu Yoko, who stood at the door, seemingly suppressing her anger. Her eyes were eerily calm, devoid of any emotion, yet a faint murderous intent flickered beneath. Yuga scoffed, uninterested in meddling with such thankless affairs. Conan watched as Ninzatsu Tomomi, who claimed to be Ran's basketball coach, was scrutinized by Ran. No way. I still have homework to do and big sister Ran has to practice karate, right? Conan looked at Mori Ran with reluctance. It's all right. Taking a break from karate practice is no problem. Mori Ran completely ignored Conan, her gaze fixated on Ninzatsu Tomomi. Her lips pursed. What? Conan stared at Ran in disbelief. I knew she had changed. In the restaurant, the group engaged in light conversation. Upon learning that Ninzatsu Tomomi had graduated first in his class from the University of Tokyo's medical department at such a young age, they couldn't help but express their admiration. You're just like Watson. Mori Kaguru raised his beer, smiling at Ninzatsu Tomomi. Please, no need to flatter me. Honestly, I never thought detectives and doctors made a suitable pairing. Our true mission as doctors is not to examine corpses, but to save lives. Wouldn't you agree? Ninzatsu Tomomi said with a smile, looking at the flattery directed at Mori Kaguru. Hee, it seems I've fallen for your words. Mori chuckled, scratching his head in embarrassment. Conan intended to complain to Ran, but noticed her unwavering gaze fixed on Ninzutsu Tomomi, leaving him momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he sensed something was amiss. "Is your father busy? It's already past the clinic hours." "Yes, taking a bath. That guy has a habit of bathing before dinner. He likes to dirty the water before anyone else gets to it." Ninzutsu-san entered the room, speaking to the puzzled Muri. "Grandma, why do you say that again?" Ninzutsu Tomomi responded. "However, being the first to bathe is indeed the privilege of the head of the household." Muri attempted to lighten the awkward atmosphere. "Humph. He is merely a son-in-law. What makes him the head of the household? His shamelessness is astounding." "Grandma, you're the only one in this family with blood ties to me. Now you're leaving too. Are you trying to drive me to my end?" The elderly lady stormed out of the room in frustration. Not having dinner? Ninzutsu Yoko, who was on the phone in the hallway, asked the departing elderly woman. Yugo watched the old lady slip away during dinner time. He requested some pastries from the maid and gathered 2 cushions from the tatami room, wobbling his way upstairs. Chapter 54. As soon as I entered, I saw Chong Wei playing with Lai Fu. Moonlight streamed gently, cascading upon the eaves. The courtyard lay empty, yet it felt just right, exuding an indescribable beauty. Yuga sat cross-legged before the floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor, placing the pastries down. "What is wrong, young one?" The stern-faced elderly woman noticed Yuga sitting at the door and slowly emerged from her room. "Aren't you gonna wait downstairs for dinner?" He grasped a pastry, carefully tearing it apart, and looked up at the elderly lady, nonchalantly raising it as he asked, "Would you like to share?" The previously indifferent expression of the elderly woman softened into a smile as she accepted the half-piece. Yuha set down the pastry he held and gently assisted the old lady to sit slowly on the cushion. Observing the earlier interaction, he thought, "Do you not find it challenging to communicate with this old woman?" The elderly woman took a delicate bite of the pastry, which was soft and flaky. Gazing at the night sky. Considering the presence of an elderly person, the pastries in this household were indeed suitable for seniors. Challenging to communicate? Yuha picked up the piece of pastry again, turning to the old lady with a smile. "But are we not speaking right now?" "Oh, you young one." The old lady's lips gradually curled into a smile as she savored the pastry she typically did not favor, the sweetness lingering in her mouth. After all, what elderly person would not cherish the company of a child eager to engage with them? Moonlight streamed through the window, casting shadows on the ground. Yuha rested his hand, still holding the bitten pastry beside his leg. "Seeing you evokes a sense of nostalgia. My grandmother was somewhat stern," he chuckled softly, recalling his first impression of her as being rather unapproachable. However, having lived with her for an extended period, he discovered her gentle nature. "She has." The elderly woman felt she could guess the answer and sighed. "Heart disease," Yuha remarked, gazing into the night sky, taking another bite of the pastry. A hint of sorrow mixed with self-deprecating humor crossing his face. "But given her age, she passed away peacefully. Would you like to hear the story of this old lady?" The elderly woman gently set down the pastry, a hint of sadness in her eyes. "I would be delighted. My daughter, Chikage, passed away in a car accident a few years ago." The elderly woman gazed mournfully at the night sky. "I never cared for that man she chose, but she was so insistent and I reluctantly acquiesced. Who knew that he would succumb to a life of debauchery? I could see through him. Yet I could not voice my concerns. That scoundrel preyed on young and old alike, indulging in his vices, unable to satisfy even one. What was that term again? Group activities? He even brought such behavior home. Eventually, she sought a path to her demise behind my back. I only learned the reasons through her diary, but by then, it was too late. The day after she left, that man remarried to one of my daughter's close friends. My grandson, bless his heart, is kind but far too trusting. He would not believe it if I told him he has bottled up his feelings for all these years." The elderly woman gently stroked Yuha's head, surprisingly not shying away. Merely remaining silent, the two exchanged knowing smiles. "Is Miss Yoko kind to you?" Yuha appeared somewhat fatigued, shifting his posture. Today Conan was present, and it seems the new doctor was somewhat isolated. In a horror film, he would be the first to die. Let the scoundrel perish. As for that dear friend, Yoko marrying the husband of her late friend does not evoke any fondness. Well, it is tolerable. It is the same for others, the elderly woman said, a hint of loneliness in her voice. Besides, they are just outsiders. What difference does it make? Yuha looked at the elderly woman and thought, as long as there are feelings involved, it should not matter. Blood ties and emotions are not synonymous. Observing the elderly woman in silence, he continued, even I, a stranger, can sense that something is amiss with the new doctor, let alone Miss Yoko, who has been here all along. Why does she continue to treat him that way? What do you mean? The elderly woman pondered, slightly perplexed. It is rather strange. Yoko is not like my grandson, who lacks common sense. That new fellow frequently visits a rather attractive widow, and it is clear to all the regulars. He should have noticed by now. Yuha contemplated Conan's prowess. Did you not discard that diary? No, I considered it, but the thought of her face drained me of the will to do so. If Miss Yoko has already discovered it, for someone managing this household, it would not be surprising to come across the diary. Would it? Yuha mused. Then playfully asked the elderly woman, do you think predators in nature scare away their prey while hunting? If she discovers it, she would not remain silent. It is impossible for someone like Yoko, who ignites easily, unless she intends to seek revenge. That foolish child, the elderly woman sighed, appearing weary. Is it worth it? Yuha gazed at the weary elderly woman, remaining silent, merely resting his head on his hand, quietly observing the night sky. In a daze, his consciousness drifted, unaware of where it had wandered. The kitchen. A power outage? Kagoro Mori looked curiously at the ceiling. In the bathroom. Coming back to himself, Yuha noticed he was soaking in the tub, enveloped in darkness. His brow furrowed, his expression darkened. Did I somehow possess the new doctor? Is my fate intertwined with Conan's? It seemed that every time one of them faced demise, the other would take their place. Yoshihiro? With the sound of a door opening, a figure entered. Yoko stared intently at the new doctor, a malicious grin on her face. It is all your fault that Chikage died. If you had not gotten her drunk, how could she have been hit by a car? Yuha's eyes had yet to adjust to the darkness, but he had already made a guess about the intruder. Aside from couples who would enter the bathroom unannounced, a splash echoed as Yuha squinted, grasping Yoko's arm, noting her only advising him to hold onto the handrail for safety. After she left, he cautiously explored, discovering that a razor and its extension cord had fallen into the bathtub. Yuha glanced towards the outlet, recalling that this device, if memory served, could cause an electric shock. Was she planning to electrocute the new doctor once the power returned? Should he intervene? After all, he was merely a scoundrel. With a sigh, he abandoned the thought and sat outside, splashing some water on himself. He held onto the edge of the tub, his fingers fidgeting, waiting for the power to return, as casual as one might wait for dinner. Chapter 55. Let the fool and the mute all perish, seeking support and investment. 40 seconds after the power outage, the kitchen lights flickered back on. A startled Ran Mori supported herself while smiling at the new doctor. Tomoki. Mori and Conan's younger brother were glaring at Tomoki, their teeth clenched in anger. That guy! A scream pierced the air. Kagoro Mori and Conan rushed to the bathroom, discovering Tomoki, a charred figure, ignited with sparks. Conan leaned closer, sniffing the air, and, like an old doctor, took his pulse. Seems a bit burnt. Ah no, wait, he can still be saved. 20 minutes later, after the ambulance whisked away the charred Tomoki, the police arrived. In the bathroom, Officer Magyar, with his fish-eyed stare, glared at the scratching Mori. Mori, why'd I feel like I see you at a crime scene every day? It's because the events are calling me. Mori, unashamed, hummed a tune. Wearing a carefree expression, the elderly woman and Yuha had also arrived at the bathroom. In any case, this is all his doing. Who told him not to heed Chikage's warnings? This is his retribution. The elderly woman observed the bathroom, glancing at Yoko, feeling a weight in her heart. Perhaps Chikage is aware and has punished him. Yoko, did you do this? Who is Chikage? Officer Magyar looked at Yoko, puzzled. Chikage is my mother. She passed away in a car accident 4 years ago. Tomoki calmly replied to Officer Magyar. Qianjing often advised him not to use an electric razor while bathing, insisting that it was far too perilous to use an extension cord. Yangzi wore a nostalgic expression. Yuha silently observed the newly emerged Yangzi, who was boldly fabricating stories. Was that not her own doing? Although she had not met her demise, she had indeed faced consequences, yet she should acknowledge her actions. Another individual torn between vengeance and the desire to avoid incarceration. Might I inquire about your alibi during the power outage? Officer Magyar inquired after analyzing the clues presented to the group. What, do you suspect one of us to be the murderer? Nishai Tomoki exclaimed indignantly. How could a murderer exist among his family? If it was during the blackout, my wife and I were seated in the corridor on the second floor. I can attest to that. Yuha Haruyuki spoke quietly, casting a glance at the theatrically performing Yangzi, and sighed. I handed the flashlight to Kuko and remained in the kitchen without venturing out. Though I lack proof, Nishide Tomoki stated. I can vouch for Mr. Tomoki's presence here. I distinctly remember holding onto his arm while Miss Kuko went to turn off the main switch. Mori Ran explained, looking at Nishide Tomoki. Upon hearing this, Yuha Haruyuki lost interest and, after consulting Officer Takagi, departed the bathroom to the telephone near the kitchen. An alibi involves making a phone call, and if one commits a crime during a phone interruption, one must possess a backup mobile phone or a portable landline extension for freedom of movement. The strategy became clear. It was essential to confirm that the landline here could continue a conversation after an interruption and ascertain whether the interrupted number could be displayed. Next, let us compel Nishide Yangzi to confess. If she does not confess, we shall ensure she does. Ultimately, it was the old woman who did not wish to involve herself in this matter. A scoundrel and a vixen, they might as well perish. Conan cast a sidelong glance at Yuha Haruyuki and followed him out. Did you discover something? Conan inquired curiously, observing Yuha Haruyuki donning a pair of gloves from his pocket. Yuha Haruyuki, with an impassive expression, picked up the landline and dialed quietly, stating, "No, I am merely making a call." Huh? Conan pouted, expecting a revelation. I shall investigate the situation first. Yuha Haruyuki initially called his mobile phone using the landline to obtain the number, then dialed Goro. Is Hyber with you? Please pass the phone to her. After a few minutes, at Agasa's residence. What is it? Hybera glanced back, spotting the innocent little girl, Ayumi, bouncing on the bed, blissfully unaware of what awaited her. I am at Detective Mori's place tonight. I have sent Goro over. He has informed me. Is there anything else? Even through the phone, he could sense the cold indifference of Hybera. Silently, she dialed the landline with her phone, then paused. I have a call waiting. After a few seconds, she hung up the interrupted call, stating, It's nothing, good night. Hybera decisively ended the call. The somewhat petty Hybera raised an eyebrow, turning to Ayumi with a slight smirk, rubbing her hands together in anticipation, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting girl. Hybera-san. Crying voice, a little girl lost her luster. Yuha glanced helplessly at the disconnected call, searching around until he found a group tending to the old woman who had accidentally bumped her toe against the bathroom door. On the way, he coincidentally encountered young Conan. Upon entering, they found the handsome Nishide Tomoki holding hands with Ran in a scene reminiscent of a white lie. With a smile, Yuha patted the unfortunate Conan and kindly retrieved a green hat from his pocket, placing it upon his head. The green-hatted Conan complemented the green sweater of Nishide Tomoki, creating a surprisingly harmonious effect, almost perfect. Congratulations on your freedom, and remember, do not call me when you get married. Scanning the room without spotting Nishide Yangzi, he departed, leaving behind the disheveled Conan. In the corridor, Officer Mugir, barely recovering from the heartbreak, looked up at Conan, who cutely urged everyone to reenact their activities during the blackout. Officer Mugir nodded, agreeing that it would be beneficial to recreate the scene while memories were still fresh. A few minutes later, with ears seemingly absent yet attuned, Conan, in his green hat guise, led the others in reconstructing the scene. Once everything concluded, Yuha Haruyuki quietly guided Nishide Yangzi to the landline. Chapter 56. Thank you, Yuha. Seeking support and follow-up, it is time to confess. Miss Yangzi. Yuha, wearing gloves and holding the portable landline he had just obtained from the police, addressed the smiling Nishide Yangzi. Nishide Yangzi appeared somewhat anxious, asking, Little one, what are you saying? How could I be the murderer? I heard about Chenjing from the old woman, and I know about the diary as well. Yuha Haruyuki fixed his gaze on Nishide Yangzi's eyes, noting her visible reaction upon hearing Chenjing and the diary, and continued, It is time to confess. Both the old woman and I suspect it is you. The old woman did not speak up immediately, likely waiting for you to do so. Even children understand that if one lacks the resolve to accept the consequences, one should not wield their fists against others. Holding the portable landline, Yuha Haruyuki watched the astonished Yangzi, pondering that if Qianjing were aware of Yangzi's actions, she would not be pleased, having sacrificed her own life for the sake of vengeance. Yet, if one has acted out of revenge, one must be courageous enough to bear the burden. After taking a life, if one lacks the courage to confess, can they still consider themselves a righteous avenger? Yuha shook the portable landline, asserting that if the caller ID were checked, it would easily reveal the number of the interrupted call. Will you still stubbornly deny it? Nishide Yangzi sighed, thank you. I will go. Meanwhile, having gathered substantial clues, Conan observed Nishide Tomoki engaged in a conversation with Ran, a dark aura subtly emanating from him. He chuckled, thinking that the perpetrator should be apprehended and locked away for centuries. Indeed, couples inevitably find themselves in such predicaments, that is the truth. With a swift motion, he activated his anesthetic wristwatch. However, Officer Mugyur, it was I who did it. Nishide Yangzi declared boldly to Officer Mugyur, confessing her crime. Conan swallowed hard. As if he had just gulped down the entire truth he had deduced, his pupils dilating, feeling as though he might faint at any moment. The incredulous Nishide Tomoki listened in disbelief. Nishide Yangzi recounted how she had initially devised a plan to turn off the electricity, ensuring that the wires were placed in the bathtub, waiting for the maid to pull the switch to restore power, which would lead to Dr. Nishide's demise, detailing both her method and motive. Finally, under the guidance of the seasoned and astute Mori Kagoro, in order to protect the innocent maid, who had been unwittingly involved, she provided a confession that everything was indeed carried out by her in the bathroom, successfully concluding the case. Except, of course, for young Conan, who had endured the trauma of childhood betrayal laboring without solving the case. The old woman was satisfied, the police were pleased, and Mori, relieved to learn he had not contracted a serious illness, was equally content. Ultimately, even Ran, who successfully acquired Nishide Tomoki's green sweater to reference for knitting a sweater for Kudo Shinichi, was satisfied. Yua surveyed his surroundings, raising an eyebrow. Splendid. A world without injuries had been achieved. At the Mori Detective Agency bedroom, you knew it was Miss Yangzi who acted all along, didn't you? After pondering for a long while, Conan lay on the futon, turning to Yuha beside him with a look of resentment. Upon hearing the tale recounted by the new mother-in-law, coupled with her alibi, the truth became apparent. Moreover, her confession spared you from further deductions. Yuha hummed a little tune, displaying an indifference that suggested it was not his concern. After all, the figure in the bathroom was none other than himself. The evidence was merely a means to coerce Miss Yangzi into confessing. Conan took a deep breath, his eyes widening in realization. I truly appreciate it. Yuha gazed at the dark ceiling before turning his head to Conan, contemplating how to compensate the younger brother. What do you wish to know? The information regarding the men in black, Conan replied, his voice deepening, adopting the tone of Shinichi Kudo. The assailants were gin and vodka, judging by your expression. You must already know this, Yuha stated coldly. Jin is the highest operational commander in the Tokyo region, a left-handed individual who enjoys cruising around in a Porsche 356. And what about the codename for that vermouth you mentioned in the hospital? Yuha's reaction revealed some surprise and amusement. Indeed, there exists such a person. You might have even met her. Vermouth, the woman with a dual identity, was publicly known as the deceased American star Sharon Vineyard, a longtime friend of Conan's mother, Yukiko Kudo, and now claimed to be Sharon's daughter, Chris Vineyard. Yuha looked at Conan, who had a fish-like expression. That woman is your godmother. She may have even changed your diapers when you were a child. Yuha chuckled to himself, recognizing they shared a distinction of being both fortunate and unfortunate in their own ways. Closing his eyes, he declared, this is all I know. I haven't delved deeper. My sole purpose is to save lives. No further understanding is necessary. What about their base? Conan inquired. Yuha's expression conveyed disbelief. Do you truly believe I am an active member of the organization? Conan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the absurdity of his assumption, and awkwardly continued. Does Hybera know anything else? I haven't asked. She will inform you when the time is right. Yuha dismissed, turning away to sleep, yet his eyes remained slightly open. Let Hybera handle her matters. If she wishes to evade, so be it. Since I am still alive, the organization's affairs need not trouble a little girl and a high school dropout. She will make her own choices, and as for any reactions from the organization. Yuha gradually closed his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping him. He was still alive. Conan pursed his lips, contemplating as he stared at the ceiling. This guy. Well, at least this information isn't insignificant. 2 hours later, the snores of Uncle Muri and Conan filled the room. Yuha, with dark circles under his eyes, groaned as he felt his stomach rumble, pushing himself up with one hand. He glanced at the deeply sleeping Conan and Muri. Sleep eluded him, his eyes fluttering like a revolving lantern. After changing his clothes, he left a note indicating he had been hastily picked up by Goro Inoue that morning and quietly departed. At the Agasa residence, he spotted a figure in a car from a distance. Yuha approached and tapped on the window, noticing Goro Inoue lounging in the driver's seat. "Why aren't you coming in to sleep?" he inquired. "I can't sleep comfortably in a bed," Goro replied, rubbing his dark circles with a bright smile. "It's my duty to protect my sister." Yuha frowned at the nonsensical man. "Come on, let us go inside and sleep, you're done for the night." After coaxing the sleepy child into bed downstairs, Yuha rummaged through the fridge for some bread, his hunger still gnawing at him. As he opened the refrigerator door, he was surprised to find sandwiches neatly wrapped on the top shelf, accompanied by a note bearing his name, the handwriting elegant and refined. A cold, tea-colored figure flashed through his mind. He smiled softly, his lips curling upward. Chapter 57. Everyone has one or two secrets they do not wish to speak of. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the stone pillar in halves of light and shadow. Bathed in the gentle glow, Yuha approached Hybera's door. Leaning against the wall, he sank down slightly, sandwich in hand, gazing out at the night sky. The killer must bear the consequences of their actions. However, to turn a blind eye is also a form of murder, and one must shoulder that responsibility as well. If a doctor's duty is to heal the patient, a detective's duty is to uncover the truth, to grant the deceased their dignity and to provide solace to the living. For souls like him who struggle yet refuse to perish, clawing their way back from the abyss. Perhaps the task lies in preventing such tragedies. If unable to stop them, then perhaps to bear the pain on behalf of those lost and spare the unwitting executioner further sorrow. Revenge serves only to perpetuate hatred and release that futile anger. It is ultimately ineffectual. Rather than destroy one's own life, it is better to carry the souls of the deceased, living stubbornly in their memory. As for discordant matters and people, he felt no obligation to intervene, nor did he wish to. He was simply too weary. He was no saint, merely a blind man helping when he found something pleasing. Yuha glanced at the moonlight before examining the craftsmanship of someone's handiwork. The sandwich, originally intended to be a classic English creation of lettuce, tomato, and bacon, was devoid of bacon. Truly, a testament to a health enthusiast. He took a slow bite of the extraordinarily soft bread, his eyes gleaming with delight, as this was no ordinary sandwich. It seemed that ciabatta had replaced the traditional white toast. Tender watercress had taken the place of romaine, and marinated, peeled steak tomatoes were the finishing touch. Finally, a blend of lemon, basil, and garlic mayonnaise was added. Although the star ingredient, bacon, was omitted, meticulous thought had gone into enhancing the other ingredients, elevating the sandwich to a new level of deliciousness. The freshness of the vegetables was palpable, cut thin and evenly, seasoned with salt, black pepper, and olive oil. Though a simple sandwich, the quality and care in its creation were anything but ordinary. Even he, a seasoned kitchen dweller, had never conceived of such innovation. As Yuha swallowed the last bite, his hand fell limply to his side, watching the interplay of light and shadow that met between his legs, much like himself. The junction of light and dark? He retrieved a thin, almost empty charm from his pocket, a strand of tea-colored hair faintly visible. Smiling faintly, he gazed out the window. Living is not always a matter of honor. True honor lies in enduring humiliation to survive. Yuha leaned against the wall, hands behind his back, closing his eyes, allowing that sense of lost security to envelop him once more. Indeed, he was not a good person, merely a blind man who would lend a hand when he saw fit. The moonlight gently bathed the sleeping youth. The door behind him swayed slightly. A small head cautiously peeked out. Agasa residence. Morning. Outside the door, Yuha gradually awoke, feeling warmth enveloping him. He looked curiously at the towel draped over him, imbued with a faint fragrance. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled, rising to wash up and prepare breakfast. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, adults and children began to stir. "AI, wake up for breakfast," Akemi called to the sleepy octopus AI. "Let me sleep a bit longer, sister," AI replied, her eyes barely open. "All right, you can snooze a little longer," Akemi chuckled, pulling the other little girl, Bume, in her pink pajamas and gently nudging her, intending to take her to the bathroom while it was still warm. Cold knowledge. Despite her seemingly frosty demeanor, my little sister genuinely enjoys being affectionate in my presence. The warm winter sunlight filters through the window, gradually illuminating the lovely chestnut locks of the person lying on the bed, subtly glimmering. Miss Hybera slowly opens her eyes and sees a figure leaning by the bed, engrossed in a book. "You're awake," Haruyuki remarks, setting down the book and turning to smile at the drowsy young lady, her tousled chestnut hair framing her face. A soft, Sleepy voice escapes her lips as she rubs her eyes like a little creature just waking up. I'll prepare some sandwiches. After you freshen up, come over to eat. We can have lunch at the ski resort later. With that, Haruyuki cheerfully stands up and closes the door. Freshly made sandwiches are indeed more delightful. After washing up, Miss Hybera, wearing a green sweater beneath a purple coat, settles onto the sofa, her appearance radiating a sense of sleepiness as she yawns. She observes Yuga across from her, who is silently engrossed in a book while munching on the sandwiches laid out on the table. Unbeknownst to her, she seems to have grown accustomed to having someone like him around. Gazing out the window, she silently savors a sandwich, cut into perfect bite-sized pieces, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. This way of life is not unwelcome at all. A moment later, in the bathroom, everything seems fine. Yuga checks Akemi Mayano's disguise in the mirror and confirms that her skills have indeed improved remarkably, almost surpassing his own expertise. Since the original appearance of the person she was disguising closely resembled Akemi's, maintaining this disguise is effortless, even for her. Disguising a face is not inherently difficult, but Yuga, who has long been living under the guise of another's body and face, still finds it distasteful. He prefers to use his own face for his own body. Thus, he has only learned a couple of necessary disguises, primarily relying on simple clothing and wigs for camouflage. As for voice modulation, that requires tools most of the time. Truly mastering it is a challenging endeavor that demands both talent and time. It is already impressive for Akemi to have learned a voice. All right, thank you. Akemi smiles at the little ice princess before her, pursing her lips in a frown as her fingers rest against her lips. Sighing, she muses about how her sister, usually an ice queen herself, seems to be encased in frost as well. Will these two icebergs ever melt for one another? Perhaps during the global warming phase when the polar ice caps melt, she might indulge in her sister's sweetness. Life is not easy, Akemi sighs. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she ponders the oddity of her disguise. Will this face be discovered? No worries. She has managed this identity for quite some time now. Her activities from the past few months can be traced. But as long as the organization does not directly investigate or analyze fingerprints, no one will recognize her. After all, her voice modulation is quite good. And she does not require daytime activities, with Ryanosuke and the boss safeguarding the night. Yuga recalls the times he had used this face while socializing and showcasing his presence, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To play the role of a good woman, he had even risked being flirted with while hanging around with Fujiko for a while. What a regretful past that he would never reveal. In any case, everything is all right. He tells Akemi that he will go out with Dr. Agasa and the others. Okay. Akemi replies, crouching down to help Haruyuki tidy up his disheveled clothes and hair. You two should play nicely like children. With a lazily indifferent look, she responds. Chapter 58. Life is always filled with uncertainty about what will happen next. Dr. Agasa's golden turtle car is heading towards the ski resort. By the way, Ayumi, Genta and Hikaru exchange bewildered glances as they observe Ayumi, the little girl clutching a crossbow. Are we really going skiing with that thing? But I feel I can't live without it. Especially while skiing in the wild where danger might lurk, Ayumi earnestly explains her reasoning. Miss Hybera, with a half-lidded gaze, glances at the instigator beside her. What to do? You brought this trouble on yourself, you must resolve it. Ayumi, you can't keep that thing on you all the time, it's dangerous, Yuga warns, realizing the issue. What if a criminal sees you carrying it and snatches it when you're not paying attention? What should I do then? Simple, Yuga states proudly, presenting a solution. You can hide it when it's not needed and take it out when you sense danger. This way, you can catch the bad guys off guard. As the saying goes, the real danger in the jungle does not lie in large animals, but rather in the venomous snakes at your feet. You must stealthily incapacitate the villains and strike decisively when they are unaware, just like when you shot that little blue figure last time. Do not let the opportunity slip away, understood? Understood, Yuga. Ayumi nods earnestly, taking notes, and Yuga feels a sense of satisfaction. You see, young lady, the world is indeed perilous. One cannot venture into the wild without at least a few rocket launchers. In the next moment, Miss Hybera swiftly knocks out the one teaching bad lessons to the youngsters, glaring sternly at Ayumi. Yoshida-kun, in any case, do not keep that thing on you all the time. It's too dangerous. All right, Ayumi reluctantly agrees, caught between the insistence of the two and Dr. Agasa's pleas, looking mournfully at the crossbow in her arms. I'm sorry, Conan, but we must part ways for now. With a chuckle, Yuga snaps back to reality, stifling a laugh. Oh dear, although Adagawa said he couldn't come, Miss Hybera glances at the crossbow with affection, surprised that it managed to sneak onto the car. Doctor, Agasa can only smile wryly. Shinichi, you've really fallen to the level of a crossbow. What a pity. It's too bad Conan can't join us. Genta expresses disappointment over the absence of their companion. We don't care about him, let him envy us while we ski. Jenna laughs mischievously from the front seat. In the blink of an eye, they arrive at the ski resort. Not far from the ticket hall, Miss Hybera squats down, her hands tucked away, thinking that if she wore an orange jacket, she might blend perfectly with the sunbathing orange cats. She watches the lively crowd gathered at a distance, intrigued by whatever excitement they are witnessing. Meanwhile, Yuga stands arms akimbo, eyeing a group of children who have donned their gear and are attempting to sneak away without paying attention to Dr. Agasa. Hehe. Genta scratches his head, feigning innocence as if he had been caught. What are they doing? Ayumi wonders, forming a snowball as she curiously gazes at the awestruck crowd, accidentally bumping into Hikaru. Miss Hybera said this fosters friendship. Oblivious to the situation, Yuga glances at the slow-moving Dr. Agasa, then raises an eyebrow at the curious Miss Hybera and Ayumi. Clapping his hands together, he declares, "All right, let us go take a look." As they draw closer to the crowd, a chorus of admiration fills the air. Wow, that's an impressive replication. Indeed, how can it be so lifelike? Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Two elderly gentlemen clad in cotton attire pass by, grinning with delight. With the spirit of inquiry, Yuga promptly halts the two gentlemen, hands in pockets and a standard smile on his face, inquiring about the commotion. You mean over there? One of the gentlemen raises an eyebrow, seemingly nostalgic. It looks like a regular company from Tokyo is hosting a team-building event, currently organizing an ice sculpture competition. Everyone can participate and the prizes are said to be quite substantial. These are remarkable young people indeed. After sharing this, the two gentlemen wave their sleeves and saunter off. Ice sculpture competition? Hikaru's eyes immediately light up. With a resolute expression, Yuenta clenched his fist, declaring that the young detective corps must secure the prize. Meanwhile, Hybera, with her lifeless gaze, gazed at Yuenta, who was lost in a daydream about standing atop a mountain of eel rice, completely ignoring his fervent enthusiasm as she walked towards the crowd with her hands in her pockets. Upon squeezing through, she was met with the finished product, her eyes widening in astonishment and silence. Moments later, Yuga, pulling along a few children, approached the silent Hybera, raising an eyebrow at her stunned figure. What had transpired? As he drew closer, an extraordinary sight caught his attention. Two enormous snowballs lay on the ground, with a stick resembling a cannon crafted from snow protruding from their center, glistening under the sun as it soared skyward. Yuga, hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at Hybera, who bore a vacant expression and couldn't help but exclaim, "Hybera!" Hands on hips, astonished, her gaze oscillating between Yuga and the mysterious object. What on earth is that? Ah, this is incredible. Ume's eyes sparkled as she fixated on the colossal, thick cannon barrel before her. Beside them, Hybera, resembling an elderly subway patron, closed her eyes in an attempt to convince herself. Indeed, this was that so-called cannon. She had merely misjudged it. That was all. Upon reopening her eyes, taking a deep breath, she scrutinized the long, elevated, and sparkling barrel, revealing her irritation. This is undoubtedly a crude object. Upon hearing someone label his creation as such, a silver-haired boy emerged decisively from behind the cannon, loudly correcting the misconception. Hybera, hands on her hips, stared incredulously at the boy, knitting her brow. When did this guy dye his hair? Wait, he created this crude object? Glancing at a few familiar faces, Goro, clad in black attire with a white kimono adorned with blue flowers, tilted his head while cradling the cannon. Hey! This big brother looks like the silver-haired protagonist Sakata Jintoki from Gintama, Hikaru excitedly whispered to the two small ones beside him, clapping his hands in realization. Could it be you are Sakata Jintoki? Who called that name? Goro, with his lifeless eyes and a wooden sword labeled Lake Toya hanging from his waist, casually approached, digging his nose. It was all that Ape's fault for saying something about borrowing his likeness rights to allow him to draw it. That silver-haired curly hair was certainly more impressive than mine. Chapter 59. The British are unkind, yet the French are truly good people. In a vast expanse of white snow, many were skiing down the slope. Realizing this, Yuga glanced around at the ordinary company employees busy crafting ice sculptures, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Dressed in black suits and sunglasses, several individuals bore fierce, scarred faces as they wielded their blades with great intensity on the ice, seemingly engaged in a ruthless practice of cutting either snow or perhaps something else entirely. Yuga's lifeless gaze lingered on those two elderly gentlemen. They were certainly not your average company team-building group. What brings you here? Goro scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. My dad organized a company outing here, and I heard the prizes are quite substantial. Forget that. Explain your absurd creation. Hybera, unable to tolerate it any longer, interjected with her hands in her pockets. Her lifeless gaze fixed on the now silver-haired boy. She was preparing to craft her own crude object, leading the trio of children beside her. Hybera's lifeless gaze flickered, her right eyelid twitching. What was the point of putting in effort to create such a thing? It serves absolutely no purpose. Please, just discard it. You just referred to it as crude, didn't you? You must admit it's merely a crude object. No, Yuga murmured, gazing at the so-called crude object. Cannon. He hesitated, his eyes drifting. This new cannon, you see, is a terrifying weapon. A modified version of the Armstrong cannon invented by the French with British assistance in 1955 during the Second World War. They reportedly deployed it to counter a certain German dictator's Maginot Line, and it was so effective that the dictator was too frightened to invade. Hybera inhaled sharply, her lifeless gaze fixed on him. You didn't even remember the name of that ridiculous cannon, did you? You must have forgotten. Also, what's this Maginot Line? Isn't it the Maginot Line? That dictator didn't even need to invade that pathetic line. Did he? Didn't he just bypass it? Mama, what's the Maginot Line? The inquisitive Boumet raised her hand to ask. Good question. Yuga, momentarily at a loss for words, raised an eyebrow, his eyes wandering as he began to explain. It said that the dictator was so terrified he wouldn't dare approach, and the ever-devious British, considering the German tanks, sent military horses over. The French soldiers kindly stuffed the horses, which had been sent with all of Britain's might, into the newly fired Armstrong cannon. With many chefs among the soldiers, the horse meat was cooked to a tender perfection, and within days they received commendation from the dictator, who was on his way to London after a visit to Paris. Thus, the line became known as the Maginot Line. Hybera was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. Have you truly begun to fabricate stories due to your inability to recall its name? What on earth is this nonsense? And why use British horses? Don't the French have horses? Why are there so many cooks in the army? And why would the dictator commend you when you're supposed to be resisting him? She patted her adorable face, taking a deep breath to maintain her composure. No, she couldn't allow herself to act in such an unbecoming manner. She needed to remain calm. Yes, she must remain composed. Hybera, stay calm. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This isn't right. It's not good. A tall figure gradually entered Hybera's view, clad in a standard black suit and sunglasses. That fearsome face, that serious expression unmistakably belonged to Inokashira Ryanosuk. Indeed, this stern uncle would surely reprimand the two of them thoroughly. With confidence, Hybera crossed her arms, nodding. Ryanosuk, arms crossed, surveyed the crude object before him with satisfaction. What exactly are you here for? Hybera's expression turned cold, her lifeless gaze fixed on him. Did she not know what this thing was? What a mess. If they wish to call it that, so be it. This ski resort has been experiencing a bit of trouble, which we managed to resolve, sending over a considerable number of tickets, Ryanosuk remarked, intentionally ignoring the lifeless gaze of the petite brown-haired girl before him. Since they wanted to create a landmark for the ski resort, I suggested they make an ice sculpture, and it appears they did quite well. Hybera's lifeless gaze darkened. So many tickets were given by them? Did that day merely involve a haphazard reach into his pocket? Impossible. Give it up. Do you really think this thing is beloved? The young detective gazed at the towering cannon barrel. As a primary school student, she felt she was nearing the point of losing her sanity. Indeed, some might find it charming, as Yuga noticed a couple sprinting away, exclaiming, "That's a huge one." After a quick glance, the couple hurried into the woods, their faces flushed and expressions quite animated, presumably astonished by the cannon. Hybera, now utterly bewildered, muttered, "What's this new thing? Amoxicillin?" As a group of individuals busily observed a couple inexplicably venturing into a thicket. The enigmatic Inokashira Ryanosuk quietly scrutinized the formidable ice sculpture crafted by his so-called immortal dragon, a rather imposing fish. Ryanosuk furrowed his brow, swallowing hard, momentarily entranced. The air resonated with a trio of intertwined melodies. Thud, thud, thud. Perhaps he was feeling a tad peckish. Having made up his mind, he resolved to indulge in fish today. With his sunglasses perched jauntily, he tilted his head, a slight smile gracing his lips, nodding and waving his hand. Like a child of nearly 6 feet, who adored food, he dashed away at lightning speed, reminiscent of someone who had just consumed a bottle of milk. Old man, when shall we suggest to the ski resort to use this as their emblem? He mused. Where is the old man? He questioned. Hey old man. Wait for me to eat. Goro and Hoga exchanged hasty greetings before hurriedly rushing toward a distant black dot. Let us go, we're off to ski. Hoga playfully poked the bellies of a few nearby children and patted the now resigned and listless Hybera. In Chapter 60, do you all ski using prostate brakes? Hybera and Hoga glided swiftly across the snowy expanse. The doctor, leaning on his ski pole, leisurely floated about in the less crowded areas. Hey doctor, you're too cunning. You ski so well. While the hapless Genta struggles clumsily with the barely competent Mitsuhiko, both of them crawling slowly through the snow. This is outrageous, Genta exclaimed, releasing Mitsuhiko in frustration, preparing to charge forward recklessly. Genta, that's quite dangerous, warned the little Lolia Yumi, who wobbled over to him. Hybera quickly noticed Genta gliding nearby, executing a graceful stop. If you can't ski, take it slowly. Getting injured wouldn't be good. Genta, undeterred, attempted a gentle slide down the slope, but lost his footing completely. He careened down the gentle incline, flailing his arms, and, in a failed attempt to turn, collided with the distant figure of Kogoro Mori. Ouchie, you little brat. That hurts, groaned Kogoro, feeling as though he had been crushed by a tank after being pushed down the slope by Ran. Rubbing his head, he lamented. Why did I come to ski if I'm not feeling well? Ran and Conan swiftly approached, concerned. Genta? What are you doing here? Conan exclaimed, astonished at the fallen Genta, who, upon looking up, met the gaze of 2 pairs of lifeless fish eyes. Kogoro's nose was now red from the impact as he steadied himself against a nearby tree, irritated. Is it my fault for not feeling well? Or is it the tavern's fault for being so dreary? Why did I foolishly come skiing? The 3 young detectives glared resentfully at Conan, who had betrayed them by not participating in their group activity, leading to this serendipitous encounter. They suddenly broke into sinister smiles. Hey, what are you planning? Conan asked, alarmed, as they dragged him up the slope. How childish, Hoga remarked, brushing off the snow that had just fallen onto Hybera from a tree. What are you doing? Hybera inquired, watching Hoga, who had removed his ski board, look up the hill while casually chewing on a chocolate bar. Just enjoying the spectacle. In the distance, the trio pushed the prone Conan down the slope, his body soaring like a rocket. Conan's behind is quite slippery, Hybera observed with a peculiar expression as the rapidly approaching Conan whirlwind drew nearer. Does he have no friction? Hoga noted, watching as the tumbling Conan flipped and sped towards them. Just as Hoga prepared to jump aside, he suddenly vanished. Thus, Hybera watched as the speeding Conan, now carrying Hoga, shot forth. With hands on her hips, Hybera stared, astonished. Could this possibly be the legendary prostate ski board? As the sunset bathed the snow in a golden hue, the day's joyful moments quickly drew to a close, except for Conan, who now sported tattered trousers and was nearly bare-bottomed, covering himself with embarrassment. Everyone else had enjoyed themselves immensely. Recognizing they were all acquaintances, they decided to pack up their skiing equipment and head to the villa reserved by Kogoro Mori, planning to spend the night together. However, Kogoro stood at the entrance, fumbling for the villa key in his pockets for what felt like an eternity, but to no avail. After waiting a few minutes, Ran could not resist stepping forward to assist him in searching. Naturally, there was nothing in his pockets. She sighed, resting her forehead in frustration. How could you lose this? Kogoro grumbled. Whose fault is it? It's because you all pushed me. Clearing his throat, he added, now we have no choice but to call the administrator for a spare key. With no other option, Professor Agasa scratched his head, looking at Kogoro. Then let us go to our villa. Upon hearing this, Kogoro's spirits lifted, watching as Professor Agasa rummaged for the keys. Moments later, Professor, don't tell me you forgot to redeem the lodge voucher? Hibara remarked, eyeing the professor who was flipping through keys with a crescent-shaped expression. Oh. Professor Agasa suddenly recalled his earlier visit to the ticket office, sheepishly admitting, I believe I handed both vouchers to the ski resort staff. What? The group simultaneously looked at the professor in disappointment. There was no alternative. The ski resort had already shifted shifts, with closing time approaching, and finding someone to exchange the vouchers for keys seemed unrealistic, Hibara coldly stated. Ran looked around, noticing her phone had no signal, and stood on tiptoe to survey the surroundings, finding no phone booths nearby and the neighboring villas were dark, suggesting no one resided there. Hoga patted his non-existent backpack, which had been deemed unsafe by Hibara and left in the car far away. My satellite phone. Just as the group prepared to walk down the mountain toward the administrator's office, a vehicle slowly approached in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing a bald-headed man resembling a character from a pirate story. The languid Hoga raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by the striking resemblance to the character from One Piece. Could you introduce me to Old Man Carp? I'd like to meet Whitebeard. The bald man scrutinized Kogoro for a moment before laughing heartily. Ah! You are indeed Kogoro Muri. I recognized you from afar. I often see your brilliant deductions in the newspaper. It seems you are in a bit of a predicament. Haha. Am I that obvious? Kogoro chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Well, you see, we've lost our keys and can only call the administrator for a spare. But there's no signal here. Call? The bald man looked surprised, promptly gesturing to his vehicle. You can come to my house to do that. It's out very close. Just a quick drive over there, he said, pointing to a villa situated on a hillside about 100 meters away. Moments later, after introductions in the car, Hoga found himself deep in thought. The bald man's name was Yamashita Masaru. While the name Yamashita is not uncommon, the bald head made it rather distinctive. The character from One Piece gained his moniker due to his peculiar conical head and buried treasures in a mountain of jewels only he could break through. It was unfortunate that he was ultimately defeated by Old Man Carp's punch. Could it be that this person also came from another world? Does he possess the ability of hockey that renders skin impervious to blades and bullets? Coach, I want to learn this. Thud. As Yuha found himself lost in thought, he was abruptly awakened by the sharp hand of the ever-calm Hibara, known for her piercing gaze. When he regained his senses, a group had already disembarked from the enthusiastic vehicle of the eccentric Uncle Sui, standing before the grand entrance of a stately villa. What was that uncle's name again? Yuha paused his contemplation. Chapter 61. What's wrong? Are you going to wash with me? Mori Kogoro tilted his head upwards, showering praises upon the villa. What exquisite taste. The colors and design are remarkable, reflecting the owner's meticulous craftsmanship. Haha, Mr. Mori, you certainly have an eye for design, Sui responded, clearly pleased by the unexpected flattery. Just as he was about to engage Mori in a deeper discussion on the subject, a car turned onto their path, honking twice. The vehicle came to a halt, and a short-haired woman emerged, cradling a bag brimming with ingredients. Once steady on her feet, she quickly scanned the group, her gaze settling on Sui. Raising her chin slightly, she addressed Mori and the others, and who might you be? Sui introduced the group as friends he had coincidentally encountered, explaining that they had lost their villa key and sought to borrow a phone. I see, Nakahara Kaori said, blinking, as she politely introduced herself. I am the assistant to Professor Yamashita, Nakahara Kaori. Without waiting for further introductions, she glanced at the bag in her hands and casually invited. I have bought plenty of items. Since you are friends of the professor, why not join me for a meal before you leave? Without hesitation, Mori accepted her kind offer. Why are there 2 wooden boards over there? The curious Conan inquired, eyeing the 2 boards leaning against a tree beside the car. Fool. It's normal to have boards here to prevent skidding on snowy days, especially with the severe weather we have, Mori retorted, delivering a playful punch to Conan's head. Why hit me while talking? Conan protested, unsure where to cover his body, his pants torn and his head sore, as he rolled his eyes and followed the others into the villa. Inside the villa, apart from Uncle Sui and Nakahara Kaori, there were 2 men and a woman, all members of Professor Yamashita's research team. Although Yuha couldn't recall their names, he recognized a few of their faces. One resembled a more refined version of Hattori Heiji, while another appeared as a lower-budget version of Suzuki Sonoko, complete with a red headband and glasses. After a moment at the dining table, Sui expressed keen interest in Muri Kagoro's work, but the others seemed engrossed in medical discussions, failing to recognize the prominent detective. After a few casual exchanges, the conversation naturally gravitated back to events within the Yamashita research team. Aikoku, resembling a simplified Sonoko, tucked her bangs behind her headband and smiled softly. Professor Yamashita's recent paper is truly excellent. It has elevated our research team's reputation. Nakahara Kaori, sipping her sake, nodded. Indeed, the paper on genetic therapies for colorectal cancer is the talk of the department. After a round of pleasantries, everyone planned to drink, but soon realized they lacked side dishes. Kaori paused for a moment, then slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I forgot to buy them. I was so focused on selecting hot pot ingredients. What do you want? Please hand me a list." As she donned her coat, the others quickly compiled their shopping list. Apart from Kaori, who was heading out to shop, and the impromptu escapade of the counterfeit Hattori, the rest settled into their respective activities, some bathing, others washing dishes. "Xiaolan, I'll take out the trash." Aikoku cheerfully greeted Xiaolan as she departed. Only a few children remained in the living room. "How dull," muttered Genta, sprawled on the floor. Hibera rose to inquire about the location of the spare bathroom, intending to take a bath. "Hibera, are you going to take a shower?" Hikaru asked curiously, watching her leave. Coughing slightly, Hikaru and the other boys turned beet red upon hearing this, with the astonished gazes of the little boys beside her. Hibera cast a sideways glance at the following Heizu, her expression hinting at playful mischief. "Do you really want to join me?" "Huh?" Heizu replied, bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Just toss it in the washing machine, right?" Feeling a strange sensation, Heizu hesitated, appearing anxious for a moment before handing over his Sig Sauer 938 handgun. "I'm just going to take a shower," Hibera said, her eyes curiously fixed on Heizu, her expression suggesting a readiness to accompany him. With a resigned sigh, she accepted the weapon. "All right, I'll step outside for some fresh air," Heizu said, feeling reassured as he turned to leave. Hibera bit her lip, puzzled by his sudden anxiety. Why was today so peculiar? Did men experience such feelings monthly? Yet, there was something about him that resembled her own experience. In the organization, she had often relied on her instincts to evade danger. Recently, he seemed to cling to her more than before. When did this boy, whom she had rescued from the water, begin to draw closer to her as an older brother? The feeling of being cared for could be rather nice. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, Hibera resolved to take her shower first. As snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, Yuha sat at the entrance, gazing up at the shimmering snowflakes illuminated by the lights. Though it was his favorite weather, he couldn't shake the feeling that the snow carried a tinge of sorrow. He had once again drifted into a reverie, but this time he found himself truly daydreaming. In his dream, snow fell upon the rooftop of a building, creating a vast white expanse. He felt ensnared in a corner, unable to move. In the distance, a shadowy figure fired relentlessly at her, and he felt a surge of desperation as he tried to rush forward, yet his body remained motionless. Awakening from the nightmare, he saw her small figure leaving, and he instinctively followed. Was he beginning to feel fear? When did she become more than just someone he protected? His hand instinctively reached for the handgun at his side, as if its mere presence could provide him with a semblance of security. Chapter 62. Sunshine and darkness are ever intertwined. The snowflakes continued to descend. Yuha remained frozen at the door, staring at the sky. "Hey!" A voice called from behind. "I'm not called hey." As he heard the voice, Yuha gradually calmed, a slight smile playing on his lips. The freshly bathed Hibera, infused with a subtle fragrance, approached him, her damp hair emitting a delightful scent that was refreshing. Unfazed by her recently changed attire, the girl casually sat beside Yuha. She could sense his trembling and, unsure of the cause, let out a soft laugh. Was it because of her? She flicked the droplets from her hair toward him, leaning her head on his lap, her small face adorned with a smile as she gazed at Yuha. Feeling better? Yuhi stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, the sound of cracking resonating from his neck and joints. His arm inadvertently brushed against a soft figure beside him, radiating warmth. He blinked his eyes, which had remained unmoving for quite some time, and retrieved a recently pilfered Marlboro from his pocket, placing it between his lips. Pausing momentarily, he recalled a troubling dream in which a shadowy figure had fired several shots at you, and he had been unable to save you. There was no need for excuses. Being unable to move was a form of failure in itself. Hirahara's pupils began to contract. Was it the organization? He shook his head. It was merely a dream. There was nothing to worry about. Yuhi lit the cigarette at his lips, inhaling deeply before extinguishing it, savoring the searing pain, and spoke in a low voice. Whoever dares to approach, I shall eliminate them without exception. Even if it meant forsaking the beliefs he had steadfastly held, even if it resulted in countless deaths, it mattered not. In the past, regardless of whose body he inhabited, he had always restrained the inexplicable surge of brutality and desire. Yet, it felt akin to a patient enduring the aftermath of major dental surgery, merely tolerating the incessant drool trickling from his mouth. If he were to heed that voice and kill indiscriminately, fulfilling his own wishes, it could only lead to a cycle of murder and death, endless and unrelenting. Yuhi trembled all over, not from fear but from a thrilling anticipation that had long been simmering. His emerald eyes bore faint traces of blood vessels, gradually revealing a murderous intent. He could no longer endure the taste of loss. The snow fell gently, blanketing the ground. Hirahara held onto the tips of Yuhi's right hand, her gaze wavering slightly as they both slowly calmed. She observed the burn marks on his fingers, sighing at this person who cared little for his own well-being. Gently, she lifted his fingers and placed them on her lap, using the freshly fallen snow to tenderly soothe his injured hand. Yuhi gazed at Hirahara, feeling the warmth of her touch, the crimson hue in his eyes slowly fading. In silence, he endeavored to remember this moment. He had acted impulsively. Indeed, if such power went unchecked, the consequences were unimaginable, even to him. This was also the reason he had previously resolved not to continue living. If no one needed him anymore, devoid of ties or reasons to persist, what was the point? Yuhi glanced in the direction of his fingers, observing Hirahara's profile, and let out a soft sigh, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet, if it became absolutely necessary, if she were still alive, then what did it matter if he became a demon? The snowflakes danced in the light, his chestnut hair glimmering. Car headlights illuminated the area as two doors shut. It was Nakahara Kaori, returning from errands, and the underdressed Fubuta Hida, who had gone out for night snowboarding. Both appeared weary and cold from their endeavors. Upon seeing them, Yuhi and Hirahara realized the snowfall had intensified, and they slowly rose to enter the house. Fubuta shook off the snow from his shoulders, removed his damp coat, and entered, shivering and clutching his arms tightly, his teeth chattering. In the living room, everyone was dividing the snacks that Nakahara had brought. Jiangjiao Guofu reached out to catch the chips that Nakahara tossed. Kanazawa Shikyu, resembling a general, approached the table, rummaging for a moment before exclaiming, "No salad? I'm sorry, it's sold out," Nakahara replied sheepishly. "And this ice cream is sold out too? Who orders something like that on a day this cold?" Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 10, Conan and the others could only watch the card game, resting his chin on his hand and growing increasingly distracted. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Conan couldn't help but glance down the hallway. The show was supposed to end at 10, so why hadn't Uncle Yashiro emerged yet? Thoughtful, Nakahara reached out and ruffled Conan's hair. Yuhi chuckled softly and nudged Hirahara, saying, "Apologies, but we left something in the bathroom. Need any help?" Nakahara inquired with a warm smile at the two rising. "No, it's just something fell by the door." Yuhi gently waved off Nakahara's concern. Once outside, Hirahara looked at Yuhi with a perplexed expression. Is there something wrong? If someone were to be late for a prearranged meeting, it was quite unusual, especially with a renowned detective like Kagoro Mori present. Even that seemingly casual figure wouldn't be so rude. This world was inherently dangerous, and 2 Reapers were present at the scene. Being late could easily mean a death sentence. Yuhi peeked back into the house, covering his nose, and pressed the switch for the light. Leaning against the wall near the door, he saw the bloodied figure of the uncle, kneeling on the floor, his eyes wide open in death. Blood dripped from his mouth, staining his sweater with splotches of crimson. The corpulent body was tightly bound by 2 ropes, fat bulging from his abdomen, and a handkerchief was tied across his mouth, leaving a bruise on his bald head, with a long knife protruding from his back. "Well, that's quite the sight," Yuhi remarked. "Hirahara, could you please summon Uncle Muri and Idagawa?" After pushing Hirahara out of the way, he turned to observe the pool of blood, flipping the light on to examine the room and the corpse closely. The uncle's head was nearly obliterated, blood splattered everywhere. The 2 most severe areas were the ceiling and wall near the window, both marked by splattered blood. The other side of the wall next to his body was a continuous smear of blood. Yuhi gazed contemplatively at the bloodstains on the wall. The splatter was so pronounced. Had he been struck multiple times? Chapter 63. Before work, one must always refuel. The room was filled with a thick, metallic scent of blood. Yuhi surveyed the gruesome scene before him. With a serious demeanor, he retrieved disposable gloves from his pocket and a bag of chocolate bars, adding an air of ritual to the act. Solving a case requires considerable mental effort, so it is entirely reasonable for me to replenish my energy beforehand. With a face that expressed distaste for dirty hands, Yuhi quickly consumed one chocolate bar while reaching for another, then began to closely examine the deceased. From the front, there appeared to be no external bleeding, though there were signs of surgical stitches on his right chest. He looked around at the bloodied figure of the uncle, noting that despite being covered in blood, the actual points of bleeding were limited to the head and back. Turning his gaze to the ground, he spotted a large pool of blood in front of the television. The continuous blood trail extended to the wall, suggesting he had crawled over from that direction. Yuhi pondered, considering that despite the extensive head trauma, he had managed to maintain consciousness and assume a seated position. Quite intriguing. In other words, the external injuries might not be the primary cause of death. He gazed at the knife protruding from the back, noting the minimal blood loss. The wound was near the lung, delivered with precision, piercing cleanly without hesitation. Yuhi gently touched the blood-free head of the deceased with a handkerchief, observing him anew. There was blood on the gums and facial bruising, typical symptoms of asphyxiation. After suffocation, blood vessels become obstructed, causing blood to pool in the face, leading to the visible discoloration. The dilated pupils also aligned with the symptoms he observed. It appeared that the cause of death was likely asphyxiation from a penetrating lung wound, indicating a significant grudge. Such a method could result in traumatic pneumothorax, accompanied by severe chest pain, difficulty breathing, and an abnormally rapid heartbeat, resulting in arrhythmia. Hypoxia can lead to symptoms such as cyanosis of the lips, cold extremities, and pallor of the skin. The deceased would endure excruciating pain for approximately 15 minutes, almost consciously witnessing their own demise. You may wonder how I know this. I have faced such torment a dozen times, including a harrowing experience where a 3-meter-long steel rod pierced my lung from a great height, pinning me to the ground for several minutes. It would indeed be strange not to retain such knowledge. Yuhi rested his chin on his hand as he approached the window. One of the grid-like panes had been shattered, with the shards affixed by tape, remaining intact rather than falling to the ground. Did they utilize tape to muffle the sound while escaping through the window? He pushed the window open and leaned out, catching sight of 2 sets of footprints in the snow below. Scanning the surroundings, he noted that the nearby cabinets showed no signs of having been rummaged through. Upon re-examining the deceased's body, it appeared that the gold watch on the wrist had not been taken. Removing his gloves, he treated himself to a chocolate bar while observing his surroundings. Based on the evidence at the scene, there were 2 possibilities. Either an outsider committed the crime, driven by revenge or theft, or it was an internal affair among the villa's inhabitants. Given that no valuables appeared to have been removed and there were no signs of a struggle, combined with the snowfall that began in the evening, it seemed unlikely for a robber to enter a room clearly filled with the sounds of a television, let alone resort to such a brutal method of murder. Thus, the likelihood of an external thief diminished significantly, considering the victim's agony while kneeling upright facing the table. The peculiar bloodstains on the tablecloth might represent a death message left by the victim. Yuhi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why not simply write a name? Is there some peculiar obsession with cryptic symbols in this world? Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed. Yuhi casually patted Conan's shoulder and shared his findings. Well, I'll leave it to you, he remarked before stepping outside, catching sight of the inebriated Uncle Mori approaching, crossing paths with others. He had little interest in deduction and would only seek clues at the scene when the mood struck him. With suspicion and exclusion reaching this point, it was best to leave the rest to the experts. At the door, Yuhi skillfully tugged at Hyber's sleeve, glaring with his dead fish eyes to block the group of children. Such a scene was still too stimulating for them. He cast a glance at the group before entering, once more directing his dead fish eyes at Hybera, covering her ears. A series of piercing screams erupted. How terrible! Who could have done this? Egawa Gbu was utterly shocked at the horrifying sight. Feeling the urge for a cigarette, he pulled out a chocolate bar, preparing to reward himself further. He glanced down curiously, only to look up with his dead fish eyes. It's gone. At the entrance. The gruesome state of the body was so shocking that even Ran, who frequently encountered corpses, instinctively covered her mouth and stepped back, her stomach churning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she quickly approached to comfort the two unafraid children. Slightly irritated, she pulled Hikaru, who wanted to take a look, away and led the children to another room. You might ask why she didn't pull Conan along. Does he even count as human? Inside the room, completely oblivious to Mori Kagoro's comments about irrelevant individuals leaving, Conan examined the chessboard on the table, glancing up at the doctors performing the autopsy. His eyes gleaming with realization. I see now. The culprit is that person. After assessing the scene, several doctors finally recalled Professor Yama's name, establishing the correct time of death to be between 9:30 and 10 o'clock in the evening. This coincided precisely with the moment the individuals present dispersed. Since the two children had arrived at the door 20 minutes after they left and had lingered for a while, Conan rushed to gather alibis from others. Nakahara Kaori had gone alone to a convenience store between 9 and 9:50, purchasing snacks for everyone. The round trip to the mountain took 40 minutes, leaving her with the potential to commit the crime. While the under-equipped Hattori Heiji had skied alone, he provided a lift ticket with an entry time, making his alibi generally plausible. As for the passerby Kanazawa Yashiyasu, he was the most unfortunate. Although he was also alone, his visit to the hot springs could not be corroborated unless he raised his hand to say that Hibara could vouch for him. However, doing so might lead to his own demise. Chapter 64, The Importance of Novelty. Inside the room, after surveying the area, Mori Kagoro suspected a thief might be involved. After inquiring about the location of the safe, he opened the cabinet door to find the safe, which bore fresh scratch marks, suggesting an attempted break-in. This must be Professor Yama's safe, he mused. Mori sniffed the air, detecting a pungent odor that caused him to wrinkle his brow, preparing to investigate further. Meanwhile, after organizing the clues, Conan slowly lifted the cover of his watch-shaped tranquilizer gun and dashed towards his unfortunate uncle. Uncle, it seems there's something on the sofa. With an air of arrogance, Conan, facing Mori Kagoro, who had firmly grasped his collar, deftly delivered a tranquilizer to his unfortunate uncle. Before the sofa, the invincible Mori Kagoro collapsed once more. Oh dear, uncle, why are you so drunk? The innocent Conan exclaimed childishly. Nonsense, I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly aware. Mori protested. What do you know, uncle? Conan pressed innocently. He and Hibara slipped to the door, observing the audacious Conan performing a dual act, rolling his eyes. It was a miracle he hadn't been discovered. In a flash, little Conan darted behind the sofa to hide. Soon, Mori Kagoro's voice rang out, the culprit is you, Miss Nakahara Kaori. All eyes turned to Nakahara Kaori. Conan's mouth began to twitch. Hey, how do you know that so well? Where's your receipt? When the clerk asked if I wanted a receipt, I got distracted and declined. Besides, who asks for a receipt these days, old man? And how much did you spend on these snacks? I've long forgotten. What exactly are you getting at? Forgotten? I don't think so. You must have purchased various snacks in advance, hiding them in your car. This way, when you went out to buy snacks in the evening, you could select what was needed based on everyone's shopping list, thus saving time on a round trip to the convenience store. You didn't buy salad or ice cream because those would spoil quickly in the car. As Nakahara Kaori attempted to argue, Conan continued, your names conveniently contain characters that represent shogi pieces. Since Yuhi and Hibara were the first discoverers, you couldn't manage the death message left by Professor Yama. Look at the position of the lighter on the chessboard. That position is a car. Kanazawa Yashiyasa clapped his hands. I understand. Nakahara Kaori glared at the chess table, her fingers trembling slightly, her complexion pale. Confronted with the truth, Nakahara Kaori appeared to surrender, suddenly closing her eyes. Under the complex gazes of the onlookers, she took a deep breath. Yes, it was I. Yuhi rolled his eyes. How can I not understand? What kind of psychological resilience does this person have? Is this even considered evidence? Does she need to confess? Perhaps feeling the sting of the truth, tears welling up, she grasped Nakahara, questioning with deep emotion. Why? Did you not consider him your father? Why did you kill the professor? Zhongyuan Kaori forced a smile, feeling a sense of unilateral grievance. But what about him? He had audaciously appropriated my thesis. Thesis? Jinza Jiqiang stammered, suddenly grasping something. Is it the research on hereditary gene therapy for colorectal cancer? Indeed, that is the culmination of my 6 years of labor. I had intended to dedicate it to my father, who succumbed to colorectal cancer. Yet, after Daxian reviewed it, he unilaterally published it under his own name, carelessly claiming that publishing it as a professor would garner more attention and that my deceased father would be more pleased. How dare he so brazenly disregard my heartfelt remembrance of my father? After venting her anger with a furious shout, Zhongyun Kaori slumped against the wall, curling up on the floor, hugging her knees in silence. Conan, utilizing Muri's voice, addressed the cowering Zhongyun Kaori. I offered you the opportunity to confess, yet you chose to disregard it. I merely pointed out the pre-death message. It seems you have been blinded by hatred. Yuha, calmly speaking to the disheartened Zhongyun Kaori, remarked, that type of evidence is hardly substantial. With a competent lawyer, the situation could be promptly reversed, or at least your sentence reduced. Nevertheless, regardless of the reason, murder is murder, and ultimately you must take responsibility for your actions. Hybera chuckled softly, tugging at the nauseous little boy. I thought you despised perpetrators who commit crimes at such times. I can never bring myself to loathe such actions taken for the sake of a father. Regardless of their moral ambiguity, Yuha sighed, revealing a side of himself that was rather impulsive today. I find this version of you rather charming, Hybera said with a slight bow, hands clasped behind her back, her smile gentle. Muri searched for Conan's figure but instead discovered him lamenting behind her father's sofa. Conan, what are you doing here? Conan's face turned pale at the unexpected sight of her head emerging from the sofa. We're doomed. Hybera rolled her eyes at Yuha, who was observing the commotion, and hurried to Dacian's side, exclaiming, Oh, how peculiar. Men are utterly unreliable. What is wrong, AI? Muri and the others, drawn by Hybera's attention, inadvertently allowed Conan to escape, believing that his daily bathing escapades with his childhood friend were about to be exposed. Hybera, gazing at the wall, attempted to concoct a narrative but was met with a large pool of interconnected blood on the left wall, furrowing her brow. What is this? Chapter 65. The surface can often deceive the eye. Hybera scrutinized the blood puddle on the wall, her finger resting on her chin. It did not appear to have been flung from a weapon, as there were only a few splattered droplets nearby. If it had sprayed from the victim's head, such a volume of blood could not have simply pooled together. AI? Muri called out, noticing Hybera lost in her thoughts, unable to rouse her. Hybera pondered deeply, her brow knitted. The blood at the crime scene could be categorized into 3 types: dripping blood, smeared blood, and splattered blood. Dripping blood forms round shapes as it falls under the influence of gravity. Smearing occurs when blood on a hand or object comes into contact with a non-bloody surface and is then moved, transferring the blood. Finally, splattered blood results when blood is impacted, dispersing into droplets that create a spray pattern. The form of these droplets varies depending on the speed of the weapon's movement and the force applied. High-energy weapons like a handgun produce fine droplets, while a bat would create larger splatters, the latter evident on the room's walls. Indifferent to the inquiries of others, Hybera turned to meticulously examine the room. Aside from the left wall, there were significant amounts of dripping blood on the floor in front of the television, now a pool, clearly marking it as the primary crime scene. Conversely, the right wall near the window and the ceiling above bore numerous larger splatter marks, likely caused by a weapon striking forcefully. This was quite peculiar. Hybera rested her chin on her hand, observing the Professor Dacian's head almost obliterated beneath the white cloth, seemingly more severely injured on the right side. Such extensive blood splatter could only result from repeated blows to a bleeding head. The blood indicated that the perpetrator had struck Dacian's head from the right side twice. Considering the victim's physique, it was likely the assailant was right-handed. However, the second location of the victim's body revealed more blood on the left wall, suggesting that the weapon was swung from the left, indicating a left-handed assailant. If memory serves, Zhang Yuan had demonstrated right-handedness whether using chopsticks or writing, which implies she was indeed the one who incapacitated and stabbed Professor Daxian. However, if Daxian had indeed crawled to the wall to leave a death message as Dagawa suggested, the bloodstain on the wall would be quite strange. From the large pool of blood on the ground, it appeared the attack originated from the right side. Even accounting for Dacian's conical head structure, blood would not course over to the left wall in such a manner. Hybera, unable to clarify this point, inadvertently exchanged glances with Yuha and Conan. The two, distracted by the death message, had failed to notice the situation at the crime scene, now surprised to realize this detail. Yua, resting his chin in contemplation, scrutinized the series of bloodstains on the left wall, noting that without prompting, he himself might have overlooked such peculiar markings. He repeatedly searched for angles but could not rationalize the presence of these bloodstains. Upon closer inspection, they hardly appeared to be the result of a violent impact. Meanwhile, Conan engaged in conversation with several doctors, probing about their dominant hands and other circumstances. Unable to find any clues, Yuha ultimately abandoned the idea of investigating the bloodstains and decided to check outside for footprints. Given the possibility of a second individual at the crime scene, and the absence of anyone entering or exiting Dashin's room, it seemed likely that entry had occurred through the window. Once outside, Yuha crouched down to scrutinize the area. Although snow had fallen for some time, the proximity to the eaves allowed for the preservation of some traces. He leaned closer to the ground, turning his face towards the direction of the footprints, his brows slightly furrowed. In this area of footprints, the snow appeared less thick, somewhat compressed, and the thickness of the prints was noticeably lower than the average thickness of the snow on either side. Yuha also examined the density on both sides and, upon comparison, discerned that the density in the area of the footprints was significantly higher than that of the surrounding snow, as if something had compressed the snow, resulting in increased density and reduced thickness. Yuha glanced back at the room, deep in thought. It seemed someone had traversed the path Zhongyuan had taken after her departure, which explained the outcome. Zhongyuan's murderous intent towards Daxian was evident, so the stab to the lung was likely genuine. She would certainly not allow him to die instantly, intending instead to prolong his suffering. Hence, it could be confirmed that the victim still lived after her departure. Through the window, Yuha quietly observed the individuals within the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. If we were to boldly speculate, what if, after Nakahara left the room, another individual returned to the scene of the crime? Then the death message left at the crime scene would indeed raise suspicions. It seems we need to reassess the situation. Moments later, after searching the room in vain, Yuhei recalled the 2 spare anti-slip wooden boards located beside the tree outside. Rushing over, he took a photograph with his phone, and without gloves, he cautiously lifted the boards with a handkerchief and tissue to inspect them. Their size was quite suitable, providing a relatively large surface area in the snow, thus minimizing the pressure and preventing them from sinking. Moreover, it was peculiar that, despite having been unused for so long, only a thin layer of snow had accumulated on them. There appeared to be faint traces at the bottom as if they had been used to shovel snow. Miss Jiang is left-handed, while both Miss Nakahara and Dr. Hida are right-handed. Conan's lips curled into a confident smile. Could it be her? Yuhei frowned, finding it hard to believe that the person who had just been so shaken by Yamashita's death could be the murderer. But what could the motive be? The methods and the absence of footprints leading in and out of the room were now clear, yet the only evidence pointing towards a suspect was the left-handedness. Alongside the wooden boards whose fingerprints remained uncertain, the evidence was quite tenuous. If this were in Tokyo, I could conduct blood type tests and blood coagulation experiments on the bloodstains on the wall to ascertain whether they belong to Yamashita, or even trace the origin of the blood for clues, but under these circumstances, I am at a loss. Miss Hybra, standing nearby, waved her hand in resignation. She was not a forensic expert equipped with an array of testing apparatus, and while such experiments were straightforward, they were futile without the proper instruments. Surely, we cannot resort to the dramatics of blood tests for familial connections which have no scientific basis. At the door, the corners of the mouths of the 3 began to twitch as they raised their eyebrows, gazing into the room. At some point, the suddenly awakened Kagoro Mori pointed at Zhang Jiao, declaring, "The murderer is you, Miss Jiang." Chapter 66. The Reluctance to Visit the Hospital. Those who choose physical solutions to pain in the face of Kagoro Mori's confident accusation towards Zhang Jiao, Conan's younger brother was left agape in disbelief. Is this a joke? Is that really that uncle? But father, didn't you just say it was Miss Nakahara and she admitted it too? Ran Muri, arms akimbo, stared with a blank expression. Is that so? What was I planning to do just now? He paused, contemplating for a moment. With a sudden clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Who has the key to this safe?" 5 minutes later, Kagoro Mori retrieved several bags containing what appeared to be exquisite blue-powdered crystals from the safe, one of which seemed to be damaged. He coughed lightly into his fist, wearing an expression of modest pride. I detected a faint, pungent odor emanating from this safe. Based on my experience as a former police officer, I can't say for certain what this peculiar color signifies, but it is highly likely to be methamphetamine, and of a very pure grade. The three youngsters stared wide-eyed. Wow, are you a police dog? Dad, you're amazing, Ran Mori exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists. This is merely the standard of your ordinary detective, Kagoro Mori. He chuckled heartily, covering his head, his spirits lifted. However, isn't methamphetamine typically a white or colorless powdered crystalline substance? I have seen that recent drug trades on television usually involve yellow or green variants. Why, then, is this blue? Conan rested his chin on his hand, raising his doubts. Methamphetamine in its pure hydrochloride form should exist as a colorless or white crystalline solid. Illegal forms can appear in many colors, while it should be colorless, white, and yellow are indeed the most common types. In earlier, less advanced processes, even brownish-yellow waxy forms of methamphetamine could occur, with these colors largely resulting from impurities during synthesis. Miss Hybera, though not skilled in deduction, was well-versed in chemistry and explained calmly. In any chemical reaction, the occurrence of side reactions introduces impurities. The types and quantities of these impurities depend on the synthesis method. If you pressurize an ether solution containing methamphetamine, it may produce blue methamphetamine. Excuse me, Miss Hybera said, pulling a serious face and commanding Kagoro Mori to step aside. She picked up an intact package of methamphetamine, observing it carefully, and then used her handkerchief to dab a bit of the leaked blue crystals, drawing a conclusion. Crystallization, color layer analysis, and other purification methods may remove some impurities, but complete removal is unrealistic. Even impurities below 1% can affect the sample's color. While this is blue, its purity is likely above 98%, she said, looking at the powder in her handkerchief with a grave expression. No, it may even reach 99%. To ascertain the exact reason, we would require a gas chromatograph to evaporate and separate the components of the sample, allowing us to detect impurities and identify their nature. Miss Hybera turned to observe the group, who appeared bewildered and inattentive, before gazing languidly at Conan. I unintentionally memorized this while watching television at the doctor's house. Kagoro Mori shook his head. Now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy anymore. Suddenly realizing, he turned to Conan, his eyes narrowing. What kind of television have you been watching? After giving Conan a hefty fist for no reason, Kagoro looked revitalized. His back no longer ached, his neck no longer hurt. And even hitting Conan felt invigorating. But is there really methamphetamine this pure in Tokyo? Kagoro pondered, clutching a bag of blue powder, a frown on his face. When I was temporarily working with the Drug Enforcement Department, most of the purity was below 40%. A deep voice came from the doorway. Indeed, there is, and it has been for quite some time. Miss Hybera glanced towards the entrance where Inokashira Ryanosuke strode in with an air of authority, dressed in a black trench coat. It was hard to shake off the feeling that this man's belly was slightly bulging. Following him was Inokashira Goro, his mouth full of grease, holding a whole skewer of grilled eel. She gazed at Yuhei, who stood at the back, holding the villa's mobile phone. No wonder he had been silent for so long. When did he slip away? The silver-haired youth, with a vacant expression, looked at the corpse of Yamashita, which lay gruesomely exposed beneath the white cloth, suppressing a wave of discomfort. He turned to Miss Hybera, clutching the eel. Care for a bite? No, thank you. Miss Hybera had no appetite. The silver-haired youth stared intently at the corpse, muttering how frightful it was, before promptly biting into the eel. They had parted ways with this father-son pair in the afternoon. Why were they still eating now? Why had they even come to the crime scene to eat? Is their stomach made of iron? Inokashira Ryanosuke smiled gently, asking the individuals in front of him to step aside. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the others, a terrifying man exuding an aura of menace, unmistakably a Yakuza boss, bared his teeth in a threatening manner. Hey, you're blocking my way. Want to see the bottom of Tokyo Bay at 4 in the morning, you bastards? With a swift movement, they stepped aside, shifting their stances. Ryanosuke frowned, thinking these people were far too polite. What do you mean Bai has been around for a long time? Kagoro Mori, oblivious to the thoughts of others, casually tossed the package of ice towards Ryanosuke. Ryanosuke took the item, and even with his sunglasses on, one could discern a hint of disdain in his gaze. This substance had been popular within the upper echelons of Tokyo society for quite some time, nearly a decade. In fact, due to its scarcity and the status of those involved, even if caught using drugs, the powerful would suppress any investigation into its origins. Recently, It had gained notoriety among the unscrupulous for its exceptionally high purity. Is that so? Kagoro Mori pondered, stroking his chin as if contemplating an inconsistency. He looked up. And you are? I am Ryanosuke Inokado, the president of Inakawa Construction, he replied with a slight smile, bowing slightly as he handed over his business card. What? I thought you were part of the underworld. A startled Fuida exclaimed, patting his chest. Though he bore a resemblance to Heiji Hattori, he certainly did not have the background of an Osaka police chief. My apologies, Ryanosuke smiled as he extended his card. After having had a few drinks, Fuida casually chatted with Ryanosuke and glanced at the card, his face turning pale. President of Inakawa Construction, Ryanosuke Inokado, affiliated with Inakawa Kai. So, you are part of the Yakuza. Chapter 67. What? Conan? Inside the room, having reorganized everything and acquired 3 potential motives, the trio attempted to reassess the situation. Yuga propped his head on his fingers, observing Kagoro and Ryanosuke, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. If Ryanosuke's account holds true, then it would be impossible for a typical manufacturer to produce such high-purity methamphetamine. This raises the question, who could the producer possibly be? It can only be him, Conan thought gravely, glancing at the now-deceased Professor Yamashita from Tokyo University. Letting out a faint sigh. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Although he seemed like a good person, Conan looked at Yamashita's distorted face, his pointed head and the excess flesh, recalling how he had even plagiarized his students' papers. His lips twitched slightly before he rephrased, while he appears to be a villain. I never suspected he could be this depraved. The once gentle Conan, now devoid of the ability to soothe his father-in-law to sleep, could only resentfully watch as Yuga, under the guidance of the now detective Kagoro Inokado, unraveled the truth. He felt as though he had suffered a great loss, akin to watching a watermelon he had just sliced being taken away by a thief. To put it more succinctly, it was as if he were watching his beloved Ran, whom he had cherished since childhood, in the painful moments of her affection with the new boy, although it ultimately turned out to be a misunderstanding. Still, he felt inexplicably displeased. Indeed, this was nothing short of a travesty. Yuga cast a sidelong glance at Conan, who seemed lost in thought, before fixing his gaze upon the true culprit, Kaku Keo. Faced with Kagoro's methodical deductions, Keo looked somewhat taken aback. You claim I am the murderer, yet I was gone for less than 5 minutes. How could I possibly commit a murder in such a short span? Besides, didn't Kaori admit she was the one who did it? 5 minutes is ample time, Kagoro, leaning lazily against the wall, replied while observing Keo. I believe you intended to utilize the wooden board to create a locked-room murder scenario, swiftly dispatching Professor Yamashita, but failed to anticipate seeing Miss Nakahara climbing out of that window. After following her, you hastily altered your plan and killed the struggling Professor Yamashita. Moreover, knowing that Mori was present, you fabricated a message before death using the chessboard at the scene, positioning Professor Yamashita's body to obfuscate the investigation. The evidence lies in the bloodstains on the left wall, which could not have been caused by the right-handed Miss Nakahara while striking the sofa. It must have resulted from you incapacitating the struggling Professor Yamashita and plunging the knife deeper into his back. Excuse me, but is this all mere conjecture? Setting aside how I entered the room, you have no evidence whatsoever, Keo retorted, unfazed, albeit with a hint of confusion as she smirked. I expected, as a detective, you would present profound insights upon your arrival, yet you have merely delivered such a jumbled theory. If we are discussing evidence, we have some, Yuga interjected, handing the wooden board to Conan, who bore a look reminiscent of a subway elder. Conan recounted how Keo had alternated stepping on 2 wooden boards to enter the room. He became so engrossed that he continued, in such a brief time frame, I imagine it would be quite challenging for you not to leave fingerprints on the boards. A fingerprint analysis would provide clarity. Oh, is that so? Keo maintained her succinct manner, exuding a seasoned demeanor. Conan, feeling a headache coming on, observed her with concern. This was the worst-case scenario. The lack of solid evidence left them only with a lead for investigation, and if she denied it, they would be powerless. Ryanosuke approached the continuous bloodstains on the wall, scrutinizing them, and furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing. This bloodstain does not appear to be spattered, does it? He turned to Keo, a sardonic smile creeping onto his face. If I am not mistaken, it seems to be a result of a palm smeared with blood pressed against the wall. Having personally witnessed similar scenarios, the true Yakuza Ryanosuke observed Keo's momentary surprise and offered a self-satisfied smile. If it is indeed a palm print, the police can collect the prints from the wall upon their arrival. However, considering the police's lack of equipment, Aranaka Wakai will enhance the technical support, thereby proving that Professor Yamashita was not always restrained. I apologize, but I reviewed the recent news, Kagoro said as he took the phone handed to him by Yuga, examining Keio's background with a grave expression. Your sister, Miss Reiko Keio, appears to have died in a car accident not long ago. Her body contained traces of blue powder, and the autopsy confirmed drug use. Following the investigation at her residence, the police determined that she encountered a car accident due to methamphetamine-induced psychosis. Moreover, they discovered evidence linking her to the bank robber Angie Asaka as his accomplice 10 years ago. You believe drugs caused your sister's demise. So upon learning that Professor Yamashita was the producer of this batch of drugs, you planned to kill him for revenge, did you? Wait a moment. Are you saying Professor Yamashita is the drug manufacturer? Ran exclaimed, looking at Ryanosuke, then at her father, who merely nodded in agreement, affirming his belief. I examined his physical condition and found no signs of methamphetamine use. Given the high purity of this substance, a typical manufacturer would not possess the knowledge or skills to create such a product, Ryanosuke stated, gazing at the packet of blue powder in his hand before looking at Ran. As a medical professor at Tokyo University, he lacks neither expertise nor equipment. It is highly probable that he is the one responsible for its production, and a detailed investigation will confirm this. However, Ran appeared incredulous, attempting to defend Professor Yamashita. She could not believe that the seemingly benevolent professor could be so depraved. Enough! Keio finally bowed her head, her body trembling, fists clenched, her expression one of wrath. This matter is of my doing. That old scoundrel is far from the image Xiaolon held, and certainly not the simple figure that Kaori envisioned. He is not merely a thief of students' academic achievements. She lifted her gaze, a hint of derision playing at her lips. Who could have imagined that a professor, so eloquently speaking from the sacred podium of Dongdu University, would exploit the trust placed in him by the institution? In his private laboratory, he not only concocted drugs but, at times, while we were preoccupied with our dissertations, he would lock the doors behind him, leading us to believe he was engrossed in significant research. One fateful day during the holidays, when I went to retrieve something, I stumbled upon him producing batches of that blue methamphetamine. At that moment, having recently learned of my sister's passing, I could not help but marvel at the justice of fate. Zhang Jiaogu took on a smile, devoid of any regret, though a glimmer of tears shone in her eyes. Sister, I have avenged you. Chapter 68. Girls are fragile, sensitive creatures who often disguise their true selves. Gazing at Zhang Jiaogu, who openly recounted her experiences without a flicker of remorse, Conan and his companions were left in silence, their expressions unreadable. Only Yuhi, standing beside the slightly trembling Hybera, leaned closer and gently blew a breath against her earlobe, an action that brought a slight tickling sensation. Hybera, who had been wrestling with the guilt of having harmed many with her own pharmaceutical inventions, felt her lips move slightly, her fingers trembling subtly. When she looked up, she was met with a smiling face and a warm voice reached her ears. His drugs were designed to profit at the expense of others. But what was your intention in developing that medicine? Wasn't it to create something more ethereal? Hybera's body ceased its tremors. Her eyelids fluttered as her thumb slipped into her clenched fist. She bit her lip, gazing at Yuhi, who had turned away, a slight smile gracing her lips. Is that so? Indeed. She exhaled deeply, resting her arm on the shoulder of the person in front of her as she watched Zhang Jiaogu narrate the details of the crime. Feeling the warmth of the person beside her, her gaze softened. It had just snowed, yet she felt no chill, only a profound warmth. Strangely, it seemed that, apart from those directly involved, no one else noticed. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall without any sign of stopping. Inside the room, under the warm glow of the lights, the group was illuminated, while the lifeless body on the floor began to emit a faint, strange odor. When I entered through the window, Dajan had already risen. Zhang Jiaogu wore a subtle smile. She had somehow managed to untie the rope. With bloodied hands pressed against the wall, she appeared to be struggling for breath, yet she looked pleased to see me. He excitedly informed me that he had been diagnosed with squamous lung cancer and had recently undergone a pulmonary artery stent implantation. The knife had fortuitously pierced the stent, allowing him to breathe, albeit with discomfort. Perhaps weary from standing, Zhang Jiaogu sat cross-legged beside the still body of Dajan, who was still impaled by the knife. Unfazed, she continued, laughing as she recounted how the scoundrel had mocked Kaori, intending to let him suffer a slow demise but inadvertently granting him a reprieve. Alas, he celebrated too soon. A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Jiaogu's eyes as she grinned slightly. What transpired next unfolded as if scripted. Jiang Jiaogu swung her weapon with force against Dajan's head, striking fiercely from the left and plunged the knife deeper into his back. Finally, she bound the unconscious man, arranging him in a pose before quietly departing. Jiang Jiaogu, the true culprit disguised as someone disposing of garbage, successfully concealed herself behind Nakahara Kaori, evading detection even by the detectives present at the scene. The following morning, both Jiang Jiaogu and Nakahara Kaori were taken away by the tardy police. As for Dajan, by the time the authorities arrived at his private laboratory near Dongdu University, the scene was engulfed in flames. According to the firefighters, it appeared to be a fire caused by deteriorated wiring, and a substantial amount of drug manufacturing materials was discovered in his home, providing irrefutable evidence of his guilt. The case stagnated. On the return journey, Inokashira Ryonosuke sat in the back seat, casting a glance at the driving Goru before turning his attention to the outside. Through the window, a blanket of silver-white snow danced in the air. Ryonosuke's expression grew somber as he concealed the fact. He had investigated the source of that drug a decade prior. To ensure discretion, he had recruited an inconspicuous gang, composed of his trusted confidants, to secure a fallback. Not long after the inquiry began, he received a partially composed email, after which the entire gang fell off the grid. While the police publicly claimed it was due to a clash with rival gangs, that email had revealed the truth. There was a man and a woman. The silver-haired woman had disguised herself as the boss and ambushed us. I am currently being pursued by a man she referred to as Kimbali, who possesses exceptional swordsmanship. Furthermore, our investigation suggests that this leads back to a shadowy organization. The email abruptly cut off. The only evidence found on the subsequent corpse was a bullet-riddled phone resting on the chest. A suicide. Ryonosuke squinted, resting his arm on the edge and gazing out the window. We will settle this score eventually. That night, at the Agasa residence, a soft beam of moonlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on the windowsill, the pure night light concealing a tinge of sorrowful thoughts. A voice shattered the tranquility. Ah! Hybera jolted awake from her slumber, the blood-red hue in her eyes still uncalmed. She opened her eyes wide, trembling as she clutched her head. What's wrong? Shinsuke, who had been sleeping lightly on the floor beside her, quickly seized his handgun from the pillow, alertly scanning the surroundings before looking at Hybera. Hybera covered her head, her palms damp with sweat, her body shaking, the blanket beneath her becoming subtly damp. Did you have a nightmare? Shinsuke surveyed the area, lowered his gun, and sat beside Hybera, grasping her trembling hand. I dreamt of Jin, Hybera murmured, her pupils constricting, gradually calming down, yet her grip remained clammy. Shinsuke smiled gently, leaning in to embrace the trembling Hybera, who could easily have broken free. It's all right, I'm here. He slowly wiped the sweat from her brow, noticing her blanket was slightly damp, and offered to exchange it with his own. Comforting her, he covered her, holding her hand and resting by her side until she drifted back to sleep. A premonition of dreams? The following morning at Titan Elementary School, in the classroom. It's snowing. As the children beheld the falling snow outside, Mitsuhiko, Genta, and Ayumi beamed with delight. However, the two imposters exchanged uneasy glances, with Yuhi displaying concern as he gripped the trembling Hybera's hand tightly. It's all right, I'm here, Yuhi reassured, locking eyes with the anxious Hybera. After school, the streets were blanketed in a layer of white snow. Ayumi and the others joyfully tossed snowballs, unknowingly passing a familiar pedestrian bridge. A crow perched on the power line, while a black cat in the alley watched intently. The nightmare and reality began to intertwine. Conan observed the restless Hybera, seemingly oblivious to the organization's might, swaggering with an air of invincibility as he toyed with a soccer ball. Yuhi held Hybera's fingertips, attempting to soothe her unease. Coughing, Yuhi remarked, "It still feels somewhat soft." As they approached the intersection, Hybera suddenly halted in her tracks. With a tremor in his gaze, he fixated intently on a black Porsche ahead. His eyes filled with astonishment. Was that the vehicle of Jin? Chapter 69. Because of you, I have begun to dislike my favorite snow beside the highway. The snow on the sidewalk had yet to melt, and snowflakes danced down from the sky. Hybera stared at the Porsche 356 in front of her, her pupils constricting and her breath becoming somewhat erratic. Just as in her dreams, Jin's car had appeared. "What is wrong, Hybra?" Conan inquired, curiosity evident as he glanced at the Porsche 356. He resembled an excited, amorous teddy bear, eagerly watching ahead. "It's the car Jin drives," Yuga exclaimed, gripping Hybra's hand tightly, observing Conan, who was acting like an overly enthusiastic husky while simultaneously calling Dr. Agasa. He retrieved a familiar tool from his pocket, smiling at the foolishly excited Conan, and swiftly unlocked the car door. For a thief, this was a well-honed skill. "Go ahead, do what you wish," Yuga said with a benevolent smile, eyeing the anxious Idagawa Conan. "Just don't leave any traces." Unaware of the unfolding events, Conan, with a delighted expression, dashed towards the car to install a listening device and transmitter. "What are you doing?" Hybra's alarm bells went off as she sensed something amiss, reminiscent of the chilling smile he had when she first met him. Unlike the other children, if he were merely an ordinary high school student, she would let him be, regardless of his youthful recklessness. Yet, as a detective who relished trouble without learning from his mistakes, it was time to teach this young lord an important lesson in life. Yuga coldly declared, holding Hybra's hand, his dark green eyes fixated on Conan inside the car. "Not everyone will indulge you like your parents, Kudo Shinichi." Inside Dr. Agasa's car. "Okay, keep driving forward, just don't tail too closely," Conan said thoughtfully, tracking Jin's vehicle with his surveillance glasses. "It's futile, even if we find their hideout. It won't help. This body is a hindrance. Do you even realize that this behavior is tantamount to courting disaster?" Hybra, sitting in the back with her arms crossed, sighed and opted to advise him. Yuga's lips curved slightly upward as he tugged at Hybra's tense fingertips, shaking his head to signal her to ignore him. "Pisco, Cup House City Hall," Conan quietly repeated Jin's voice from the listening device. "Not good. They've figured us out," Conan shouted, listening to the ensuing silence followed by a cacophony resulting from the device's destruction. "What do we do now? The situation is highly unfavorable. The listening device and transmitter have been discovered, making tracking impossible. Moreover, the chewing gum used to attach the device is in their possession. If they analyze it..." Hybra calmly assessed the situation. "Don't worry. I've destroyed the bite marks. They'll only be able to ascertain the blood type from saliva at most. I wiped all the fingerprints from the car," Conan confidently replied, crossing his arms while staring at Hybra. Hybra glanced at Yuga, who remained silent and stared out the window, sighed and patiently continued speaking to Conan. "In that case, we should keep our distance from their vehicle. Continuing to follow them like this is far too dangerous." "All right. I don't wish to pursue them either. However, I also refuse to back down. I intend to go to the Cup House Hotel and thwart Pisco's assassination plan," Conan declared, eyes closed, exuding confidence. "Is that so? I am unlike you. I have no interest in such abstract notions of justice and do not believe that traveling to such a perilous place will aid our cause," Hybra remarked. "What drug are you referring to?" Hybra suddenly frowned, initially concerned that Conan would be retaliated against by the petty-minded individual beside him. Jin had just mentioned over the phone that the other party was indifferent to using that drug, and Conan sported a somewhat smug smile, clearly intrigued. "In my opinion, it is." Hybra's expression turned uneasy, her pupils slightly constricting. Yuga, who had been leaning against the window, turned to look at Idagawa Conan, his expression unreadable, but his dark green eyes gradually betraying a hint of malice. "You have crossed a line, Kudo Shinichi." By a rarely traversed road near the Cup House City Hotel, the tall figure of Jin leaned against his Porsche, his long silver hair billowing in the falling snow, his eyes beneath the black brim radiating a dangerous excitement. "It seems someone has installed listening devices and transmitters in my car." "How intriguing," Jin chuckled, a cigarette perched between his lips. "Looks like you're slipping, Jin." "To let this happen," remarked a man beside him, a bemused expression on his face. "Just a mouse that sneaked in while I was away. Yet here you are, Yushika. To see you in Tokyo is quite a surprise." Jin smirked slightly. This brand, established in 1763 and exclusively supplied to the royal family by the Queen, is quite fitting. Sentiet? The man had short, dark hair with purple highlights, a bandage covering his left eye, and donned a purple coat adorned with golden butterflies, casually holding a pipe, a gourd of liquor, and a knife at his waist, exuding an air of danger. Vodka gazed gravely at this man, who, like his brother, managed different territories, yet within the organization was known as the most extreme and perilous figure. He had long been involved in subverting regimes in small nations, and his actions in larger countries were equally reckless. Your brother merely operates armed helicopters in Tokyo, but this man dares to fire from a fighter jet in the city. I simply caught wind of an intriguing rumor, Yushika mused, gazing at the sky while holding his pipe in the swirling snow. I wonder if this wind can set the windmill in motion. Jin squinted slightly, observing the enigmatic figure before him, an aura of danger emanating from him. What do you know? Impossible. That matter should not have circulated within the organization yet, Yushika replied. Pisco must be growing increasingly dissatisfied, Yushika noted, turning to Jin with a slight smile, even his bandaged eye revealing a trace of amusement. Though that man was on his last legs, he still possessed a few useful pieces on his chessboard. It seems your standing within the organization is being challenged, Jin. That fellow is eager for a confrontation. The wind fluttered his coat, snowflakes falling gracefully around him as he took a delicate sip, gazing at the distant Cup House Hotel. Nobody starts at the top, Pisco. Let me witness your performance. Chapter 70. Jin is still too reckless. Had I been Conan, I would have perished by now. Inside the Golden Turtle car, the atmosphere felt inexplicably stagnant. Yuga stared at Adagawa Conan with an unervingly calm demeanor, his eyes betraying no emotion, as if gazing upon a corpse. I have yet to speak, Kudo Shinichi. Even he refrains from scolding Hibara, yet you seem so self-assured. Hibara is trying to save you, constantly reminding you. Her concerns extend beyond Jin. She worries for me as well. Yuga's lips curled into a grin, a hint of menace seeping through. Could you please keep your mouth shut, Kudo Shinichi? You keep insisting she stay in the car while you drag her into danger. Though he had not extensively followed the main storyline, he understood that the protagonist never truly faced death while the supporting characters often bore the brunt of the consequences. Indeed, the protagonist acts recklessly, while others suffer the injuries and dangers. You may not care, but some do, Yuga observed Conan, a subtle smile gracing his lips, a shadow of danger flickering in his expression. As you continue to speak, do you believe that merely wiping off fingerprints ensures your safety, revealing only the blood type? Yuha chuckled lightly, noting that the listening device was not of mainland origin. The man known as Jin would never forget a face after seeing it just once. What about the next encounter? Given your reckless tendency to approach the organization at first sight, it would be manageable if it were just you. However, what if you were with that detective Kagoro Mori and Miss Rand during your encounter with the organization? Your time spent together would be considerably longer. If I recall correctly, your blood types are also a match, are they not? Yuha leaned forward, his hand resting on the chair's back, as he drew closer to Conan, his emerald green eyes glinting with coldness. Should Jin discover this device a second time under such circumstances, his gaze would be fixed firmly on Kagoro Mori. A simple investigation into blood types would reveal that 2 out of the 3 individuals in Mori's detective agency share the same blood type as the target. Knowing Jin's character, he would disregard any evidence and would simply shoot each of your companions without hesitation. Do you understand? Conan, glancing at him with a hint of embarrassment, replied, Are you overthinking this? That man will recognize it after just one encounter. Yua's lips curled into a smile as he regarded Adagawa Conan. They were of the same ilk. In front of the Cup House Hotel, inside a Golden Turtle car, Hibara quietly instructed Conan, who was communicating through a phone device while wearing headphones. Keep an eye on him. Hibara looked into Yuha's eyes and realized he was indeed serious. Yuha leaned back in his chair, contemplating Hibara. Ever since that incident in the cinema, he had been aware that his ability to possess others could activate merely by gazing at Hibara. From 14 years ago until now, this was the first time. Could there be a condition that triggers this capability? After pondering for some time without clarity, he chose to dismiss the thoughts and simply admired Hibara's exquisitely refined profile, akin to a work of art. Too bad they were both fragile creations. A fleeting fear of loss washed over him, an emotion he was unaware of, spreading throughout his being. In the Cup House Hotel, Yuha slowly opened his eyes. The room was brightly lit, with tables adorned with flowers and dishes. Nearby, a sign read, Memorial Service for Film Producer Akira Sakaguchi. Yuha remained still, scanning the bustling crowd of well-dressed individuals with his peripheral vision. It seemed he was inside the Cup House Hotel. This posed a dilemma. His weapon options were limited to dining knives, and he was uncertain if the kitchen had any rat poison. Furrowing his brow, he sensed a weariness in his body, noticing the wrinkles forming on his hands as he held a black leather bag. Could it be that this body did not belong to a younger person? Yuha instinctively searched his clothing, feeling a hard bulge in his chest. It appeared to be a small handgun. For self-defense? That didn't seem plausible. He glanced at the staff bustling about on stage, surrounded by a lively crowd still engaged in conversation. With the memorial service yet to commence, he remained unnoticed. It was prudent to ascertain who was speaking. Yuha gently grabbed the arm of a nearby waitress, smiling with a refined air. "Excuse me, miss, could you direct me to the restroom?" In the restroom, which was empty, Yuha gazed into the mirror at his own reflection. His short hair and long beard were already graying, indicating he was likely in his 60s or 70s. Remarkably, this body only conveyed a sense of fatigue. It seemed well-maintained and the identity appeared significant. From his previous experiences of possessing the bodies of CEOs from several internationally renowned companies, he understood that although they often prioritized exercise and wellness, their physical conditions frequently betrayed them. Most were ineffectual against a direct attack, succumbing swiftly. In contrast, this body resembled a seasoned warrior, possessing a resilience and agility that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He felt that using this man's body would require no extraordinary zeal for love. Even in a groggy state, a typical young master could fend off 5 adversaries with ease. This old man was formidable. Yuha entered a stall to examine his belongings. He discovered a Walther pistol equipped with a silencer, a mobile phone, several business cards, and a purple handkerchief. Additionally, there was a laptop, connectors, a capsule, and a small vial containing a liquid that smelled reminiscent of ether. He glanced at the business cards. Kenzo Masuyama, chairman of Masuyama Automobile Company. His primary role within the Lupin organization involved intelligence gathering, occasionally taking on work under a pseudonym on the dark web, assassinations, retrievals, kidnappings, fugitive captures, and undercover investigations. None of these activities pertained to him, as he merely focused on intelligence investigation, earning sums ranging from several million to tens of millions of yen. Compared to the aforementioned tasks, intelligence work offered a higher safety margin and substantial remuneration, allowing him to network with numerous prominent figures in the media industry. He seemed to recall having encountered this name before. Kenzo Masuyama, the chairman of Masuyama Automobile Company, had reportedly expanded his company to dominate nearly 70% of the relevant industry in Tokyo, making him a notable figure in the financial world. Yuha regarded the mobile phone with a smirk. It was curious that someone of such stature would carry a physique and dangerous items akin to a personal bodyguard. Gazing at his own reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was best to avoid drawing attention. If this individual was indeed a member of the organization, detection would spell disaster for him. Chapter 71. What? Detective Conan is a member of the organization? The hall remained vibrant with activity. From a distance, Yuha spotted a familiar face, furrowing his brow before smiling and approaching. According to his intel, a member of the organization codenamed Pisco had infiltrated the Cup House Hotel with the intent to assassinate a certain individual. Given his current age, as a chairman of a large corporation with such a robust physique and firearm in hand, the likelihood of his identity being clean was slim. He was likely Pisco himself. It was time to probe. Yuha Siyu intercepted a passing waiter, smiling. "Hello, could you bring me a glass of vermouth?" At the edge of the hall, as he approached what appeared to be a disguised vermouth, Yuha held the glass and exuded a grandfatherly warmth. "Good day, Miss Chris Vineyard." The woman before him had long, light golden curls, a stern facial structure, and pale gray eyes, seductive, composed, and shrouded in an air of mystery. "Mr. Masuyama, it's been a while." Chris Vineyard greeted him with a smile, feigning unfamiliarity. Seizing the moment with no one around, Yuha locked his gaze onto hers, a slight smile playing on his lips as he whispered, "Are you familiar with the high school detective Shinichi Kudo?" If memory served him right, Vermouth had remained in America during previous intelligence investigations concerning the organization. Now, with someone resembling her appearing in Tokyo and participating in Jin's operation, it likely pertained to her goddaughter and godson. He cast a fleeting glance at Vermouth, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes before returning to calmness. Indeed, her gaze was peculiar, confirming the intelligence from before was accurate. The American actress Chris Vineyard was merely a facade for Vermouth. You refer to that individual known as the savior of the Japanese police, Kudo Shinichi. Hasn't he perished? Vermouth smiled at Pisco, pondering why this old fellow brought up Kudo Shinichi, as if he had uncovered something. Did Jin inform you? Yuha Sisuk slowly began to speak, observing her reaction. She seemed unfazed, despite the news of Kudo Shinichi's death not being absent from the media. Officially, Kudo was reported missing, and only those within the organization were privy to his demise. In other words, Vermouth would not disclose this to outsiders unless they were one of their own. It appeared that Pisco was indeed one of them. With the intelligence acquired, it was time to withdraw. No more beating around the bush, Pisco, Vermouth interrupted. A hint of impatience creeping in, perhaps even a trace of anxiety. Do you doubt that he is dead? Nothing of the sort, merely noticing some intriguing matters. Yuha Sisuk replied with a smile, suggesting they consider collaborating. As Jin was still rather young, the identity was confirmed. It was crucial to pinpoint vulnerabilities, and Vermouth's Achilles heel was glaringly obvious. Trouble for Kudo Shinichi would suffice. Reflecting on the organization's assassination plans, the silenced pistol coupled with that purple handkerchief suggested a method of assassination that muffled the sound while using the handkerchief to reduce the flash. A direct assassination would be too conspicuous, yet employing such a tactic remained viable. It was akin to a certain bald assassin, taking aim at other objects to create an accidental death. The ornate European chandelier was particularly conspicuous. What are you saying? Vermouth furrowed her brow, feigning ignorance with a serious demeanor. Those who knew Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran were his angels should not exist in this world. It was merely information gleaned from that gentleman. Pisco, leading the charge against Jin, presumed she was a neutral party who entered the organization around the same time. Yuha glanced at the purple handkerchief in her hand, adopting a benign expression, and continued with a smile. I accidentally dropped my handkerchief. May I borrow yours, Miss Chris? That's quite enough for now. In the hall, a small blue figure appeared beside the dining table. He revealed his signature false smile, softening his footsteps and leaning behind the young detective, watching as he conversed through his earpiece. Since Jin mentioned silencing him before capture, it implied he was indeed a member of the organization. Conan audaciously whispered into his earpiece, observing the heavily guarded politician Sumakuchi Shigehiko dealing with reporters not far away. Don't worry, I just altered my voice in the restroom and called Officer Magyar. I told him someone would take that politician's life at the venue. His eyes sparkled with excitement. After hanging up, he opened the cap of his watch-shaped tranquilizer gun, taking aim at Sumakuchi Shigehiko, grinning confidently. Pisco, what will you do? Your target is surrounded by the police. I don't believe you can pull the trigger. If you attempt to cause a scene, I'll shoot you with my tranquilizer. Pisco, Yuha Sisuk, perked up, a dark expression crossing his face. He gazed at Kudo Shinichi, who nonchalantly displayed his tranquilizer watch before a large crowd. Is this what you rely on against my formidable pistol? Yuha pondered, realizing exposing Jin's identity and the existence of the organization would indicate someone had aided in creating the device. Dr. Agasa had been sold out, and if the police were alerted, Officer Magyar would be compromised too. Furthermore, knowing the phrase regarding taking the politician's life suggested Jin's vehicle was also being monitored. He had inadvertently uncovered the true target of the mission. Conan Kuin, so you truly are not one of the organization? In the few minutes he stood there, the information he gathered likely surpassed what Conan had acquired since he shrank. I'm sorry, Hybera, I was wrong. I knew Kudo Shinichi was somewhat reckless, but I didn't expect him to be this reckless. His expression darkened as he recalled that without him, it would be Adagawa and Hybera appearing at the venue. Please, if Adagawa and Rant's godmother is here, wouldn't only Hybera be in danger? The more he thought, the darker his expression became, his fingers rubbing together. He smiled at the brooding Conan beside him. Kudo Shinichi, I shall be more gentle. Chapter 72, is the safest place truly the most dangerous place? Inside the Cup House Hotel, Yuha, having acquired all the intelligence, paid little heed to the ostentatious Conan. Better to let his godmother worry about it. Fortunately, 10 minutes would suffice. Silently, Yuha slipped out of the hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he borrowed a phone from the front desk and inquired about any unused wine cellars in the hotel. After learning that there was indeed such a place in the adjacent old building, he hurried to a nearby phone booth to make a call. Hybera, it's me. I've switched into this body. Yuha opened with the old password, which would lead most to think he was mad. The code. Dead fish-eyed Hybera. Sprite and chocolate bars are the best, he said, donning a grandfatherly expression without any psychological burden, as it was not his own embarrassment. What's going on? Lady Hybera handed the communication device to Dr. Agasa and inquired. Do you know of any methods to temporarily restore his original body? Yuha asked. Lady Hybera whispered, giving him a piercing glare. Why do you ask that? Open the window and throw it outside. All right. A moment later, Yuha, exuding the aura of an organization member, approached the golden turtle car, nearly startling radar. Only after greeting with a smile did he receive a disdainful glance from the lady. He observed Sumakuchi Shigehiko, isolated under heavy police protection, and glanced at the enormous chandelier above, his face nearly turning the color of Hattori Heiji's under pressure from Conan and the police. Well, Conan and the police, is this the outcome of such a configuration? Did they believe it was safe beneath the chandelier? This country was doomed. Fortunately, his heart remained a vibrant hue of red. Yuha glanced at the position of the young Conan, feeling the ether and handkerchief in his pocket. Bang! All the lights went out. Everyone's attention turned to the stage. Distinguished guests and friends, let us now enjoy the slides that Director Jukan kept private during his lifetime. The host, Naomichi Maikura, held the microphone, smiling at the audience, seemingly unaware of his perfect assist. Guests, do any of you recognize who this is and where this footage was taken? I'm not sure about the location, but I know a good show is about to unfold. Right, Diana? He looked up at the chandelier, its fluorescent paint nearly blinding him. Below, Sumakuchi was crossing his arms, staring ahead. Yuha pondered whether to kill or not. It was indeed a dilemma. The politician, judging by the reporter's barrage and his own sweat, likely had significant issues about to be exposed. Given the style of these scoundrels, corruption, bribery, and abuse of power were all plausible, and certainly topics of interest to the press. The organization seeks to assassinate him, indicating that he possesses considerable knowledge about their affairs, perhaps even being a member himself. Given the organization style and that of Jin, it is almost certain they have contingency plans in place. Should Pisco and Vermouth fail in their attempt, Jin and his accomplice will likely take action, as he prefers to orchestrate rather than engage directly. From this perspective, it is reasonable to assume that, aside from Jin's duo, there exists an additional two-person sniper team outside. Including himself, there are at least 5 members of the organization involved. It is inevitable that the organization will attempt to kill him, and upon exiting, he will likely be apprehended by the police for protection and investigation. Based on his understanding of Tokyo's rather ineffective police force, if he were not a part of the escort mission, the likelihood of swallowing death would be exceedingly high, as Kudo Shinichi is too clever for the organization. If he delays too long inside, drawing Jin and his team in could complicate matters for both himself and Kudo. The mortality rate for swallowing death is nearly 90%. Thus, he must minimize the number of organization members within the Cup House Hotel to prevent them from discovering Kudo and disrupting their subsequent plans. Therefore, the next course of action becomes clear. Eliminate Tsumukata Tomohiko, divert the organization's members, and then engage in amicable negotiations with Kudo Shinichi. With the objective firmly established, Yuga swiftly drew his pistol, wrapping it in a purple handkerchief as he glanced at a seemingly overweight journalist nearby, who was holding a camera. What a waste for a journalist to consume so much. Taking advantage of the moment when no photographs were being taken, he pressed the wrapped weapon down with his left hand, squinting slightly as he aimed at the chandelier through a gap in the crowd illuminated by the projector's light. Bang! The sound of the bullet being fired resonated, and the crystal chandelier came crashing down. Yuga took a quick glance and then retreated. All was well. He could now enjoy the feast. He casually tossed the handkerchief beneath the dining table. The lights quickly illuminated the room. What had occurred? Officer Magyar, accompanied by other police personnel, soon arrived to attend to the now lifeless Tsumukata. The distinguished guests surrounding them appeared largely indifferent to the fate of a mere politician. Some continued to eat fried rice, while others, after a calm analysis, speculated that the chandelier had simply fallen, hastily departing from the ominous venue. What peculiar individuals did you observe? A police investigator approached Yuga for inquiries. I saw nothing. Bah! A composed older gentleman spat out a piece of chandelier debris onto the ground, vocally expressing his dissatisfaction with the fried rice. Humph, what a terrible dish. Where is the chef? Yuga squinted, momentarily thinking the man was mocking him. Nonchalantly, he picked up a second purple handkerchief prepared by Vermouth, retrieved the chandelier fragment that the fried rice man had spat out, and placed it in a flower pot on the table. Casting a furtive glance at Conan, who was stealthily hiding beneath the adjacent table, he felt a tinge of fortune. The handkerchief he had just used to fire was fortuitously encountered by Conan. However, the chandelier fragment was not in his possession, which was not a significant issue. Yuga scanned the vicinity for Vermouth, gradually passing by her as they brushed shoulders. With a tone of intrigue, he whispered, "If you wish to learn about Kudo Shinichi's whereabouts, meet me on the rooftop in an hour and a half, Vermouth." Chapter 73, Conan, it's time to retreat. Outside, Muri Kaguru is in a frenzy. Tom slipped away second by second. Officer Magyar, drenched in cold sweat, could no longer withstand the pressure from the numerous capitalists who were not necessarily human and chose to release the detainee. The throngs of people quickly surged from the interior to the front desk. In such a dense crowd, any individual attempting to move against the tide would be overwhelmed like an ant against a great tree. Yuga observed that Conan seemed to be inquiring about the purple handkerchief with the front desk staff, causing the already diminutive figure of Conan to completely vanish from sight. A slight smile crept onto his lips. There were not many holding the purple handkerchief, indeed a clue, but alas, it was a bit too late. The chaotic crowd soon enveloped Conan, preventing any chance of escape. Amidst the throng, Yuga, maintaining a stoic expression, retrieved a handkerchief soaked in ether, mimicking Conan's earlier actions against the hapless Muri Kaguru. Covering his nose, he feigned a feint, effortlessly lifting Muri with fluid motions, exuding an air of extreme indifference. This tale teaches us that frequent use of anesthetics inevitably leads to being anesthetized. With a smile, Yuga embraced Conan as though he were a benevolent grandfather cradling his grandchild. Holding the black bag, he entered the restroom. He changed into a uniform he had pilfered from other rooms, placing the unconscious schoolboy into a prepared small cart. Cheerfully, he hummed a little tune from his hometown. "I am a courier, skilled in my craft. I must incapacitate that little Conan." Moments later, within the old section of the Cup House Hotel, Yuga entered an empty wine cellar he had recently discovered, casually discarding the anesthetized elementary student. Ring, ring, ring. He picked up the phone with a hint of caution. "Hello?" A deep, raspy voice responded. "How goes the mission?" "It is resolved. No one noticed me." "Understood. We shall withdraw." "Very well." Yuga hung up, retrieving his handheld computer to connect to the operational phone. Upon opening the computer, he discovered it was password protected, a most irritating predicament as he detested anyone other than himself using passwords. Yuga glanced at Conan, pondering, well, this tool will be useful to you. To prevent the young student from turning the tables, he had conveniently taken his voice modulator, enhanced soccer shoes, and anesthetic syringe. From a nearby shelf, he picked up a bottle of Baijiu, sprinkling some antidote within, placing it in an easily accessible location. With a benevolent smile, Yuga slowly exited the wine cellar, closing the door behind him. Now it was merely a matter of waiting. Inside the wine cellar, Conan struggled to open his eyes, clutching his head. "Damn, my head hurts. Where am I?" He opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing pain, and attempted to move. It appeared he still retained some mobility. His wristwatch and earpiece seemed untouched, though his shoes and butterfly-shaped voice modulator were missing. Had he been discovered by the organization's members? Supporting himself against the ground, Conan glanced at the small cart and cardboard box nearby. Rubbing his eyes, he assessed his surroundings with a serious expression. It seemed evident that he was here because the other party had to depart for some reason, and they had done so in a great hurry. Encouraging himself, Conan prepared to attempt a breakout through the door. Minutes later, after repeated unsuccessful attempts to escape, Conan leaned against the door, his energy waning, but he noticed the handheld computer on the table. Although he had not yet escaped, he was still filled with excitement as he stared at the device. Finally, "I've got you." A sweet voice echoed in his ear through the earpiece. "Kudo?" He felt a cold demeanor from the other side as he pressed the earpiece. Hearing Hyber's voice, after some exchanges, he inquired about possible passwords for the locked computer. Moments later, they successfully cracked the password. Conan took out the disk he had previously obtained from the doctor, which was used for storing games, saving the data before planning his next escape attempt. When he had checked earlier, the door had been locked shut. Conan scrutinized the fireplace, weighing his small frame against the possibility of squeezing through. It seemed even sideways, he would not fit. Decisively, he abandoned this route. He pondered, gripping his chin, his gaze intensifying as it settled on the Baijiu on the shelf. Since it had previously allowed him to enlarge temporarily, it was worth a gamble. 20 minutes later, Yuga Haruki, standing outside, listened intently to the sounds within, cautiously retreating to grant Conan a moment to react. He then approached the wine cellar, his footsteps heavy and unrestrained, resonating through the vast corridor with increasing intensity. With a pistol in hand and a benevolent smile adorning his face, he appeared almost kind-hearted. Upon entering the wine cellar, he found it deserted. The handheld computer on the table seemed to have been tampered with. White liquor was spilled, flowing incessantly onto the floor. Yuga placed a small amplification device at the entrance, brandishing his gun and voice modulator as he inched toward the fireplace, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The sounds of heavy breathing and a racing heartbeat intensified the thrill of the moment. "Brother, Pisco mentioned that Kudo Shinichi is here," he said, mimicking vodka with a low voice. Using the attached amplifier, he then imitated Jin, saying, "That little brat is lucky, but he can run from the monk, but not the temple. Call Pisco to guard the door. We'll check other rooms." "Understood, brother." After concluding the rehearsal, Yuga casually shot at the computer and phone, spilling the remaining liquor on top. With the voice modulator and the extracted syringe in hand, he distanced himself from the scene. Inside the fireplace, Kudo Shinichi was curled up, gasping for breath. Though the liquor had enlarged his body, consuming an entire bottle left him in a dazed state, suffering immensely. Listening to Jin utter his name, a wave of dread washed over him. He shut his eyes, breathing heavily, the winter chill allowing him to see the mist escaping his mouth in the dimness of the fireplace. If they found him, people like Ran, Dr. Agasa, and Uncle Mori would be killed by the organization. There was no time. He had to escape swiftly. Struggling, he crawled up the fireplace, inching toward the ceiling. His body faltered as he reached the rooftop, hands bracing against the ground, gasping for air while urging himself to flee. He felt a semblance of security with the tranquilizer watch in his pocket. Snow blanketed the rooftop. Chapter 74. The mischievous Kudo Shinichi needs a lesson. On the rooftop of the old Kabuto Hotel, the falling snow transformed the ground into a silvery expanse. He supported his head in contemplation, considering that from the original plot, Vermouth's indulgence towards Conan could allow her to remain within the organization as a covert link. The only concern was the nature of Vermouth's relationship with Mayano Shiho. Yuga rubbed his temples, recalling how he had been too engrossed in Conan's antics to remember any pertinent details beyond her being Conan's godmother. Frowning, he lamented why he hadn't clarified matters when he initially investigated the organization, only gathering essential intelligence. A miscalculation, yet it was of little consequence now. He inspected his firearm with a smile, contemplating the need to gently educate Kudo Shinichi before eliminating Vermouth. Even if the latter did not come to fruition, he must divert Vermouth's attention to the enlarged Kudo Shinichi rather than the diminutive Conan. Peering out at the empty rooftop, he glanced at his watch, feeling a twinge of impatience. Time was running short before his rendezvous with Vermouth. Where was Kudo Shinichi? His stamina and endurance were lacking. This small frame truly wouldn't withstand Ran, that Super Saiyan, he meant to say, wouldn't be able to withstand her wrath. The sound of someone kicking open a chimney echoed from afar. Yuga smiled as he observed the trembling figure of Kudo Shinichi emerge, now on the ground, gasping for breath. According to Hybera, the process of enlarging and shrinking also had a healing effect on bodily injuries. How splendid! His lips curled into a slight grin, excitement glimmering in his eyes as he approached the turned-away Kudo Shinichi, ready to impart a stern lesson. As for his method of instruction, Yuga raised his pistol, a hint of crimson flickering in his pupils, and aimed at the shoulder of the half-kneeling, breathless Kudo Shinichi. With a resounding bang, the bullet pierced Kudo Shinichi's left shoulder, shock flooding his eyes. What could be more memorable than experiencing it firsthand? Conan-kun, I shall be gentle for your first time. Just a little touch. Embracing his deranged persona to convincingly portray Yuga Haruki, he slowly advanced toward the struggling Kudo Shinichi, growing increasingly exhilarated. His expression took on a sinister delight. Kudo Shinichi? No. You ought to be called Edagawa Conan now. Matsuyama Kenzo, so it was you, Kudo Shinichi said, half squinting, trembling as he covered his wounded shoulder, collapsing to the ground. I never imagined you not only survived Jin's attack but also shrank unexpectedly. How fascinating. Without hesitation, Yuga aimed at Kudo Shinichi's left leg, deliberately avoiding the artery, and fired decisively. Bang! Kudo Shinichi's pupils dilated as crimson blood began to flow from his left leg. Before I end your life, tell me, who are your accomplices? There is no way you could have restored your body without assistance. Entering fully into his character as Pisco, Yuga grinned wickedly, observing the desperate Kudo Shinichi attempting to flee. Aiming again, he shot at the right shoulder, following up with a kick to the left leg, relishing the sight of his eyes filled with fear. Unless that Shiratori is near you, and she provided you with the means to enlarge. Kudo Shinichi's pupils constricted, his body trembling uncontrollably, nearly forgetting how to breathe out of sheer terror. His mind went blank as the cold and the imminent threat of death caused his body temperature to plummet. Your childhood friend is named Muriran, isn't she? Yuga's gaze turned fervent, suppressing his excitement as he calmly regarded Kudo Shinichi, raising his gun to fire at his left arm, watching him tremble at the mention of Ran's name. Mori Kagoro, Dr. Agasa, the Kudo couple, and that Heiji Hattori from Osaka, the only son of Hattori Heizo. How did you uncover our secrets? Kudo Shinichi's breath hitched, his voice trembling, despair coursing through him. We are omnipotent, Yuga paused, smiling. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where Shiratori is, and I can spare your companions, only killing you. The chilling atmosphere combined with the terror of exposure made it difficult for Kudo Shinichi, who had never faced death so closely, to think clearly. He instinctively trembled, his right hand stealthily slipping into his pocket. I don't know anyone named Shiratori. Kudo Shinichi gasped greedily for air, silently plotting as he awaited his approach. Damn it, even Dr. Agasa has been discovered by these men in black. Kudo Shinichi struggled to breathe, staring down the dark barrel of the gun, instinctively shutting his eyes. Am I to meet my end here? Despair enveloped him as he felt his body grow cold, fear fully consuming him, rendering him immobile. Has Hybra been facing these guys all along? Ran, Mom, it seems I can't see you again. If you disclose her whereabouts, I'll allow you to live under my protection. I have long held grievances against Jin. What do you say, Kudo Shinichi? As Yuga kept an eye on his surroundings, he aimed at Kudo Shinichi, his lips curling into a slight smirk. Unlike the previous jest, if your answer does not please me, then death awaits. Kudo Shinichi clutched the wound on his body, leaning sideways against the ground. He raised his head and, surprisingly, began to laugh, his voice trembling and intermittent. My life is truly worthless, even a stranger holds more value than I do. Yuga slowly smiled, approaching him with evident satisfaction. Checkmate. Kudo Shinichi managed to smile, striving to turn his body and retrieve the tranquilizer watch from his pocket, pressing the button tightly and launching it towards Yuga. The grinning Pisco, Yuga, employed ventriloquism, gazing at Kudo Shinichi, who looked bewildered at the tranquilizer watch while casually pinching the tranquilizer needle in his hand. To single-handedly wage war against the organization, you truly possess courage, remarked Yuga Haruki, crouching down to observe Kudo Shinichi as footsteps echoed behind him. Learn well, Kudo Shinichi. There will be no next time. Detecting a strong odor of alcohol, Yuga disregarded Kudo Shinichi, casually placing a capsule and a voice modulator into his hands. Supporting Kudo Shinichi with both hands, he looked into his eyes, which gleamed with intense malice. Do not act recklessly again. Be grateful to Shiho. I have encountered too many self-righteous individuals like you. Bang! Before Yuga could finish his sentence, a dangerous aura emerged from behind, followed by the sound of gunfire. Chapter 75. Who are you talking about, washing machine? Caught off guard by the sudden bullet from behind, Yuga hastily tossed Kudo Shinichi into the chimney, only to be shot himself before he could react. He rolled, drew his gun and fired back. Bang! Squinting at the figure behind him. 10 seconds later, Belmod, are you betraying the organization? Yuga leaned against the wall, gun raised, staring at the stairwell. From a distance, he could already smell the potent scent of death that was reminiscent of apples, never expecting her to fire so decisively. Considering the time, Hybra should have notified Professor Agasa to come and take Kudo away. Yuga smirked. There were still 4 bullets left. Aiming at the doorway, he fired 4 shots in quick succession, switching out the magazine. Clutching his injured left arm, he pressed against the wall. Pisco? Belmod feigned a puzzled expression. Why are you here? I thought someone had taken you hostage, which is why I fired so quickly. Yuga chuckled softly, shooting 2 rounds towards the door, hearing a cold snort in response. Wasn't Shiho blown to bits already? Ha! Belmod gazed intently at the wall, regarding the old man. Enough. Let's talk, she said, stepping out with a smile, hands raised high, as if surrendering. Yuga narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the gun she held aloft, ready to fire at any moment, while her pant legs and chest bulged slightly. Was it a gun or explosives? Was she carrying an arsenal? Surrender? Don't be absurd. The angle at which this woman stands would place her right at the pipeline. With a single shot, she could launch an assault from there, leaving me completely exposed. She shouldn't be so brazenly confident in her surrender. She must have a backup plan. Yet, with Kudo Shinichi as bait, she wouldn't dare provoke the organization. Perhaps her people are still on standby? Cunning woman. The earlier individual, Belmod observed as Yuga lowered his gun, also holstering her own, casting a glance towards the direction of the fireplace. Kudo Shinichi? Indeed, he was originally a gift for Jin, but unfortunately you let him slip away, Yuga said, narrowing his eyes, exuding an imposing aura as he regarded Belmod. How could I be blamed? Wasn't it you who let him go? Belmod replied with a smirk, amused by the elderly man's demeanor, whose presence rivaled even that of Jin. I didn't expect to misjudge someone like you. Belmod. Yuga smiled, hands in pockets, appearing harmless. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. If you wish for them to survive, my age is advancing, I can no longer be content with the status quo. I seek to ascend further. You shall decide. At over 70, he was still taking matters into his own hands, while the younger Belmod and Jin remained on standby. Perhaps his own position was inferior to theirs. Yet, the elderly man's thirst for power was substantial. Since Belmod had no doubts, he might as well play the role of a contender for power in this manner. Belmod gazed at Yuga with some exasperation. This old man spoke in riddles, just as he did when dealing with Jin and her. If she were to reveal anything, it was vague at best. Yet, in the silence, she had already pinpointed her vulnerabilities, directing her focus towards her beloved Aoko. If news of Kudo Shinichi's survival were to leak, it would be nearly impossible for them to survive. What had happened to Shinichi? Who had rescued him? Where was he now? All these pieces of information remained elusive. Checkmate. Then Belmod conceded after a moment's hesitation, but I cannot provide you with much assistance. I can only maintain neutrality. They will not allow me to side with either you or Jin. As for information, my contacts in Tokyo will assist you as circumstances permit. There was not a hint of uncertainty in his navigation, nor any indication of ignorance regarding the whereabouts of other organization members. And what of Kudo Shinichi? Belmod inquired, narrowing her eyes. What Kudo Shinichi? Yuga frowned, looking at her with confusion, a smirk forming. I merely saw a strange boy interacting with the assassination target at the restaurant and came to investigate. However, he seems unrelated to the target. Is there an issue? No. No issue at all, Belmod responded, momentarily taken aback, but quickly resumed her smile. How thick-skinned you are. Quite the presence and extensive experience. The members of the organization truly are fascinating. If Jin cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye, then Pisco, a veteran since the organization's inception, seems willing to do anything for sufficient benefits. The man behind the curtain must be finding his role increasingly difficult to maintain. Pisco appeared poised to challenge for a position in the limelight. Takasuji Shinsuke assumed Pisco was merely a useful elderly tiger, but he might find himself pricked by his own claws. Inside, the place was deserted with no trace of Kudo Shinichi. Aside from the discarded waiteress uniform on the floor, nothing remained. After turning the room upside down, he came across 3 bottles of what was known as the water of life, spiritus. This Polish-made distilled vodka boasts an alcohol content of 96, making it the strongest and most potent liquor in the world, exceeding even the alcohol content of hospital-grade disinfectants. In emergencies, it can serve as a disinfectant due to its low flash point and high flammability. Yuga smiled as he poured 2 bottles of the water of life onto Kudo Shinichi's discarded clothing. Indeed, this was a fine substance. Upon opening the door, he casually lit a cigarette with a lighter and tossed it beside the clothing before turning to leave. Boom! A massive flame erupted from the room, with the combustible materials from the wine cellar and fresh air flooding in. Billowing black smoke poured forth, engulfing the entire room. Moments later, with an air of elegance, Yuga, having pilfered an oil-soaked rag from the now-abandoned kitchen, began crafting a delightful cocktail to celebrate his encounter with the organization members. First, he poured 2/3 of the bottle of water of life, then filled it with gasoline up to the neck of the bottle. Adding flour would release high heat, ensuring a warm taste. He included sugar and peanut butter to extend the burn time, displaying remarkable ingenuity. Finally, he added detergent, lubricating oil, and soap shavings to enhance the cocktail's stickiness, allowing the drinker to appreciate the creator's thoughtful intentions. He stuffed the oil-soaked rag into the bottle, corked it, and smiled. A bottle of incredibly delicious Molotov cocktail was now complete. May they enjoy it. Chapter 76. When gin and tanks become equivalents in the kitchen of the hotel, Yuha gazed at the delectable cocktail in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. None of his seasoned acquaintances had ever uttered a word of disapproval regarding this concoction. Why? Because it bore a trivial nickname, homemade Molotov cocktail. During the Second World War, when the Soviet Union invaded Finland, Finnish soldiers found themselves outnumbered and outgunned. In the face of the Soviet Red Army's tanks, they ingeniously embraced the spirit of using whatever resources were at hand, adopting the incendiary weapon invented by the Soviet-supported Republicans during the Spanish Civil War. In response to international condemnation for the bombings of Finnish cities and civilians by Soviet aircraft using incendiary bombs, Soviet Foreign Minister Molotov declared that their planes had not dropped bombs on the Finnish people but had rather airdropped bread. Indeed, they were engaged in humanitarian aid, much like the actions of the United States in the subsequent 50 years. Thus, Finnish military and civilians began referring to the Soviet incendiary bombs as Molotov bread baskets and dubbed their homemade incendiary devices Molotov cocktails, employing them to greet Soviet tanks. The Finnish military subsequently mass-produced these bottles for hand or slingshot deployment. These devices were not only simple to use but also devastatingly effective, with flames so fierce that even water could not extinguish them, making them ideal for welcoming certain acquaintances. Contemplating this, Yuha pursed his lips, suddenly struck by a thought. If Jin were still at the entrance and he were to welcome him in the style of the Finns, would that not make Jin a tank as well? He felt a peculiar sensation. Tucking the cocktail securely, he soon arrived at the entrance of the cup house, just in time to see the fire department battling flames at the old building. Beside a car, Belmont stood grinning at him, a dangerous gaze fixating on him. Squinting, Yuha scanned the area but saw no members of other organizations. Well, let us go, he thought, preparing to get in the car when he inadvertently glanced up at a rooftop, narrowing his eyes slightly. Was he being watched? On the rooftop, a man wearing dark sunglasses and clutching a .24 sniper rifle observed Pisku Yuha through his scope, causing a cold sweat to break out over him. Was this old fellow really that perceptive? A voice echoed in his ear. Retreat. Not far from the cup house, in a Porsche 356, Jin watched the vigilant figure of Pisku Yuha on the moving surveillance screen, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems you can leave Tokyo now, Yusuke. Takasuji Shinsuke observed the screen with a cold smile, raising his smoking pipe. Although the man had not entirely lost his vigilance, his ability to discern was rather lacking. The phone rang. Jin answered, a sardonic smile on his face as he listened to the voice on the other end. What's the matter, Kambari? Besides that photo, is there anything else? Have you sorted out that mess? Yamamoto, now deceased, had been dealt with, and as for the subsequent matters, the police would likely be unable to trace the drug dealers. On the other end of the line, a somewhat plump Kambari fiddled with a camera in his car. Glancing down at the image of Pisku firing, a smile forming on his lips, seemingly unfazed by Jin's sarcasm. I still need to stay here for a few days to handle the situation. Hey! Kambari noticed Jin hanging up the phone rather swiftly, rolling his eyes as he opened his inbox to check his messages. For emails listed from bottom to top as Pisku, Belmod, Yusuke, Kambari. A message arrived quickly, replace Pisku as soon as possible. As Kambari typed, the sound of Seven Sun's song rang from the keys. Understood, sir. The phone was quickly answered, a deep voice resonating. Well done, Kambari. Make sure to get along well with Yusuke. You are both my subordinates. Keep me informed of any developments. Understood, Lord Rum. The somewhat plump Kambari smiled, lips pressed together. Inside the Porsche 356, Takasuji Shinsuke smiled at Jin, who appeared somewhat displeased. Why the disdain for him? It's rather annoying to have a traitor like Kambari as your operative member. Jin lowered his head to light a cigarette, gazing out the window. Be careful. That type can bite you back one day, just as he did to Pisku. Brother, what does he mean? Vodka, who had been silent in the front, looked back at Jin after Takasuji had left. Kambari is likely Rum's man, Jin replied, smoking as he squinted at the car window. Pisku is truly after Rum's intelligence position. If I'm not mistaken, the rumors about Pisku and me in the organization were also spread by Rum. Today's assassination plot against Pisku is likely Rum's scheme. No matter how he struggles, he only faces a dead end. Brother, what kind of treachery is this among our own? Vaka exclaimed, frustrated. Drive. The organization is too vast. Especially given his position. It's far more comfortable to remain in the action team. Internal strife among our ranks is simply vexing. Near the abandoned building by the Taina River, the car gradually came to a halt. This base is the organization's new stronghold. I haven't informed you yet. Jan and the others should have arrived. You go down first. I'll park the car. It's too conspicuous. Casting a glance around the empty riverside. The dilapidated shell of a building seemed oddly out of place. Much like a disheveled vagabond scratching at his foot while embracing the stunning form of Belmod. Understood. I'll get out first. He waved his sleeve, thoughtfully leaving the incendiary bottle inside the car before opening the door and stepping out. You ask about the alliance agreement with Belmod? This is just to celebrate with a special bottle of wine. Chapter 77. Betrayal is like a woman's adornment. The sun was nearing the horizon. The golden rays of the setting sun illuminated the ground. Having exited the vehicle, Yuha tucked his hands into his pockets as he approached the building. As he drew closer, the edifice became increasingly distinct. It appeared to be an old three-story structure, surrounded by refuse. The plain, rough cement walls were adorned with ivy that had grown over time, with glass windows peeking through the gaps in the leaves. The dark gray iron drainage pipe was reduced to a mere half, and the rainwater had worn small pits into the cement edges, leaving behind rust with a reddish hue. Yuha gazed at the corroded iron door, feeling the weight of his weapon in his pocket, fully loaded and ready. He was simply waiting to enter the organization's base and take a few more lives, deeming it worthwhile. Delving deeper into the building, he found it empty. However, a sliver of light emanated from the gap of the door leading to the basement stairs. He held his breath and cautiously approached, squinting slightly. Slowly, he pushed open the rusted door. A brilliant beam of light instantly engulfed his vision. Moments earlier, near the De Tomaso not far from the building. Belmod leaned back in her seat, glancing at the message from her subordinate Kambari that had just arrived while she awaited at the restaurant entrance. A faint smile flickered across her face. Pisku, alliances are fragile. Betrayal is akin to a woman's adornment, is it not? Have I captured Pisku's weakness? Is exposure necessary? Attached was a photo showing Pisku in the dark, a gun barrel covered with a handkerchief emitting a faint glow. She then retrieved a pack of blue Aishi cigarettes from her pocket, pinching one slender stick. As she lit it, a light fragrance wafted through the car. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden rap on the car window roused Belmod from her reverie, and she frowned as she looked over. Long time no see, Belmod. Takasuji Shinsuke held up his smoking pipe, offering a faint smile toward Belmod inside the car. Having extricated oneself from Jin's grasp, Vermouth lowered the car window, showing no intention of stepping out. He was already aware that Jinbali was under my command, and I suppose Rum was still reveling in overcoming his old rival while positioning pawns around me. Takasuji Shinsuke remarked with a wistful smile as he gazed at the building, lamenting only the fate of Pisco. Was his utility truly limited to this? Vermouth teased with the familiarity of an old friend, entirely disregarding the fact that she was the one most eager to eliminate Pisco. Every individual holds their purpose. The organization is not short of members. Yet the number of usable codenames is indeed scant, Takasuji mused, his nose twitching slightly as a potent whiff of pure tobacco wafted from within the car. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Vermouth. Have you switched to Marlboro? Vermouth glanced down at the cigarette in her hand, a Korean brand, specifically designed for female consumers with its low-tar blend, its flavor exceedingly mild. She frowned in contemplation, recalling that Pisco had been smoking something similar. Suddenly, she grasped the seat tightly, twisting her body to look at the back seat. A cigarette was nearly burnt out. Beside it lay a bottle. Vermouth's pupils constricted sharply as flames erupted from the bottle's mouth. Boom! The distant building erupted in a violent explosion, followed by a blinding flash from within the inky structure. The entire edifice trembled violently before collapsing. The De Tomaso, too, remained engulfed in fierce flames, followed by a series of explosions. Boom! The relentless detonations echoed between the car and the building. Takasuji Shinsuke crouched on the ground near the wreckage of the car, where the fate of the unconscious Vermouth remained uncertain, thick black smoke billowing around them. Her fingers twitched slightly. Near the cup house, Higa Harasuk awoke in his cab, clutching his head, the intense light still stinging his eyes. His body felt unscathed. After such a massive explosion, he hadn't even had time to register the impact before being reduced to mere fragments. Though he hadn't anticipated that woman would adhere to the agreement, he hadn't expected her to act so decisively. Avoiding a gunfight entirely, she opted to bury the building in explosives. How careless. It seemed she held a significant regard for Kudo Shinichi, willing to act ruthlessly against her allies. However, thanks to this, even if Vermouth survived the incendiary bottle, she would likely struggle to move freely for some time. Now was the opportune moment to gather intelligence. It was essential to ascertain the level of threat that individual posed to Hybra. What's the situation? Higa inquired, focusing intently on Hybra. With her dead fish-like eyes, Higa felt he had done nothing significant. Nothing much, just returned the bullet that might have been meant for Kudo Shinichi. Was that satisfying? I hope he learns a lesson. That great detective, Higa said, pulling out his phone to search for news reports. Ah, what a rare occurrence. Higa-san pressed his forehead, staring at the newly uploaded photo of the cup house, where a corner depicted him, gun in hand, firing. Although somewhat unclear, this evidence should suffice for the organization. How unfortunate. That evening, at Agasa's residence, in any case, I informed Ran that you were with me. Tomorrow, I'll have Harasuke accompany AI to explain your temporary departure. You can rest easy here, Dr. Agasa said, sipping coffee, a smile on his face as he looked at Adagawa Conan, swaddled like a dumpling in bed. That was a close call, Conan muttered, his crescent-shaped eyes drooping. Had it not been for Pisco's connection to Hybra, and his bullets narrowly missing my vital spots, I might have ceased to exist in this world. That's good to know. Great detective, Hybra, dressed in a deep red sweater and cropped pants, holding a cup of hot cocoa, retorted. Those gunshot wounds were treated by a doctor acquainted with Higa. Hybra AI, she said, hands on her hips, her dead fish eyes narrowing. Had it not been for sheer luck, we might have been bidding farewell to this world, just as those connected to you might have. Hybra gazed at Conan, who was sheepishly smiling at her. If it weren't for Jin and the others being absent, the organization's remaining forces would still be under his control. Kudo, you might really die one day. Chapter 78. A world where no one gets hurt as long as the Grim Reaper elementary student stays indoors. Seeking collections and continued reading, reflecting on his reckless actions, Conan offered an apologetic smile. Nonetheless, there were gains. Pisco had given him something and he had acquired data from the organization's computer. If Pisco is Masuyama Kenzo, Higa, operating his laptop, turned it towards Conan, the cup house's old building you visited that day also caught fire. Masuyama Kenzo is now missing. His company has essentially collapsed, and his home was engulfed in flames, leaving virtually no trace. Conan stared at the photos of the fire, lost in contemplation. I remember in the last moment, Pisco desperately pushed me away. Now that I think about it, it is indeed strange if an organization member appeared. They shouldn't have been able to see me in this state. If Masuyama Kenzo was the one who shot and killed the council member that day, then the purple handkerchief I found must belong to him. However, there was also a purple handkerchief beside the box that transported me. Could it be that among the 6 individuals who attended the memorial, one was an organization member? This could explain the background of the organization member who attacked Pisco. It now appeared that their organization was not entirely united. At the very least, Pisco had shown leniency towards Hybra, and the computer containing organizational data in the wine cellar was likely intentionally left for him. Absolutely. I will not rest until they are thoroughly defeated. Yet, Pisco's death indeed took me by surprise. Was it because of me? The weight of Pisco's demise hung heavily on Conan's heart. Damn organization. Nightfall arrived at Higa's home. In Mayano Akemi's room, she playfully tormented her adorable younger sister, wearing a sweet smile. Ah, my little sister is just too cute. Shiho was so adorable as a child, her cheeks brushing against mine, so soft. What should I do? I feel like I can't detach from this soft body, she said, snuggling close. Big sister, Shiho exclaimed, adopting a cute expression as she hugged her sister tightly. Come in, Higa called, attempting to restore her hairstyle, becoming serious. Higa, carrying a comforter nearly as big as herself, had her face almost submerged, looking pitifully at Hybra. Come in. Akemi laughed at the sight, Due to the presence of a curious detective at Dr. Agasa's, Shiho had rushed over to Higa's to be close to her sister. It seemed Higa and Hibara often mingled, which didn't surprise Conan much. However, even if it was strange, it was of little consequence. After all, Conan's injuries were not severe, yet due to someone else's insistence, he had been wrapped up like a dumpling to prevent his excessive curiosity from causing trouble. In the dead of night, moonlight streamed through the window onto the bed. Harasuk lay on his side, snuggled against the edge, deep in slumber. Shiho rested her hand on Akemi's waist, her face pressed against her sister's, smiling contentedly. The room was quiet, save for the soft sounds of their breathing. The following day, after school, Hibara, arms crossed, led her attendant with a stoic expression toward the Mori Detective Agency. Have you thought of how to explain? Hibara calmly regarded the front, then glanced at Harasuk, who was struggling to concoct a plausible lie. Shinyu raised an eyebrow, revealing his crescent-shaped eyes. He suggested they contact his parents, who were abroad and unlikely to be reached anytime soon. You certainly know how to handle things, Hibara. She quickened her steps, turned around, and her calm face suddenly broke into a smile, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Not only had he left that impulsive detective covered in wounds, but he was now shifting the blame onto his parents. Truly, he was a remarkable member of that fearsome black organization, Pisco. Chinyu smiled helplessly, and upon noticing the figure behind Hibara, his lips curled up again, watching as the sharp-tongued loli stumbled backward into the embrace of the bewildered Ran, who was holding up a gesture indicating silence. Ah! Hibara was caught off guard. Why are there only you two? Didn't Conan come with you? Auntie Xiao Ran released the bewildered little AI, glancing around at the wary gaze of a certain jealous young lady focused on Pisco. Hibara and I only learned this morning. Dr. Agasa sent us to explain things to Sister Ran. Oh, I see, Ran said, her expression troubled as she looked at the pile of ingredients in her hands. She had inadvertently bought too much while chatting with her mother's friend, Miss Sachiko Nishimura, who was purchasing 5 steaks. Missing Conan? Ran perked up as she looked at the 2 children. Hibara, feeling slightly exasperated, shot a glance at Chinyu, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. All right then, let us go together. Like a child who had just drunk Wangzai milk, Ran completely forgot about the tool, Conan, and cheerfully crouched down, reaching out to the expressionless loli. Hibara gently pulled her hand, her lips curling up in resignation. Apologies, boys can sometimes be rather inconsiderate. It seemed, indeed, that Adagawa Minako, Conan, was recuperating at Dr. Agasa's house. Chinyu wore an ant-like smile, taking out his phone to call Dr. Agasa, casting a glance at Ran. Doctor, you should have dinner outside tonight. We'll be eating at Sister Ran's. Ignoring the ecstatic response from the other end of the line, Dr. Agasa, who had been starved by the sharp-tongued loli for several days, emitted a strange sound before hastily hanging up. Chinyo's expression was one of deadpan resignation. Recently, although he had consumed quite a bit of meat, the chopsticks extended by the doctor had been intercepted by Hibara, the expert in restricting excessive caloric intake, with a firm daimyo. Speaking of which, he had started to adopt a similar approach. What once was a daily intake of 2 cans, 18 servings, had dwindled to just 1 can of Sprite Energy, and even the few chocolate bars meant to replace cigarettes had been limited by Hibara. Life is not easy. Both Dr. Agasa, rubbing his stomach, and Chinyu, suffering from insufficient carbonation, sighed in unison. Chapter 79. Waking up with a boyfriend when I haven't even found him yet. Seeking collections and continued reads. Inside the Mori Detective Agency, 2 pairs of emerald green eyes locked in a stare. What are you doing here? Chinyu glared at the lifeless-eyed Goro, pulling him into a corner. Oh, I've recently started learning detective skills from Mori. We get along quite well, Goro replied, scratching his head with a grin. Detective skills? I don't really know much about Mori Kagoro. Could he actually have any skills? Chinyu pondered. Wait a moment, Mori Kagoro enjoys drinking, and Goro does too. His favorite star is. Ha, hurry up and come here, you little rascal. Miss Yoko has appeared. Mori Kagoro, who had been quietly waiting beside the television, quickly donned a tie upon seeing the graceful figure on screen, excitedly opening his fan and stepping onto the table, chanting, Miss Yoko. Miss Yoko. Sorry, big brother. We'll talk later, Goro said apologetically to his brother, changing into a similar outfit and stepping onto the table, shouting, Miss Yoko is the best. The trio of deadpan expressions watched the 2 clowns in disbelief. In any case, AI Qingyu, you two should rest well. I'll go prepare dinner, Ran said, shaking her head and instantly regaining her composure, adopting a half-moon gaze towards the two children. Let us help, Hybra suggested quietly, watching Ran. No need, Ran replied, patting Hybra's head with a smile. You are our guests today, so just stay here. Ran firmly rejected Hybra's subtle expression, pulling the two children to sit on the cushions before heading to the kitchen. The two children sat cross-legged on the cushions against the sofa. Hybra took out a book from her bag, ignoring the two clowns shouting about Yoko beside her, and quietly read. The surroundings were rather noisy. Qingyu leaned back, gazing at the distant television. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a lively atmosphere. His brow relaxed and his eyes grew vacant, drifting into thought. The room fell silent. Perhaps this is what they call the stillness after the storm of noise. Qingyu glanced at the knife and fork in his hand, looking down at the steak on his plate. The table was set with double portions of steak, vegetable salad, creamy soup, and red wine. Were they expecting someone? A quick glance revealed that his sides, vegetable salad and creamy soup, were slightly diminished, and a piece of steak had been cut. While the food across from him showed no signs of having been touched, it was rather strange. Wouldn't he one eat first if not waiting for anyone? Qingyu picked up the wine glass, sniffing the rich aroma. A slight swirl before tasting revealed a balanced, smooth texture, rather rich and delicate. Though not a professional sommelier, he had consumed enough to know that this bottle was not cheap. Across from him sat a very clean ashtray, as pristine as if it had just been purchased. And the table displayed several photographs of young men, along with group photos. Wait a moment. Qingyu looked down at the obstructions in his line of sight. Raising an eyebrow, he pondered if this body belonged to a female? It seemed the meaning of these photographs was clear. They likely belonged to someone dear. Taking out his wallet, he found the driver's license reading Sachiko Nishimura. Looking around the room, he noticed most furnishings were common household items with few luxuries. It did not seem like someone in such economic circumstances would regularly enjoy this wine and steak. Checking the bathroom, it appeared to contain only female grooming items, suggesting a high probability of living alone. Glancing at his own reflection in the mirror, he frowned. Perhaps there was a hint of intrigue. Suppressing the urge to understand his physical condition, he pouted, I'm not like Conan, that little pervert. Just feeling a bit warm. He slightly lowered his head and lifted his shirt to fan himself. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he shook his head resolutely. No, Qingyu. You cannot be like that little pervert Conan. What is so attractive about an older sister's physical structure? Fixating on the dining table, he rested his chin on his hand. Waiting for someone important, yet eating alone when they didn't arrive seemed to indicate a high possibility of being a boyfriend, or at the very least someone significant. Considering the photos on the table, either the partner had been dumped, or they had passed away. This woman was quite attractive, and judging by her appearance, she did not seem like someone who would easily abandon a relationship. There were photos of climbing snowy mountains, suggesting she likely enjoyed hiking. The faces in the group photos appeared younger, indicating these were likely taken some time ago. If they had already broken up, such meticulous preparation seemed excessive for a solitary meal. To take it a step further, even if the person was nostalgic about the past, having double portions while displaying photographs felt odd. It seemed more likely that the possibility of her being deceased was higher. Suddenly a rapid knocking echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Qingyu smiled. The body was indeed solitary, and yet someone unexpected had appeared. He rose from his seat and glanced aside, casually pocketing a copper ornament that lay nearby. Then, hands clasped behind his back, approached the door to discern who was outside. Who are you? Yuha called out loudly as he walked. It's me, Matsunaga Kenji. Came a soft reply from Matsunaga, barely audible from a distance. Oh? Yuha's expression turned skeptical as he peered through the peephole. A somewhat flustered young man stood outside, appearing to be of a similar age to his own body with a restless gaze. He bore no resemblance to a respectable individual, fitting the characteristics of a first-time criminal perfectly. Given the high mortality rate associated with his possession, it was likely that the man before him was indeed a perpetrator. I'm with my boyfriend, you should leave. Yuha attempted to defuse the situation, while simultaneously testing the other party. Miss Sachiko, I'm sorry to intrude, but I have something very important to discuss. Matsunaga insisted. Could you step back a bit? I can't see your face clearly, Yuha replied. Upon Matsunaga's compliance, Yuha could finally make out his features. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, the black gloves on his hands stood out prominently, yet he bore no weapon. Who wears gloves when visiting someone else's home, fearing fingerprints? There was no need to wear them right now, Today's criminals truly are becoming increasingly reckless. Open the door. Matsunaga hastily pushed past him into the house, darting towards the living room like a frantic figure in a crime scene, akin to a hyperactive character from a tale. After scanning the empty room, Matsunaga turned back, visibly agitated. You claimed your boyfriend would be here when you rejected my invitation. Where is he? Speak up. Yuha, with an expression of utter ignorance, replied, How should I know? Chapter 80. Even a one-man show does not require the so-called pity of others. As Yuha leaned against the door leading to the living room, one hand discreetly clutching the copper ornament, he quickly fell into character. Attempting to portray a gentle demeanor, he grasped the man's wrist and said, Kenji, do you like me? Matsunaga appeared flustered by the unexpected compliment, momentarily taken aback from his previously menacing demeanor. Yuha, embodying the character of Nishimura Sachiko, maintained a serious facade. Could you turn away from me? I have something to express but can only do so through action. Matsunaga seemed to grasp her meaning, his head spinning as he turned away. Seizing the moment, Yuha raised the heavy object in his hand. Capitalizing on Matsunaga's distractedness, he swiftly brought it crashing down upon his face. Thud! The body collapsed to the ground. Yuha observed the unfortunate soul attempting to move, narrowing his eyes as he lifted the object once more. Let us see you mimic others now. With a decisive strike to the head, he continued to assault Matsunaga's legs until the man convulsed and ceased his movements. Only then did Yuha retrieve his phone, stop the recording, and snap a photo of the would-be intruder, subsequently calling for help and binding his hands and feet with rope, dragging him to the doorway. In the hallway, a concerned neighbor, having heard the commotion, poked her head out. What happened, Sachiko? He barged in without my permission, wearing gloves. I feared. Yuha lowered his head, trembling slightly, feigning fear while Matsunaga continued to twitch on the floor. What? The neighbor stormed over, scrutinizing the man who looked anything but innocent, nodding as she inquired. Where is your boyfriend? Yuha, with a vacant expression, thought to himself that he couldn't very well say he didn't know. Instead, he chose to activate a girl's special skill, pretend crying. When words failed, tears would suffice, allowing others to fill in the blanks. The neighbor, witnessing the weeping girl, donned an expression of sympathy, mentally crafting a drama. How could such a scoundrel abandon such a lovely girl? The neighbor approached, embracing the sobbing figure, murmuring reassurances. It's all right. Have you called the police? Yuha displayed the standard vacant expression. Are you scared? Is that the kind of fear that Kagoro Mori experiences when faced with Edagawa Conan? He recounted the events to the neighbor, sharing the recording and photos. Thank you. Yuha bowed slightly, expressing gratitude as she closed the door. He is cold and heartless, he mused. Acting is exhausting. Returning to the living room, he took a seat at the male's place, slicing a small piece from the steak and placing it in his mouth. The steak had lost some warmth. Yuha smiled. Food imbued with sentiment must not be wasted. Though unsure of what had transpired, he decided to treat it as a mere prank. He savored the now cold steak, nibbling on various foods, finally turning the photo of the smiling man toward himself. Was it morbid curiosity? Perhaps. It had been nearly an hour since Ran began cooking, and he was uncertain when he would be awakened. He took out his phone and typed a line of text. Then, crossing his arms, he quietly awaited the moment he would be called back to his body. At the Mori Detective Agency, dinner time. Awakened from his reverie, Yuha felt a gentle shaking in his arm, stretching to relieve his fatigue. Ayumi, glancing at him, noted his lack of distress and inquired, Did something happen? No, nothing happened. Rest easy, Yuha replied, lowering his head to search for recent mountaineering accidents. His phone was a custom model, while others used flip phones for emails. He was already online. After dinner, he found an article about a mountaineering accident from several years ago. 5 years prior, just like today, it was the 25th. The photo on Nishimura Sachiko's table was indeed of her boyfriend, Benmi, who perished in an avalanche during a snow mountain climb. Afterward, someone discovered Benmi's backpack on the mountain, containing undeveloped film, yet his body was never found, forever etched in Sachiko's memory. Yuha turned to gaze out at the night sky. Humans are creatures of sincerity. Even in death, the memories etched in the soul do not fade regardless of circumstances. I firmly believe this. Those who have vanished, no matter how grand the spectacle of their passing, or how many so-called relatives feign grief at their memorials, are soon forgotten, fading into the recesses of memory. Tangible possessions are merely objects. Intangible memories remain forever in the heart. As long as someone remembers the departed, they have not truly left. What does it matter if they live on in memory? If someone possesses the ability, they will naturally create new memories for her. However, until then, even a brief immersion in a one-man show can provide solace to a tormented soul. As for the opinions of others, their self-righteous pity and sympathy, such things are hardly worth fretting over. He glanced at the young lady beside him, engaged in her meal, and smiled gently. One must live in the way one desires. Those who live according to the thoughts of others are nothing more than moving puppets. He simply wished to protect those around him, living for himself. On the way home, the moonlight mingled with the glow of street lamps, illuminating the path ahead. Yuha glanced sideways at the lady beside him, her chestnut hair glinting softly in the light, her already endearing face appearing even more charming in the moon's embrace. "What's wrong?" Ayumi, sensing his gaze, softly queried. "Nothing," Yuha replied, turning his gaze back to the sky, warmth flooding his cheeks as he grasped the bewildered young lady's sleeve. "I'm afraid you'll get lost." "Ha, am I a child?" Miss Hybera fixed her half-moon gaze upon a certain individual, instinctively wishing to escape but pausing mid-motion. Recalling her earlier encounter with Ran Mori, she felt a twinge of resentment as she remembered how she had inadvertently fallen into Mori's embrace. With a slight pout, she gently stepped on the foot of the boy beside her. Miss Hybera's icy blue eyes locked onto the neighboring pair of dark green ones. Beneath the night sky, the two youthful souls transitioned from a playful foot-stomping contest to a game of shadow-chasing. The moonlight cast a glow upon the ground as the boy and girl ran freely through the darkness. Ultimately, it seemed that the day concluded with a resounding victory for Miss Hybera. Chapter 81. Lovers or Shadows of Dreams. The room remained enveloped in an eerie silence. She experienced a peculiar sensation akin to transforming into a butterfly soaring alongside a male counterpart in the night sky, free from worldly concerns, simply gliding through the boundless atmosphere. Gazing down upon the steel city below, she felt herself becoming increasingly detached. Sachiko Nishimura rubbed her eyes in disbelief, staring blankly at the photo that had been placed before her. The steak across the table had been significantly diminished, the wine glass was empty, and the creamy soup had lost some of its volume, while the salad appeared in disarray. Lowering her gaze to her own plate, she noted that her food remained untouched. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, Sachiko glanced at the phone she had unconsciously grasped in her hand. A few words and an expression abruptly appeared on the screen. Sachiko has been fixated on the past, but she doesn't have much time left. Tears welled up uncontrollably, and she found herself at a loss as to why she was crying. Biting her lip, her brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of light flickering in her eyes. Sachiko slowly picked up her knife and fork, delicately cutting a piece of the now completely cold steak and bringing it to her mouth. Tears continued to fall, one by one, onto the frigid meat. She chewed on his favorite steak, unable to stem the tide of sorrow. Sachiko leaned back in her chair, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling. Surely, he had indeed arrived by her side on the 25th, just as promised. She believed it wholeheartedly, much like she had 5 years ago at the station. Sachiko watched him depart, a smile adorning her face. "Make sure it's a thick steak," he had said with a grin, waving his hand as he turned away, leaving only his silhouette behind. She knew he would keep his promise to her. She had always believed in him, weeping silently yet smiling, gazing at the empty seat across from her. Each tear-soaked piece of steak found its way to her mouth. The shadow of a figure seemed to materialize behind her, gently embracing the girl who was both crying and smiling. At the Agasa residence, Huga donned a black cat onesie, preparing 2 cups of hot cocoa in the kitchen, allowing them to cool. Hearing a sound behind her, she turned, offering one of the cups. Just emerging from the bathroom, she wore a white cat pajama set purchased by her sister, her head slightly tilted as she used a towel draped around her neck to dry her tousled brown hair. She accepted the cup and settled onto the sofa. Huga set down the hot cocoa and went to retrieve a hairdryer from the bathroom, plugging it into an extended power strip. Taking a piece of cling film from the table, she glanced at the little brown cat who had already consumed half of her drink. "All right, save some for later," she said. The young lady dried her hair, and as the male figure behind her announced that he was finished, she picked up her hot cocoa with her half-moon gaze, beginning to sip. When Huga emerged from the bathroom, she smiled at the young lady nodding off on the sofa. Gently, she lifted the sleeping girl and placed her in a sea of pink blankets, tucking her in. "Good night," she whispered. Moonlight gradually seeped through the window, wrapping them in the comforting sound of breathing as they drifted into dreams. 2 weeks later, perhaps due to Conan's continual stay indoors, there had been a notable lack of cases, leading to a tranquil routine. Nonetheless, it might also have been because Miss Hybera was preoccupied with the new data from the little white mouse she had recently acquired, causing Huga to remain at home, thereby denying Conan any opportunities for cases. Indeed, if Inspector Magyar were to apprehend Kagoro Mori and Conan, it would effectively reduce criminal activities. Has Kudo gone to Osaka? Early in the morning, Harasuk busily prepared breakfast for Miss Hybera in the kitchen, discarding a pair of disposable gloves and removing the white cat apron he had been wearing. Miss Hybera sat on the sofa, raising an eyebrow as she perused a fashion magazine, casting her half-moon gaze at Harasuk as he placed down a cup of red tea, quietly savoring it. I, Miss Hybera, am the epitome of a lady. Huga pondered for a moment, placing down the plate in his hands. I still don't find that little thief particularly appealing. He truly lives up to his reputation by running off on the first day of winter break. Miss Hybera glanced at the 4 servings of yellowtail yuzu grilled fish, pork patty egg muffins, and miso soup before her, silently taking a piece of fish. The Japanese cuisine has certainly improved, she remarked, casting a pleased glance at Harasuk, who wore a delighted expression, adopting her half-moon gaze. However, Phantom Thief Kid operates in 12 countries, including Japan, the United States, and France, stealing high-priced artworks and jewels. With over 130 crimes and a total value nearing 40 billion yen. How does one refer to that little thief? Huga sat up straight, mimicking a monkey's face with exaggerated expressions. Ha? He's merely a little brat, isn't he? Ah, isn't someone a member of the thief's team? Miss Hybera supported her head with one arm, slightly tilting it as she looked at Harasuk. I only followed that man to pursue other interests. I'm not particularly interested in thievery. Harasuk mirrored her posture, appearing somewhat drowsy, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. I merely wish to see what kind of freedom that man speaks of. Chapter 82. Uncle Color also has serious moments, though it's still for the sake of chasing women, accompanied by the sound of a door opening. Even before the figure appeared, a voice echoed through. You know, the Agasa residence might as well be renamed Huga residence. You can see me whenever you come by. With pursed lips, Akemi Mayano sauntered in, exuding an air reminiscent of a parent whose child was perpetually absent. With hands on her hips, she fixed her half-moon gaze upon Huga. Her face seemed to read, what are you saying? I don't understand. Completing their daily banter, Akemi pulled up a chair next to the quietly amused Miss Hybera, leaving only a pair of vacant, dead fish eyes behind. Moments later, Dr. Agasa arrived, having concluded his work. He rushed to his latest project, which was rumored to be a significant undertaking, requiring numerous workers just to transport the materials into the laboratory daily. Huga, with his vacant expression, contemplated the doctor's previous inventions. Surely he hasn't created something that turns enough materials to fill a car into a size comparable to a Kamen Rider card? Suddenly, the phone rang. Hello? Huga answered with his vacant gaze. Sasairu Yuchan. What's the matter? Ah, there's a serious situation that might require your assistance. The voice on the other end, Lupin, had replaced his usual jovial demeanor with a serious tone. What is going on? Are you being chased by a group again? Huga squinted. It's even worse, Yuchan. Without your help, I might be finished. Go ahead, what happened? Huga's vacant eyes inquired. Lupin silently drew on a cigarette, his deep voice slowly beginning to explain. He. With a gaze as lifeless as a dead fish, spoke, you'll get used to it. That thief of hearts is simply that kind of person. However, since he has entrusted me with this task, I must see it through. After all, I owe him a debt of gratitude for saving you. Well then, let us go together. Miss Hybera interjected, intrigued, expressing her desire to join. After all, I too have a debt to repay to that gentleman thief. Moreover, she glanced at the man before her, pondering the propriety of undertaking such an endeavor alone with a lady. I called upon Goro to accompany us. Yuhi adopted a more serious demeanor, sipping a Sprite. Although that fellow had a penchant for flirtation, when he was earnest, he spoke with sincerity. There would be certain risks involved, so it would be more convenient to have him along. After Hara made a call to a certain idle individual, he pulled along the lethargic Miss Hybera to gather pertinent information. In front of the computer on the lower floor, Yuhi was diligently operating the device while addressing Miss Hybera beside him. Scorpion? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. We encountered an organization abroad that used animal codenames while stealing jewels. Could there be a connection? An organization? Immortal Gems? The corners of Miss Hybera's mouth lifted slightly. finding herself both perplexed and amused by the existence of such a whimsical and dream-filled organization. I apologize, she couldn't help but chuckle. Though their ambitions are extravagant, the members possess considerable strength. Given my current condition, they would be quite formidable. However, since the target is related to the Romanov dynasty, it likely isn't the same organization. We merely need to exercise caution. Yuhi glanced at the sharp-tongued lowly, who was desperately suppressing her laughter. I'll fetch some gear from the doctor. You tidy up. We should be ready to depart by noon. All right. Miss Hybera waved her hand, turned her chair, and squinted with a yawn, idly playing with a pen on the table. She pressed it, flicked it, pressed it again, and flicked it once more. Her brow arched. This game truly is endlessly entertaining. In the basement. In the Dr. S room. Doctor, the materials you just procured are bulletproof. Correct? Yuhi's head peeked through the door, looking at Professor Agasa. Indeed. Excellent. A smile spread across Yuhi's face. Could you assist me in crafting a couple of pairs of glasses? Miss Hybera, with her half-moon eyes, was inspecting the gear of a certain arms dealer. 2 pairs of bulletproof glasses, a satellite phone, an emergency rescue kit, a Walther with a silencer, portable oxygen, a multifunctional army knife, a listening device, a transmitter, and a hidden camera. Quite impressive. It seems he had significantly reduced the arsenal for our visit to the Suzuki residence. I truly appreciate his consideration. The corners of Miss Hybera's mouth twitched. Let us be on our way. I have already spoken with the doctor. Yuhi slung his gear over his shoulder, ready to depart. Once in the car, Yuhi and Miss Hybera occupied the back seat, quietly gazing at the front passenger seat. Ahaha! Goro, with his silver hair, scratched his head, resembling a silver-haired fool as he laughed heartily, preparing to introduce a certain super scion beside him. Aren't you the heir of that inn at Isa Beach? What brings you here? Miss Hybera, maintaining her succinct and incisive style, remarked with her dead fish eyes. When Yuhi called me, we were sparring at my house. Upon hearing that we were heading to the Suzuki residence, Ajing insisted that I join. I thought it was of no consequence, considering there are dangerous individuals involved, right? Goro chuckled exuberantly, patting the shoulder of the quietly nodding Kayagaku.